Wu Fei unexpectedly traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, binding himself to the most powerful Dragon Ball system. By completing tasks assigned by the system, he could earn various rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Raditz. Reward: tenfold Kaioken side effect, free version. Ding! Congratulations to the host for repelling Vegeta. Reward: transcendent bloodline. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing Frieza. Reward: instant transmission advanced version. Sun Wukong remarked, Wu Fei is incredibly strong, I cannot compete with him. Vegeta lamented, why am I constantly being overwhelmed by Wu Fei? This is unacceptable. Gradually, Wu Fei realized he had become the pinnacle of combat power in the Dragon Ball universe. Chapter 1. Crossing into the Dragon Ball world, the most powerful system unveiled. Chirp chirp. The cheerful sound of birdsong awakened Wu Fei. Where am I? Wu Fei, groggy and disoriented, opened his eyes to an unfamiliar surroundings. It hurts that he immediately clutched his head, his expression one of agony. A barrage of information bombarded his mind. After a considerable time, Wu Fei finally regained his composure that he realized he had actually crossed over, and he found himself in the world of Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball series was Wu Fei's favorite anime, and he was well versed in its plot. With acceptance came tranquility. Wu Fei, inherently easygoing, embraced his new reality. Knowing the storyline of Dragon Ball granted him a godlike perspective, making it seem effortless to thrive in this world. However, Wu Fei soon discovered he was mistaken. Although he was familiar with the entire narrative arc of the Dragon Ball series, he had no idea at which point in time he currently resided. This is problematic. At that moment, Wu Fei felt utterly helpless. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for arriving in the Dragon Ball world. The most powerful Dragon Ball system is now activating. System activation successful. Beginning to bind the host. Ding! Binding successful. Listening to these announcements, a smile gradually spread across Wu Fei's face. As a traveler, his golden opportunity had finally arrived. A virtual screen appeared before him, displaying a series of information. Host: Wu Fei. Age: 18 years. Combat power: 5. Bloodline: Earthling. Skills: none. My combat power is only 5? Wu Fei found this situation hard to accept. As the child of fortune, he was, in fact, a mere weakling in a world where the main characters could effortlessly obliterate a planet, possessing power capable of cataclysmic destruction. He was undoubtedly a cannon fodder. I must swiftly enhance my combat power, Wu Fei murmured. Soon, the system presented Wu Fei with a delightful surprise. Ding! The most powerful Dragon Ball system has initially bound the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving a beginner's gift package. Wu Fei promptly chose to open the package. 5,000 combat power points, flight technique, god-level fighting skills. This system is truly remarkable, Wu Fei exclaimed sincerely. His combat power had now surged to 5,005, accompanied by 2 formidable skills, leaving him in a state of bliss. However, he first needed to ascertain the precise moment in time within the Dragon Ball universe. This determination would dictate his subsequent plans. After all, during the early stages of Dragon Ball, with a combat power of 5,000, he could easily dominate. Yet as the saga progressed into the latter part of the Saiyan arc in Dragon Ball Z, his strength would undoubtedly fall short. Fortunately, Wu Fei soon discovered the answer. Ding! Saiyan Raditz has arrived on Earth. Mission issued: defeat Raditz. Mission reward: unknown. Raditz? Wu Fei understood instantly that he was currently situated at the onset of the Dragon Ball Z storyline. Raditz's power level did not exceed 2,000, making it a trivial task for Wu Fei to defeat him. This mission posed no challenge whatsoever. Wu Fei sprang into action. He executed the flying technique, gradually ascending into the air. The feeling of flight is exhilarating. Previously, Wu Fei had envied the birds that soared freely, and now he had achieved the same. As he continued to ascend, the surrounding scenery unfolded before him. He soon realized he was situated on a solitary island. If it weren't for this flying technique, escaping from this island would be exceedingly arduous, Wu Fei mused. Then, he closed his eyes, concentrating intently, and began to sense everything around him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, turned around, and fixed his gaze ahead. With the system's assistance, he had developed the ability to perceive the presence of ki. Before him, he sensed 3 distinct ki signatures. One of these signatures was evidently stronger than the others and was fluctuating violently. Clearly, the 3 were engaged in a fierce battle. Wu Fei's mind was already made up. Surely, Raditz, Son Goku, and Piccolo are right there. He discerned the direction further, and then charged forward. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of wind rushing past, Wu Fei continued to close the distance to his destination. Chapter 2. The Clash of Raditz and Son Goku, Piccolo. Wu Fei could distinctly sense the intensifying fluctuations of energy ahead. Soon, he beheld several figures. One, towering and green-skinned, was none other than the formidable Piccolo. The other, donned in an orange martial arts uniform, with unwavering determination in his gaze, was unmistakably Son Goku. However, both warriors appeared to be in dire straits. They were gasping for breath, their garments tattered and torn, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. In fact, Piccolo seemed to bear the brunt of the battle, having lost his left arm, severed cleanly at the shoulder. Now, Son Goku and Piccolo were fixated on a single figure before them. This individual was robust, with hair cascading to his waist, and he wielded a scouter. Most striking was the brown-black tail coiled around his waist, a feature that mirrored the youthful Son Goku. This tail was indeed the hallmark of a Saiyan. At that moment, Raditz regarded Son Goku and Piccolo with a mocking demeanor, his eyes brimming with disdain. The trio had just emerged from a fierce confrontation. Son Goku and Piccolo were utterly fatigued, their energies unstable, while Raditz remained unperturbed, his countenance calm and his aura potent. It was evident that even when united, the two mightiest warriors of Earth, Son Goku and Piccolo, were no match for Raditz. Kik. Raditz laughed arrogantly. Kakarot, surrender your resistance. If you acquiesce to my demands and join me, I shall overlook past grievances. Together, we can dominate this planet. Raditz was persistently attempting to recruit Son Goku. I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku. Furthermore, Earth is my home, and I refuse to let it fall to the hands of evil like yours. I will protect this planet, Son Goku declared resolutely, his gaze unwavering. He then crouched low and launched himself at Raditz. Since you persist in ignoring my warnings, I shall no longer regard our brotherly bond. Raditz's expression darkened, his eyes turning frigid. He regarded the charging Son Goku with palpable disdain. Since it is rather dull, I shall entertain myself at your expense. Bang! The fists of Raditz and Son Goku collided, with Raditz remaining unmoved, while Son Goku was sent staggering back 3 steps. Is that all you've got? Raditz taunted. Son Goku, his face etched with defiance, retorted, this is far from over. He immediately launched another assault on Raditz. Bang, bang, bang. The two warriors engaged in a fierce struggle. Nevertheless, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Son Goku fought valiantly, but found himself at a distinct disadvantage, while Raditz effortlessly parried his attacks. Son Goku, can you hold him off for a few minutes? Piccolo's voice echoed from afar amidst the clash. No problem. Don't underestimate me. Son Goku shouted back, gritting his teeth and enduring the onslaught. This technique was originally intended for you, but it seems I must employ it prematurely, Piccolo murmured. He extended his index and middle fingers to his forehead, the tips radiating with brilliant light, as his energy surged dramatically. This move would undoubtedly be sufficient to vanquish that Saiyan. At this moment, the visage of Piccolo radiated with confidence. Raditz, engaged in combat with Son Goku, also took note of Piccolo's actions. He was acutely aware that Piccolo was gathering energy, poised to unleash a formidable attack. Nevertheless, he regarded it with disdain. That green-skinned fellow possessed a mere power level of 408 and had just lost an arm to me. Even if he were to unleash his ultimate technique, I could easily thwart it. Saiyans are universally afflicted with overconfidence. Rather than hastily concluding the battle, Raditz intentionally diminished his offensive, clashing with Son Goku while biding his time for Piccolo's energy to culminate. I shall see just how potent your ultimate move truly is. Ha! Raditz's laughter was laced with derision. Slowly, he began to sense an anomaly. Originally, Piccolo's power level was a mere 408, yet the readings on the scouter were steadily rising. Piccolo's power had surged to 550. How is this possible? Raditz questioned the integrity of the scouter. However, he could distinctly feel that Piccolo's energy had indeed intensified. With a resounding thud, Raditz retaliated against Son Goku's attack, delivering a powerful punch that sent Goku hurtling away. Boom. Goku continued to retreat until he collided with a large tree, bringing him to a halt. Observing Goku sprawled on the ground, Piccolo felt a twinge of concern. He feared that Goku might not endure, jeopardizing his own energy accumulation. Goku, just hold on a little longer, Piccolo urged anxiously. True to his indomitable spirit, Goku, the man renowned for his resilience, immediately rose to his feet despite the brutal blow. Brushing off the dust, he resumed his battle stance. I can still fight, Goku proclaimed loudly. Witnessing this, Piccolo resumed his focus on gathering energy. The power level surged to 700. Raditz's face was awash with disbelief. He could hardly fathom how someone with a power level of merely 408 could suddenly radiate such formidable energy. Moreover, Piccolo's energy continued to ascend. In his astonishment, he failed to notice the approaching Son Goku. Bam! Goku landed a solid punch squarely on Raditz's face, sending him flying. Enraged and humiliated, Raditz retaliated with ferocious attacks. Bam! 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 After a brief skirmish, Raditz once again sent Goku flying. Goku collided with a small mountain, causing it to collapse, debris cascading toward him. In the blink of an eye, Goku found himself buried beneath the rubble. At that moment, Raditz cast a glance at Piccolo, his eyes filled with incredulity. Piccolo's power level had skyrocketed to 1,000. He could not allow Piccolo to continue gathering energy. Panic seized Raditz. The situation was spiraling out of control. If Piccolo completed his energy accumulation and unleashed his ultimate technique, he could very well meet his demise. He had to be stopped. Raditz immediately launched an attack on Piccolo, aiming to interrupt his energy gathering. However, Goku, like an unyielding cockroach, once again charged at Raditz. At present, Raditz is utterly disinterested in engaging in a protracted battle with Sun Wukong. After continuous exertion, Sun Wukong's aura has grown increasingly feeble. This time, Raditz decisively unleashes his full might, delivering a flurry of punches towards Sun Wukong. Subsequently, he gathers an energy sphere and propels it directly at Sun Wukong, who finds it nearly impossible to fend off the assault. Boom. The energy sphere collides with Sun Wukong, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. For a brief moment, dust billows and smoke envelopes the area. As the smoke dissipates, Sun Wukong lies on the ground, his expression one of agony, utterly immobilized. Even the act of opening his eyes proves to be a Herculean effort. It is evident that Sun Wukong has sustained severe injuries, rendering him completely incapable of continuing the fight. That bothersome pest is dealt with. Now it's your turn. Raditz snarls as he turns to face Piccolo. However, he finds Piccolo glaring at him with icy detachment. Embrace your demise, Saiyan. Special beam cannon. Piccolo directs his right hand towards Raditz, launching a spiraling energy beam from the tips of his index and middle fingers, relentlessly advancing towards Raditz. Chapter 3. Despair. Both Wukong and Piccolo face defeat. As Raditz gazes upon the approaching special beam cannon, a wave of trepidation washes over him. The energy contained within it fills him with dread, even in his extreme arrogance. He dares not withstand this onslaught head-on. However, the speed of the special beam cannon is overwhelming, leaving Raditz no time to evade. Confronted by this terrifying energy, he can only attempt to dodge. He leaps, veering to the right. Zing! The special beam cannon pierces through Raditz's left shoulder armor, continuing its relentless trajectory. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounds. A colossal mountain is obliterated, reduced to mere rubble. Panting heavily, Piccolo draws labored breaths, having exhausted every ounce of his strength to execute this technique. Regret and helplessness are etched across his face. Damn it, so close. Indeed, he was merely a hair's breadth away from striking Raditz. Yet, now he finds himself in this disheartening predicament, rendering all his prior efforts futile. Failed, did I? Cough, cough. Sun Wukong persistently coughs, his eyes brimming with resentment and disappointment. He yearns to rise and continue the fight, but ultimately, his will is shackled by his physical limitations. Having received a lethal blow from Raditz, he has wholly lost the ability to move. His limbs ache excruciatingly, and even standing is a distant dream. That was close. Raditz is still reeling from the near miss, feeling as if he has narrowly escaped death. Clad in the specialized battle armor of a Saiyan, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, he has always been confident in its resilience against fierce impacts. Yet, the recent special beam cannon has severed the armor on his left shoulder. The subsequent force has obliterated an entire mountain. One can only imagine the sheer destructive power of Piccolo's special beam cannon. Most alarmingly, through his scouter, he has detected that the energy value of Piccolo's special beam cannon reached a staggering 1400, a level sufficient to pose a grave threat to his life. I nearly fell victim to that green-skinned insect. Raditz seethes in fury. He now slowly approached Piccolo. Creak. You have no chance left. Raditz clenched his fists, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Upon seeing Raditz draw nearer, Piccolo was engulfed by a profound fear. He was no match for Raditz. As for the special beam cannon, he could unleash it once more. Its terrifying power was undeniable, yet its drawback was equally apparent: the lengthy charging time. Without anyone to buy him time, Piccolo could not possibly complete the charge, and Goku, who might have provided that time, was now incapacitated, rendered unable to fight. Hope faded entirely. Piccolo succumbed to despair. Was it truly the end for him, the Demon King Piccolo, on this day? Whoosh. Suddenly, Raditz stood right before Piccolo. Piccolo's face was a mask of horror. He had not even seen Raditz's movement. Bang! Raditz's fist struck Piccolo's abdomen with immense force. Ah! Piccolo gasped, clutching his stomach in agony, an intense wave of pain coursing through his entire being. Ah! Piccolo cried out in torment once more. Raditz offered no chance for Piccolo to react, launching another attack. Bang bang bang. When Raditz unleashed his full might, the battle was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Piccolo endured a relentless onslaught from Raditz. Before long, he could barely hold on. Bang! With a final energy wave, Raditz concluded his assault, rendering Piccolo completely incapable of fighting. Now, both Goku and Piccolo lay motionless. If Raditz delivered the finishing blow, they would both meet their demise. Goku, after 5 arduous years of training, I had hoped to face you in battle once more. Little did I know, before we even began, we would meet our end together. Piccolo shouted with the last vestiges of his strength. Ha. Down below, we could still have a good fight. Goku, ever the optimist, accepted death with grace at this juncture. Tap tap tap. Raditz slowly approached Goku. Hey, Kakarot. I invite you once more to join us. If you join us, I can ensure your recovery. Raditz declared. Impossible. Goku replied resolutely. Don't push your luck. I'll ask you one last time, will you join us? Raditz's right foot pressed firmly against Goku's face, increasing the pressure, seeking to compel Goku to yield. However, he underestimated Goku. Even with his face distorted and his body racked with pain, Goku's unwavering gaze remained unchanged. No, Goku reiterated his stance. In that case, farewell. My dear brother. Raditz's palm gradually coalesced an energy sphere, preparing to deliver a final strike to Goku. Do not bully my father. At that moment, a youthful voice emerged from behind Raditz. Goku strained to lift his head, spotting a familiar figure. Gohan, run, he shouted loudly. At that instant, Raditz also turned around, noticing Gohan glaring at him with fury. Oh, isn't that Kakarot's son? Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Wasn't he confined within my spacecraft? How did he manage to escape? Beep, beep, beep. The device in Raditz's hand continued to emit sounds. 880, 950, 1000. At this moment, sheer astonishment filled Raditz's mind. What? The child's battle power is at 1000? And it's still rising? Meanwhile, both Goku and Piccolo were equally astonished. The energy radiating from Gohan far surpassed that of either of them. You villain! Do not bully my father! Gohan exclaimed angrily, charging towards Raditz. This little brat's battle power has reached 1323? Raditz, taken aback, quickly steeled himself. Boom. In an instant, caught off guard, Raditz was struck by Gohan's headbutt. Thud thud thud. The tremendous force caused Raditz to stagger back several steps before he regained his footing. At this moment, Gohan lay on the ground, unconscious. Raditz activated the device once more, only to discover that Gohan's battle power had plummeted to 1. Damn, how could I be humiliated by a mere child? Now, in a fit of rage, Raditz charged directly at Goku. Despite Gohan being his nephew, Raditz showed no mercy. Gohan! Goku cried out in anguish, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. When his son was in peril, he found himself utterly powerless. Damn it! Goku shouted in pain, but immobilized, he could do nothing. Die, brat! Raditz approached Gohan. His fists clenched tightly. Everyone knew that if Raditz unleashed this punch, Gohan would have no chance of survival. Gohan was in grave danger. In the distance, Wu Fei observed the entire scene. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. Ding! The time has come. Please proceed with action. After watching for so long, was it finally time for me to intervene? Wu Fei felt a surge of excitement. Whoosh! He shot forward, racing straight towards Raditz. Chapter 4. Engage. Easily dispatching Raditz. No. As Gohan faced imminent peril, Goku cried out in desperation. He cared not for his own life, but could not bear to see his son harmed. Someone save Gohan, please. Goku silently prayed. At that moment, Raditz's visage twisted into a grimace, his iron fist poised to strike Gohan's frail body. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rush of wind filled Raditz's ears, and a dark figure flashed before his eyes. His expression shifted to one of sheer terror. This is impossible, Raditz shouted. Gohan had seemingly vanished into thin air. Following this, Raditz's expression morphed continuously, from shock to rage, and then to mockery. A figure materialized 20 meters ahead of him, a robust, handsome young man, cradling Gohan in his arms. The answer was clear. He had thwarted Raditz's plans to whisk someone away from right under his nose in an instant. How formidable must that individual be? Most intriguingly, despite their prolonged confrontation and the aid of a detector to gauge combat power, no one had detected the presence of another. What could possibly explain this? The more Raditz pondered, the more perplexed he became. Steeling himself, he activated the detector. 5. This figure illuminated the screen, then remained unchanging. The combat power of this individual was a mere 5? How did this compare to the farmer he encountered upon his arrival on Earth? Yet, if his combat power truly was 5, how could he have rescued that young boy from his grasp? The more Raditz contemplated, the more incensed he became. He had been humiliated by one whose strength was so trivial. Rage surged within him. In his self-assured state, he had arrived at a conclusion. This individual must simply possess remarkable speed, while his actual power was feeble, thus accounting for the low reading of 5. Yes, it must be so. Raditz felt a swell of pride for having unraveled this conundrum. Now, filled with arrogance, he regarded Wu Fei with derision. What could a mere 5 in combat power possibly achieve? Since he chose to meddle, he would be dealt with as well. To extinguish his life would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Raditz proclaimed boastfully, striding towards Wu Fei. A combat power of 5? Clearly, Goku and Piccolo did not share Raditz's perspective. Although they lacked detectors, their mastery of key perception was profound. The ability to rescue Gohan from Raditz's clutches indicated that this young man was no ordinary foe. They sensed that they could not accurately gauge Wu Fei's strength. It was as if an aura surrounded him, preventing their perceptions from drawing near. The only explanation for such a sensation was that Wu Fei's power evidently surpassed theirs. Perhaps he could even defeat Raditz. A singular thought crystallized in Goku and Piccolo's minds. Having safely placed Gohan aside, Wu Fei stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and Raditz. Oddly enough, this fellow showed no inclination to flee. Rather, he approached me. Did he truly believe that with a combat power of merely 5, he could stand against me? Raditz remained baffled by Wu Fei's calm demeanor. Humph, an overreaching insect. Raditz's murderous intent surged. Resolute in his intent to kill, he crouched low and lunged forward, delivering a powerful right punch aimed at this presumptuous youth. However, events did not unfold as Raditz had anticipated. Wu Fei did not flinch. Instead, he extended his left palm to meet Raditz's assault head-on. Bang! Raditz's right fist was seized firmly by Wu Fei, rendered immobile. Even with all his might, Raditz could not withdraw his fist. At that moment, he was completely under Wu Fei's control. Raditz's expression was one of utter disbelief. How could this be possible? His combat power was merely 5, wasn't he it? How could he effortlessly withstand my full-force strike and counter me in an instant? An overwhelming sense of dread coursed through Raditz's entire being. Under Wu Fei's oppressive aura, Raditz found it increasingly difficult to breathe. He now realized that the individual before him was undoubtedly a formidable warrior, possessing strength far exceeding his own. Just how much power do you truly have? Raditz dared to voice the question that had long plagued him. Open the detector, and you shall find out. Wu Fei replied nonchalantly. 1800. Raditz stared in disbelief at the numbers displayed on the detector, once again engulfed in shock. His own combat power was a mere 1500. Engaging in battle with this person would leave him utterly defenseless. How could his combat power, which had just been 5, surge to 1800? At that moment, Raditz finally comprehended that the warriors on Earth possessed a unique skill, the ability to conceal their true strength. Kakarot had it, Piccolo had it, Gohan had it, and so did Wu Fei. You fought so boldly just now. Now let me show you what it feels like to be utterly dominated. After uttering these words, Wu Fei released his left hand, bent down, and delivered a powerful punch to Raditz's abdomen. Raditz cried out in anguish. His mouth agape as if he might expel his very insides. He could feel his bones threatening to shatter under the sheer force. Bang! Wu Fei did not relent. He followed up with a kick aimed at Raditz's midsection. Whoosh! Raditz was sent hurtling backward. Crash! He collided with a colossal mountain, creating a human-shaped indentation from the immense impact. Thud! Raditz tumbled to the ground. Now, he was panting weakly, having completely lost the will to fight. The Raditz who had easily dispatched Goku and Piccolo was now vanquished by Wu Fei. Most astonishingly, Wu Fei had only employed a single punch and a kick. This young man's strength was indeed unfathomable, Goku mused. Chapter 5. Mission accomplished. Reward. Tenfold unscathed King Kai fist. Raditz, how does this feel? Wu Fei said with a hint of amusement as he approached Raditz. Hearing Wu Fei's taunts, Raditz was consumed by rage. He had been provoked. Yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. No matter how much he despised Wu Fei, he was simply no match for him. The paralyzing fear continued to envelop Raditz. He sensed that he was teetering on the brink of death. If Wu Fei were to strike once more, he would surely bid farewell to the world. Even though Raditz was a cold-blooded Saiyan, the prospect of death instilled profound fear within him. He now chose to abandon his pride, pleading for mercy from Wu Fei. Summoning the last of his strength, he begged desperately, "Please, spare me. You have committed countless evils. Why should I show you mercy? If you let me live, I will serve as your subordinate, toiling for you like a beast." At this moment, Raditz had completely forsaken the dignity of being a Saiyan. For the sake of survival, he was willing to do anything. Upon hearing Wu Fei's words, Raditz seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope. He nodded earnestly, declaring, "Indeed, if you spare me, I can serve as your loyal subordinate." Raditz endeavored to ingratiate himself with Wu Fei, even altering the manner in which he addressed him. "You possess a battle power of 1800. Under your leadership, we shall undoubtedly conquer more planets and amass boundless wealth. You claim my battle power is merely 1800? Wu Fei replied coolly. His voice, though soft, bore a formidable weight. "Could it be that you harbor even greater strength?" Raditz's eyes reflected not only astonishment, but also reverence. At that moment, he dared not show any disrespect towards Wu Fei. "Open your eyes wide and behold," Wu Fei commanded, gradually raising his energy. The others could only gawk in shock as the aura emanating from Wu Fei grew increasingly terrifying. What an infuriating fellow. Just how powerful is he? Distantly, Piccolo felt a wave of discontent. He had toiled tirelessly in his training to surpass Son Goku and become Earth's strongest warrior. He had not anticipated the arrival of a Saiyan he could not even defeat alongside Goku, let alone a youth capable of effortlessly besting Saiyans. Piccolo suddenly realized that his aspiration to become Earth's mightiest and to rule over it may forever remain unattainable. To think such formidable beings exist on this planet. I must strive diligently to keep pace with him. Whenever faced with a strong opponent, the martial enthusiast Son Goku always felt exhilarated. Beep, beep, beep. Raditz's scouter was incessantly chiming. As he watched the numbers ascend, his astonishment grew. 2,000, 2,300, 2,500, 2,800. Boom. A cloud of smoke enveloped Raditz as his scouter erupted in a blaze. What? My lord, you are indeed that powerful? His perception of Wu Fei's battle power dramatically shifted. He was equipped with a basic scouter, which had a battle power threshold of 3,000. If the combatant exceeded this limit, the scouter would be rendered inoperative. This indicated that Wu Fei's true battle power surpassed 3,000. Raditz was profoundly alarmed. He had previously researched Earth, concluding that the strongest beings were Kakarot and Piccolo, with battle powers only in the hundreds. Thus, he felt confident embarking on his solitary venture to Earth. Yet he had not anticipated encountering a hidden powerhouse with a battle power reaching 5,000. With such strength, he could contend with even Lord Babidi. A new thought ignited within Raditz. My lord, please join our team. Besides myself, we have 2 other Saiyans whose powers far exceed mine, with the strongest being tenfold my own. With your battle power, you would undoubtedly hold a prestigious position in our ranks. Together, we can achieve monumental feats. Raditz spoke with utmost sincerity. Are you attempting to recruit me? No, I extend an invitation to you. Raditz's tone was exceedingly respectful, fearful of inciting Wu Fei's displeasure. You are unworthy, Wu Fei replied coldly. Listening to the resolute tone of Wu Fei, Raditz realized that hope was futile. Wu Fei had no intention of sparing him. Accepting his grim fate, Raditz boldly declared, if you refuse to join us, the only outcome will be death. My detector has communication capabilities, and the other 2 Saiyans are constantly monitoring everything. They will undoubtedly come to eliminate you. You stand no chance against them. They will arrive on Earth within a year. Raditz initially believed that Wu Fei might reconsider, but to his dismay, the latter was entirely unmoved by his threats. Let them come, Wu Fei retorted nonchalantly. One at a time, I shall defeat them. 2, and I shall vanquish both. Raditz, in his madness, cackled, you will suffer far worse than I. Despite his exhaustion, Raditz continued to taunt Wu Fei. After wasting so much time, it was finally time to send him on his way. Wu Fei, having had enough, resolved to end Raditz's life. He slowly conjured an energy sphere in his palm, which began to drift ominously towards Raditz. Feeling the ferocious power of the energy sphere, Raditz was enveloped in an unprecedented despair. He wished desperately to evade it, but his immobile body betrayed him. No, Raditz screamed with all his might, yearning for Wu Fei to show mercy or for someone to rescue him. Yet, no such response came. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere detonated, shrouding the area in a thick cloud of smoke. The ground trembled beneath the violent energy, leaving a massive crater where Raditz once stood, his life signs extinguished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Raditz and completing the task. The first mission concludes perfectly. Wu Fei was filled with exhilaration, eagerly anticipating the rewards that awaited him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 100 Senza beans. Is that all? Wu Fei found it hard to accept. While Senza beans held significant healing properties akin to a cheat, this reward fell short of his expectations. What he truly desired was a reward that would enhance his strength. Shortly thereafter, another electronic notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward, 10x Kaioken, without side effects. Upon seeing this reward, Wu Fei's joy was palpable. 10x Kaioken, and without side effects? This reward is simply marvelous, he exclaimed sincerely. Chapter 6, Healing Sun Wukong and Others, a Prime Training Ground. At last, the first mission had reached its conclusion, Wu Fei mused. It's the first time I have seen the protagonist so thoroughly beaten. Observing Sun Wukong's disheveled state, Wu Fei reflected. Yet, he thought to himself, after all, he is the protagonist, at least he has not perished. According to the original storyline, Sun Wukong was meant to perish alongside Raditz. However, it seemed that due to his intervention, the narrative had taken an unforeseen turn. Sun Wukong did not grasp Raditz's tail, Piccolo did not unleash the second Mekenkasapo, and Sun Wukong did not perish. Fortunately, the main storyline did not undergo significant alterations. Vegeta and Nappa would still arrive on Earth a year later, allowing the plot to progress. As Wu Fei cradled Gohan in his arms, he approached Sun Wukong with measured steps. Although Gohan had lapsed into unconsciousness, his breath remained steady, indicating that he was not gravely harmed and would likely awaken shortly. Gazing at his benefactor, Sun Wukong expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for saving Gohan, and for rescuing both me and Piccolo. It was merely a trifling effort, Wu Fei replied modestly. Indeed, as Wu Fei had stated, his purpose in coming here was to defeat Raditz. Rescuing Sun Wukong and the others was but a secondary consideration. Here, take this, Wu Fei offered. How do you possess Senza beans? Sun Wukong inquired, recognizing the object in Wu Fei's hand. His surprise was palpable, for few were aware of the existence of Senza beans, and it was remarkable that this young man had them. You need not concern yourself with such details, Wu Fei replied nonchalantly. Sun Wukong chose not to press further. Recognizing the importance of discretion, He would not pry into matters others preferred to keep private. Thank you. Even after a prolonged rest, Sun Wukong's body remained weak, and he struggled to bring the senzu bean to his lips. Creak. Upon consuming the senzu bean, the feeble Sun Wukong was instantly revitalized. Whoosh. He leaped into the air with exuberance. I am now brimming with strength, he exclaimed joyfully. Wu Fei then handed Sun Wukong another senzu bean, directing his gaze towards Piccolo in the distance. Give this to him. Piccolo is grievously injured as well. I thank you on his behalf. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong dashed toward Piccolo. You must consume this. It is a miraculous substance that will restore you instantly. Piccolo, well aware of the senzu bean's properties, accepted it without reluctance and swallowed it immediately. In an instant, the immobilized Piccolo regained his peak condition. He then bent forward, gritting his teeth, as if gathering strength. Ah! Piccolo shouted. To everyone's astonishment, his previously severed left arm began to regenerate. The new limb was slick with a green fluid, a sight both awe-inspiring and unsettling. This ability is truly formidable, Wu Fei murmured. As long as the core remains intact, the body can regenerate indefinitely. This is the extraordinary capability of the Namekians. For Piccolo, regrowing an arm was a trivial feat once again. Thank you for saving us. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Sun Wukong reiterated earnestly. Very well, I shall hold you to that, Wu Fei responded. After all, Sun Wukong is the protagonist of the Dragon Ball series, and it is quite possible that Wu Fei may indeed need his aid in the future. May I inquire your name? Wu Fei, he replied, not intending to conceal his identity. Mr. Wu Fei, you appear quite young. How do you possess such remarkable strength? I had never imagined that such a powerful warrior was hidden on Earth. Sun Wukong voiced his thoughts candidly. There is no need for me to proclaim to the world that I am the mightiest on Earth, is there? Sun Wukong chuckled. Indeed, Mr. Wu Fei remains remarkably modest. I find myself exhilarated by the presence of formidable warriors. Mr. Wu Fei, might you engage me in a duel? Sun Wukong's gaze burned with fervor. Do you really believe yourself to be my equal? It would be wise for you to focus on your training and enhance your strength first. Wu Fei decisively declined. He knew that a confrontation with Sun Wukong was inevitable, but he understood that the time was not ripe. Wu Fei continued. You heard Raditz's words, did you not? In a year's time, 2 more Saiyans will descend upon Earth, and their power far surpasses that of Raditz. With your current capabilities, you stand no chance against them. For your own lives, and for the sake of Earth, you must strive to elevate your strength. Sun Wukong and Piccolo comprehended Wu Fei's intent. Absolutely. I shall intensify my training. Sun Wukong was now brimming with combat spirit. Although Piccolo remained silent, determination radiated from his eyes. Mr. Wu Fei, could you assist me in my training? Your immense strength may yield results far superior to my efforts alone, Sun Wukong earnestly requested. I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce to your request. Wu Fei once again turned down Sun Wukong. His refusal stemmed from a multitude of reasons. He had little to impart to Sun Wukong, and other matters demanded his attention. More importantly, Wu Fei could not excessively interfere with the main plot of Dragon Ball. Upon hearing Wu Fei's response, Sun Wukong felt a tinge of disappointment. However, while I cannot aid you directly, I can recommend a place where you will find more effective training. Where is that? Sun Wukong appeared immensely excited. Simply inquire with the old Kai, and you shall find out. Wu Fei replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, within the Kai's realm, old Kai was taken aback, perspiring profusely. Ever since Raditz arrived on Earth, he had been closely observing Sun Wukong and the others. Naturally, he was aware of the recent events. While relieved that the crisis had passed, he was also profoundly astonished. As a deity on Earth, he had been completely unaware of Wu Fei's existence. His understanding of Wu Fei was practically non-existent. Yet, judging by Wu Fei's words, it seemed that the latter had a profound understanding of him. What manner of being is this young man named Wu Fei? Old Kai pondered. Old Kai, stop your musings. Answer quickly. Do you know of an exceptional training location? Upon hearing Wu Fei's words, Old Kai turned pale and stumbled back 3 steps before halting. Are you all right, Kai? Bobo, standing beside him, inquired. I'm fine. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Old Kai remarked with admiration. Yes, I do know of a splendid training site. His voice resonated above Wu Fei and the others. Woohoo, that's fantastic. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Wukong, come find me shortly. Old Kai continued. Understood. Old Kai. At this moment, Sun Wukong eagerly yearned to seek out the celestial deity, for he aspired to elevate his strength with great haste. Chapter 7. Persuading Gohan, apprenticing with Piccolo. Father. At this juncture, Gohan awakened, and upon seeing his father, he embraced him tightly. Gohan, dear, we are safe now. Sun Wukong comforted him. It was Mr. Wu Fei who rescued us. Sun Wukong turned his gaze toward Wu Fei and said to Gohan, Thank you, Mr. Wu Fei. Gohan had always been exceptionally polite. Observing Gohan's youthful visage, Wu Fei conceived a notion. Wukong, did you not notice? The energy Gohan unleashed moments ago was remarkably potent. Indeed, at that instant, his aura surpassed my own. Sun Wukong replied. Gohan possessed immense potential. If only it could be awakened, he would undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. Sun Wukong comprehended Wu Fei's intent. Gohan, I shall begin to secretly train you, Sun Wukong declared. His choice of the word secretly was due to Chi-Chi's persistent opposition to Gohan's training, as she envisioned her son as a scholar rather than a warrior. Hooray, I want to be as strong as father, Gohan exclaimed with enthusiasm. No, Wukong, you are not suited to be Gohan's training mentor. Wu Fei's assertion left Sun Wukong in shock. Could there truly be someone more fitting to instruct Gohan than his own father? Wukong, your kindness is excessive. To facilitate Gohan's true growth, he requires strictness, Wu Fei articulated. Sun Wukong wholeheartedly agreed, for he found it nearly impossible to be stern with his own son. A bird coddled cannot become an eagle. Are you suggesting that you will personally train Gohan? Wukong inquired tentatively. If Wu Fei were to take on the role of Gohan's mentor, it would indeed be a fortuitous development. However, upon witnessing Wu Fei shake his head, Sun Wukong found himself further perplexed. I have a more suitable candidate. And that is him. Wu Fei gestured toward Piccolo, who stood not far away. You want Piccolo to teach Gohan? Sun Wukong's face was riddled with confusion. Humph. Piccolo snorted derisively, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How absurd. Are you not aware that I am an enemy of Sun Wukong? You wish for me to instruct his son? I could extinguish his life at a whim. Piccolo proclaimed loudly, his expression menacing. You would not dare. Wu Fei asserted with conviction. After all, Piccolo was the caretaker of the Sun family and would never harm Gohan, the son of his sworn enemy. If you truly entertain such thoughts, I shall eliminate you before you can act. Wu Fei glared at Piccolo, his tone icy. In that instant, a cold sweat broke out on Piccolo's brow. For Wu Fei's intimidation was formidable. He dared not entertain any rebellious thoughts. He had merely jested. For though he harbored a wicked heart, he was, without a doubt, a being of principle. The enmity with Sun Wukong would never implicate innocent lives. Now, under the formidable influence of Wu Fei, he dared not entertain any improper thoughts. Furthermore, he felt no aversion to the prospect of mentoring Gohan. He recognized Gohan's immense potential and was eager to witness the astonishing power that diligent training would awaken within him. Piccolo, I entrust Gohan to you, exclaimed Sun Wukong. He never regarded Piccolo as an irredeemable villain and felt reassured in leaving Gohan in his care. Moreover, he believed that with Wu Fei's covert protection, Gohan would surely remain safe from harm. Though the three adults had reached a consensus, they overlooked the feelings of the one directly involved. No, I don't want to. Gohan cried out loudly, retreating behind Sun Wukong. He was visibly terrified of the green-skinned Piccolo. Although Gohan was already 4 years old, he was quite timid, especially in the presence of a seemingly fearsome figure like the Demon King Piccolo. Daddy, I don't want to go with him, Gohan shouted, pointing at Piccolo. Gohan, don't let Piccolo's appearance frighten you. He is actually very kind, Sun Wukong reassured him. However, Gohan's distress remained unabated. To put it simply, he merely wished to stay close to his father. Gohan, do you remember the bad guy from today? He nearly harmed your father. Wu Fei crouched down to speak with Gohan. I remember. He was a big bad guy, Gohan replied indignantly. In a year, 2 more formidable foes would arrive, and their strength would surpass that of the previous adversary. You must train diligently to better protect your father. You wouldn't want to see him bullied by villains, would you? Wu Fei continued. No. Gohan shook his head vigorously. And you need to train hard, to become stronger and protect your father. Do you understand? I will work hard to become stronger. In order to grow stronger, you must train with Piccolo. Rest assured, Piccolo would not dare to bully you. If he did, I would retaliate against him 100-fold, 1,000-fold alongside your father. Gohan turned to fixate intently on Piccolo. Gradually, he began to realize that Piccolo was not as frightening as he had initially thought. Gohan nodded firmly. His youthful face suddenly took on a resolute expression. Under Wu Fei's patient persuasion, Gohan finally agreed to train with Piccolo. Wu Fei has such remarkable eloquence. Sun Wukong marveled. He had never anticipated that Gohan, whom he found so difficult to manage, could be swayed by Wu Fei's simple words. At that moment, a tremendous noise resonated from above. Everyone looked up to see a helicopter approaching. Wukong, shouted a figure leaning out from the right side of the helicopter. The person, slick-haired and bright, was none other than Wukong's best friend, the no-nose alien, Krillin. With a thud, the helicopter landed, and 4 individuals disembarked. Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma, and Yamcha. Wonderful. You're all alive. Where's that Vile Saiyan? Krillin rushed to Wukong's side, brimming with excitement. Over there. Sun Wukong pointed to a vast pit in the distance, where Raditz's lifeless body lay. Excellent. The Saiyan is dead. But wait, that Saiyan was extraordinarily powerful. How did you manage to defeat him and remain unscathed? Krillin increasingly felt that something was amiss. It was not we who vanquished Raditz, but him. Wukong smiled as he glanced at Wu Fei beside him. Him? Krillin and the others stared in astonishment at Wu Fei. This young man, though tall and handsome, emitted no formidable aura. How could he possibly have the strength to defeat the formidable Raditz? Chapter 8. Yamcha's Provocation, Learning the Kamehameha Wave. What on earth is happening? Krillin found it utterly perplexing. Sun Wukong had no intention of keeping them in suspense and recounted the events in their entirety. What? Mr. Wu Fei defeated Raditz with just a single punch and a kick? That's incredible, Krillin exclaimed. There exists someone stronger than Wukong in this world. Bulma too found it hard to believe. Truly, there are beings beyond beings, realms beyond realms. Master Roshi marveled. Is this young lad truly that powerful? Yamcha was somewhat skeptical. After all, Wu Fei appeared no different from an ordinary university student, entirely unremarkable compared to a master. Could he really defeat a formidable Saiyan? Kid, let's have a match. I want to see if you are indeed as strong as they say. Yamcha confidently approached Wu Fei. I have no time for you, Wu Fei replied coldly. Arrogant brat. Yamcha felt a wave of displeasure wash over him at Wu Fei's frosty demeanor. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha unleashed his signature move. Yet, even as he executed his ultimate technique, Wu Fei remained unfazed. It was only as Yamcha was about to make contact that Wu Fei finally struck. Bang! Wu Fei's fist collided directly with Yamcha's. A sickening crack echoed as Yamcha let out a heart-wrenching scream. His arm was utterly shattered. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a massive mountain. Yamcha lay there, head tilted, eyes closed, barely clinging to life. In that moment, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Bulma stood in stunned silence. Wu Fei had nearly killed Yamcha with a single blow. They were well aware of Yamcha's strength. Although he was not on par with Wukong and the others, he was nonetheless a formidable fighter. Yet before Wu Fei, he was utterly powerless. It seemed that Wukong had not exaggerated. Wu Fei was indeed incredibly strong. Mr. Wu Fei, do you have any senzu beans? Yamcha was gravely injured and required immediate assistance. That's just his nature. I hope you can understand, Sun Wukong pleaded on Yamcha's behalf. Take this. Wu Fei tossed a senzu bean to Yamcha. In truth, he merely wished to teach Yamcha a lesson. After all, had he truly intended to kill Yamcha, the latter would not still be gasping for breath. He is incredibly strong. After consuming the senzu bean, Yamcha returned to his normal state. Now he genuinely admired Wu Fei. Indeed, had it not been for Mr. Wu Fei's mercy, you would now be but a lifeless corpse. It would be wise for you to temper your recklessness in the future. Suddenly, Wukong exhibited a rare moment of rationality. Yamcha lamented, I merely sought to gauge his strength, never anticipating the vast chasm between us. Mr. Wu Fei, I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense, Yamcha said earnestly. Wu Fei had never regarded Yamcha with much esteem. Thus he chose not to pursue the matter further. Wukong, are you suggesting that in a year's time, 2 even more formidable Saiyans will invade Earth? Krillin inquired. Indeed. Thus we must intensify our training and strive to enhance our capabilities. Wukong paused before continuing. I too must commence my training without delay. I am heading to the Heavenly Temple. Does anyone wish to accompany me? No. I think I shall return to the Kame House to train, Krillin replied. Simultaneously, Yamcha expressed his intention to abstain as well. What about Mr. Wu Fei? Sun Wukong asked. I have my own plans, Wu Fei replied, declining the invitation. Piccolo turned his head aside, resolutely opting out. Though he and the Supreme Kai were once part of the same entity, their personalities were starkly different. And Piccolo would naturally not choose to go to the Heavenly Temple. It seems I shall be going alone, Wukong murmured. Nimbus. Upon hearing the call, Nimbus promptly appeared before Sun Wukong. Mr. Wu Fei, Grandpa, Krillin, I am off. Farewell everyone. And Gohan, be sure to train diligently. Father. As he watched his father prepare to depart, Gohan felt a deep sense of reluctance. However, he did not cry or throw a tantrum. I will train diligently and defeat the villains. Gohan appeared quite mature. Farewell everyone. Goodbye. Wukong mounted Nimbus, waved his hand, and hurried towards the Heavenly Temple. Wukong, why aren't you taking Gohan with you? Krillin shouted. Piccolo will assist Gohan with his training. Wukong responded. Have you lost your mind? You would entrust Gohan to that great demon. Krillin continued to shout, but by then, Wukong had already gone far away and could not respond. Krillin, Bulma, and the others glared at Piccolo, seething with anger. You shall not take Gohan away. Ha ha. Do you truly believe you can stop me? Piccolo laughed heartily, instantly appearing before Krillin and seizing Son Gohan. Although Gohan had accepted the reality of going with Piccolo, he still felt averse to the green-skinned figure. Just as he attempted to break free from Piccolo's grasp, he was unexpectedly knocked unconscious by a swift strike. Should you wish to see this little rascal again, you shall have to wait a year. Ha ha. Piccolo laughed uproariously as he departed. Wukong, really? How could you leave your son in the hands of such a villain like Piccolo? Bulma found it utterly incomprehensible and was deeply concerned for Gohan's safety. This is Wukong's decision, and besides, Gohan will not come to harm. Wu Fei reassured her. The turtle hermit added, Indeed, we should place our trust in Wukong and Mr. Wu Fei. What are your plans moving forward, Mr. Wu Fei? Naturally, I shall continue my training to strengthen my abilities. Wu Fei responded. He looked at the turtle hermit and continued. However, Before that, I would like to request a favor from you, old man. Oh, you have just assisted the Earth in overcoming a crisis. Do not hesitate to ask for help. Master Roshi responded. I wish to learn the ultimate technique of the turtle school, the Kamehameha wave. No problem. Master Roshi readily agreed, without hesitation. Wonderful. Wu Fei felt an overwhelming sense of joy. In the Dragon Ball series, the Kamehameha wave is undoubtedly the most formidable attack. Although Wu Fei possessed exceptional strength, his skills were rather limited. The Kamehameha wave was indeed a supreme technique. Despite Goku's power far exceeding that of Master Roshi, Wu Fei chose to seek guidance from him, purely believing that Master Roshi's version of the Kamehameha was more authentic. After all, it was Master Roshi who originally devised this skill. Master Roshi removed his garments and began to gather energy, his once frail physique suddenly transforming into a robust form. Observe closely. Master Roshi commenced his demonstration for Wu Fei. Kamehameha. A wave of potent energy surged forward, obliterating the colossal mountain into mere rubble. Is this the most authentic Kamehameha wave? Wu Fei pondered. Having meticulously memorized Master Roshi's demonstration, he then bent his body, placing his palms together at his waist. As Wu Fei gathered energy, a radiant blue glow coalesced around his waist. What an overwhelming force! Krillin exclaimed, witnessing a power the likes of which he had never encountered. Huh! Wu Fei thrust his hands forward, the Kamehameha wave extending into the distance. With a thunderous roar, debris flew in all directions as an immense mountain was utterly destroyed, leaving behind a colossal crater. The might of Wu Fei's Kamehameha wave was astonishing. You are the most gifted individual I have ever seen. Even Goku pales in comparison. Master Roshi remarked with admiration. You have completely mastered the Kamehameha wave. You just need to pay attention to a few minor details. Master Roshi then elaborated further. Wu Fei, indeed possessing remarkable insight, grasped the essence of the Kamehameha wave in no time. Chapter 9. Commencing training, ordinary yet fulfilling days. Thank you, Master Mateto. Wu Fei expressed sincerely. It is nothing. Compared to your gratitude, this is trivial. Master Roshi replied. Wu Fei nodded, surveying the group. Everyone, let us part ways here. After saying this, he prepared to use the flying technique to depart. Please wait a moment. Mr. Wu Fei, will you be present when the Saiyans arrive in a year? Krillin inquired cautiously. I will. Upon hearing Wu Fei's affirmative response, Krillin felt a wave of relief wash over him. From Goku's earlier account, Krillin learned that one of the Saiyans arriving in a year would be over 10 times stronger than Raditz. However, Goku and Piccolo still had a significant power gap compared to Raditz. With only a year to train, the extent of their potential growth remained uncertain. Despite Krillin's unwavering faith in Goku, he remained deeply pessimistic. In his view, no matter how powerful Goku became, it would be exceedingly difficult to defeat the incredibly formidable Saiyan in a year's time. Klein was acutely aware of Wu Fei's prowess. Currently, he could effortlessly overpower Raditz. In a year from now, he should be able to contend with the other two Saiyan warriors as well. Upon learning of Wu Fei's impending arrival, Klein felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. We are in your capable hands, Mr. Wu Fei, he declared. Very well, until we meet again in a year. With a whoosh, Wu Fei leapt into the air and soared into the distance. The strength of this young man was formidable, and his sense of justice was unmistakable. The presence of such a powerful individual on Earth was indeed a blessing. Truly, the new generation is rising. It seems I should consider stepping back. Master Roshi mused. Wu Fei arrived at a colossal solitary island, where he intended to dedicate the following year to his training. After such a lengthy journey, he felt a pang of hunger. With a swift plunge into the sea, he effortlessly caught a large fish. Gathering some firewood, he ignited a campfire with his ki blast and began to grill the fish. The sizzle and crackle of the cooking fish filled the air as its surface turned a delectable golden brown, indicating that it was ready. Wu Fei took a hearty bite, savoring the crispy exterior and tender interior, perfectly cooked to his liking. Delicious, he exclaimed, thoroughly pleased with his culinary creation. With a hearty appetite, he soon polished off the entire fish. After satisfying his hunger, Wu Fei sat quietly on the ground. The system had not yet issued any tasks, but in his view, training was essential. Although he currently possessed a battle power of 5,000, he was still somewhat inexperienced in various combat techniques and could not yet wield them with finesse. Additionally, he needed to enhance his mastery of the Kaioken and the Kamehameha wave. Without hesitation, he embarked on his training journey. Simultaneously, the other Dragon Ball warriors set forth on their paths of growth. Son Goku arrived at the Heavenly Temple, where he was guided by the Supreme Kai to the underworld. Preparing to venture to North Kai's planet, Piccolo led Gohan to a desolate wilderness, allowing him to face the unknown independently while keeping a watchful eye to ensure Gohan's safety. Krillin and Yamcha returned to Kame House, summoning Tien and Kaiatsu to focus on their training as well. All the Dragon Ball warriors were diligently honing their skills, striving to grow stronger in anticipation of the impending crisis a year hence. The sky was a brilliant blue, bathed in sunlight. Yet, despite the beautiful weather, The ground was ravaged, reduced to a desolate wasteland. Amidst the ruins lay peculiar life forms, now lifeless corpses. Beside this grim tableau sat two figures. One was tall with a bald head, while the other was shorter with a thick mane of hair. Both wore identical scouters and had tails wrapped around their waists. Their attire was indistinguishable from that of Raditz. It was evident they were the Saiyans Vegeta and Nappa, as mentioned by Raditz. Raditz is utterly useless. He couldn't even conquer a mere planet like Earth. It is a profound affront to our Saiyan dignity. The disdain in Nappa's words was palpable. And that individual who vanquished Raditz, I am determined to teach him a lesson. Even with a power level of 3,000, he is certainly no match for me. Nappa exuded confidence. With Raditz's scouter destroyed, the simple-minded Nappa assumed that Wu Fei's combat strength was slightly above 3,000, while his own formidable power stood at 4,000, enabling him to easily overpower Wu Fei. Prince Vegeta, we have conquered this planet. Shall we depart now? Nappa's tone was exceedingly respectful. Very well, let us be off. Vegeta exclaimed. To be honest, I find that individual who defeated Raditz quite intriguing. Furthermore, I believe the planet known as Earth could fetch a handsome price. Ha! Vegeta laughed heartily as he made his way to a nearby crater. Within the crater lay two small spacecraft, identical to the one Raditz had used. Vegeta and Nappa boarded the spacecraft, sealed the hatch, and set the coordinates. The spacecraft officially launched. Whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the vast expanse of the universe, the two spacecraft steadily approached Earth. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa were conserving their energy. 1 year hence, they would arrive on Earth. The Dragon Ball warriors continued their diligent training, daring not to relent even for a moment. Their efforts bore fruit as their abilities improved significantly. Upon his arrival at King Kai's planet, Goku found it exceedingly difficult to move under the tenfold gravity. Gradually, he began to acclimate to the intensity of the weight. Even King Kai's pet bubbles could no longer keep pace with Goku's strides, with his training yielding remarkable progress. Goku commenced learning techniques such as the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb from King Kai. Gohan, initially timid and frail, gradually evolved into a strong and independent individual, now fearlessly pursuing giant dinosaurs. Additionally, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan also exhibited notable advancements in their strength. Wu Fei, too, remained committed to his training, now adeptly mastering a variety of combat techniques. His proficiency in the Kaioken and Kamehameha became increasingly refined. Beyond merely honing his skills, Wu Fei's combat power steadily ascended. In his leisure, Wu Fei engaged in other pursuits, constructing a mountain villa and experimenting with various culinary delights, occasionally venturing into the metropolis. Furthermore, he often fished on the island, not for necessity, but to cultivate his spirit, believing that the fish he caught were more flavorful than those captured directly. The surplus fish he sold, indulging in the warmth of everyday life. While this existence might seem somewhat monotonous, it was undeniably fulfilling. To Wu Fei, this tranquil life, albeit lacking in grandiosity, was quite agreeable. As the days passed, the arrival of the Saiyans drew ever closer. Chapter 10. They have arrived. Vegeta and Nappa reach Earth. Above the Earth, two spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere. Amidst the intense friction, sparks continuously erupted. The spacecraft descended ever closer to the ground. Look, what is that? Exclaimed a middle-aged man, his eyes wide with astonishment. I've never seen such a peculiar object. His companion shared his astonishment. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, two spacecraft landed on Earth in succession. The tremendous impact created a vast crater in the ground, sending dust swirling and smoke billowing into the air. The spacecraft had landed in a city, instantly attracting a crowd of onlookers. The spectators observed two individuals emerging from the strange spherical objects, resembling them to a remarkable degree. They initially assumed these individuals were Earthlings returning from a cosmic expedition. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Each of the two figures bore an unusual appendage at their waists. Upon closer inspection, the crowd realized it was a tail. A tail? They actually have tails. One person gasped in disbelief. Could they be monkeys? Murmured the crowd, astonished. One of the newcomers, Nappa, activated a detector and furiously declared, "They are nothing but weaklings with a power level of merely 5, yet they dare to insult us as monkeys? We are noble Saiyans." With a mighty roar, Nappa opened his mouth, unleashing a yellow energy blast. He spun around, and with a series of explosions, the city was reduced to ruins, leaving the spectators lifeless in its wake. Hey Nappa, you've destroyed this place. Earth won't fetch a good price now. However, he dismissed the concern, stating, it matters not. For these foolish Earthlings dared to insult our noble race. This is their punishment. Vegeta proclaimed with pride. Let us seek out the Earthling who defeated Raditz. Yes, Prince Vegeta. The two activated their detectors and began to scan for power levels on Earth. The recent surge of energy had naturally captured the attention of Wu Fei and his companions. They have finally arrived, Wu Fei murmured. Ding. Vegeta and Nappa have reached Earth. The main storyline progresses. Repel them? So, we cannot kill Vegeta. Wu Fei thought to himself. Then let us have some fun with that second-rate Saiyan. Meanwhile, on Turtle Island, Krillin, Yamcha, and others were engrossed in watching television when they were jolted by an overwhelming surge of energy. This aura is incredibly strong. Krillin pondered, drenched in cold sweat, realizing it far surpassed Raditz from a year ago. Moreover, he sensed that the other individual was even more formidable. The two Saiyans have arrived, Yamcha affirmed. Their power is astounding. Curse it, Goku is still not back on Earth. Krillin expressed his concern. Without Goku, they were deprived of a powerful ally. We must buy time until Goku returns, Yamcha insisted. And even without him, we should not underestimate our training over the past year. Tien Shinhan interjected. It appears we have no choice. Let us confront the Saiyans. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Piccolo emerged from the Turtle Hermit's abode, soaring towards the direction of the Saiyans. On a southern isle, Piccolo was diligently instructing Gohan in his training. Gohan, do you sense it? Yes. I can feel two unfamiliar energies alongside Uncle Piccolo's. Compared to a year prior, Gohan had grown significantly taller, and his gaze had become resolutely determined. It was evident that a year of rigorous training had yielded substantial progress. Indeed, the Saiyans are approaching. Piccolo promptly provided Gohan with a battle uniform akin to his own. Let us depart. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. The two simultaneously executed their flight technique, propelling themselves into the distance. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa detected the presence of Krillin and the others, realizing they were advancing towards them. The duo promptly sought a vast area, awaiting their arrival. Ants, are you so eager to seek your demise? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. The Dragon Ball warriors drew ever closer to Vegeta. Goku, this is terrible. The Saiyans have already arrived on Earth. What? Goku, traversing Snake Way, was taken aback. It seems I must hasten my journey. Goku intensified his energy, accelerating his pace further. Ideally, Goku could have returned to Earth before Vegeta's arrival. The North Kai had envisioned Goku returning a day prior to the Saiyans' arrival, allowing him ample time to rest and face the Saiyans in optimal condition. However, embarrassingly, the North Kai had neglected to account for the time Goku would require to traverse Snake Way. Only yesterday, when Goku concluded his training and prepared to return to Earth, the North Kai realized that Goku needed time to journey from King Kai's planet back to the other world. As the esteemed Kai, he had made a fundamental oversight. Initially, Goku required nearly 6 months to traverse Snake Way to reach King Kai's planet. After his training on King Kai's planet, Goku's power had significantly increased. Now, he needed only 2 days to traverse Snake Way and return to the other world. Yet, he had only 1 day left to reach Earth. Despite Goku's relentless efforts and minimal rest, he could not return within the allotted time. Given his current circumstances, he would still need at least 3 additional hours to reach the other world. Hang in there, wait for my return, Goku shouted earnestly. He was eager to validate the success of his training. The best way to do so was through combat. Tap, tap, tap. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others arrived at their destination first. Krillin spotted 2 figures standing atop a distant peak. They donned battle attire similar to Raditz and were equipped with scouters. Most notably, they both possessed tails coiled around their waists. Krillin was now certain they were indeed Saiyans. Vegeta activated his scouter to assess the battle power of Krillin and the others, discovering that Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin all had battle powers around 1,000, while Kaiatsa boasted a mere 500. Humph, just a bunch of insignificant ants. Vegeta sneered in disdain. Tap, tap. 2 individuals arrived at the scene. None other than Gohan and Piccolo. Gohan, Krillin exclaimed with excitement. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Gohan greeted politely. Gohan, you've grown stronger. Truly a testament to your lineage as Goku's son, quite the prodigy. It seems this past year has treated you well, Krillin remarked with a sense of relief, now realizing that entrusting Gohan to Piccolo was indeed a wise decision. Piccolo remained as composed as ever, his gaze coldly fixed upon the opposing Saiyans. Another pair of ants with a power level of merely 1,000. Nappa scoffed. A Namekian? How intriguing. I never expected to encounter one here. I've heard that Namekians possess a myriad of extraordinary abilities. Judging by your appearance, you must belong to the combat-oriented type, Vegeta stated, eyeing the green-skinned Piccolo. What? A Namekian? The shock was palpable among Krillin, Yamcha, and the others, including Piccolo himself. He had long recognized his difference from the Earthlings, yet the details of his origins remained shrouded in mystery. Could it be that I hail from a planet called Namek? Piccolo murmured to himself. Yet, where you come from matters not, for you are about to become a lifeless corpse, Vegeta proclaimed with an air of arrogance. That insufferable Saiyan, do not be so cocky. Piccolo seethed with rage. At that moment, another figure emerged. With a power level of 3,200, finally a worthy prey has arrived. Nappa's eyes fixated on Wu Fei, his thirst for battle palpable. Aware that his power level had already been uncovered by Vegeta and Nappa, Wu Fei chose not to conceal his strength, presenting himself with a power level of 3,200. He aimed to give Nappa the impression that his power was just slightly above 3,000. Little did they know the true extent of his enhanced abilities. Tensions escalated. and the battle was on the brink of commencing. Chapter 11. The Vegetable Warriors. The battle begins. "Where's Kakarot?" Vegeta remarked, surprised at the absence of Goku. "Nevertheless, I shall deal with you first. By the time Kakarot arrives, he will find a pile of corpses." Vegeta chuckled wickedly. "However, these foes are so weak that I have no desire to engage with them myself. Nappa, do you have any more seeds of the Vegetable Warriors?" "Let me see, Prince Vegeta." Nappa promptly produced a small vial for inspection. "Prince Vegeta, there are 6 left." Nappa reported. "There are exactly 7 opponents in total. You may take care of the one with the 3,200 power level." Clearly, Vegeta had no intention of dirtying his hands. "Yes, Prince Vegeta, my Iron Fist is eager for action." Nappa, having languished in the spaceship for so long, was desperate to fight. He scattered the 6 seeds from the vial onto the ground and then produced a liquid, dripping it onto the seeds. Upon contact, the seeds burst forth, sprouting and expanding. Gradually, several fierce-looking green-skinned figures emerged from the ground. These were the Vegetable Warriors. The vegetable beings cast their sinister gazes upon Krillin and the others. A sudden shock coursed through Krillin and his companions. They never anticipated that the Saiyans possessed such capabilities. Moreover, these vegetable beings were formidable, necessitating a cautious approach. With a battle power of 1,200, they were more than capable of dealing with the minions. "Onward!" commanded Vegeta, and the vegetable beings surged forth, seeking out Krillin and his associates. "Gohan, do not succumb to fear. You must unleash your true potential." "Yes, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan affirmed. In an instant, Krillin unleashed his energy. One Tree, Yamchu, Tien, and the others also charged forward to engage in battle. Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, Gohan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu each matched up against a single vegetable being. Beep, beep. At that moment, the scouters of Vegeta and Nappa emitted a series of alarming signals. The two were taken aback as they observed the fluctuations on their devices. "What is happening?" "Their battle power has suddenly surged," Nappa exclaimed. Indeed, the scouters revealed that Krillin and the others had experienced varying degrees of enhancement in their battle power. Krillin reached a battle power of 1770, Tien achieved 1830, while Yamcha boasted a power of 1430, and Kaiatsu's power increased to 610. Piccolo, the strongest among them, attained a remarkable 2,500. Even 5-year-old Gohan exhibited an impressive battle power of 2,000. It appeared they had all learned the art of concealing their true strength, only revealing it in the heat of battle. Surely, that fool Raditz had underestimated them for this very reason. This spectacle was becoming increasingly thrilling, Vegeta mused. Gohan and his 5 companions were embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the vegetable beings. For Piccolo, dispatching these foes posed little challenge. While managing the vegetable beings, he keenly observed Gohan. Though Gohan possessed great strength, his lack of combat experience hindered his ability to fully harness his power. Seizing this opportunity, Piccolo sought to mentor Gohan in practical combat. Initially, Gohan found himself at a disadvantage. However, his innate talent shone through, and under Piccolo's guidance, he continued to fight, gradually gaining confidence and revealing his true strength, ultimately turning the tide of battle. It now seemed inevitable that Gohan would triumph over the vegetable beings. Tien also found it relatively easy to contend with the vegetable beings, but upon noticing Kaiatsu struggling, he chose to assist him. As for Krillin and Yamcha, their strength surpassed that of the vegetable beings. Provided they remained vigilant and avoided careless mistakes, defeating their adversaries would pose no issue. Watching the fierce battle unfold, Nappa could no longer contain his own thirst for combat. "You little brat, you shall be my opponent," Nappa declared, bending low before charging toward Gohan. Whoosh! Nappa moved swiftly, arriving before Gohan in an instant, swinging his right fist directly at him. As Nappa stood there, brimming with confidence and believing that his fist could easily topple Wu Fei, he was met with the stark realization that he had struck nothing but emptiness. Wu Fei deftly evaded his onslaught. Furious, Nappa unleashed a flurry of punches. Whoosh! Wu Fei, however, danced around, skillfully dodging each of Nappa's attacks. No matter how relentlessly Nappa swung, he could scarcely graze a strand of Wu Fei's hair. With another futile punch aimed at the air, Nappa was now drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Yet, the physical exhaustion paled in comparison to the humiliation he felt. How could a mere insect dare to insult a proud Saiyan? Nappa's fury reached its zenith as he glared at Wu Fei, who stood 10 meters away, and exclaimed, "You little brat, what skill is there in merely dodging? Have the courage to face me head-on." Wu Fei smiled nonchalantly and replied, "It is your own sluggishness that prevents you from landing a hit. How can you possibly claim to be in the right? It is utterly laughable." Indeed, after a year of rigorous training, Wu Fei's prowess had grown immensely. To him, Nappa's movements appeared sluggish, as if played in slow motion, allowing Wu Fei to evade them effortlessly. Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, was notably incensed, though his ire was directed not at Wu Fei, but at Nappa. "Hey, Nappa, you can't even defeat a character with a power level of 3,200? Do you want me to step in?" Vegeta's impatience was palpable. "No, Absolutely not, Prince Vegeta. I will handle that brat immediately. You shall pay for this. Nappa charged forward once more. This time, I shall not evade. Wu Fei declared coldly as he watched Nappa rush towards him. Nappa's right fist struck fiercely towards Wu Fei. Unfazed, Wu Fei retaliated with a punch of his own, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. Boom. The ground cracked beneath them. Wu Fei remained unfazed, steadfast in his stance, while Nappa's face registered shock and an overwhelming sense of dread. What was happening? Why was I the one who was injured? As Nappa pondered in confusion, Wu Fei crouched down and propelled his knee upward with force. Bam! Wu Fei's knee struck Nappa squarely in the abdomen. Ah! Nappa cried out in agony as blood sprayed forth, his body soaring into the air. Whoosh! As Nappa ascended, Wu Fei suddenly appeared above him. Bam! With an elbow strike, Wu Fei slammed into Nappa's back, sending him plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. Crash! Dust billowed and smoke enveloped the area, leaving a crater in the earth where Nappa lay curled up, his breath shallow and weak. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astounded. Chapter 12. The humiliation of Nappa and the carelessness of Yamcha. Bang! Piccolo struck a powerful blow, sending the vegetable warrior flying, staring blankly at Wu Fei in the distance. How could the formidable Nappa be so effortlessly defeated by Wu Fei? Just how much had Wu Fei's strength escalated? Beck was acutely aware of Nappa's prowess. Even he himself lacked the confidence to face such a formidable opponent. Yet, this troublesome figure appeared as insignificant as an ant before Mr. Wu Fei. Mr. Wu Fei is truly remarkable, exclaimed Son Gohan, filled with admiration. Indeed, he is worthy of such praise. Perhaps influenced by Wu Fei's overwhelming victory over Nappa, the warriors' morale soared. What began as an evenly matched confrontation gradually tilted in their favor. From his elevated position, Wu Fei gazed down at Nappa, coldly asking, "Where is your earlier bravado? Now you resemble nothing more than a mere insect." Nappa, incensed and humiliated, spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling exceedingly feeble. He could hardly fathom that he, a Saiyan, a race of natural warriors with a battle power of 4,000, was being thoroughly dominated by someone with only 3,000. In a mere 3 rounds, he had suffered severe injuries and lost the will to fight. This was an immense disgrace. Throughout his life, Nappa had engaged in countless battles but had never experienced such utter humiliation. It was not merely his physical injuries. The blow to his pride was far greater. As a Saiyan, his dignity had been utterly shattered before Wu Fei. The once proud warrior was now reduced to an ugly insect. Cursed be this fate. Nappa cried out in anguish, clenching his fists tightly, yearning to deliver a heavy blow to Wu Fei. Yet, he could scarcely rise to his feet. Despite his complete defeat, Nappa refused to accept his fate. "Nappa, you are utterly useless." Vegeta's voice echoed from afar, filled with disdain. Hearing the taunt, Nappa turned his gaze toward Vegeta. Summoning the last of his strength, he crawled toward the prince, pleading, "Prince Vegeta, save me. I was careless. Once I recover, I will surely defeat that man." He crawled closer, desperately seeking validation, unwilling to acknowledge the vast disparity in strength between himself and Wu Fei. As Nappa inched toward Vegeta, Krillin and the others drew near the conclusion of their battle with the Vegetable Man die. Roared Piccolo, unleashing a powerful energy wave directly at the foe. The Vegetable Man, caught off guard and unable to evade, was struck by the blast, which exploded upon impact, obliterating him completely. Suddenly, Gohan unleashed a flurry of punches, sending the Vegetable Man flying. "Masenko," he shouted, gathering energy in his palms before releasing a concentrated blast. The Vegetable Man raised his arms in a futile defensive posture, attempting to withstand the oncoming assault. However, he was utterly incapable of enduring the overwhelming force. The dazzling magic flash soared into the sky alongside the Vegetable Man. Boom. 3 seconds later, the shockwave erupted, obliterating the Vegetable Man into mere remnants. Gasping for breath, Gohan looked at the explosion above, feeling the immense drain on his energy. Simultaneously, a wave of exhilaration coursed through him. After all, this was his first genuine victory over an adversary. Gohan had now transformed into a capable warrior. "Uncle Piccolo, your technique, the magic flash, is remarkable," Gohan exclaimed with excitement. "Humph." Piccolo turned his head away, feigning indifference. Yet, the slight curl of his lips revealed his true emotions. "Of course, my techniques are not to be underestimated." The master-student duo of Piccolo and Gohan had dispatched their foe, and shortly after, Krillin concluded his own battle, decisively ending the Vegetable Man's existence. Tien, while vanquishing his own opponent, successfully aided Kaiatsu in overcoming his adversary. Boom. Yamcha ascended into the air, unleashing a shockwave that sent the Vegetable Man crashing to the ground. As the smoke dissipated, the signs of life were long gone from the Vegetable Man. The Vegetable Man was nothing but a mere foe. "Clearly, our year of training has borne fruit," Yamcha declared with pride, feeling utterly relaxed after defeating the Vegetable Man. "Yamcha, be careful." Yamcha, however, at that moment, he heard the alarmed cries from Krillin and the others. Caw! Suddenly, Yamcha sensed himself ensnared. What? It's the vegetable man. His face filled with horror. He had never anticipated that the vegetable man had merely feigned death. Damn it, I let my guard down. Yamcha lamented. Had he been more vigilant, he surely would have uncovered the ruse. His negligence had led him to fall into the trap. The vegetable man's green limbs coiled tightly around him, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from the binding. Just as Yamcha attempted to continue his fight, a violent shockwave surged from behind. The vegetable man had chosen to self-destruct. Boom. The explosion unleashed an unimaginable force. The shockwave impacted Krillin and the others from afar, not to mention Yamcha, who was caught at the epicenter, unable to defend himself. As the explosion subsided and the smoke cleared, Yamcha's gaze dimmed, his pupils fading. He had succumbed to the loss of life. Thud. Yamcha plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud. Yamcha! Krillin cried out urgently, rushing over. He and Yamcha were sworn brothers, having trained under Master Roshi together, and had faced numerous battles side by side over the years. Krillin felt a profound bond with Yamcha, cradling Yamcha in his arms. He realized that his friend had completely lost his breath, with no hope of survival remaining. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him, a tumultuous blend of sorrow and anger. The sorrow stemmed from Yamcha's untimely demise, while the anger arose from Yamcha's reckless approach to battle. Damn it, why did you have to make such a foolish mistake? However, at this moment, no one responded to Krillin's answer. Uncle Yamcha. Now Gohan was hastily flying over. Gazing at the fallen Yamcha, Gohan felt immense sorrow. Tien and Kairatsu remained silent. Their earlier joy from victory now utterly vanished. One has perished. Truly, what an unexpected turn of events. Ha ha. Vegeta laughed arrogantly. Initially, he believed that the vegetable man could easily deal with the opponent, but as the battle commenced, Krillin and the others experienced a sudden surge in power, leaving him devoid of hope. What he did not anticipate was that a fool would die due to carelessness. How laughable. Vegeta's expression grew increasingly sinister. Chapter 13. The Death of Nappa, Confrontation with Vegeta. The Dragon Ball warriors were still mourning Yamcha's demise. Meanwhile, Nappa had crawled over to Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, please save me. Nappa implored desperately, hoping for Vegeta's salvation. Soon after, Nappa ignited a flicker of hope upon seeing Vegeta extend his hand. It seemed that Prince Vegeta indeed would not abandon him. Nappa was deeply moved. He and Vegeta had been comrades for many years, conquering countless planets together. Surely, Vegeta would choose to save him out of their long-standing bond. Thank you, Prince Vegeta. Nappa exerted all his strength to grasp Vegeta's hand weakly. Oh, I never said I would save you. At that moment, Nappa felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Does Prince Vegeta not intend to rescue me? Nappa's heart plummeted. Prince Vegeta, I do not understand your meaning. Nappa stammered. Do you believe you could defeat that fellow at your peak? Vegeta pointed coldly at Goku. Of course, I lost to him due to my carelessness. If given another chance, I would surely crush him beneath my feet. No, you have no possibility of defeating him. Despite Nappa's protestations, Vegeta remained wholly unconvinced. Just give me one more chance. I will definitely defeat him. Nappa began to descend into madness. Vegeta continued coldly. That guy's power level is not merely 3200. During your battle, he instantly unleashed a staggering power level of 8000. His 8000 power level is precisely why he was able to effortlessly overpower you. Even in his weakened state, Nappa adamantly shook his head. No, impossible. You must have misjudged. Prince Vegeta, or perhaps the scouter, is malfunctioning. Nappa refused to accept the truth. Do you not comprehend, even after being beaten to this state, you fool? I have no need for a person devoid of combat ability who will hinder me. Vegeta forcefully hurled Nappa into the air. You are just like that fool Raditz. Go perish. Ha ha. Vegeta conjured an energy blast in his hand and hurled it directly at the airborne Nappa. No, Prince Vegeta. Nappa could hardly believe that Prince Vegeta, whom he had always revered, would not only refuse to save him, but would also seek to end his life. The bond forged through years of camaraderie seemed to have been devoured by some unseen beast. Anguish filled Nappa's eyes. No. Boom. His desperate cry was drowned out by the sound of the explosion. As the smoke cleared, Nappa lay utterly devoid of life, irrevocably deceased. Krillin and the others were equally astonished by this scene. Weren't they comrades, allies? How could he bring such doom upon a fellow fighter? The warriors, who had always placed great importance on their bonds, struggled to comprehend Vegeta's actions. Even Piccolo, often labeled as the Demon King, stood aghast, unable to fathom that a Saiyan could inflict harm upon a fellow kin. Most disconcertingly, Vegeta's attack was not provoked by Nappa's betrayal, but rather stemmed from the latter's incapacitation, rendering him unable to continue the battle. What a terrifying race the Saiyans were, Piccolo murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Wu Fei observed the unfolding events from a distance. Truly, these cold-blooded Saiyans could ruthlessly eliminate their own comrades without a trace of remorse. Wu Fei spoke slowly. To his words, Vegeta remained unfazed. He has no value left to me. It is best to eliminate him. We Saiyans do not place the same weight on emotions as you do. I initially had no intention of engaging, but now it appears you warrant a fight against me. Vegeta was brimming with combat fervor. I shall accompany you to the bitter end. Wu Fei, undeterred, responded, though your power level has reached 8,000. You are still no match for me. However, I am aware that you possess hidden strength. I hope you can surprise me. Vegeta exuded confidence, as if victory were already assured. A surprise? There will be one. Wu Fei replied coldly. Now, allow me to demonstrate the might of the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta launched the first attack, moving with astonishing speed to close the distance between them in an instant. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding impact, and surprisingly, neither gained the upper hand. How intriguing! Vegeta exclaimed. He then delivered a swift kick, while Wu Fei executed a sweeping counter. Bang! The two clashed once more, and soon they were ensnared in a fierce struggle, evenly matched in their exchanges. Their forms flickered with such rapidity that the spectators found it difficult to comprehend the intensity of the battle. Incredible! I can barely perceive their movements. Krillin marveled. Indeed, their power far surpasses ours. Tien Shinhan wholeheartedly agreed with Krillin's assessment. Even with his 3 eyes, he struggled to follow the combatants' actions. Meanwhile, Piccolo's expression was one of disbelief, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Maintaining focus, he could barely distinguish the movements of Wu Fei and Vegeta, further realizing the vast gulf in strength that lay between himself and the two warriors. Before them, he felt utterly powerless. Boom! As Wu Fei and Vegeta engaged in yet another fierce clash, the two exchanged blows before retreating to catch their breath. Vegeta flashed a wicked smile and exclaimed, "Ha ha! How intriguing! It seems your strength surpasses my expectations." With the warm-up concluded, he declared, "Now, allow me to unveil my true power." "Ah!" With that, Vegeta shouted, gathering energy as his aura surged dramatically. Damn! How formidable! Such terrifying energy. Krillin and the others were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Vegeta had been holding back. Once he finished gathering his energy, Vegeta's presence intensified even more, embodying the essence of a Saiyan prince. "Ha! When I unleash my full might, your demise shall be imminent," Vegeta proclaimed with unshakable confidence. Wu Fei replied calmly, "Oh, that should be a remark directed at you." He dismissed Vegeta's bravado with disdain, unable to tolerate Wu Fei's arrogance. Vegeta began to unleash a barrage of energy blasts, which did not explode immediately, but instead circled around Wu Fei. Soon, hundreds of energy spheres surrounded him. "Let me show you the consequences of angering this prince," Vegeta shouted, thrusting his palms forward. The multitude of energy blasts hurtled toward Wu Fei. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly, shrouding the area in smoke and causing the ground to tremble. Krillin and the others, affected by the shockwaves, activated their defensive modes. "What terrifying power!" Krillin exclaimed, feeling the immense force even from a distance. Had he not been quick to defend himself, he would have surely sustained grave injuries. Meanwhile, Wu Fei faced Vegeta's onslaught head-on, finding himself in a perilous situation. Chapter 14, The Wave. Shocking Vegeta, a battle power of 20,000. Ha! Foolish one. Now you understand the might of this prince. Vegeta's arrogant voice reverberated through the air. In his mind, Wu Fei should be gravely injured from his powerful strike. If not dead, are you merely tickling me, Vegeta? A clear voice emerged from the smoke, prompting Krillin, who had been worried, to breathe a sigh of relief. Wonderful. Wu Fei is still alive, he exclaimed with excitement. Not only was Wu Fei alive, but his energy had also grown even stronger. Mr. Wu Fei is truly remarkable. Gohan's words were filled with admiration. Nanny, what do you mean, tickling me? Vegeta's face contorted in disbelief. He felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Gradually, as the smoke cleared, Wu Fei's figure became visible to everyone. He appeared utterly unscathed, as if he had not been touched by any attack at all, unharmed. Vegeta's perception of Wu Fei had been irrevocably transformed. Although he had not exerted his full power during the earlier explosion, he had still unleashed a significant portion of his strength. The shockwaves unleashed were potent enough to severely injure a formidable warrior boasting a combat power of 10,000, let alone Wu Fei, who possessed merely 8,000. Yet, astonishingly, Wu Fei remained unscathed, showing no inclination to evade. Vegeta pondered in disbelief. Could it be that his combat power has surpassed 10,000? He promptly activated his scouter, his expression one of utter incredulity. 15,000. The digits on the device left Vegeta in a state of astonishment. This individual's power was truly extraordinary. Nevertheless, the Saiyan prince quickly regained his confidence. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans, and confidence was his birthright. Although his own power reached 15,000, let us not forget that my peak strength stands at 18,000. Ha ha ha, how delightful. I never anticipated your power to be so formidable. It seems we are in for an exhilarating match. Vegeta's eyes now burned with fervor, a palpable desire for combat radiating from him. It appears you were merely warming up earlier, Vegeta remarked with a smirk. Lowering himself, he charged once more at Wu Fei. Undeterred, Wu Fei lunged toward Vegeta without hesitation. Bam! The two collided with a punch, and soon they were entangled in a fierce struggle. Their movements became increasingly rapid, leaving Krillin, Chaos, and others utterly unable to keep pace, forcing them to close their eyes and sense the fluctuations of their energies. Only Piccolo, with his superior power, managed to barely keep up with their actions. The residual shockwaves from their battle caused the surrounding mountains to crumble, with debris tumbling down. Remarkable. We can't even seize an opportunity to intervene, Krillin exclaimed. Indeed, such a level of combat is beyond our participation, Tianjin Han concurred with Krillin. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai's antennas stood erect as he watched the fierce battle between Wu Fei and Vegeta. Their strength is simply astounding. Goku is no match for them, the North Kai lamented. Despite Goku's arduous training on his planet, his current peak combat power is merely 8,000. Without utilizing the Kaioken technique, he stands no chance against either Wu Fei or Vegeta. As Wu Fei and Vegeta engaged in their intense bout, Goku was still furiously traversing Snake Way, needing considerable time to reach the underworld. Bam! Wu Fei landed a punch on Vegeta's left cheek, distorting his face. In a fit of rage, Vegeta retaliated with a punch, only to have it deftly blocked by Wu Fei. Swiftly, Wu Fei executed a sweeping move, sending Vegeta soaring into the air. Whoosh! In a flash, Wu Fei appeared beside Vegeta, his fists clasped together, and before Vegeta could react, he delivered a crushing blow that sent Vegeta hurtling toward the ground. Wu Fei unleashed a flawless combination attack. Bang! Vegeta crashed violently into the earth, creating a massive crater upon impact. Cough, cough, cough. As the dust settled, Vegeta now found himself in a disheveled state. His supposedly indestructible battle armor lay in tatters, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, revealing numerous wounds adorning his body. It is evident that in the recent battle against Wu Fei, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage. Infuriating. The current Vegeta is filled with rage and confusion. He never anticipated that with a battle power of 18,000, he would be defeated by Wu Fei, whose power stands at merely 15,000. Unforgivable. He cannot bear the humiliation of being thoroughly bested while Wu Fei remains unscathed and nonchalant. Vegeta feels his pride trampled upon. As the prince of the warrior race, the Saiyans, he has not experienced such a profound sense of defeat in quite some time. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he glares fiercely at Wu Fei. You have thoroughly enraged this prince. Vegeta steadies himself, positioning his palms before him. He is gathering power. As he concentrates, a tempestuous purple energy begins to coalesce before him. Such terrifying energy. Krillin, trembling in fear, involuntarily steps back. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes wide with horror as he gazes at Vegeta. This will be my strongest strike. Foolish adversary, prepare to meet your doom. Final flash. Vegeta bellows, pushing his hands forward with great force. The violent purple energy wave surges toward Wu Fei. Is that a wave attack? I shall not back down. Wu Fei scoffs. He bends forward, placing his palms at his waist. Simultaneously, energy gathers within his hands. Kamehameha. The two waves collide in midair. Boom. A ferocious shockwave erupts. Crash. A great mountain crumbles under the impact of their collision. Krillin and the others brace themselves, striving to shield against the residual force to avoid severe injury. Damn it. The expression on Vegeta's face is one of sheer agony. Even this, his ultimate attack, proves insufficient against Wu Fei. He attempts to increase his output, only to find himself powerless. What was once an evenly matched confrontation now sees the final flash clearly at a disadvantage. The Kamehameha continues to advance toward Vegeta. Is my battle power of 18,000 an illusion? As doubt clouds Vegeta's mind, the scouter emits a constant beeping. Beep, beep, beep. Vegeta stares at the numbers before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. 18,500. 19,000. 19,500. 20,000. Boom. The scouter explodes, utterly destroyed. This creature's battle power reaches 20,000. Impossible. Yet, Vegeta must reluctantly accept this reality. After all, the Kamehameha is drawing ever closer, and the ground beneath him sinks deeper. Boom. Ultimately, he is unable to withstand the assault, engulfed by the Kamehameha wave. Chapter 15. The Great Ape Transformation. Vegeta's ultimate weapon. How astonishing. Witnessing this scene, Krillin stammers in disbelief. The collision of two formidable energy waves presents a spectacle he has never encountered before. He looks up, finding Wu Fei still calm and composed, exuding an air of ease, while Vegeta is buried beneath the rubble. The ground beneath Vegeta had been transformed into a vast crater by Wu Fei's overwhelming force. Beyond the crater, a ravine extended infinitely into the distance. Wu Fei's destructive power was truly astonishing. As the smoke dissipated, Vegeta's figure finally emerged before the onlookers. He was battered and bruised, his battle attire further torn, and his energy was exceedingly feeble. Not dead. Thank goodness. Wu Fei thought to himself. After all, the task assigned by the system was merely to repel Vegeta, not to extinguish his life. Had Wu Fei not restrained his power at the last moment, Vegeta would have surely perished under the Kamehameha. However, although Vegeta still clung to life, he was grievously injured, barely reaching 30% of his peak condition. It was evident that he had suffered a complete and utter defeat in this confrontation with Wu Fei. Yet, Vegeta was the prince of the Saiyans. This was the first time in his life he had faced such a devastating loss, and his immense pride refused to accept such an outcome. Damn it! Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly ascended into the air. If that is the case, I have no choice but to unleash my trump card. This prince shall not be defeated. Vegeta roared defiantly. What? He still has a backup plan? Krillin exclaimed in shock. He had believed Vegeta's defeat was inevitable, only to discover that the latter still had a secret weapon in reserve. Mr. Wu Fei, please defeat him at once. Do not allow him to use his trump card. Krillin shouted anxiously, fearing that if Vegeta unleashed his ultimate technique, it could lead to an uncontrollable situation. After all, in his understanding, Saiyans were exceedingly formidable. Yet, Wu Fei calmly replied, "It's fine. I want him to realize that even if he employs his trump card, he is no match for me." Huh. Krillin appeared utterly astonished. He now understood that Wu Fei was intent on facing Vegeta at his strongest. Although Krillin did not entirely agree with Wu Fei's mindset, he chose to trust in Wu Fei's confidence after seeing the determination in his eyes. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to directly attack Vegeta, for even in his injured state, Vegeta could easily overpower him. "I am not your opponent." "What an arrogant fool," Vegeta declared. "Now, let me show you the true terror of the Saiyans." With that, he soared once more into the sky, quickly reaching the clouds. Vegeta scanned his surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Soon, his expression turned to one of shock. What? Why is there no moon on this planet? Vegeta found it increasingly peculiar. Unbeknownst to him, the moon had been destroyed by Piccolo a year prior. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Since there was no moon, he would create one. Vegeta began to gather an energy sphere in his hand, which pulsed with radiant light. He propelled it skyward, and the sphere grew larger and larger. At first glance, it resembled a full moon. Ha ha ha, arrogant fool, prepare to meet your end. Vegeta's eyes were fixated on the makeshift moon above. His tail, which had been coiled around his waist, began to sway slowly. Ah! Vegeta roared with fervor, and in an instant, his form underwent a remarkable transformation. The once smooth surface of his face began to sprout hair, contorting into a grotesque visage, his eyes gleaming with intensified ferocity. Simultaneously, his physique swelled dramatically. Gradually, Vegeta morphed into a colossal gorilla. With a thunderous crash, he leaped from the heavens, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. How infuriating! He too had transformed into a gorilla. Is this the Saiyan's ultimate trump card? Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's brow. A year prior, he had witnessed Gohan's own metamorphosis into a giant ape. Gohan's strength had surged tremendously in that form, wreaking havoc with unparalleled might. It was evident that upon transforming into a gorilla, a Saiyan's power experienced exponential growth. Now that Vegeta had also embraced this form, the situation had become precariously dire. What? A gorilla? Krillin was equally taken aback. The image of the giant ape had left a profound psychological scar from his childhood. As a boy, he had witnessed little Goku transform into a giant ape, losing all reason and descending into a furious rampage. Krillin had nearly been crushed under Goku's colossal feat. The memories flooded back, instilling a sense of dread within him. This is it. Krillin felt an overwhelming sense of pessimism. If little Goku's transformation was so terrifying, what monstrous entity would Vegeta become in his gorilla form? Ha ha ha, foolish mortal. Do you regret your decisions now? You are no match for this prince. Vegeta declared with arrogance. Vegeta, your arrogance is ever present. It must sting to be slapped down, does it not? Wu Fei retorted coldly. He continued, truly, a prince of the Saiyans, maintaining his composure even in the form of a giant ape. The transformed Vegeta crossed his massive arms in front of him, haughtily proclaiming, I am the prince of the Saiyans, naturally different from those lowly warriors like Kakarot. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, Vegeta charged at Wu Fei with alarming speed. Boom, boom, boom. The earth quaked with each of Vegeta's steps. Confidence surged anew within him. In his gorilla form, his battle power would skyrocket tenfold, reaching an astonishing 180,000. In contrast, the opponent before him possessed merely 20,000 in battle power. He could easily trample him. Yet, Wu Fei displayed no hint of trepidation. On the contrary, excitement danced in his eyes. Finally, he could test the Kaioken. After a year of rigorous training, Wu Fei's base power had risen from 5,000 to 20,000. When faced with Vegeta's 18,000, he was more than equipped to handle the challenge. Though Vegeta had transformed into a giant ape, multiplying his power tenfold, Wu Fei had his own ace up his sleeve, the Kaioken, a tenfold enhancement without adverse effects. After so much diligent training, he finally had the opportunity to unleash the Kaioken in actual combat. Upon activation, his strength and speed would experience a significant amplification. Wu Fei bent low, gathering his energy. A dark red aura began to shimmer around him. What? Such terrifying power. The aura emanating from him was no less formidable than that of the great ape transformation of Vegeta. Now, Piccolo and the others were filled with astonishment. They finally comprehended why Wu Fei remained unfazed when Vegeta transformed into a colossal gorilla. It turned out that Wu Fei held a hidden ace of his own. What? Wu Fei can also perform the Kaioken. Far away on North Kaio's planet, he was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Wu Fei would possess the Kaioken technique as well. Yet, I distinctly transmitted the Kaioken only to Goku. Could it be that Wu Fei has mastered it through sheer intuition? North Kaio found it incomprehensible. However, he foresaw that this battle would become even more exhilarating. Chapter 16, Fierce Combat. Tenfold Kaioken Great Ape, now transformed into a giant gorilla. Vegeta sensed the shift in Wu Fei's aura, yet he dismissed it as inconsequential. In the face of absolute power, no technique could hold significance. Merely trifling skills. Boom. Vegeta launched a punch at Wu Fei. Whoosh. Wu Fei swiftly dodged with ease. Vegeta's fist struck a mountain, causing an immediate cataclysm. Bang. Vegeta followed up with a powerful kick aimed at Wu Fei, creating a deep crater in the ground. Nowhere left to escape, is there? Vegeta laughed maniacally. What is so funny about being a gorilla? Vegeta suddenly felt a jolt. He turned to see Wu Fei standing atop a mountain peak, his expression serene. How infuriating. Enraged, Vegeta charged toward Wu Fei once more. However, even though his transformation had boosted his power tenfold, his speed remained relatively unchanged. Before Wu Fei, Vegeta's movements appeared exceedingly sluggish. He was now left with immense strength, but no outlet, entirely toyed with by Wu Fei. Curse it! Great Ape Blast! In a fit of rage, Vegeta unleashed a red energy wave. Soon, the wave was upon Wu Fei. Bang! Wu Fei's aura surged further. He waved his right hand and effortlessly deflected the energy wave. Boom! The wave exploded in the distance, unleashing tremendous destructive force. How could this be? Vegeta was struck with terror. He never expected his energy wave to be so easily repelled by Wu Fei, even though he had exerted only 50% of his strength. The energy contained within the wave was still formidable. Could it be that this fellow's battle power has skyrocketed to 100,000? Doubt consumed Vegeta's mind. It seemed as if Wu Fei's strength was limitless, a mystery he could never unravel. Not only Vegeta, but North Kaio, far away on his planet, was equally astonished. He had already discerned that Wu Fei had employed the five-fold Kaioken. Yet, from Wu Fei's demeanor, it was evident that the five-fold Kaioken posed little challenge for him, seemingly placing no strain on his body whatsoever. Even Goku, endowed with the formidable physique of a Saiyan warrior and continuously enhancing his strength through training, could only barely manage a threefold Kaioken. Wu Fei's physical prowess was astonishing. North Kaio marveled. Meanwhile, the clash between Wu Fei and Vegeta raged on. Whoosh! Wu Fei surged forward, now standing before Vegeta. Are you initiating an attack? It seems you are courting death. Vegeta clenched his fists and struck fiercely at Wu Fei. Undeterred, Wu Fei retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Vegeta. The disparity in their physiques was immense. Before the transformed giant ape that was Vegeta, Wu Fei appeared diminutive, his entire body hardly matching the size of Vegeta's fist. Bang! The two fists collided with a resounding impact. They were clearly not of the same weight class. Logically, a gorilla should easily crush Wu Fei. However, the reality left countless spectators in shock. Wu Fei remained suspended in the air, unwavering, while the towering Vegeta was forced to retreat repeatedly. In this clash, Vegeta was evidently at a disadvantage. What an astonishing power. The spectacle had completely surpassed Krillin's understanding. He could hardly fathom that Wu Fei could triumph in strength over the giant ape transformation of a Saiyan. Uncle Wu Fei is truly formidable. Gohan was brimming with excitement, his gaze ablaze with admiration for the strong. Meanwhile, Vegeta's expression was grim, twisted with rage and fear. Although he had evaded Wu Fei's previous attacks without concern, aware that his transformed state lacked speed, he was stunned to discover that his prideful strength had been bested by Wu Fei. Facing Wu Fei, he found himself devoid of any advantage. Could it be? Am I truly no match for him? Even as the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta's confidence began to waver. It is commendable to possess self-assurance, but such confidence must be rooted in true strength. Without a foundation of power, confidence merely manifests as arrogance. Wu Fei fixed his gaze on Vegeta, coldly remarking, "When has this prince needed your lectures?" Unforgivable. Vegeta erupted in fury, descending into madness as he relentlessly attacked Wu Fei. I will see this through. Wu Fei gathered further energy, confronting Vegeta's onslaught head-on. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Fei did not evade. Instead, he engaged Vegeta in a relentless clash. Even as Vegeta exerted himself to the fullest, he could not overpower Wu Fei. Tenfold, he unleashed the Kaioken at 10 times its normal strength. The North KO was utterly astonished. With each increment of the Kaioken, the burden on the body naturally increases correspondingly. Yet, Wu Fei employing the tenfold Kaioken appeared utterly unaffected, as if it were of no consequence. Has he truly grasped the pinnacle of the Kaioken, enhancement without any side effects? The North KO found Wu Fei increasingly enigmatic, unable to see through his depths. As the battle progressed, Vegeta's condition evidently deteriorated, while Wu Fei remained brimming with vitality, still at his peak. Gradually, Vegeta found himself at a distinct disadvantage, both physically and psychologically. This was a tremendous torment for him. Vegeta's anxiety escalated, and the flaws in his technique became increasingly evident. Boom. Vegeta struck fiercely at Wu Fei, yet Wu Fei merely flickered out of sight. Whoosh. He appeared behind Vegeta, swiftly delivering an elbow strike to his neck. Ah! The immense force caused Vegeta to cry out in agony, nearly stumbling to the ground. In an instant, Wu Fei dashed to Vegeta's face, landing an uppercut to his chin. Vegeta barely managed to evade, teetering on the brink of collapse. Bang! 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 Now, Vegeta had become a colossal human punching bag, incessantly absorbing Wu Fei's relentless onslaught. Utterly devoid of any power to retaliate. Whoosh! Wu Fei swiftly grasped Vegeta's fingers, employing a technique that sent him soaring into the air. Kamehameha. Wu Fei unleashed a wave of energy, propelling Vegeta skyward. Boom! The energy wave exploded. After executing a series of strikes, Vegeta was rendered powerless to counter. Then, a massive shadow loomed over the ground. A giant ape was plummeting rapidly. Boom! In an instant, the earth shook violently. The ape struggled to rise, its energy significantly diminished. Vegeta had sustained grave injuries. It was clear that the outcome had been decided. Even in his transformed state, the great ape was no match for Wu Fei, who wielded the Kaioken tenfold. Chapter 17, Repelling Vegeta, Reward, Transcendent Bloodline. The so-called Prince of Saiyans was nothing extraordinary after all. Wu Fei looked down from above, coldly stating, "How infuriating." Vegeta was consumed by a sense of unwillingness, yet he found himself utterly powerless against Wu Fei. Transforming into a giant ape was his final gambit. And yet, what good was it if he was thoroughly defeated? This battle had reached its conclusion, and so it would end here. A yellow circular energy disc gradually materialized in Wu Fei's hand. Energy disc? Upon witnessing this, Clinton gasped in shock. This was a technique he had painstakingly devised to counter the Saiyans. Additionally, it was his closely guarded secret weapon. While the energy disc may lack overwhelming power, it possessed formidable cutting capabilities, enough to catch an opponent off guard. However, Clinton had never anticipated that before he could showcase this move, Wu Fei would employ it first. Could it be that he had also invented this technique? Wu Fei, having discerned Clinton's confusion, responded, "Indeed, I can perform this move as well." In truth, executing the energy disc was not particularly challenging. As long as one could master the energy and perfectly harness its properties, it was feasible to create various energy waves. If Clinton could invent the energy disc, then so could Wu Fei. With a forceful flick, Wu Fei sent the energy disc hurtling towards Vegeta. Now, Vegeta's pupils dilated. His heart filled with dread. He began to gather energy, leaping with all his might, narrowly evading Wu Fei's attack. However, he soon heard Wu Fei's chilling laughter. "Did you think that would suffice?" Vegeta was instantly startled, his heart racing. Turning his head, he discovered that the energy disc had already arrived behind him. Sizzle! His massive, dark brown tail was severed with a swift stroke. "Ah!" Vegeta cried out in agony. His form began to shrink, the hair on his face gradually fading, while his energy dwindled as well. Soon, Vegeta reverted to his original state. Now, he appeared utterly disheveled, his body marred by wounds, and his aura significantly weakened. In his human form, he had lost all hope of defeating Wu Fei. Cursed fate! Vegeta pounded the ground in frustration, yet found himself powerless. He was utterly drained from the recent battle, possessing only the strength to move feebly. His capacity for further combat was extinguished. It seemed my mission was nearing completion. Wu Fei murmured. Step by step, Wu Fei approached Vegeta. "I could extinguish your life at any moment, should I choose," he stated coldly. Upon hearing this, a profound sense of dread enveloped Vegeta. Though he had always been proud and arrogant, the specter of death instilled fear within him. "However, I will not choose that path. You may leave, Nanny." Krillin and the others were utterly astonished. Yet, they held great respect for Wu Fei's decision. After all, Vegeta had been vanquished by Wu Fei, granting him the authority to determine Vegeta's fate. They also believed that Wu Fei must have his reasons for sparing Vegeta. Meanwhile, Vegeta was equally stunned. Realizing he would not meet his end, as if fearing Wu Fei would change his mind, he hurried toward the spaceship. Supporting his injured left arm, he limped toward the vessel. Beep. Vegeta successfully boarded the spacecraft. At last, he could breathe a sigh of relief, though his true nature began to surface. "Ha! Foolish being. By allowing me to leave now, you shall undoubtedly regret it in the future. I will seek my vengeance." In response to Vegeta's provocation, Wu Fei remained unfazed. You cannot stir any tempest. We shall see. Vegeta adjusted the controls and sealed the hatch, the spaceship swiftly departing from Earth. Cursed fate. Vegeta had finally relinquished his last remnant of defiance, his heart brimming with bitterness and defeat. It was the first time in his life he had faced such a crushing defeat. Had it not been for the mercy of his opponent, he would have perished. This journey to Earth had been a complete failure. He had intended to invade Earth and teach Wu Fei a lesson, only to find himself mercilessly beaten by him. How could this preserve the honor of the Saiyan prince? Cursed fate. I must train relentlessly and defeat that scoundrel. And that cockroach, whom I have yet to meet. I shall crush him underfoot. With unwavering determination and a fierce fighting spirit, Vegeta's gaze hardened. However, he seemed to forget his grievous injuries. As he coughed up another mouthful of blood, the threat of the Saiyan invasion had been deftly neutralized by Wu Fei. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have repelled Vegeta and successfully completed the mission. An electronic voice echoed in his ears, igniting a spark of anticipation within Wu Fei. The rewards were soon to follow. Ding. The host has flawlessly completed the task. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Upon hearing this reward, Wu Fei could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The legendary Saiyan Bloodline. This reward is truly remarkable. It is the very bloodline possessed by Broly, endowed with extraordinary talent, as he was born with an astonishing battle power of 10,000. The ferocity of this bloodline is indeed beyond imagination. Furthermore, at the same level, Saiyans with this bloodline possess strength far superior to that of ordinary Saiyans. What a treasure this is. Wu Fei's heart swelled with joy. Thank you, Mr. Wu Fei. If it weren't for your intervention, it is hard to imagine how dire the situation would have become. Krillin expressed sincerely, still gripped by a sense of dread. Without Goku's arrival, had it not been for Wu Fei, the group might have faced total annihilation. After all, even with their combined efforts, they could not defeat just Ba, let alone the immensely powerful Vegeta. Not at all. It was merely a trivial endeavor. Wu Fei replied, as he had come with a mission. And repelling Vegeta was indeed part of his objective. Now, having received a top-tier reward, Wu Fei's spirits soared. Uncle Wu Fei, you are so impressive, Gohan exclaimed, running to Wu Fei's side, his face alight with admiration. As long as you diligently train, you too can become as strong as I am. Wu Fei encouraged. Yes. Gohan nodded earnestly, filled with determination. If you do not neglect your training, you will become God Gohan rather than Goku's son Gohan. Wu Fei remarked. Subsequently, Gohan conversed with Wu Fei for a while. Gohan was quite polite, a thoughtful child with whom Wu Fei found it easy to engage. Humph. Piccolo averted his gaze, visibly displeased. What's wrong? Are you feeling disgruntled? Wu Fei chuckled, fully aware of Piccolo's sentiments. Gohan, how can you admire Wu Fei so? I am your closest companion. Rest assured, I shall not take Gohan away from you. Wu Fei continued. Humph. Piccolo maintained his proud and indifferent demeanor. Just as their conversation grew animated, they suddenly sensed a familiar energy. Krillin and the others also took notice. Dad! It's Dad! Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Goku has returned. Now Krillin was equally thrilled. Soon, a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform appeared before them. It was none other than Son Goku. Chapter 18. Accepting the challenge, Wu Fei and Son Goku. Gohan, brimming with excitement, leaped into Goku's embrace. Gohan, it's been a long time. You have grown stronger. It seems you have been training diligently this past year. Goku said, affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair. Goku. Krillin and the others gathered around Goku, noticing that after a year of training, Goku's presence had noticeably transformed. He seemed more reserved and subtle, yet Krillin realized he could no longer sense Goku's energy. Clearly, the gap between them was widening. Son Goku, your training has yielded impressive results. Piccolo remarked, acutely aware that he and Goku were now on distinctly different levels. Indeed, training on Planet King has significantly enhanced my strength. As Goku surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the remnants of fierce battles. Scattered around him were lifeless bodies, among which lay Yamcha. Additionally, he spotted a deceased bald figure, unmistakably a Saiyan, as evidenced by the prominent tail. Goku was engulfed in confusion, utterly unaware of the events that had transpired in this place. Earlier, he sensed two formidable energies. One belonged to Mr. Wu Fei, but what of the other? And weren't there supposed to be two Saiyans? Where was the second? Observing the myriad questions etched on Goku's face, Krillin promptly elucidated the entire situation. Gradually, Goku's inquiries began to wane. It seems I have arrived too late. Goku lamented, his voice tinged with regret. A martial enthusiast at heart, Goku was an unyielding warrior. After a year of arduous training, he had experienced a remarkable surge in power. His most pressing desire was to test the fruits of his labor. His hurried return to Earth was solely to engage in battle with the two Saiyans. Yet, alas, he had returned only to find that the conflict had already concluded. This predicament vexed him greatly. Impatiently, he yearned for a thrilling skirmish. Mr. Wu Fei, let us engage in combat. Goku exclaimed with a smile. Krillin was taken aback. Nevertheless, he understood that Goku was earnest in his desire to spar with Mr. Wu Fei. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, Mr. Wu Fei likely lacked the energy to contend with Goku. However, with a calm demeanor, Wu Fei replied, "No matter. If you wish to fight, then let us proceed." Despite having recently battled Vegeta, he felt capable and was eager to witness the fruits of Goku's training. Although he was aware that Goku's current combat power stood at a mere 8,000, he was also cognizant that Goku, as the protagonist, excelled in transcending limits during combat to reach new heights. Most significantly, the moment Goku proposed the duel, a voice echoed in Wu Fei's mind. Ding. Please accept the challenge from Son Goku and defeat him. Reward, unknown. Wu Fei was now focused on vanquishing Goku to fulfill his mission. Thus, he readily accepted Goku's challenge. Excellent. Goku appeared elated. Here, Wu Fei tossed a senzu bean to Goku. You have exerted considerable energy in your journey. You should recuperate first. I want to be polite then. Goku caught the senzu bean and swallowed it, swiftly returning to peak condition. Now let us commence. Goku assumed a combat stance. Bring it on. Wu Fei prepared himself as well. During his journey back, Goku had already sensed Wu Fei's formidable energy. In light of this, he intended to hold nothing back and unleash his full power. Incredible. Krillin was astounded. He had anticipated a significant enhancement in Goku's strength. Yet he was utterly unprepared for the extent of Goku's power. This was far beyond his comprehension. How infuriating. Upon sensing Goku's presence, Piccolo felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. A year prior, his strength may not have matched Goku's, but the disparity was minimal. However, now the two had completely diverged onto different planes of power. A thought stirred within Piccolo's mind. Perhaps he would never surpass him again. In an instant, Wu Fei and Goku collided with tremendous force. Impressive, Goku exclaimed with genuine admiration. At this moment, he was more exhilarated than ever, eager to battle a formidable opponent. The two engaged in an intense confrontation, relying solely on their martial arts skills rather than energy blasts. This visceral combat was a visual feast. Regrettably, Krillin and the others could scarcely follow the action, as Wu Fei and Goku's speed was simply too astonishing. Wu Fei reveled in the fight. Although Goku's power was far inferior to his own, Goku was an exceptionally seasoned martial artist. In terms of combat techniques, Wu Fei found himself outmatched by Goku. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to enhance his own fighting prowess through this experience. With a resounding thud, Goku unleashed a punch, only to have it deftly intercepted by Wu Fei's right palm. A subsequent left hook from Wu Fei connected solidly with Goku's face. Another strike followed, as Wu Fei executed an uppercut that sent Goku flying. In a flash, Wu Fei sought to land a blow to Goku's abdomen. Yet, Goku evaded the attack with remarkable agility, reappearing behind Wu Fei. Delivering an elbow strike aimed at Wu Fei's back, he was met with confusion. His elbow struck nothing but air, a mere afterimage. By the time Goku realized, Wu Fei had already positioned himself behind him. Without hesitation, Wu Fei launched a double-fisted assault on Goku's back, sending him plummeting to the ground with a heavy impact, creating a crater upon landing. Dad, Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and the others watched in great concern. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. As the smoke cleared, Goku rose to his feet. Gazing up at Wu Fei, Mr. Wu Fei, you are truly formidable. Now, I shall unleash my true strength. Kaioken times 2. As Goku focused his energy, a dark red aura gradually enveloped him. What? Krillin and the others were astounded. This scene felt eerily familiar. Wu Fei had employed this very technique moments ago. It was the Kaioken, the very move that had enabled Wu Fei to triumph over the great ape transformation of Vegeta. To their astonishment, Goku had mastered such a powerful technique as well. With the Kaioken activated, Goku's energy surged dramatically. Let us continue. With the sound of air being sliced, Goku charged at Wu Fei once more. The warm-up is finally over, Wu Fei murmured. The battle between Wu Fei and Goku raged on. Chapter 19. Goku breaks through his limits. The sparring comes to an end. After employing the Kaioken times 2, Goku's strength was markedly amplified. Nevertheless, before Wu Fei, he still appeared somewhat lacking. At present, Wu Fei continues to effortlessly withstand the onslaught of Sun Wukong. Bang! The two clash, the force of their collision shaking the ground beneath them. Whoosh! In an instant, Wu Fei darts behind Sun Wukong, unleashing a rapid Kamehameha that strikes the back of Sun Wukong. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong is propelled towards the ground by the force of the attack. Bang! As the energy wave reaches the earth, it detonates in an explosion. Debris flies, dust billows, and the destructive power of the Kamehameha is staggering. Witnessing Sun Wukong crash to the ground once more, Krillin and the others cannot help but feel a surge of concern. Cough, cough, cough. As the smoke clears, Sun Wukong stumbles to his feet, his expression one of considerable agony. After enduring Wu Fei's fierce assault and the strain from employing the Kaioken technique, Sun Wukong finds himself injured. Yet, driven by an unyielding desire for victory, he refuses to concede. Kaioken times 3. Now, Wukong's face reflects intense suffering. He finally unleashes his trump card, the Kaioken ×3, which also marks his limit. Once again, Wukong charges at Wu Fei. Bang! The two engage in a fierce melee, exchanging powerful blows. Following the activation of Kaioken ×3, Wukong's strength surpasses that of Wu Fei in his usual state. In this contest, Wukong subtly gains the upper hand. Seizing this advantage, Sun Wukong intensifies his assault. Bang, bang, bang. After a flurry of punches, he delivers a sweeping kick towards Wu Fei, exerting every ounce of his strength. Fully confident in repelling his opponent. Bang! Wukong's kick lands solidly on Wu Fei. Nanny? Sun Wukong can hardly believe his eyes. Not only has he failed to send Wu Fei flying, but he is instead forced back by the rebound. As he steadies himself, he notices Wu Fei's aura surging dramatically. Now, Wu Fei is enveloped in a dark red glow. This situation is eerily reminiscent of his own. You can use Kaioken too? Wukong exclaims in astonishment. Indeed. Upon hearing Wu Fei's response, Wukong's lingering doubts are finally dispelled. Earlier, while on his journey, he had sensed an extraordinarily powerful energy fluctuation. It is now evident that this emanation is the result of Wu Fei's application of the Kaioken technique. Whoosh! At that moment, Wu Fei disappears from sight, reappearing before Sun Wukong in an instant. So fast, Wukong is taken aback. As he sees Wu Fei poised to strike, he quickly adopts a defensive stance. Bang! Wukong crosses his arms in front of him to brace against Wu Fei's attack. However, in the face of such overwhelming power, Sun Wukong's defenses appear exceedingly fragile. Even with a commendable effort to shield himself, he is still forced back by Wu Fei's might. Bang! The tremendous impact sends Wukong crashing into a mountain peak. Whoosh! Before Wukong can even hit the ground, Wu Fei strikes again. Bang! Wu Fei delivers a powerful kick, sending Wukong flying. Bang, bang, bang. With the initiative firmly in his grasp, Wu Fei continues his relentless assault, leaving Wukong to struggle in defense. Bang! In a moment of carelessness, Sun Wukong finds himself once again toppled to the ground. It is evident that when Wu Fei activates the Kaioken, Wukong is clearly outmatched. Indeed, Goku possesses remarkable resilience. Even in the face of Wu Fei's relentless onslaught, he remains steadfast. Though his body is marred with wounds, his fighting spirit remains undiminished, his gaze brimming with fervor. Goku has no intention of retreating. He continues to gather his energy. A mask of agony settles upon his face, while his bones emit ominous cracks. Goku, cease this. Meanwhile, far away on North Kaio's planet, the North Kaio is deeply concerned. You cannot amplify the Kaioken any further, he pleads. Yet, Goku disregards North Kaio's warnings and persists in accumulating energy. Stop. If you continue down this path, your body will be ruined. North Kaio's anxiety intensifies. He is acutely aware of Goku's condition. Given Goku's physical prowess, utilizing a threefold Kaioken is already at the limit. If he forces himself to employ a fourfold Kaioken, although it would significantly enhance his power, the aftereffects would be severe. The consequences of such actions, even North Kaio cannot foresee. However, Goku is not preoccupied with such thoughts. His sole focus is on fighting Wu Fei with all his might. Goku lets out a thunderous roar, fully charged. A dark red aura envelopes him, deepening further. While his emitted energy becomes increasingly tempestuous, he has now transcended his limits, unleashing a fourfold Kaioken. Come at me. Goku charges once more at Wu Fei. Boom. Wu Fei remains unfazed, continuing to engage with Son Goku. Goku's strength has indeed surged, but it is essential to remember the insurmountable power disparity between him and Wu Fei. Goku's normal combat power is merely 8,000, while Wu Fei stands at an astonishing 20,000. Most crucially, Wu Fei possesses the ability to wield a tenfold Kaioken. Nevertheless, Wu Fei does not unleash his full potential. Instead, he gradually escalates the intensity of their confrontation. Through his battle with Goku, Wu Fei's combat experience further sharpens. Boom. With an elbow strike, Wu Fei sends Goku crashing into a mountain range. In an instant, the mountains crumble, burying Son Goku beneath the debris. Father, Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and others hasten to the scene, eager to assess Goku's condition. However, just as they approach, a resounding cry pierces the heavens. A massive boulder, which had entombed Son Goku, is violently propelled into the air. The force of these boulders is tremendous. Had Gohan, Krillin, and their companions not evaded in time, they would have sustained severe injuries. Now, Son Goku stands in the crater, his energy surging even further. Fivefold Kaioken. Son Goku once again surpasses his limits. Truly, the more fervently one shouts, the quicker the breakthrough. Wu Fei reflects. At this moment, Son Goku has completely disregarded the toll that the Kaioken exacts on his body, solely fixated on battling Wu Fei. However, even with the fivefold Kaioken unleashed, he remains no match for Wu Fei. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures dart about, their movements a blur to Piccolo and the others. Yet, the crumbling mountains bear witness to the fierce clash between them. At present, Krillin and his companions are exceedingly cautious, striving to avoid being severely injured by the aftermath of the battle between the two warriors. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Wu Fei delivers a powerful punch to Goku's chest. Goku swiftly retaliates with a sweeping kick, yet Wu Fei deftly evades and appears behind him. Kamehameha. Wu Fei suddenly unleashes the Kamehameha wave, driving Goku deep into the ground. Furthermore, Wu Fei has no intention of relenting, intensifying his assault. Initially, Goku manages to withstand the onslaught, but gradually he begins to falter. Bang! He finds himself devoid of any resistance, utterly engulfed by Wu Fei's Kamehameha wave. In that moment, the earth trembles and the ground fractures. Krillin and the others are jolted by the shockwave, their legs trembling. Dust swirls, and the smoke lingers ominously in the air. Goku lies supine on the ground, struggling to open his eyes, his energy severely depleted. It is evident that, after enduring Wu Fei's formidable Kamehameha wave, Goku is left without the strength to continue fighting. In this bout, Goku has been utterly defeated. Chapter 20. Defeating Goku, tenfold training effect. Dad, Goku. Gohan and Krillin rush to Goku's side, their faces etched with concern. It is clear to anyone that after enduring Wu Fei's fierce blow, Goku is gravely injured. At this moment, Goku likely cannot even muster the strength to rise. Upon hearing Gohan and Krillin's calls, Goku weakly opens his eyes. I'm fine. Goku's voice is barely a whisper, as if speaking has become a monumental challenge for him now. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Wu Fei is formidable. Dad. Gohan kneels beside Goku, his worry palpable. Gohan, I'm fine. Just as Goku finishes speaking, his expression suddenly contorts in agony. A wave of intense pain forces Goku to emit a heart-wrenching scream. Creak, creak. Krillin and the others immediately change their expressions, their anxiety deepening. They can distinctly sense Goku's bones creaking violently. At this moment, Goku's injuries are even more severe than Vegeta's. Had Wu Fei not shown restraint earlier, Goku would surely have descended into the underworld by now. Witnessing Goku's contorted visage, Krillin can feel the excruciating pain emanating from him. Yet, only Goku himself can truly fathom the depth of his suffering. After the battle concludes, the side effects of the Kaioken technique finally manifest. Moreover, Goku had just continuously pushed his limits, executing a higher level of Kaioken. This undoubtedly inflicts relentless torment upon his body. Goku now feels as though every bone in his body is on the verge of shattering, an excruciating pain coursing through him. He finds himself utterly immobilized. Goku, this is the consequence of your recklessness. The North KO is filled with both anger and sympathy. Goku's refusal to heed his advice and insistence on utilizing the advanced Kaioken has led him to this self-inflicted torment. Given Goku's current state, it seems he is utterly incapacitated. The North KO cannot foresee whether Goku will ever fully recover from this ordeal. The only certainty he possessed was that Sun Wukong would require a considerable amount of time to recuperate from his injuries. The sparring session had concluded, leaving Sun Wukong utterly incapacitated, while Wu Fei appeared to be as composed and untroubled as ever. Indeed, engaging in combat with Sun Wukong had not significantly drained Wu Fei's energy. Simultaneously, Wu Fei had garnered immense benefits after battling the combat prodigy. His experience in warfare had expanded, and his fighting skills had markedly improved. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Sun Wukong. Task completed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Tenfold training efficacy. Tenfold. Wu Fei's spirits soared at this delightful news. Such a reward was nothing short of extraordinary. This meant that under identical training conditions, Wu Fei would experience 10 times the benefits. His strength would escalate at an unprecedented pace. This system truly understood his desires. Wu Fei mused. With a light thud, Wu Fei descended to the ground, approaching Sun Wukong. Mr. Wu Fei, that was supposed to be a friendly spar. Your strikes were rather severe, Krillin remarked, somewhat exasperated. Just ask Sun Wukong whether he found it exhilarating. Wu Fei chuckled in response. Indeed, Krillin, I thoroughly enjoyed that battle. Krillin shook his head in disbelief. I just can't comprehend you Saiyans. Isn't this self-inflicted torment? Being beaten into submission, yet appearing to relish it. Cough, cough, cough. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's injuries had worsened. With a snap of his fingers, Wu Fei opened his palm, revealing a magical bean. The magical bean? Krillin and the others gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Wu Fei produce the miraculous bean once more. This bean was a divine healing artifact, capable of curing any ailment. Its efficacy regarded as unparalleled, yet it was exceedingly rare. Even Master Karen, who cultivated these beans, had run out of stock. Yet, Wu Fei seemed to have an endless supply. Just how many magical beans does Mr. Wu Fei possess? Krillin pondered, though he quickly dismissed such thoughts. The priority now was to save Wukong. Thank you, Uncle Wu Fei. Gohan exclaimed with excitement as he took the magical bean and administered it to Wukong. With a crunch, Wukong managed to move his mouth and tongue, successfully consuming the bean. Instantly, he felt invigorated, leaping into the air. After ingesting the magical bean, his injuries had completely healed. Furthermore, Wukong sensed a surge in his strength. In his exhilaration, he unleashed a flurry of punches in midair. Oh, I nearly forgot. That green bean possesses miraculous properties. Earth truly is an extraordinary planet, filled with so many treasures. Upon witnessing Wukong's recovery, King Kai's worries dissipated entirely. Thank you, Mr. Wu Fei. I am determined to train diligently, enhance my strength, and then seek you out for another spar. Sun Wukong declared with enthusiasm. I am always at your service. Naturally, Wu Fei was more than willing to engage in such endeavors, for if Sun Wukong relished the thrill of combat, he would gladly oblige. Wu Fei paused momentarily before speaking. The crisis brought by the Saiyans has been resolved. What are your plans moving forward? Upon hearing this, Krillin and Tien looked somewhat bewildered. With the threat now lifted, they indeed had no specific plans. I think I'll return to the Kame house and enjoy a leisurely life. Krillin chuckled, scratching his head. Compared to the martial arts enthusiast Goku, Krillin preferred a tranquil existence. I will return with Chaozu to continue my training, Tien replied. I want to train as well. Piccolo. Let us train together. Goku called out to Piccolo in the distance. Yay. I also want to continue training with Uncle Piccolo. Gohan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Humph. Piccolo grunted, turning his head away. However, it was evident that he bore no intention of refusing. Wu Fei remarked nonchalantly, training? I have an excellent place to enhance your abilities. Nanny? Goku and the others responded with enthusiasm. Mr. Wu Fei, where is this place? Goku inquired eagerly. At that moment, Wu Fei turned to Piccolo. It is none other than your homeland, Planet Namek. Planet Namek? Upon hearing Wu Fei's words, Goku and the others were taken aback. Goku's eyes shone with fervor. Then let us hurry there. However, he soon wore a troubled expression. But where is Planet Namek? How do we get there? He instinctively turned his gaze toward Piccolo. I don't know either. Piccolo responded, equally at a loss. Even his own origins he had learned from Vegeta. As for the whereabouts of Planet Namek, how could he possibly know? Chapter 21, Room of Spirit and Time, Normal Battle Power, 2.000.000. This complicates matters. Goku scratched his head, appearing quite distressed. Goku, I have something to tell you. At that moment, the voice of the Supreme Kai resonated from above. I know where my homeland is. Wonderful. Goku's excitement surged. It seemed they could address the upcoming matters, Wu Fei thought to himself. He then said, you all go find a way to reach Planet Namek. I have something to attend to, so I will take my leave. After bidding farewell to Goku and the others, Wu Fei departed. Whoosh. Wu Fei's figure suddenly appeared in front of the Supreme Kai's temple square. Huh, Mr. Wu Fei? The Supreme Kai looked quite astonished at Wu Fei's sudden appearance. At that moment, the stout, big-eyed Bubbles stood protectively in front of the Supreme Kai. As the Supreme Kai's most loyal guardian, Bubbles prioritized ensuring the Supreme Kai's safety. Bubbles, stand down. Mr. Wu Fei means no harm, the Supreme Kai instructed. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, Bubbles lowered his guard. Mr. Wu Fei, how may I assist you? The Supreme Kai had just finished discussing matters with Goku and was taken aback by Wu Fei's unexpected visit. I would like to use the Room of Spirit and Time, Wu Fei stated directly. Nanny? Both the Supreme Kai and Bubbles were quite astonished. The Room of Spirit and Time was the most enigmatic location within the Supreme Kai's temple, and very few were aware of its existence. The Room of Spirit and Time was a closely guarded secret. The Supreme Kai only recalled that aside from himself, Bubbles, and Goku, no one else knew of the Room of Spirit and Time. It is evident that Sun Wukong has not spoken to Wu Fei regarding the time chamber. How then did Wu Fei come to learn of its existence? The heavenly god now perceives Wu Fei as increasingly enigmatic. As a deity on Earth, he finds himself utterly unable to fathom Wu Fei's depths. Very well, Mr. Bobo, please escort Mr. Wu Fei. Having continuously aided in resolving crises on Earth, Wu Fei has wholly earned the heavenly god's trust, who readily consents. Indeed, my lord. Mr. Bobo then leads Wu Fei toward the time chamber. After providing some instructions at the entrance, Wu Fei officially steps into the realm of the time chamber. Stifling heat, labored breathing, and solitude. These are the initial sensations that envelop Wu Fei. Truly, this is the time chamber. Wu Fei reflects. In the world of Dragon Ball, the time chamber is regarded as a sacred place for training. The passage of time here differs vastly from the outside world. 1 year within the chamber equates to merely 1 day on Earth. Training in this environment can significantly enhance one's strength. However, the conditions are also quite harsh. Thin air, oppressive heat, extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night, and an overwhelming silence pervade the vast expanse. Moreover, the gravity here is tenfold that of Earth. Training within the time chamber presents a tremendous trial for both the body and mind. Nevertheless, for Wu Fei, overcoming such challenges is imperative. He must swiftly elevate his power, especially as they are about to journey to Namek. On Namek, Sun Wukong's strength will experience exponential growth. Should he fail to enhance his own abilities promptly, he risks falling far behind Sun Wukong. Let the training commence. Wu Fei murmurs. His first task is to merge with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. With the infusion of this fabled lineage, Wu Fei's training will yield results beyond his expectations. Ding! The legendary Super Saiyan bloodline begins to merge. Subsequently, Wu Fei feels an inexhaustible power surging through his limbs, filling his entire being. A most exhilarating experience. He closes his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the changes within his body. After a considerable time, Wu Fei erupts in an ecstatic roar. The dark clouds above the time chamber disperse under the force of his burgeoning aura, revealing a brilliant blue sky. Wu Fei's physique has transformed. He has grown more muscular, his contours more defined, and he has even sprouted a brown-black tail. He has now truly become a Saiyan. His aura radiates dominance and exudes an intimidating presence. As he suppresses his energy, he takes on a more amiable demeanor. Creak. Clenching his fists, Wu Fei is imbued with a profound sense of strength. The legendary bloodline of Super Saiyan indeed defies the heavens. Wu Fei marvels. Broly, possessing this bloodline, was born with a staggering battle power of 10,000. After merging with the Super Saiyan bloodline, Wu Fei experiences an exponential rise in combat prowess. His base battle power has now surged to 200,000, an astonishing tenfold increase. The benefits conferred by the Ultra Bloodline are undoubtedly profound. Moreover, in subsequent training and battles, the Ultra Bloodline will play an even greater role. After merging with the Ultra Bloodline, Wu Fei's combat prowess surged dramatically. However, a dilemma presented itself. His fighting capability was inflated and lacked a solid foundation. Now, Wu Fei must focus on establishing a strong base to better harness this newfound power. Once his foundation is fortified, Wu Fei embarks on a new round of training. Boom! Wu Fei unleashed a powerful energy wave. Whoosh! He swiftly appeared in front of the energy wave, bracing himself against the onslaught. Rat-a-tat-tat. The energy wave forced Wu Fei to stagger back several steps. Yet, he continued to unleash energy waves, resolutely blocking them. Bang! 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 He relentlessly endured the barrage of energy attacks. Now, Wu Fei was utterly exhausted and covered in wounds. He retrieved a magical bean and swallowed it whole. In an instant, the formerly weakened Wu Fei was rejuvenated. Furthermore, his aura was noticeably stronger than before. Indeed, it proved effective. Excellent. Onward with the training. Thereafter, Wu Fei relentlessly pushed himself, reviving from the brink of death, which bolstered his combat strength. After all, he possessed an inexhaustible supply of magical beans to aid in his recovery. Employing a self-torturous training method, Wu Fei's power soared dramatically. With the enhancement of the Ultra Bloodline, his training effects were magnified tenfold. Throughout this continuous training, Wu Fei's strength exhibited exponential growth. Phew, that should suffice. Wu Fei lay on the ground, breathing heavily. He had just concluded his training, and his strength had evidently improved once more. Reflecting upon it, Wu Fei realized he had spent nearly a year within the hyperbolic time chamber. Although the chamber provided ample water and food, enduring solitude in such a harsh environment was undoubtedly a torment. Wu Fei now felt it was time to emerge. He had no further need to remain. After a year of arduous training, he had reaped substantial rewards. His combat power had reached an astonishing 2 million. Wu Fei was quite satisfied with his training achievements. Chapter 22. Prepared, setting off to Namek. Rat-a-tat-tat. Wu Fei slowly exited the hyperbolic time chamber. Mr. Wu Fei, exclaimed the old Supreme Kai. Wu Fei turned to face the old Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai instantly broke into a cold sweat, retreating several steps before managing to steady himself. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Wu Fei. Even as a deity, he dared not meet Wu Fei's gaze. It was an absolute intimidation. Only when Wu Fei reigned in his aura did the old Supreme Kai regain his composure. I find myself increasingly unable to fathom Mr. Wu Fei. The old Supreme Kai remarked with a sense of awe. He scrutinized Wu Fei closely, his heart racing in surprise. Nanny, could it be that Mr. Wu Fei is also a Saiyan? He inquired, pointing at Wu Fei's tail, filled with confusion. I never stated that I am not a Saiyan. Wu Fei replied. The old Supreme Kai grew even more perplexed. What on earth had transpired during Wu Fei's year in the hyperbolic time chamber? He could now contemplate but one possibility. Perhaps within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, Wu Fei's tail had regrown. Subsequently, Wu Fei conversed with the old Kai for a while, during which he learned that Bobo had led Sun Wukong and others to the spacecraft that the old Kai had used when traveling to Earth. Currently, the spacecraft was housed in Bulma's residence, where Bulma and her daughter were engaged in research. Once they comprehended the operational principles of the spacecraft, they would endeavor to construct a new vessel. This was the perfect opportunity for Wu Fei to take a well-deserved rest, he mused. In the extreme environment of the hyperbolic time chamber, Wu Fei had subjected himself to a year of arduous training, which had taken a significant toll on his body and mind. To maintain an optimal state, it was imperative that he allowed himself to unwind. Before departing from the Kai's temple, Wu Fei had entrusted the old Kai with the task of removing his tail. In his view, there was no need to transform into a gorilla, and thus the tale was rendered unnecessary. I'm leaving. Wu Fei bid farewell and exited the temple. He sat quietly on a rocky outcrop by the sea, rod in hand. Suddenly, the fishing rod twitched. Wu Fei promptly lifted the rod and cast it with vigor. Thud! A large fish was hurled onto the shore. Wu Fei picked up the fish and casually tossed it into a nearby bucket filled with an assortment of fish. Splendid, he thought to himself. After departing from the Kai's temple, Wu Fei returned to this small island, embracing a leisurely lifestyle. He ceased to ponder matters of training, instead allowing himself to relax completely. Fishing became his most cherished form of relaxation. It had already been 7 days, Wu Fei murmured. Following this week of rest, he had restored himself to peak condition. It is time to set forth. With a swift motion, Wu Fei ascended into the sky, orienting himself before accelerating forward. In West City, within the courtyard of a grand mansion, a large spacecraft was prominently displayed. The atmosphere was lively, with Sun Wukong, Bulma, Krillin, and others gathered together. Clack! Wu Fei's figure materialized in the courtyard. Mr. Wu Fei. Upon his arrival, Sun Wukong and the others expressed their excitement. How is the spacecraft coming along? It is complete. After adjustments, it is now capable of normal flight, Bulma replied. Truly, you are a remarkable scientist, Wu Fei exclaimed. Within just 7 days, Bulma and her father had thoroughly grasped the fundamental structure and operational principles of the spacecraft, successfully creating a new vessel. Completing such a monumental task in merely 7 days was nothing short of genius. Wait, let me install the sound system, and then it will be finished. At that moment, Bulma's father emerged from the spacecraft. Upon hearing his words, Sun Wukong and the others were left somewhat speechless. It doesn't really matter whether we have a sound system or not, Sun Wukong remarked. Actually, listening to music during our journey could be quite enjoyable, helping us to relax. Wu Fei interjected. Exactly. This young brother understands me. The long journey would be incomplete without the accompaniment of music. My dear brother, I shall equip the spaceship with a top-tier sound system, boasting a sublime three-dimensional surround sound for an exquisite auditory experience. After Bulma's father concluded his statement, he busied himself once more. It was evident that he would not take much time to install the sound system, and the others chose to remain silent. They then turned their discussions to their voyage to planet Namek. Namek, being the homeland of Piccolo, stirred a deep yearning within him to return to his roots. He could hardly contain his eagerness to embark for Namek. Upon learning that Namek was a wondrous planet, Son Goku's desire to visit also intensified. As for Tien Shinhan, although he had fought alongside Piccolo, he still harbored unresolved feelings. Compared to venturing into Piccolo's homeland, he preferred to seek a tranquil place for his training. Kaiatsu, ever by Tien's side, naturally echoed his sentiments. Well, I shall not be going to Namek. I wish to remain on Earth, Yamcha interjected. Previously, due to his negligence, he had perished from the explosion of a vegetable creature. Fortunately, it was his first demise, and his life had not yet reached its conclusion. A few days prior, Goku and the others had gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and revived Yamcha. Now, he felt that his presence on Namek would serve little purpose, so he opted to stay behind. Additionally, Krillin and Gohan decided to journey to Namek, eager to witness Piccolo's homeland themselves. Thus, Wu Fei, Piccolo, Goku, Krillin, and Gohan would embark on this adventure together. However, before their departure, preparations were necessary, and they agreed to set off the following day. Under the azure sky and fluffy clouds, the weather was splendid. The group stood in Bulma's spacious yard, ready to board the spaceship. Gohan, don't forget to do your homework on Namek, Chi-Chi admonished loudly. Yes, replied Gohan, his obedient haircut bobbing as he carried a large backpack. The others around them burst into laughter. Chi-Chi, Gohan is going to explore a planet, not school. Why make him carry so many books? Krillin teased. What do you know? Krillin, our Gohan is destined to become a great scholar. He must not follow in your footsteps and become a training fanatic. Gohan, you absolutely must not emulate your father. You must study diligently. And Piccolo, you must not lead our Gohan astray. Objectively speaking, Chi-Chi's presence was undeniably formidable. When she spoke, Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin fell silent. Especially Goku, who could only smile awkwardly, too timid to refute her. These mighty warriors of Earth were reduced to mere weaklings in Chi-Chi's presence. Their combat power diminished to a mere 5. After Chi-Chi's admonitions, the group finally boarded the spaceship. Beep, beep. Bulma had previously instructed Wu Fei and the others on the operation of the spacecraft, and Wu Fei had mastered it entirely. With a thunderous roar, after entering the necessary commands, the spaceship officially launched. Boom. The spacecraft, trailing a long tail of flame, ascended towards the heavens. Wu Fei and his companions officially embarked on their journey to Namek. Chapter 23, 100-fold Gravity. Is that all? The Great Crisis of Namek. In the boundless expanse of outer space, a spacecraft sped through the cosmos. The distance between Earth and Namek was considerable, even with the most advanced propulsion systems. It would require a month to reach their destination. Rather than idling away the time, Wu Fei and his companions opted to train in the gravity chamber constructed by Bulma's father. Beep. Wu Fei activated the program, commencing the adjustment of gravity. Initially, everyone moved with ease, but as the gravitational force steadily increased, Krillin and Gohan, with their lesser training, began to visibly struggle. Beep. With another press, the gravity was set to 5 times Earth's. I can't move, Krillin exclaimed, drenched in sweat, his bones feeling the oppressive weight, rendering him nearly immobile. Thud. Krillin had no choice but to unleash his energy. Only then could he manage to move, albeit with great effort. Gohan too felt the strain of the escalating gravity, needing to exert his energy just to keep moving. However, their relatively weaker abilities hindered their capacity for proper training under such immense pressure. Beep. Upon reaching 7 times the gravity, both Krillin and Gohan found their physical limits clearly tested. They retreated to the resting area. Remaining were Wu Fei, Son Goku, and Piccolo, who continued to increase the gravity. Soon, Wu Fei adjusted it to 10 times. Having already acclimated to this intensity within the hyperbolic time chamber, Wu Fei was undeterred, while Son Goku had similarly adapted to 10 times the gravity on King Kai's planet. Although Piccolo had not experienced such conditions, his formidable strength allowed him to withstand it for the moment. Beep beep beep. As Wu Fei further intensified the gravity, Piccolo began to falter. When the gravity reached 18 times, he finally chose to withdraw. His return to the resting area brought some relief. Wu Fei, however, pressed on, eager to test Son Goku's limits. Without utilizing the Kaioken technique, Son Goku eventually succumbed when the gravity hit 30 times. Now, only Wu Fei remained. Mr. Wu Fei is astonishing. Son Goku marveled, realizing the widening chasm between his capabilities and Wu Fei's. 30 times the gravity was his threshold. Yet Wu Fei moved with ease in such an environment, an unfathomable feat. Beep beep beep. Without hesitation, Wu Fei escalated the gravity to 50 times. What? Mr. Wu Fei, please don't go too far. Exceeding one's limits could lead to dire consequences. The others were filled with concern, yet they observed Wu Fei shake his head. 50 times gravity, this is it? Upon hearing Wu Fei's remark, Krillin and the others felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Was this truly the utterance of a human? The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. Krillin exclaimed in awe. He initially believed that Wukong was formidable enough, but to his astonishment, Wu Fei proved to be even more ruthless. Beep, beep, beep. A thought surged within Wu Fei's mind. 989-9100. Good heavens. Is Mr. Wu Fei about to challenge the gravity of 100-fold? At this moment, Son Wukong and his companions couldn't help but worry for Wu Fei. This rapid increase in gravity is entirely different from gradually adapting to intensity before incrementing the weight. The gravity is being raised directly from 50-fold to 100-fold, which would undoubtedly have a significant impact on Wu Fei. Should his body fail to acclimate, such an abrupt and immense pressure could lead to dire consequences. There is a real possibility that Wu Fei might be incapacitated under such oppressive weight. However, Son Wukong and the others soon realized they had been overly concerned. Although the gravity had indeed escalated to 100-fold, Wu Fei exhibited no signs of discomfort. He remained agile and unencumbered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, Wu Fei relentlessly unleashed his punches. 100-fold gravity is nothing more than this. Wu Fei murmured. Nothing more than this. Son Wukong and the others were left utterly astounded. Why would Mr. Wu Fei utter such heartless words? Have you considered our feelings? Krillin lamented. I merely spoke the truth. Wu Fei replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Wu Fei's peak combat power now reached an astounding 2 million. Under concentrated focus, 100-fold gravity posed no challenge for him at all. Krillin increasingly recognized the insurmountable chasm between himself and Wu Fei. He could barely withstand 7-fold gravity, while Wu Fei effortlessly managed 100-fold. Comparing oneself to others is truly disheartening. Beep. Wu Fei pressed the reset button, and the gravity returned to normal. You all may continue your training. After speaking, Wu Fei exited the gravity chamber. He was in no rush to engage in high-intensity training. Instead, he opted to allow himself to relax both physically and mentally. The disparity between myself and Mr. Wu Fei is insurmountable. I must strive to improve. Son Wukong was filled with fighting spirit and resumed his training. Piccolo, unwilling to be left behind, also began to train earnestly. In addition, Gohan and Krillin embarked on their own training journeys. Training, resting, and relaxing became the prevailing theme for Wu Fei and his companions as they drew ever closer to planet Namek. Meanwhile, the fully recovered Vegeta unexpectedly learned of the Dragon Balls and set off towards planet Namek. Ha, Dragon Balls, here I come. Frieza, I shall not allow you to succeed. I will gather all 7 Dragon Balls, wish for immortality, transcend into a Super Saiyan, and eliminate you once and for all. And that wretch who defeated me so thoroughly, I shall surpass you as well. As the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta was filled with ambition. He was determined to reach planet Namek swiftly and collect the 7 Dragon Balls before Frieza could. Meanwhile, Frieza and his minions had already arrived on planet Namek. Exhibiting a complete lack of humanity, a Upon their arrival, they commenced a brutal slaughter. He has also uncovered the secret of the Dragon Balls, and his primary purpose for arriving on Namek is to gather them in pursuit of eternal life. Lacking a dragon radar, they opted to scour one village after another. Should the Namekians refuse to comply, Frieza and his entourage would cruelly eliminate them. Despite the Namekians' proficiency in various abilities, their combat prowess is relatively low, rendering them vulnerable against the formidable strength of Frieza's group. The Namekians, already few in number, are now facing relentless slaughter as they stubbornly resist Frieza and his minions. Through sheer brute force, Frieza and his allies are successfully collecting the Dragon Balls. The once tranquil and harmonious Namek is now on the brink of catastrophe. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Wu Fei draw ever closer to Namek. Chapter 24. Arrival on Namek and the disappearance of Dodoria. Thunderous roars echoed as the spaceship sped through the cosmos. Arriving at a verdant planet, with a fierce friction against the atmosphere, the ship erupted in sparks, violently shaking in the process. Wu Fei swiftly maneuvered the vessel, setting the necessary protocols. After a tumultuous journey, the spaceship finally landed safely. As they opened the hatch, the group disembarked, greeted by a lush, vibrant landscape. "This is such a beautiful planet," exclaimed Gohan. "This is my homeland," murmured Piccolo. Although it was his first visit to Namek, a profound sense of familiarity enveloped him. He was intrinsically connected to this place. "There's an overwhelming energy here," Goku suddenly remarked, his expression shifting as he pointed into the distance. At that moment, Goku could distinctly sense an aura far surpassing his own, reminiscent of Wu Fei's inscrutable power. "Piccolo, it seems your homeland harbors formidable beings as well," Goku mused, aware that while Namekians possessed wondrous abilities, he had never anticipated encountering one with such immense strength. No, he is not a Namekian. Piccolo, too, sensed the formidable energy, and his instincts insisted that it did not emanate from a Namekian. "What? He is not a Namekian?" Krillin questioned, perplexed. "Indeed, if you focus intently, you will discern that his aura is entirely distinct from Piccolo's," Wu Fei interjected. "Who is he then? And why is he here?" Goku questioned, equally bewildered. "He is known as Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor." "What? Frieza?" Goku and the others were taken aback, unfamiliar with the name. Wu Fei had never mentioned Frieza before, leaving them in the dark. Wu Fei then began recounting the tale of Frieza, gradually dispelling their confusion, trusting Wu Fei implicitly, given that he had already earned their confidence. Goku and the others listened intently. "Frieza has come here to collect the Dragon Balls. Indeed, we must stop him." Immediately prepared, Wu Fei produced the Dragon Ball radar. Beep, beep, beep. Activating the radar revealed that 5 Dragon Balls had gathered in one location, coinciding with an overwhelming aura. It appeared that Frieza had already collected 5 Dragon Balls. "We still have time." The remaining 2 Dragon Balls were scattered and quite distant from one another. Wu Fei concentrated his mind, honing in on the surrounding energies. Before long, he detected an aura strikingly similar to Piccolo's, with one of the Dragon Balls nearby. "That's south the place. Let us go." "To where?" inquired Son Goku. "To a place where we can enhance our strength." "Enhance our strength?" Goku's excitement was palpable upon hearing Wu Fei's words, for his purpose on Namek was to increase his power. Goku and the others promptly followed Wu Fei's lead, soaring into the distance. Before a massive spaceship, a throng of peculiar extraterrestrials surrounded it, each adorned in a uniform reminiscent of the battle attire previously worn by Vegeta. "What could be taking Dodoria so long?" A voice, laced with impatience, echoed, causing the others to fall silent, their reverence palpable. In the midst of this crowd, a flying chair hovered, upon which sat a diminutive alien with 2 horns atop his head and a sinister demeanor, none other than the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. As Frieza spoke, his subordinates averted their gazes, too fearful to meet his eyes, well aware of his capricious nature and penchant for violence. Given Frieza's evident displeasure, none dared to provoke him. To incur his wrath would spell disaster. After a prolonged silence, one figure stepped forward. Tall and with flowing hair, it was Zarbin. In comparison to the bizarre appearance of Frieza and his minions, Zarbin bore a more conventional visage. His combat prowess was commendable, having long served as one of Frieza's trusted lieutenants. When Frieza was in a foul mood, only Zarbin had the audacity to speak up. "Lord Frieza, Dodoria may have lost track of time while indulging in leisure, neglecting his duties. Shall I retrieve him?" Frieza nodded, responding frostily, "Very well. Dodoria has displeased me. I trust you will not follow suit." "Yes, Lord Frieza." Zarbin promptly set off to locate Dodoria. "Do not let me down." Frieza chuckled darkly. At that moment, 5 Dragon Balls hovered near Frieza, all seized from the Namekians. His hands were stained with the blood of countless Namekians. "Just 2 more, and I shall summon the Eternal Dragon, granting my wish for immortality." Frieza laughed with reckless abandon. His subordinates stood with utmost reverence, their breaths barely perceptible. Whoosh! Sabo soared through the air in pursuit of Dodoria's departing figure, his mind clouded with confusion. He had been searching for an hour without catching a glimpse of Dodoria. Most troubling was the fact that he had activated his power detector, yet not a trace of Dodoria's energy could be found. This was inconceivable. The absence of Dodoria only heightened Sabo's anxiety. Should he fail to locate him, he would undoubtedly face Frieza's wrath. After years of serving alongside Frieza, he was acutely aware of his temperament. If he did not bring Dodoria back, he would be subjected to endless tortures. Damn it! Sabo shouted in frustration. Beep beep beep. At that moment, the detector he wore began to emit a series of urgent beeps. Excellent. Sabo swiftly turned, and there was Dodoria right beside him. Whoosh. Suddenly, a pink figure, adorned with spiky flesh on its arms and face, barreled toward him. It was none other than Dodoria, one of Frieza's henchmen. You scoundrel! Where have you been? Sabo bellowed. Just as he was about to reprimand Dodoria, he sensed something was amiss. Dodoria's body was littered with wounds, and there was no energy emanating from him. He was a corpse. Dodoria was dead. A jolt of shock coursed through Sabo. He knew Dodoria was formidable, with power levels reaching 23,000. On this planet, he was virtually unmatched. But now he had been killed. What was happening? Sabo roared. Meanwhile, his detector continued its relentless beeping. Sabo scanned his surroundings and spotted a lone figure in the distance, coldly observing him. It was none other than Prince Vegeta, the Saiyan. Chapter 25, Vegeta Sabo, Naru. Sabo's expression shifted to one of astonishment, quickly followed by a sneer. So, it is merely a wild monkey. Despite Vegeta's status as the Saiyan prince, Sabo regarded him with disdain. After all, they were both subordinates of Frieza. Lineage meant little in the face of power, and Sabo's strength vastly surpassed that of Vegeta. Thus, Sabo adopted a condescending posture toward him. He was also privy to the dark secrets surrounding the destruction of Vegeta's planet, having witnessed it firsthand. Although Vegeta was now working under Frieza, Sabo understood that Frieza did not regard Vegeta as a loyal servant. Should Vegeta become of no use or pose a threat, Frieza would swiftly act to eliminate him. Sabo was confident that if he chose to discipline Vegeta, Lord Frieza would not hold him accountable. Sabo found Vegeta insufferable, and the feeling was mutual. Their animosity was palpable. Well, what brings you here, foul monkey? Do you glare at me with such hostility, seeking your own demise? Wait. Sabo's expression suddenly transformed, brimming with excitement. How do you possess a Dragon Ball? Perfect. If you willingly hand over the Dragon Ball to me, I might just consider sparing you. Ha! Listening to Sabo's words, Vegeta wore an expression of utter indifference. Humph, what an ugly display. Vegeta turned away and spat disdainfully. Sabo took note of Vegeta's actions, and his fury ignited. You dare to disrespect me? A mere filthy monkey. How dare you show me such insolence? With a scowl, Sabo prepared to launch an attack on Vegeta. Do you think I am here to beg for mercy? I have come to take your life. Vegeta retorted with a laugh. Take my life? You arrogant wild monkey. If you wish for death so desperately, then I shall oblige. Sabo erupted in raucous laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. A wild monkey like you could never defeat me. Not long ago, Dodoria was just like you. And as you can see, his fate was sealed. Was Dodoria defeated by you? After a moment of contemplation, Sabo's expression shifted to one of confusion. He activated his scouter, revealing that Vegeta's power level stood at a mere 18,000, unchanged from before. Sabo knew Dodoria's strength all too well, boasting a power level of 23,000, clearly superior to Vegeta. Yet, the outcome was that Dodoria fell to Vegeta's hands. Moreover, Sabo noticed that Vegeta's aura remained steady and scathed. How could one with a power level of 18,000 possibly defeat an opponent with a power level of 23,000 without injury? Sabo's confusion quickly morphed into disdain. Humph, you must have resorted to ambush. Such a lack of upbringing from a wild monkey. And surely, Dodoria was caught off guard. To be defeated by a wild monkey is a profound disgrace. Now, I shall put an end to you, you filthy monkey. With that, Sabo charged at Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta remained unperturbed, charging forward to meet him. The two became engulfed in fierce combat, the outcome uncertain for the moment. Meanwhile, Wu Fei and his companions continued soaring through the skies. Suddenly, a massive structure appeared before them. Wu Fei could distinctly sense several energy signatures remarkably similar to Piccolo's. We have arrived, he announced to Goku and the others. Yay! Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. A jolt of surprise coursed through Piccolo as an overwhelming sense of belonging surged within him, an unfamiliar feeling. It was as though someone significant awaited him within that stone house. Thud. The group landed in the clearing before the stone dwelling. Who goes there? At that moment, an intense aura emanated from within the house. Impressive. Goku, Piccolo. And the others were taken aback by the overwhelming energy. Thud, thud, thud. A figure slowly emerged from the stone house. It was a tall, robust Namekian, none other than Nail, the sole pure warrior of Namek and its mightiest fighter. Nail regarded Wu Fei and the others with a cold demeanor, fully prepared for battle. He had long been aware of a group of extraterrestrial beings intent on seizing the Dragon Balls, ruthlessly harming his fellow compatriots in their relentless pursuit. This ignited a fierce fury within Naru. As the mightiest warrior of this planet, he yearned to lend his support, yet was bound by a more pressing obligation. Unable to extricate himself from his duties, little did he anticipate that this group would come seeking him directly. A perfect opportunity for vengeance for his fallen brethren, Naru mused. Wu Fei maintained a calm demeanor, his expression unchanging, while Sun Wukong and the others were taken aback. What? Are you and Piccolo twins? You look remarkably alike, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, this gentleman bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Gohan chimed in. It's astonishing how similar you both are. Like true brothers. Humph. Piccolo, quite proud, turned his head away. Though he displayed no outward signs, his emotions were tumultuous. He too recognized the striking resemblance between himself and the Namekian before him. Piccolo, already possessing limited knowledge of his own origins, could not help but wonder, could he truly be my brother? Yet, a sense of reluctance washed over him. Despite their physical similarities, the other's strength far surpassed his own. The intense competitive spirit within Piccolo only deepened his displeasure. Regarding the resemblance between himself and Piccolo, Naru remained indifferent, though he too felt a growing annoyance. He glared coldly at Piccolo. Humph, I cannot believe that as a fellow Namekian, you would bring aliens to invade Namek and rob us of the Dragon Balls. Moreover, you have slain your own kin. You are a disgrace to our race. Sun Wukong and the others were perplexed by Naru's words. Robbing the Dragon Balls and killing Namekians? What are you talking about? We haven't done any such thing. Sun Wukong hastily clarified. Sir, Uncle Piccolo is a good person. We come to this planet with no ill intentions. Gohan defended Piccolo. Humph. Piccolo, however, coldly regarded Naru, offering no response. He realized that Naru had misunderstood him, but his nature prevented him from wanting to clarify. Humph. I shall rid Namek of your disgraceful presence. Naru unleashed a fierce aura, fixating his gaze upon Piccolo. The disparity in their strengths was stark. Naru's overwhelming pressure caused beads of sweat to form on Piccolo's brow. Despite being firmly subdued by Naru, Piccolo gritted his teeth in defiance, unwilling to concede so easily, driven by his fierce competitive spirit. Chapter 26, The Grand Elder and Piccolo's Origins. The confrontation between Piccolo and Naru was on the verge of erupting. Wu Fei, observing the two, interjected, Naru, you are mistaken. The act of seizing the Dragon Balls and the slaying of Namekians was perpetrated by another group. Yet, Naru remained unconvinced. You are the ones who have brought great peril to Namek. What a stubborn individual. Wu Fei lamented, his expression shifting as he fixed his gaze upon Naru. Naru felt a sudden shock, retreating rapidly as cold sweat began to pour down his face. Not long ago, he had firmly subdued Piccolo. Yet now he found himself under the oppressive weight of an even more formidable presence. This immense disparity in strength evoked within him a profound sense of helplessness. How infuriating. This individual is astonishingly powerful. Naru reflected inwardly. With Naru now constrained by Wu Fei, the pressure that Piccolo had felt vanished in an instant. He too was left astounded by Wu Fei's prowess. Having always been unable to fathom the true extent of Wu Fei's abilities, he now realized that Wu Fei effortlessly dominated Naru, his strength surpassing all prior comprehension. Naru, they harbor no ill intent. Young man, please cease your actions. At that moment, a venerable and gentle voice resonated from within the stone chamber. Wu Fei had no desire to cause a disturbance and promptly retracted his aura. Humph. Naru continued to regard Wu Fei and his companions with a cold glare. Naru, bring them inside. The gentle voice instructed once more. Yes, esteemed elder. Despite his inner displeasure, Naru consented to escort Wu Fei and the others into the stone chamber. After all, he was a guardian of the elder and held a deep loyalty to him. Naturally, he harbored no thoughts of defying the elder's command. Following Naru's lead, Wu Fei and his companions entered the stone chamber. In the center of the room, upon an imposing seat, sat a grand and benevolent elder. He was none other than the elder of Namek. Elder, I have brought them in, Naru announced respectfully. Good. The elder waved his hand, his demeanor remaining exceedingly amiable. I apologize for any offense earlier, Wu Fei spoke up, displaying considerable respect for the elder of Namek. A truly remarkable figure. It was not your fault. Naru acted rashly. I appreciate that you did not harm him, the elder replied, his tone still gentle. He squinted slightly, observing Wu Fei and his companions intently. Upon catching sight of Piccolo, the elder's gaze lingered for a moment, as if recalling something significant. Presently, Piccolo too regarded the elder, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they had encountered one another before. Your aura is quite reminiscent of Kata's, the elder remarked. Judging by your age, you must be Kata's grandson. I never imagined that Kata's son would safely reach another planet and thrive. The elder lamented nostalgically, reflecting on those bygone days. Kata's? Piccolo's face was etched with confusion. In regard to his lineage, he only knew that he was one with the deity, though his disposition starkly contrasted that of the divine being. Yet, he had not anticipated that his grandfather, the father of the deity, was named Kata's. Noticing Piccolo's bewildered expression, The elder continued, "It seems your father has forgotten. Allow me to enlighten you." As the elder recounted the tale, Piccolo gradually gained a clearer understanding of his origins. Long ago, the environment of Namek deteriorated abruptly, rendering it uninhabitable, and many Namekians began to perish. In a bid to spare his son from death, Cadis chose to transport the young deity aboard a spacecraft to a habitable planet. Subsequently, the environment on Namek deteriorated further, leading to the continuous demise of its inhabitants. Ultimately, amidst that dire crisis, only the Grand Elder survived. The Grand Elder possessed numerous extraordinary abilities, coupled with an admirable character. Notably, the reproductive method of the Namekians was rather unique. Even with the Grand Elder as the sole survivor, he could still bear offspring. Through his diligent efforts, the nearly extinct Namekians once again flourished. The Grand Elder lamented, "Alas, it is a pity that Cadis could not endure that great crisis. Otherwise, you might have met him once more." In his final moments, his greatest concern was for his grandson. "Now that you have returned to Namek, he must surely find solace in the knowledge of your presence." Grateful for the Grand Elder's revelations about his lineage, the aura of innate warmth radiating from the Grand Elder even softened the typically reclusive Piccolo, who generally shunned strangers. The Grand Elder now appeared as a benevolent elder to Piccolo, fostering a sense of closeness. "Pray tell, have you come to Namek in pursuit of the Dragon Balls?" inquired the Grand Elder. "We are not here for the Dragon Balls, though we do possess other intentions." Upon hearing this, Neru's gaze turned cold once more, revealing his sinister intent. He began to gather his energy, prepared to strike. Although his strength paled in comparison to Wu Fei's, he was not one to retreat. "Neru," I interjected, "I trust they harbor no ill will." The Grand Elder, unfazed, exhibited confidence born from his extensive experience and myriad powers. With but a glance, he could discern one's true nature. Wu Fei, unreserved, spoke candidly. "It has come to my attention that the Grand Elder possesses a unique ability to awaken a person's latent potential. Our purpose here is to implore the Grand Elder to unleash that potential." The words astonished Sun Wukong and the others. To awaken potential? They had not anticipated such formidable prowess from the Grand Elder. The human body indeed harbors latent potential, yet it typically requires arduous training to convert that potential into tangible strength, a process fraught with difficulty. However, the Grand Elder's ability to directly awaken this potential was nothing short of miraculous. Excitement surged through Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and the others. Once the Grand Elder ignited their latent potential, their power would undoubtedly experience a remarkable leap. "I see very well." The Grand Elder assented swiftly. Yet, at that moment, Neru's expression shifted to one of concern. "Grand Elder, your energy is currently quite frail. You must not exert your powers further, for it would deplete your strength and render your condition even more precarious." The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, responding, "It matters not. After all, utilizing my powers will not shorten my lifespan. Furthermore, we are not merely aiding them. We are also salvaging our beloved Namek." Chapter 27, Awakening Potential. Krillin and Piccolo's Power Surge. Observing the resolute expression of the Grand Elder, Nailu had no choice but to acquiesce. As merely the Grand Elder's guardian and, moreover, his child, how could he possibly sway the Elder's thoughts? The Grand Elder surveyed the assembly and proclaimed, "Who among you shall step forth first? It matters not who goes first. You should go, Klin." Wu Fei indicated towards Klin. "Me?" Klin responded with a hint of astonishment. "He. Then I shall proceed." With a heart brimming with joy, Klin approached the Grand Elder, eager to uncover the potential that lay dormant within him. "Stand firm and maintain your focus." "Indeed." Klin nodded earnestly. "I entrust this to you, Grand Elder." Subsequently, the Grand Elder placed his palm atop Klin's head. Initially, Klin's expression was one of calm, but gradually, astonishment washed over him. "I feel a surge of power emanating from within," Klin exclaimed. Simultaneously, Wu Fei and the others sensed Klin's energy escalating. It was evident that Klin was becoming increasingly formidable. After a considerable period, the Grand Elder finally withdrew his hand. "It is done," the Grand Elder stated nonchalantly. Klin felt a refreshing surge of vitality. Clenching his fists, he realized he was imbued with immense strength. "Incredible. I never knew I could become this powerful," Klin shouted in elation. Overcome with excitement, he could not contain the full eruption of his newfound energy. "Remarkable. Klin, I never anticipated you would grow so strong," Sun Wukong exclaimed, equally astonished by Klin's newfound prowess. "How infuriating. How can this little fellow be so powerful?" Big felt a surge of dissatisfaction within. Previously, he had dismissed Klin entirely, for he perceived a significant disparity between their levels of strength. Yet now, he discovered that Klin's recently unleashed energy surpassed his own. Could it be? Has this little one eclipsed my strength? Big pondered, concurrently astonished by the Grand Elder's capabilities. He had not anticipated such formidable abilities, which could dramatically amplify an individual's power. Now, Big was also filled with excitement, eagerly yearning for the Grand Elder to help him unlock his potential. The Grand Elder's extraordinary ability is indeed legendary, Wu Fei remarked. He sensed that Qin's energy had now reached a staggering combat power of 10,000, while Qin's original power had only been around 2,000. Thus, with the Grand Elder's assistance in unleashing his potential, Qin's strength had quintupled. Such extraordinary abilities were indeed astonishing. Thank you, Grand Elder. Qin expressed deep gratitude. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's aid in awakening his potential, Qin himself could not fathom how long it would have taken to attain such a level. Indeed, even with relentless training, he might never have reached this pinnacle. No need for thanks. I too did not foresee the immense power residing within you. The Grand Elder paused before continuing. You may continue to train and enhance your strength. I have merely unveiled the power that lay dormant within you, without depleting your potential. Wonderful, Qin exclaimed, already bouncing with joy. Now, the anxiety that once plagued his heart has been entirely dispelled. As a seasoned martial artist, he is well aware of the natural progression of strength. It must be cultivated steadily. While a sudden surge in power may seem advantageous, it could also lead to adverse effects akin to hastening growth, which could severely hinder future cultivation. However, the Grand Elder has explicitly assured him that there will be no depletion or exploitation of his inherent potential, allowing Qin to fully relax. All right, who is next? With a determined stride, Piccolo approaches the Grand Elder. Ah, it's you, the descendant of Cadus. I shall now ascertain the extent of the potential residing within you. From the moment the Grand Elder places his palm upon Piccolo's head, the latter feels a gentle aura guiding the power within him. This sensation is simply exquisite, Piccolo muses. The Grand Elder activates Piccolo's potential for a noticeably longer duration than before. Enough. The Grand Elder slowly withdraws his hand. Piccolo, now brimming with excitement, unleashes a formidable aura. The results are striking, Wu Fei reflects. He senses that Piccolo's peak combat power has surged to 50,000. After the Grand Elder has awakened his potential, Piccolo's strength has multiplied tenfold. At this moment, Neru is profoundly astonished, feeling the pressure of Piccolo's aura beginning to eclipse his own. How is this possible? Neru exclaims in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had firmly subdued Piccolo, yet now he finds himself surpassed. Piccolo gazes at Neru, his eyes filled with challenge. As if to say, shall we engage in a duel? Frustrated, Neru scowls. The two stand at odds, tension palpable in the air, as if on the brink of confrontation. Stand down. You two resemble each other so closely, yet your personalities clash so dramatically. The Grand Elder gently interjects. His tone is remarkably soothing, lacking any intimidation, yet it compels both Piccolo and Neru to heed his words. They both retract their auras in compliance. As for Neru, he is obedient to the Grand Elder, fully aware of the latter's authority, while Piccolo, feeling a sense of warmth from the Grand Elder's assistance in enhancing his strength, harbors no ill will. Thank you, Grand Elder. The once proud Piccolo expresses his gratitude sincerely. No need for formality. Truly, you are worthy of being Cadus's descendant, possessing extraordinary talent. You have now surpassed Neru, becoming the mightiest Namekian. The Grand Elder's voice remains gentle. Neru, standing nearby, is filled with resentment. Just moments ago, he held the title of the strongest Namekian. Unexpectedly, that honor now belongs to the one he finds most disagreeable. With a sense of triumph, Piccolo strides over to Son Goku, his usually stoic demeanor now replaced by a broad smile. Son Goku, I have surpassed you. I can now easily defeat you. At present, Piccolo is exceedingly exhilarated. Ever since the Saiyans invaded Earth, he has noticed an ever-widening chasm between his strength and that of Goku. He had once resigned himself to the belief that he could never hope to match Goku's prowess. Yet, to his astonishment, after being empowered by the Elder, he has surpassed Goku's strength. Indeed, Piccolo, you have become remarkably formidable. It is astounding how the Elder's abilities could catalyze such explosive enhancements in both Krillin and yourself. Goku, for his part, has little to contest. He can sense that Piccolo's aura now far exceeds his own. However, rather than feeling disheartened, he is genuinely elated for Piccolo. At the same time, he is filled with renewed determination. Since Piccolo has now surpassed him, he must strive diligently to regain his edge and once again surpass Piccolo. Chapter 28, A Surge. Battle power of 4 million. Following the awakening of his potential, Piccolo is brimming with pride. He now firmly holds the upper hand over Goku, his perennial rival, and the joy in his heart is immeasurable. Within Piccolo's mind, a thought of invincibility begins to take root. He surveys his surroundings, fixing his gaze upon Wu Fei. Until now, he has been unable to perceive Wu Fei's true energy, only aware that the latter possesses unfathomable strength, placing them on distinctly different levels. With his newfound power, Piccolo seeks to reassess Wu Fei's capabilities. However, to his utter disbelief, Piccolo's confidence falters, and his expression shifts dramatically. Despite his tremendous power increase, he still cannot sense Wu Fei's true strength. The aura surrounding Wu Fei effectively obstructs Piccolo's perception, causing him to stumble back in shock. How infuriating! Piccolo is filled with a sense of frustration. An insurmountable gulf still exists between him and Wu Fei. Now, astonishment marks Piccolo's face. While Wu Fei responds with a calm smile, he is entirely unconcerned by Piccolo's probing. After all, the disparity in their strengths renders Piccolo insignificant in his eyes. At that moment, the elder begins to awaken Gohan's potential. This child harbors immense potential within. The elder, who had previously maintained a serene demeanor, now displays a hint of surprise. Though both Krillin and Piccolo possess extraordinary potential, the elder remains unimpressed. However, this child's potential is evidently far superior to that of the previous two. The time required to awaken Gohan's potential exceeds that of Krillin and Piccolo. The future for this child is boundless, the elder reflects. Is this truly my power? Gohan clenches his fist, incredulity etched across his face. He feels an infinite reservoir of strength within him. This is terrifying, Krillin exclaims. Gohan's power is so formidable. Well done. Goku also feels a swell of pride for Gohan. He can sense that Gohan's energy now surpasses his own. Goku is left feeling quite helpless. He never anticipated that his strength would be second only to Wu Fei's. Now, he finds himself merely stronger than Krillin. Truly, Gohan is a testament to my teachings. Piccolo muses. Piccolo also sensed the remarkable surge in Gohan's power. Although he had not yet reached Piccolo's level, he was undoubtedly not far behind Nail. This truly was the divine Gohan. As for Gohan's transformation, Goku was not surprised. Gohan inherently possessed boundless potential. He was merely tapping into a fraction of his strength, coaxed forth by the elder. Yet, even this small fraction propelled Gohan's power to an astounding battle level of 40,000. Now it was my turn. Goku was filled with exhilaration. After the elder had unlocked their potential, the powers of Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan had all undergone a qualitative leap. Goku was eager to discover the changes within himself. Please, elder. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. All right. As before, the elder placed his palm upon Goku's head. What? His potential is truly terrifying. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. His astonishment evident as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It was clear that unlocking Goku's potential demanded a far greater expenditure of energy. Now, Goku centered his thoughts, carefully attuning himself to the changes within his body. He could profoundly sense the power within him steadily ascending. After a considerable time, the elder finally withdrew his hand. Incredible. Thank you, elder. Goku exclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm. Remarkable. Goku. Krillin gasped in awe. Is this the power of my father? So overwhelming. Gohan was equally astonished. Goku's strength was indeed formidable. While Piccolo was taken aback, a sense of frustration filled his heart. Just moments ago, he had reveled in the idea of surpassing Goku, only to find that Goku had once again created a significant gap between them. Congratulations, Goku, Wu Fei remarked. Sensing that Goku's battle power had surged from 15,000 to an astonishing 120,000. Now it's my turn. Wu Fei approached the elder slowly. Thank you for your efforts. Wu Fei sincerely expressed. Let us begin. The elder had already expended considerable energy awakening the potential of Goku and the others. After a brief moment of recuperation, he commenced the process for Wu Fei. At the outset, the elder was utterly astonished. He found it exceedingly challenging to draw forth the power within Wu Fei. He had long recognized Wu Fei's exceptional nature, his realm evidently surpassing that of Goku and the others. However, he had not anticipated Wu Fei's level to be so elevated. Even with his formidable abilities, it was an arduous task to invoke the strength latent within Wu Fei. The elder was now completely focused, beads of sweat trickling down as his arm trembled slightly. Previously, as he had assisted 4 individuals in unlocking their potential, it had been relatively effortless with everyone but Goku. Now, it was apparent to all that the elder was facing a significant challenge. Drawing out the power within Wu Fei was proving to be an exceedingly difficult endeavor. Elder, you mustn't stop now, Nail exclaimed, filled with concern. He could sense the once steady breaths of the Grand Elder turning labored, and simultaneously, the elder's body appeared increasingly frail. A genuine concern gripped him. He feared that something unfortunate might befall the Grand Elder. Despite this, the Grand Elder paid no heed and continued to unlock Wu Fei's potential. Now, the Elder too was eager to discover the depths of Wu Fei's latent abilities. Wu Fei could distinctly feel a gentle warmth emanating from above, gradually awakening the power within him. It was an immensely pleasurable experience. As time passed, the Grand Elder's breaths grew heavier. Esteemed Elder, your health is paramount. Please cease. At that moment, Nailu was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, filled with anxiety, yet utterly helpless. The Grand Elder's hand remained steadfastly in place. The time required for the Grand Elder to unleash Wu Fei's potential was noticeably longer than that taken for Sun Wukong and the others. After what felt like an eternity, the Grand Elder finally withdrew his hand. Elder, are you all right? Nailu inquired anxiously. Cough, 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 I am fine. The Grand Elder gasped for breath, his garments thoroughly drenched in perspiration. The effort to unlock Wu Fei's potential had nearly drained the elder of his energy. Wu Fei slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Such terrifying power. How infuriating. The gap between us has only widened. At this point, Sun Wukong and the others felt an overwhelming aura that made it difficult for them to breathe. Wu Fei meticulously sensed the transformation within his body. And as he reigned in his aura, Sun Wukong and the others were able to recover. This sensation is extraordinary. Wu Fei marveled. After the Grand Elder had unlocked his potential, his strength surged dramatically. Wu Fei's baseline combat prowess had now doubled, reaching an astounding 4 million. Chapter 29. Assisting Namek in Overcoming Crisis, the Despairing Vegeta. Thank you, Grand Elder. Wu Fei held the Grand Elder in the highest regard. You should take it, Grand Elder. Wu Fei stepped in front of Nailu, revealing a magical bean nestled in his palm. What is this? What are you scheming? Nailu's face was a mask of confusion as he eyed the green bean, filled with trepidation and unwilling to heed Wu Fei's words. After all, he did not fully trust Wu Fei at that moment. Why the hesitation? Do you truly believe I would harm the Grand Elder? Wu Fei retorted. If I wished to do you harm, I would act directly, and you would stand no chance of resistance. Why would I bother with this bean? He continued, moreover. While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I am certainly not one to repay kindness with malice. Wu Fei's words left Nyla speechless. Indeed, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and Wu Fei. If Wu Fei truly intended harm towards him and the Grand Elder, even a direct attack would render Nailu powerless to resist. Nailu, he means no harm. Give him the bean, the Grand Elder spoke softly. Indeed, that is a magical bean, possessing remarkable healing properties and posing no threat to the human body. It is quite a treasure. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and the others chimed in, ultimately dispelling Nailu's suspicions. Subsequently, Nairu assisted the Elder in consuming the mystical beans. With a creak, a smile gradually emerged on the Elder's face. He could feel his once depleted strength being instantly restored, and his breath became steadier, his complexion noticeably improving. Nairu, having observed the Elder's transformation, felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had unjustly blamed Wu Fei. Thank you, Nairu sincerely expressed, dispelling his prejudice against Wu Fei. It is of no concern. I merely appreciate the Elder for unlocking my potential. This is merely a token of compensation. After consuming the beans, the Elder was in a significantly better state. Mr. Wu Fei, your potential is truly beyond my imagination. Alas, my abilities are limited. I could only draw forth a fraction. The Elder lamented, a look of regret crossing his face. Even after exhausting his energy, he could not discern Wu Fei's true power. There is no need for concern, Elder. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in enhancing my strength, regardless of the extent. Wu Fei paused briefly before continuing. Elder, you have aided us in unlocking our powers, and it is only right that we assist you in return. We are aware that Namek is currently facing a dire crisis. A band of extraterrestrials is plundering the Dragon Balls and ruthlessly slaughtering the Namekians. We shall help you eliminate this threat and restore peace to Namek. The Elder smiled faintly. Thank you for your kindness, everyone. There is no need for formality. After all, we are bound by mutual assistance. Elder, we shall take our leave now. After bidding farewell to the Elder, Wu Fei and his companions made their way out of the stone chamber. Wu Fei focused his mind, attuning himself to the fluctuations of Namek's energy. I found it. Wu Fei's lips curled into a smile as he gazed toward a particular direction. Everyone, our strength has just increased. Let us engage in some real combat. With that, Wu Fei swiftly employed his flight technique, soaring ahead. Son Goku and Piccolo promptly followed suit. I'm so excited. My fists are itching for action, Son Goku exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervor and determination. Humph, Son Goku, I shall go first, Piccolo retorted coolly. Not a chance. How about we decide with rock, paper, scissors? And the winner goes first? Goku was unwilling to concede easily. Very well, let us play. Who's afraid? Piccolo challenged. All right, 1, 2, 3, go. Within the stone chamber, Nairu could sense Wu Fei and his companions moving farther away. Elder, can they truly assist us in overcoming this crisis? Nairu inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. In response to Nairu's doubts, the Elder's tone remained reassuring. Do not worry. They are indeed capable. The Elder's eyes seemed to penetrate all, as if he could see through everything. Hearing the Elder's confident words, Nairu felt a sense of relief wash over him. A figure hurtled from the sky straight toward the ground. Boom. An explosion echoed as smoke enveloped the area. Ha! Just a wild monkey. What power could it possess? I never imagined I would have to resort to such an ugly form just to defeat you. In the air, Zabur mocked Vegeta, who had just been struck down. Initially, Sabo's appearance was relatively decent, but now he has transformed into a grotesque figure. His face is marred with pockmarks, and his protruding mouth resembles that of a foul toad. Simultaneously, he sports long green hair parted in the middle, adorned with earrings and a necklace across his forehead. This visage is undeniably repulsive. As he bursts into maniacal laughter, his face takes on a particularly sinister expression. The smoke gradually dissipates, revealing a figure becoming clearer. Vegeta, now covered in wounds, presents a disheveled sight. He is filled with a sense of indignation. At the onset of the battle, he and Sabo exchanged blows, and he even began to gain the upper hand. Just as Vegeta believed victory was within his grasp, Sabo underwent a transformation. With his newfound hideousness, Sabo's power surged dramatically, his combat strength skyrocketing from 23,000 to 35,000. This unexpected turn of events left Vegeta utterly blindsided. The tide of battle shifted instantly, and Vegeta found himself unable to match the transformed Sabo. He endured relentless assaults from Sabo. Yet, the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, is formidable, having long since maxed out his resilience. Even in the face of Sabo's brutality, he persevered. Hahaha, I never expected this wild monkey to be quite so tenacious. I've had my fun, now it's time to send you on your way. After all, those who have seen my face meet but one fate, death. With a flash, Sabo appeared before Vegeta. Vegeta attempted to evade, but in his weakened state, he found himself utterly powerless to escape. Sabo's sinister grin widened as he launched a punch aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. Ah! Vegeta cried out in agony. The force of the blow sent him hurtling into the air. Farewell, stinking monkey. Ha ha! Sabo laughed maniacally, gathering energy in his left hand before resting it upon his right arm. Huh! He bellowed, channeling all his power into his right palm, unleashing a devastating shockwave from it. As the fierce wave rushed toward him, Vegeta's eyes widened in terror. In his current frail condition, he had no hope of evading this overwhelming force. The moment this shockwave struck him, death would be his only welcome. Could it be that this prince would perish so easily? Vegeta sank into a profound despair. Chapter 30. The horrified Vegeta, Piccolo versus Sabo. Haha, Vegeta, you might as well accept your demise. Dodoria is waiting for you in hell. Sabo gleefully gazed at the sky, eager to witness a dazzling display of fireworks. He longed to witness the fall of the wild monkey, Vegeta. Suddenly, Sabo's mouth fell agape, his eyes filled with shock. Boom. Just as his massive energy wave was about to strike Vegeta, a shockwave erupted from nowhere, deflecting his attack. Thunderous roars followed as the energy wave collided with the distant mountains, shaking the very earth. Who is it? Who dares to thwart my plans? The furious Sabo scanned his surroundings, his eyes ablaze with rage. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow to Vegeta, unexpected interference arose at a critical moment. Soon, 5 figures appeared in Sabo's line of sight. A tall and handsome young man, a youth clad in an orange martial arts uniform, a green-skinned Namekian, a youthful child, and a short bald man. It was none other than Wu Fei and his companions. Is it you? Vegeta, now aware of Wu Fei and the others, could hardly believe that, in his direst moment, it was they who had come to his rescue. His energy was severely depleted, barely allowing him to remain airborne. The prospect of continuing the fight had become utterly unattainable. Vegeta glanced towards Wu Fei and the group, suddenly struck by a realization. After the battle on Earth, he had learned to discern the strength of others' auras. Although Wu Fei and his companions were currently suppressing their energies, appearing no different from ordinary warriors, an instinct warned Vegeta that the situation was far from ordinary. As he attuned himself to their true auras, a shock coursed through him. He found himself utterly unable to perceive the depths of Wu Fei and the others' powers. They were inscrutable. It was one thing to be unable to gauge Wu Fei, given his prior experiences, but Vegeta was aghast to discover he could not fathom Goku's strength either. Damn it, could Kakarot's power have surpassed mine? He thought, incredulous. Impossible. He is merely a lowly warrior, while I am the noble prince of the Saiyans. His strength cannot exceed mine. Vegeta's gaze then shifted to Piccolo. To his astonishment, he realized Piccolo's aura was even more potent than his own. Vegeta was filled with disbelief. Back on Earth, he had regarded Piccolo with disdain. At that time, eliminating him would have been simpler than squashing an ant. How could it be that, after such a short span, he was now inferior to that lowly Namekian? Moreover, Vegeta was astonished to find that Kakarot's son seemed stronger than he was. This meant that he was only superior to the bald little one. His perception was thoroughly shattered. This was inconceivable. With an ego as immense as his, he was unwilling to accept such a reality. Meanwhile, Sabo, lacking the ability to discern the strengths of others, resorted to his scouter. He activated it to assess the combat power of Wu Fei and his companions, discovering their battle strengths ranged from 5,000 to 10,000. A disdainful smirk spread across his face. Humph. Another bunch of fools come to meet their doom. Hey, mind your own business, he scolded. Since you've interrupted my plans, I suppose I'll have to send you to your graves. To save time, why don't you all come at me at once? Sabo's arrogance was palpable. He regarded Wu Fei and the others with utter contempt. Your attitude is truly repugnant. Wu Fei's voice resonated from the air. What did you just say? Sabo, filled with fury, fixated his gaze on Wu Fei. He was a man who paid great attention to his outward appearance. However, after his transformation, although his power surged dramatically, His visage had become exceedingly grotesque. He was fully aware of this reality, yet he could not permit others to speak of it. Should anyone dare to utter such words in his presence, Sabo would not hesitate to eliminate them. With his eyes wide with rage, he prepared to launch an assault on Wu Fei. What? Such an overwhelming aura. Suddenly, Sabo's expression shifted, cold sweat streaming down his face, his entire being trembling in fear. A mere glance from Wu Fei had rendered him immobile. Sabo's mind was engulfed in confusion. The intimidation emanating from Wu Fei was not that of a warrior with a combat power of merely 10,000. Was the detector malfunctioning? What was truly happening? Wu Fei's unfathomable strength extinguished any thought Sabo had of striking. To Wu Fei, there was no intention to engage. The disparity between their levels was simply too vast. Wu Fei turned to Piccolo and spoke slowly. It is your turn to take action. Crack. Piccolo stretched his limbs, casting a disdainful glance at Sabo, who was still bellowing below. With a wicked smile, he declared, "This hideous creature is mine to handle. Goku, prepare to witness my performance." Ha! In that moment, Piccolo was immensely pleased. It was finally his moment to act. Alas, Goku could only play the role of an observer. He had just engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors with Piccolo to determine who would strike first, and regrettably, he had lost. Now, he was resigned to watching silently. Sabo's mood lightened. While he lacked confidence in defeating Wu Fei, he harbored absolute certainty in overcoming Piccolo. Ha! Just you? I can see you possess more strength than the other Namekians, but before me, you remain woefully weak. If you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. After all, I have slain so many Namekians. Losing one more will not matter. Sabo observed Piccolo with keen interest, mentally devising ways to torment him. How laughable it was that he remained oblivious to his impending doom. Now, I shall avenge the fallen Namekians. Piccolo, cracking his knuckles, readied himself for battle. Boom. Piccolo crouched, gathering energy, then surged forward, leaving a deep imprint on the ground. Unfazed by the aggressive advance of Piccolo, Sabo remained dismissive. Boom. The two clashed fists. What? Stunned. Sabo found himself pushed back by Piccolo's onslaught. Piccolo had no intention of showing mercy. He pressed forward relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. Piccolo unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving Sabo dazed. How infuriating. Wasn't his combat power supposed to be below 10,000? How could he be so formidable? However, by the time Sabo realized something was amiss, it was already too late. Piccolo offered no opportunity for Sabo to retaliate. He continued his assault. Faced with such a vast disparity in strength, Sabo found himself utterly incapable of resistance. The situation has become overwhelmingly one-sided, with Sabo subjected to a relentless assault from Piccolo. Bang! The special beam cannon. Piccolo sends Sabo hurtling into the sky with a single punch, immediately unleashing the special beam cannon. The furious shockwave strikes Sabo directly. The energy wave explodes, and Sabo emits a sorrowful scream. Simultaneously, his aura begins to fade away. Piccolo achieves a resounding victory. Sabo, until his last breath, cannot fathom how he was defeated by a Namekian with a power level below 10,000. Chapter 31, Astonishment. Vegeta expresses his gratitude. A pitiful weakling. Observing Sabo's lifeless body plummeting from the sky, Piccolo is filled with disdain, appearing unsatisfied. He has yet to unleash his full potential, but Sabo is beyond salvation. How disappointing. Piccolo turns away and strolls back. In awe, Gohan exclaims, "Incredible, Uncle Piccolo. Just a trivial matter." Piccolo replies. At this moment, Piccolo remains remarkably composed. While Vegeta is in a state of turmoil, the absence of comparison brings no harm. Vegeta witnesses firsthand that Sabo stands no chance against Piccolo. There was no suspense. Piccolo effortlessly defeated Sabo. Yet, when Vegeta faced Sabo moments ago, he was mercilessly overpowered. The stark contrast between these two encounters deeply unsettles Vegeta. This is impossible. Vegeta cannot accept this reality. Just a short time ago, he could easily suppress Piccolo. He could have effortlessly killed him. Yet now, he finds himself vastly outclassed by Piccolo. Although he had suspected Piccolo's strength surpassed his own, the confirmation of his assumptions leaves him struggling to come to terms with it. Confusion envelopes Vegeta. What has transpired? In just 2 months, that inconspicuous Namekian's power has eclipsed my own, and I am the prince of all Saiyans. Vegeta's proud ego is ruthlessly trampled. He gazes at Goku and the others, his eyes brimming with resentment. Why hasn't Sabo returned yet? Frieza toys with the 5 Dragon Balls before him, his tone laced with impatience. No one among his subordinates dares to respond to such an inquiry. Truly useless fools. He surveys the group and continues. When will the Ginyu Force arrive? At that moment, an oddly shaped alien steps forward, respectfully stating, "Lord Frieza." According to the reports from headquarters, the Ginyu Force will arrive on Namek in approximately half an hour. Upon hearing this news, Frieza's mood visibly improves. Once the Ginyu Force arrives on Namek, I shall have much less to worry about. Since the Ginyu Force is on their way, there's no need for Sabo and that incompetent Dodoria. Frieza's subordinates tremble, their heads bowed, afraid to speak. They can feel the icy chill emanating from Frieza's laughter. I can hardly wait to collect all 7 Dragon Balls and grant my wish for immortality. Frieza laughed maniacally, his visage growing increasingly sinister. At present, Vegeta found himself in a lamentable state, his stamina barely sufficient to keep him airborne. Observing Wu Fei and his companions, he was engulfed by feelings of defeat. How infuriating! Why have they all become so remarkably powerful? Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others remained remarkably composed, dismissing Vegeta entirely, for their strength had indeed surpassed his. Wu Fei, why do you choose to save him? He is not a good person, Krillin exclaimed, his animosity towards Vegeta still palpable. I have my reasons, Wu Fei replied calmly. Upon hearing Wu Fei's response, Krillin ceased his protests, fully aware that the battered Vegeta posed no threat to them. Even Krillin himself could easily handle Vegeta. With a deft flick of his wrist, Wu Fei propelled a Senzu Bean into Vegeta's grasp. Consume it, Wu Fei instructed nonchalantly. What? Krillin was taken aback. Not only had Wu Fei rescued Vegeta, but he had also provided him with a Senzu Bean to restore his strength. Vegeta stared in astonishment at the green bean in his hand, his eyes filled with confusion. This was the first time he had encountered such a bean. What was its purpose? Could it possess extraordinary properties? Hesitant, yet curious, Vegeta swallowed the bean. At the moment the bean entered his stomach, a warm sensation coursed through his entire being, soothing his weary body. In a short span, incredulity and unbridled joy filled Vegeta's expression. My strength is completely restored, he exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that all his injuries had healed, and his previously feeble body now brimmed with power. He had returned to his peak condition. He never anticipated that such an unremarkable-looking being could possess such miraculous effects, surpassing the efficacy of the healing liquids they had previously utilized. While the healing liquids could indeed mend a gravely injured warrior, they required a considerable amount of time. In contrast, this wondrous bean allowed one to regain peak condition in mere minutes. With exhilaration surging within him, Vegeta could not restrain himself from unleashing his energy. This time, he erupted with an intensity greater than before. The extraordinary traits of the Saiyan race propelled Vegeta's power to new heights. Vegeta regained his confidence. Although he still fell short of Wu Fei and Goku's prowess, he now surpassed the others. With his injuries healed and his strength dramatically increased, he sensed that he had reached Piccolo's level. However, armed with his vast combat experience, Vegeta was certain he could subdue Piccolo. That Namekian surely would not be his match. Vegeta mused. His gaze then shifted to Wu Fei, deep in thought. He could not fathom why Wu Fei had come to his aid. During his prior invasion of Earth, Vegeta had held himself in high regard, brimming with ambition to completely dominate the planet. However, Wu Fei stepped forward. Despite Vegeta's utmost efforts, he was utterly overwhelmed by Wu Fei, who dominated him in every conceivable manner. Under Wu Fei's relentless assault, Vegeta sustained grave injuries, rendering him incapable of further combat. Wu Fei could have easily ended his life, yet he chose to spare him. Just moments ago, Wu Fei had rescued himself from the clutches of Sabo and used a miraculous bean to fully heal his wounds. Remarkably, Wu Fei had saved Vegeta not once, but twice. This left Vegeta utterly bewildered. Thank you for saving me. Despite the icy demeanor that characterized his heart, Vegeta sincerely expressed his gratitude to Wu Fei. Krillin and the others were astounded. Krillin, who understood Vegeta's nature all too well, recognized him as a cold-blooded individual capable of ruthlessly slaying even his own allies. Devoid of any compassion, he had once believed Vegeta to be an emotionless machine, incapable of any emotional fluctuations. Yet here he was, genuinely thanking Wu Fei. It was almost ludicrous, Krillin murmured to himself. Chapter 32, The Reward of Super Saiyan, the terrified Vegeta. Nanny? Observing the earnest expression on Vegeta's face, Wu Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Is this truly the Vegeta I know? The haughty Saiyan prince? Wu Fei found Vegeta to be an unfamiliar entity in this moment. The once proud Saiyan prince was now sincerely expressing gratitude. Wu Fei smiled, realizing that Vegeta might have misunderstood the situation. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, There's no need for such formality. My decision to save you was not born from a sense of your importance, but rather due to other reasons. To be frank, your life or death does not concern me. Upon hearing Wu Fei's response, Vegeta felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had expressed his gratitude so earnestly, only to receive such a reply from Wu Fei. The proud prince of the Saiyans turned away awkwardly, striving to steady his emotions. Indeed, as Wu Fei had stated, his intervention to save Vegeta stemmed not from kindness, but from other motives. After the Grand Elder helped him unlock his potential, Wu Fei had received a mission from the system. Detecting that Vegeta was in imminent peril, the host was instructed to assist Vegeta and restore him to his peak condition. Wu Fei's decision to aid Vegeta was entirely dictated by this mission. Naturally, he could not disregard the task, for completing it would yield substantial rewards. Now, Having successfully rescued Vegeta from Sabo and administering the magical bean that healed his body, Wu Fei had effectively fulfilled the mission. At that moment, a familiar electronic sound echoed in Wu Fei's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received the reward, Super Saiyan. Wu Fei's expression remained calm, yet within, he was brimming with excitement. Super Saiyan. The reward was simply incredible. This meant he could now transform into a Super Saiyan at will. Upon achieving this transformation, Wu Fei's power would surge 50-fold. In the realm of Dragon Ball during this period, Wu Fei stood as the epitome of unparalleled strength. Even Frieza, who was heralded as the Emperor of the Universe, could only be relegated to the status of Wu Fei's vanquished foe. Choosing to rescue Vegeta was indeed a sagacious decision. Wu Fei mused, his spirits lifted with palpable joy. An electronic voice echoed in his ear, Ding! Please defeat the Universe Emperor Frieza. Reward, unknown. Just as I wished. Wu Fei had always harbored the desire to engage Frieza in battle to test the prowess of a Super Saiyan. With the system now presenting a mission, it was the most fortuitous of circumstances. To accomplish the task through combat was a double boon. Why not seize the opportunity? Everyone, let us seek out Frieza. Wu Fei proclaimed. Nanny, you intend to confront Frieza? Are you courting death? He is the Emperor of the Universe. No one can stand against him. Vegeta exclaimed, his voice tinged with palpable trepidation. From his childhood, Vegeta had been overshadowed by the specter of Frieza. Even his father, King Vegeta, had shown utmost deference to Frieza, compelled to act according to Frieza's whims for fear of incurring his wrath. King Vegeta had aspired to rally the Saiyans to rise against Frieza's tyranny and liberate themselves from his grasp. Yet, confronted with the overwhelming disparity in strength, their aspirations were rendered futile. Just one of Frieza's minions, Dodoria, could easily overpower King Vegeta and his fellow Saiyans. As for the more formidable foes like Zarbon and the Ginyu Force, they were nothing short of nightmares for the Saiyans. What chance did they have to rebel against the Universe Emperor Frieza? Thus, the notion of resistance against Frieza was quashed. Planet Vegeta remained firmly under Frieza's dominion, and King Vegeta lost all semblance of dignity as the supreme ruler of Planet Vegeta. Consequently, Vegeta was resigned to serve under Frieza from a young age, obeying his commands. Moreover, through his recent skirmish with Zarbon, Vegeta uncovered a shocking revelation that had long plagued him. The disappearance of Planet Vegeta was not the result of a catastrophic collision with another celestial body, but rather the deliberate destruction wrought by Frieza. Frieza had personally annihilated Planet Vegeta. He could be unequivocally deemed the greatest nemesis of the Saiyans. Vegeta resolved to free himself from Frieza's control and seek vengeance. However, he was acutely aware that he was not yet a match for Frieza and should avoid direct confrontation. His current objective was to gather the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish for immortality. His strategy did not entail a head-on clash with Frieza, but rather a cunning maneuver to thwart him. He was attempting to pilfer a few Dragon Balls from Frieza. In his estimation, this was not the opportune moment for a formal confrontation with Frieza. Even Wu Fei, he believed, could not possibly contend with Frieza's terrifying might, of which Vegeta was all too aware. Wu Fei's proactive pursuit of Frieza would be tantamount to courting annihilation. Currently, both Piccolo and Krillin are utterly astonished. They never anticipated that this proud Saiyan would harbor such fear of a single individual. It is the first time they have witnessed Vegeta in such a state of disarray. Vegeta, you need not fret so. Mr. Wu Fei is exceedingly powerful, and that Frieza is no match for him. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta immediately refuted, no, Kakarot. You have no idea how terrifying Frieza truly is. From the moment you were born, you were classified as a low-level warrior and sent to Earth, never having the chance to confront Frieza. You remain oblivious to the horror he embodies. He is nothing short of a demon. Vegeta vehemently opposes the idea of confronting Frieza. However, Wu Fei remains unfazed, calmly responding, Vegeta, such timidity is uncharacteristic of your nature. Frieza is formidable. Allow me to demonstrate how I shall utterly defeat him. Moreover, given the profound enmity between the Saiyans and Frieza, it is time to settle this matter. Vegeta suddenly perceives Wu Fei as deranged for possessing the audacity to seek out Frieza. I concede your strength. Yet, in comparison to Frieza, it is still woefully insufficient. Vegeta shakes his head. Very well, if you are so fearful, then you may remain here and wait. Wu Fei, unwilling to elaborate further, discerns the direction and promptly takes to the skies. Subsequently, Goku and the others swiftly follow in Wu Fei's wake. How infuriating. Do you truly wish for death? With a conflicted heart, Vegeta clutches the Dragon Ball and ultimately decides to pursue them. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he has always been conscious of his reputation and is reluctant to present an image of cowardice. His intense pride will not permit any retreat. Chapter 33, The Peculiar Ginyu Force. Wu Fei smiles slightly, as though everything is well within his control. He is not surprised by Vegeta's actions. After all, if Vegeta were to retreat, he would cease to be the proud Saiyan prince that he is. In outer space, 5 spherical spaceships, trailing long tails of flame, plunged directly toward planet Namek. Lord Frieza, the Jinyu force has arrived. An oddly shaped lizard-like creature exclaims excitedly. Frieza, now aware of the 5 spherical ships descending toward the surface, lets out a sinister laugh. Ah, at last they have come. His mood is exceedingly buoyant. The 5 small ships pierce through the sky, hurtling toward the ground. With a series of resounding impacts, the spaceships land in quick succession, generating tremendous force. Dust and smoke erupt into the air. As the haze dissipates, the once smooth terrain is now marred by large craters. In quick succession, 5 figures leap forth. One figure is diminutive, entirely green-skinned, and sporting 4 eyes, presenting an exceedingly grotesque visage. The second figure is tall, with blue skin. The third has a pineapple-shaped head and yellow skin, exuding a rather foolish aura. The fourth, with red skin and long white hair, possesses a relatively normal appearance. The last individual possessed a pale lavender complexion, adorned with 2 horns atop his head, and wore a sinister smile upon his face. Upon their descent, the 5 did not immediately form an orderly line. Instead, they engaged in a series of bizarre, rhythmic movements, exuding an air of inexplicable confidence. Frieza and his subordinates gazed upon the performance of the Jinyu force with a mixture of bewilderment and resignation, accompanied by their distinct flair. The group danced with unrestrained joy, Guldo, Berta, Rikum, Jis, and Jinyu. Upon concluding their dance, they struck peculiar poses and then huddled together for a discussion. Our entrance was simply magnificent. One exclaimed. Indeed, it was a flawless debut. My pose was the crowning touch, declared another. This moment of exuberance was primarily attributed to their captain's leadership. The Jinyu force radiated excitement, while an awkward atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Frieza's subordinates wore expressions of shock. Their heads bowed as they stifled laughter. Meanwhile, the cosmic tyrant Frieza found his authoritative demeanor slipping away. He rested his hand on his forehead, a faint blush creeping onto his face, reflecting his disdain and resignation. It was as if he were silently professing, I do not know these individuals. They bear no relation to me. Frieza, growing impatient, commanded, Jinyu, form a proper line. Yes. Upon hearing Frieza's words, the animated group quickly complied. Lord Frieza, did you find our entrance cool? Jinyu inquired eagerly after a brief pause. Frieza, now feeling exasperated, thought to himself, I am surrounded by a cadre of fools. Frieza replied curtly, your entrance poses can be omitted next time. Yet, Jinyu, oblivious to Frieza's discontent, persisted, Lord Frieza, that simply will not do. The Jinyu force must always have a striking entrance to align with our style. Frieza found himself at a loss for words. He wished to divert the conversation. These individuals possessed commendable combat prowess, yet their utter lack of shame perplexed him. The Jinyu force had been meticulously selected by Frieza from a multitude of cosmic warriors, representing the elite among the elite. Each member boasted formidable strength, whether through sheer fighting capability or extraordinary abilities. They stood as the strongest within Frieza's ranks, overshadowing even his renowned lieutenants, Zarbon and Dodoria. However, despite their considerable strength, they were not without their flaws. The most egregious of these was their peculiar habit of performing an odd dance upon each entrance, followed by striking ridiculous poses. Most importantly, while onlookers felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, they reveled in their own self-satisfaction. No matter how Frieza admonished them, they remained steadfast in their peculiar ways. In Frieza's eyes, this was utterly unfathomable. How could the Jinyu force possess such thick skin to engage in such ludicrous displays? Their bizarre and awkward entrances were entirely at odds with the image of Frieza's formidable legion. The Frieza force exudes an air of majesty and seriousness, far removed from any semblance of humor or absurdity. The cold-blooded and merciless Frieza finds himself momentarily embarrassed by the peculiar antics of his subordinates. If it weren't for their utility, their bizarre demeanor would warrant their immediate demise, he coldly contemplates. Regaining his composure, he states with an icy demeanor, I summoned you here to collect the Dragon Balls. I am merely 2 Dragon Balls away from completion, and this task is entrusted to you. I trust you will not disappoint me. Frieza's tone assumes a commanding weight, and the Jinyu force, now adopting a serious countenance, responds in unison, Yes, Lord Frieza, we vow to fulfill the task. That is most reassuring. Frieza's mood lightens considerably. Despite the Jinyu force's eccentricities, he chooses to place his faith in them, for they have proven reliable in executing significant tasks in the past. Collecting the remaining 2 Dragon Balls should be a straightforward endeavor, and he is confident in the Jinyu force's ability to accomplish it flawlessly. Suddenly, the Jinyu force displays expressions of surprise as their scouters emit a series of beeping sounds. Lord Frieza, several power levels are approaching us rapidly, they report. However, they seem to be delivering themselves to their doom. Jinyu scoffs, having determined through the scouters that the incoming power levels are remarkably low, posing no threat whatsoever. What else could this be but a death wish? At that moment, Frieza activates his scouter and confirms the presence of the approaching power levels. A few insignificant insects have come to visit. Jinyu dispose of them. and swiftly collect the Dragon Balls. Frieza's expression darkens. He is indifferent to the identities of the newcomers. To him, it seems that regardless of who they are, their fate is singular, death. Moreover, their low power levels deem them unworthy of his direct intervention. The Jinyu Force can easily handle them. Before long, Wu Fei and his companions appear before Frieza and his crew. Chapter 34. Do you think you are worthy to recruit me? Upon seeing Wu Fei and his companions, Frieza is taken aback. He had anticipated a contingent of vengeful Namekians, yet only one Namekian accompanies them. Furthermore, apart from Vegeta, the identities of the other four are unknown to him. Clearly, they hail from a different planet. Frieza's mind races with curiosity. He had not expected Vegeta to ally with such an assortment. Upon noticing the Dragon Ball in Vegeta's grasp, Frieza's spirits soar. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, you are indeed a commendable subordinate. You have managed to procure a Dragon Ball for me. Hand it over, and you shall be richly rewarded. The others must be your new recruits. I am considering allowing you to form a new team, with you as the captain. Listening to Frieza's words, Vegeta wore an expression of utter disdain. Hey Frieza, I am the Prince of the Saiyans, not your subordinate. We are not here to hand over the Dragon Balls to you. Rather, we intend to defeat you. Although deep down Vegeta harbored a profound fear of Frieza, his tone remained resolutely defiant. What did you say? Frieza's fury ignited instantly. You insolent monkey, do you comprehend the consequences of betraying me? You Saiyans are merely my slaves. And yet you dare to be so arrogant. Since you refuse to relinquish the Dragon Balls willingly, I shall take them by force. Furthermore, your life shall be forfeit. Frieza coldly declared, exuding an overwhelming aura. Everyone present felt an ice-cold chill and an oppressive force that was utterly intimidating. Frieza's subordinates were already drenched in sweat, trembling in fear. Is this Frieza? Such terrifying power, Krillin thought to himself, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Frieza, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. Suddenly, Krillin was startled. The previous sense of oppression had dissipated entirely, leaving him with a remarkable sense of ease. He quickly realized that it was Wu Fei who was also radiating an aura, countering Frieza's oppressive might. Wu Fei and Frieza were now locked in a standoff of equal strength. Impressive. Vegeta marveled, though he had spoken defiantly moments ago. The stark reality of their power disparity left him without the courage to confront Frieza. Accompanying Wu Fei, he had never anticipated being able to defeat Frieza. He had assumed Wu Fei was blissfully unaware of Frieza's terror, hence his blind confidence. However, it dawned on Vegeta that Wu Fei's confidence stemmed from an undeniable strength. Perhaps he truly possessed the power to contend with Frieza. Frieza, too, was taken aback. He had intended to unleash his aura to instill fear in Vegeta and the others, to make them recognize his terror. Yet he found himself facing a formidable opponent, and he had not gained the upper hand. 20,000 battle power. Frieza activated his scouter, revealing an astonishing figure that was difficult to believe. Who on earth is this individual? A mere 20,000 battle power can stand toe-to-toe with me? Gazing at Wu Fei, Frieza was filled with uncertainty. Interesting, he exclaimed, suddenly bursting into laughter, the tension dissipating. Your strength surpasses my expectations. Compared to the feeble Namekians, you are indeed extraordinary. However, it is unfortunate that you have encountered me. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza. He then turned his gaze toward Wu Fei. I find you quite admirable. How about joining my Frieza force? If you do, you shall enjoy endless riches and glory. Of course, you could also join the Jinyu force, or even take the position of captain, with the option to rename the team after yourself. The crowd was astounded. Frieza actually sought to recruit Wu Fei and offered him the captaincy of the elite squad. This was beyond the comprehension of Frieza's subordinates. In their eyes, the Jinyu force was already an exceptionally formidable team. However, King Frieza implied that Wu Fei surpassed all five of them. The members of the Jinyu force found themselves in a state of utter helplessness, unable to fathom how they had become entangled in this unexpected situation. Jinyu himself was particularly disheartened, for King Frieza wished to replace him with someone boasting a mere battle power of 20,000. Had Frieza lost his senses? My Lord Frieza, what is the meaning of this? We have no need for such a weakling. Any one of us could easily defeat him. He is unworthy of joining the Jinyu force, let alone assuming the role of captain. Jinyu declared loudly, his words laced with disdain for Wu Fei. To him, Wu Fei was nothing but a feeble individual, unworthy of being compared to the illustrious Jinyu force. Indeed, how could that brat possibly join the Jinyu force? I could take him down with just a few strikes, echoed several other members of the Jinyu force. Nevertheless, Frieza paid little mind to their opinions and continued addressing Wu Fei. So, what say you? Would you care to join the Frieza force? At that moment, Frieza appeared unusually amiable, a stark contrast to his typically sinister demeanor. From his earlier probing, Frieza sensed that Wu Fei was far from ordinary. Though Wu Fei's combat power was officially recorded at 20,000, Frieza genuinely believed he concealed a significantly greater strength, perhaps even surpassing Jinyu himself. After all, Jinyu could not withstand the aura that Frieza had just emanated. Upon realizing Wu Fei's formidable capabilities, Frieza's desire to recruit him intensified. Wu Fei could undoubtedly assist him in numerous grand endeavors. Recruit me? Do you believe yourself worthy? Wu Fei's nonchalant retort caused Frieza's expression to darken. For Frieza, recruiting Wu Fei seemed like a foregone conclusion, as he assumed no one would dare refuse the overtures of a cosmic emperor. Serving under the illustrious Frieza was a position of great prestige. However, to his astonishment, Wu Fei's outright rejection was both unexpected and disheartening. It left Frieza feeling as if he had been slapped in the face, especially in front of his many subordinates. What remained of his authority? To the proud cosmic emperor. Frieza, this was a profound humiliation. Ha ha ha. You insolent brat, you dare to reject me publicly? You have thoroughly enraged me. Do you comprehend the consequences of inciting my wrath? It has been ages since anyone has dared to refuse me, and the last individual who did is now deceased. You, too, shall soon bid farewell to this world. Frieza declared coldly, his expression morphing into one of sheer ferocity. His eyes, filled with malice, seemed capable of crushing Wu Fei's very spirit. Chapter 35. The renowned cosmic emperor, is this all? Frieza's sinister gaze was a source of terror for most. Yet to Wu Fei, it was utterly inconsequential. Frieza, perhaps we should consider an alternative approach. Become my subordinate, and I might consider prolonging your existence. The audacity of Wu Fei's words was nothing short of astonishing. The Jinyu Force and Frieza's subordinates were left aghast, incredulous that he would dare utter such a statement. Frieza, the infamous overlord of the cosmos, was the embodiment of power, and to hear such insolence was nothing less than outrageous. Frieza's fury was palpable. The mere suggestion that he would serve another was a flagrant affront to his dignity. In all his years, he had never encountered such unabashed arrogance. As a member of the Frost Demon race, he had never endured such provocation. Now, a murderous intent surged within him. Jinyu Force, bring me that fool's head. And do not forget to eliminate Vegeta and the others. Leave no one alive. Frieza commanded, his tone chillingly cold. Yes, Lord Frieza, they echoed. Hee. You shall await your doom. We will torment you mercilessly. The Jinyu Force sprang into action. Jinyu, brimming with excitement, had long harbored disdain for Wu Fei. And now the opportunity to strike had finally arrived. With a commanding shout, he led his team forward, charging directly at Wu Fei. You arrogant fool. How dare you challenge Lord Frieza? As the captain, I shall teach you a lesson. Jinyu pressed closer to Wu Fei, poised to attack. However, Wu Fei harbored no interest in engaging Jinyu. He regarded him with utter disdain. Raising his hand toward Jinyu, an unexpected force surged forth as Jinyu prepared to strike. Humph. Jinyu dismissed the impending threat, charging forward with reckless abandon. But suddenly, his expression shifted. He found himself unable to approach Wu Fei, instead being repelled by a powerful gust of wind. Damn it. No matter how he struggled, Jinyu was forced to retreat. With a resounding crash, he collided heavily with the ground, a cloud of dust enveloping him. This scene left all spectators in shock. Captain, the remaining members of the Jinyu Force stood in stunned silence. They were acutely aware of Jinyu's prowess. He was the strongest fighter beneath Frieza. Yet here he was, easily repelled by Wu Fei. Could it be that Wu Fei's strength surpassed Jinyu's? No, it must be that the captain had underestimated his opponent. Indeed, Jinyu was known for his complacency. They steadfastly refused to accept the reality that Jinyu was outmatched by Wu Fei. This lad is indeed remarkable, possessing the audacity to be so arrogant. However, you shall not escape the clutches of death. Frieza, indifferent to Jinyu's plight, was filled with a fervent battle spirit. He recognized that Jinyu was no match for Wu Fei. With but a mere gust of wind, Wu Fei could easily topple him. If he truly desired to strike, a single punch would suffice to end Jinyu's life. Thus, it was time for the mighty Frieza to take action. Rising slowly into the air, he exclaimed, "What an exhilarating moment. It has been quite some time since anyone has compelled me to take action." Creak. Frieza stretched his body, his bones cracking. "Goku, leave Frieza to me. The rest of you can handle the others," Wu Fei declared to Goku. "No problem." Goku eagerly rubbed his fists together, filled with excitement. At last, he had the opportunity to engage in battle. How infuriating. Just then, the injured Jinyu launched another assault after being struck underground by Wu Fei. Jinyu's expression was far from pleased. He had underestimated his opponent and had been knocked down as a result. Now, he was determined to prove himself. "I must defeat that guy," Jinyu resolved. Whoosh. Suddenly, a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform appeared before Jinyu. "You shall face me," Goku proclaimed loudly. Bang. The two collided fiercely. Get lost. Jinyu was solely intent on confronting Wu Fei to redeem his honor and had no desire to engage with Goku. However, he found himself unable to shake off Goku, who was subtly overpowering him. Bang. Goku delivered a punch that sent Jinyu flying. How infuriating. Jinyu had never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. He then began to focus entirely on Goku. Their combat prowess was closely matched, and they became entangled in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others were also battling the remaining members of the Jinyu Force. At that moment, Wu Fei had approached Frieza. To be able to engage with the great king is indeed a privilege. However, you shall meet a gruesome end, Frieza coldly stated. Wu Fei replied nonchalantly, the one destined to perish is you. Ha ha ha, such an arrogant insect. Unaware of the impending doom, Frieza sneered. Wu Fei scoffed derisively. I shall make you acutely aware of what it truly means to be oblivious to your own demise. Without further ado, he charged at Frieza. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Frieza's lips curled in a smirk, observing Wu Fei as one would a prey. He had already begun to perceive Wu Fei as a lamb to the slaughter, contemplating how to torment him. In his mind, he was the tyrant of the universe, Frieza. Wu Fei was certainly no match for him. However, due to Wu Fei's repeated provocations, he had no intention of granting him an easy death. Instead, he aimed to inflict countless tortures, allowing Wu Fei to experience the terror of the cosmic monarch. As Wu Fei drew closer, Frieza's eyes brimmed with disdain. Nanny? Frieza suddenly gasped. He was astonished to see Wu Fei, who had previously been at a considerable distance, suddenly appear before him. Wu Fei's speed was astonishing. Leaving Frieza no time to react, Wu Fei swung his right fist, striking fiercely at Frieza. Bang! Frieza could not evade in time, and his right cheek took the full brunt of Wu Fei's punch. Ugh! Frieza's face contorted in horror, his mouth agape as he spat out a mouthful of purple blood. He had been struck and was bleeding. Whoosh! Furthermore, Frieza's body was being propelled backward. Bang! Boom! The tremendous impact caused Frieza to crash through 3 mountains before his entire body became engulfed by the next one. Debris tumbled relentlessly, completely burying Frieza. Wu Fei stood calmly in the air, then coldly remarked, the renowned Cosmic Emperor, is this all you can muster? Chapter 36, A Collective Shock. Frieza repelled once again. The scene of Wu Fei forcing Frieza back left everyone astounded. Frieza's subordinates were exceptionally horrified. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely have believed it to be true. Their leader, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, had been repelled. Moreover, Frieza appeared quite disheveled, having coughed up blood. They had never encountered such a spectacle before. More importantly, Wu Fei had merely used a single punch to achieve this feat. Their understanding had been utterly transformed. Even Goku and his companions, who were engaged in fierce combat, paused to gaze at Wu Fei. Each one was awestruck by his power. Incredible, Goku murmured. The energy Wu Fei had unleashed moments ago far exceeded his comprehension. He realized that had he been the target of Wu Fei's assault, he would have been incapacitated, if not killed. Lord Frieza, Jinyu exclaimed, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Wu Fei, his heart racing with dread. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that Wu Fei had not chosen to focus on him. If even Lord Frieza could be repelled by a single punch from Wu Fei, then had he been struck, it would have been far worse than simply coughing blood. It could have meant his demise. Jinyu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still feeling an overwhelming sense of fear. What terrifying power! Vegeta turned his head, staring incredulously at Wu Fei. In Vegeta's mind, Frieza had always been a nightmarish presence. Yet, if Wu Fei could repel Frieza with a mere punch, what sort of fearsome entity was Wu Fei himself? Now, Vegeta began to understand that Wu Fei's earlier assertion of defeating Frieza was not mere bravado. Perhaps it was simply a statement of fact. Given the current circumstances, Wu Fei indeed possessed the potential to defeat Frieza. Ha! Frieza, I never imagined you'd meet your match today. Your days are numbered. Vegeta was practically brimming with excitement. Frieza had long been an enemy of the Saiyan race, having ruled over them for years, and even personally annihilating planet Vegeta, leaving only a handful of Saiyans alive. As the prince of the Saiyan people, Vegeta had longed to kill Frieza in vengeance for his race, though he had not yet had the opportunity to vanquish Frieza himself. The prospect of someone capable of defeating him brought Vegeta immense joy. As long as Frieza perished, who delivered the blow was of no concern to him. Lord Frieza, Frieza's subordinates rushed over, eager to assess their leader's condition. Bang, bang, bang. As they approached the mountains, a radiant explosion of debris erupted, sending countless stones hurtling through the air. In a state of sheer panic, they fled, utterly unprepared for such an unforeseen event. The flying rocks possessed immense destructive power, and their combat prowess was notably lacking. Some were struck by the debris and met their demise instantly. Then, Frieza's figure emerged, slowly ascending into the air. His armor was coated in dust, and his expression was one of deep displeasure. He fixed a chilling gaze upon Wu Fei, his eyes glinting with malice. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Frieza coldly declared, "You are the first to humiliate me in such a manner. I, the great king, am now exceedingly enraged." Wu Fei chuckled, "And what of your anger? What comes next?" The illustrious Cosmic Emperor Frieza, reduced to such a pitiful state. Wu Fei's words only served to further incite Frieza's fury. "I underestimated you before. Now, witness the terror of my power." Frieza's veins bulged, his rage reaching a boiling point. With a swift motion, he launched an attack on Wu Fei. Arriving before him, Frieza unleashed a powerful punch. Wu Fei, undeterred, met Frieza's fist with his own. The collision produced a tremendous shockwave, shaking the very earth beneath them. Nearby mountains crumbled from the force of their clash, while the distant Elder and Neru felt the ground tremble as if an earthquake were imminent. What a terrifying force, Neru murmured. The fierce battle also affected Sun Wukong and the others, who narrowly avoided injury thanks to their timely defenses. Mr. Wu Fei and Frieza are far too powerful. We cannot engage in battle here. Sun Wukong urged Krillin, Gohan, and the others to relocate. The Jinyu Force, not wishing to be caught in the crossfire of Wu Fei and Frieza's confrontation, seamlessly joined Sun Wukong and his companions in moving to a safer distance. Their combat abilities were comparable, making it difficult to discern a victor in the short term. Meanwhile, the battle between Wu Fei and Frieza raged on, their figures darting about with such speed that ordinary onlookers could scarcely perceive them. The sound of their fierce exchange echoed like thunder. Frieza threw a punch at Wu Fei, who successfully blocked it. Frieza pressed on with his assault, but Wu Fei swiftly maneuvered behind him. With a powerful strike aimed at Frieza's back, the latter reacted quickly, countering Wu Fei's advance. The subsequent clash of their blows produced deafening sonic booms. As the battle continued, mountains crumbled, and the once tranquil sea transformed into tumultuous waves. Frieza's expression soured significantly. Although he had recently been struck by Wu Fei, he attributed it to his own carelessness. He believed that with his full strength, he could surely defeat Wu Fei. As the battle progressed, he realized that he had underestimated the situation. Wu Fei's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even with all his might, Frieza was unable to gain the upper hand. He could hardly fathom that with a combat power soaring to 530,000, he could do nothing against Wu Fei. Huh? Frieza bellowed, launching a fierce strike towards Wu Fei. Humph. Wu Fei scoffed, extending his left palm to effortlessly block Frieza's attack, tightly gripping his fist. What? Frieza exclaimed in shock. Despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to withdraw his fist. Frieza, you are still far too weak, Wu Fei remarked coldly. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful right punch aimed at Frieza's abdomen. Oh! Frieza suffered the brunt of Wu Fei's ferocious assault. His face contorted in agony as he spat out another mouthful of purple blood. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Fei followed up with 3 successive punches. Each blow landed with devastating force, eliciting heart-wrenching cries from Frieza. With a final kick, Wu Fei sent Frieza crashing down to the ground. Boom. The earth caved in beneath the impact, and Frieza was thrust into the depths below, leaving a massive fissure on the surface. Frieza had been driven back by Wu Fei once more. Chapter 37. Frieza transforms. Second form. Panting heavily, Frieza lay in the crater, his body marred with injuries, appearing utterly disheveled. Damn it. No one has ever made this king look so filthy. Frieza was thoroughly enraged. With a rumbling intensity, he emanated a violent aura and began to ascend, causing the ground to fracture beneath him. It has been a long time since I encountered such a formidable opponent. However, if you think you can defeat me now, you are sorely mistaken. I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. As Frieza continued to gather power, his aura surged dramatically. The ground trembled and quaked under the weight of his ferocity, causing Namek to shudder. What? Boom. Goku, with a Kamehameha wave, sent Jinyu flying, turning to behold Frieza. He was taken aback, never anticipating that Frieza would transform. Once the transformation was complete, Frieza's power would undoubtedly escalate significantly. Damn it. Vegeta stared at Frieza in horror, never imagining that Frieza harbored such hidden strength. Amid the astonished gazes of onlookers, Frieza's form began to shift. His once diminutive stature grew robust, and the 2 horns atop his head elongated and sharpened. Ultimately, Frieza transformed into a towering, bull-headed figure. Compared to his original small frame, this was a completely different embodiment. Confidence radiated from Frieza's visage, and his aura became even more imposing. Vegeta and the others were utterly shocked, having never witnessed this version of Frieza. Even the Jinyu Force, who had long served him, had never seen Frieza in this form. Frieza the king. What overwhelming power. That fellow is surely no match for King Frieza this time. Ha ha ha. The arrogant Jinyu laughed heartily. Wu Fei quietly observed Frieza, and then spoke. Frieza, you should have done this long ago. Oh. Frieza appeared somewhat taken aback. The fact that he could transform was known to very few. Yet, he noticed that Wu Fei displayed no surprise, his expression remarkably calm. As if he had anticipated this all along. I haven't assumed this form in ages, and those who have witnessed it are long deceased. Your fate will be no different. Wu Fei retorted. You still have so much to say? Arrogant fool, perish. Frieza immediately launched an attack on Wu Fei, who met him head-on. Bang. The 2 exchanged blows once more. They remained unscathed, while the surroundings were already in chaos. Mountains crumbling and waves crashing. A massive crater formed on the ground, and Frieza's weaker subordinates were severely injured by the energy unleashed from their clash. Humph, just that much. Wu Fei scoffed. Despicable scoundrel. To Frieza, this was nothing short of humiliation. How had he ever been treated in such a manner? Others bowed before him. No one dared to mock him. Bang. Frieza threw another punch. Wu Fei extended his right arm, successfully blocking Frieza's assault. Is that all? Did you not exert any force? Wu Fei continued nonchalantly. Do not get too arrogant. Frieza's rage had reached its peak. Bang, bang, bang. Frieza unleashed a furious barrage of attacks on Wu Fei. He was no longer concerned about preserving his strength. He aimed to teach Wu Fei a thorough lesson. However, Frieza's expression grew increasingly grim. Every ounce of his effort was either blocked by Wu Fei or evaded altogether. He was unable to inflict any harm upon Wu Fei. Huff, huff. The intensity of his previous attacks had left Frieza feeling fatigued, while Wu Fei stood before him, calm and composed. Frieza was expending tremendous energy, while Wu Fei remained at the pinnacle of his prowess. Impossible. Frieza could hardly believe this reality. He had completed his transformation, boasting a power level in the millions. Yet he could not overcome Wu Fei. He was Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, who had dominated the universe for years and had never experienced such a sense of defeat. Frieza began to gather energy, continuing his assault on Wu Fei. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, Frieza unleashed his maximum energy. Yet he failed to inflict any substantive damage on Wu Fei. In terms of speed and strength, he was vastly inferior. Wu Fei effortlessly dodged Frieza's attacks, clearly toying with him. Damn it! Frieza's assault once again missed its mark, and he shouted in fury. Yet, he was merely a tempest of impotent rage. He aimed to deliver a punch to Wu Fei's face, but was once again evaded at the critical moment. Have you had enough? Wu Fei stood at a distance. Speaking coolly, with a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth, he playfully declared, now it is my turn to strike. In an instant, Wu Fei had already darted to Frieza's front. Frieza was taken aback by the astonishing speed displayed by Wu Fei. Simultaneously, Wu Fei swung his fist, preparing to launch an assault on Frieza. Frieza raised his arms defensively, bracing for impact. However, it proved largely ineffective. Bang! Wu Fei's fist landed solidly against Frieza, causing a jolt of pain to shoot through Frieza's arms, and he was sent flying by the sheer force of Wu Fei's blow. Such incredible strength. The self-assured Frieza was astonished by Wu Fei's overwhelming power. Even with his meticulous preparations, he could not withstand the ferocity of Wu Fei's attack. Whoosh! Just as Frieza attempted to regain his balance and retaliate, Wu Fei had already appeared before him once more. Bang! He delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's face. Ugh! Frieza cried out in agony, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Following that, Wu Fei executed an uppercut to Frieza's chin. Creak! Frieza felt as though his teeth might shatter. Now, he yearned to fight back, yet Wu Fei had seized the initiative. Under the relentless onslaught of Wu Fei, Frieza found himself utterly overwhelmed, unable to mount a defense against the brutal barrage. Bang, bang, bang. Left hook, right hook, uppercut. Wu Fei had turned Frieza into a mere punching bag, relentlessly practicing his strikes. The unfortunate cosmic tyrant had no opportunity to retaliate whatsoever. After a flurry of devastating blows, Wu Fei seized Frieza by the tail, swinging his body with abandon. Whoosh! Wu Fei hurled Frieza away. Then, a yellow disc materialized in Wu Fei's hand. Go, Energy Sphere Slash. The Energy Sphere Slash surged forth, imbued with a terrifying aura, racing toward Frieza. Frieza attempted to evade, but it was far too late. His pupils dilated in fear. Slice. The Energy Sphere Slash cleaved Frieza's tail in two. Chapter 38, The Domination of the Second Form. Frieza transformed once more. Damn it! Witnessing the severed piece of his tail on the ground, Frieza's eyes blazed with fury. As the illustrious Cosmic Emperor, he had been humiliated by having his tail severed. This meant that he was now physically marred. If word of this spread, it would be a monumental embarrassment. Frieza unleashed his full fury, intent on settling the score with Wu Fei. But what would anger achieve? Wu Fei's voice echoed in his ears, as he once again stood before Frieza. Bang! Frieza unleashed a sudden wave of energy. Crack! Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, Wu Fei effortlessly deflected the energy wave. Thunderous roars. The energy wave crashed into the ocean, triggering a massive tsunami. Bang! Simultaneously, Wu Fei delivered a punch to Frieza's abdomen. Ugh! Frieza was once again struck, blood spilling from his lips as he clutched his stomach tightly. The confident and composed expression he once bore had morphed into one of horror and dread. Whoosh! Frieza attempted to continue resisting Wu Fei's relentless assault, only to be blindsided by Wu Fei appearing behind him. Bang! Wu Fei's iron elbow struck fiercely against Frieza's back, causing him to plummet swiftly. Just as Frieza was about to reach the ground, Wu Fei appeared below, patiently awaiting his arrival. A faint smile graced Wu Fei's lips as he slowly raised his knee. Frieza's heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. With a powerful knee strike, Wu Fei sent Frieza soaring into the sky. Kamehameha! The Kamehameha wave, imbued with a terrifying aura, surged towards Frieza. Wu Fei executed a flawless combination of attacks, leaving Frieza with no chance to retaliate. Unable to evade, he was struck squarely by the Kamehameha. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated. The mountains crumbled, waves surged, and the entirety of planet Namek trembled. The smoke from the explosion coalesced into a massive mushroom cloud. Indeed, quite a sight to behold. Wu Fei murmured as he gazed at the mushroom cloud. Bang! Vegeta delivered a powerful punch, sending Jisoo flying. In that moment, his expression was one of sheer terror as he looked at Wu Fei. He had just witnessed an astonishing scene. Frieza had transformed, his power surging to new heights. Yet, despite this, he remained utterly defenseless against Wu Fei's relentless assault. Wu Fei's earlier flawless combination had completely overwhelmed Frieza. How could that guy be so powerful? Vegeta pondered, utterly bewildered, as Wu Fei's strength shattered his previous perceptions. Vegeta was all too aware of Frieza's prowess, the so-called Emperor of the Universe, who had long dominated the cosmos through conquest. Yet before Wu Fei, this once mighty cosmic ruler was being mercilessly beaten. Not only Vegeta, but the others were equally astounded. Particularly the Ginyu Force, who felt as though they had lost their guiding star. The Frieza they revered was being savagely overpowered by Wu Fei. This was simply unfathomable. Yet, it had become reality. In such dire circumstances, their morale plummeted. Gradually, they found themselves suppressed by Goku and his allies. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they too would fall to Goku and his companions. Cough, cough, cough. The colossal mushroom cloud slowly dissipated, revealing Frieza's figure. He now maintained a defensive stance, smoke billowing from his body, his expression one of profound agony. His armor lay in tatters, and one of his horns had been broken by Wu Fei's onslaught. Frieza appeared utterly disheveled, his former majesty lost. He was no longer the Emperor of the Universe, but rather a pitiful figure being mercilessly beaten by his adversary. How dare you injure me, the great king? You have severed my tail and broken my horn. You have thoroughly enraged me. Frieza seethed with fury. Wu Fei's smile widened as he softly replied, and then, to Frieza, this was nothing short of blatant contempt. How arrogant, to disregard the great king in such a manner and provoke him so. Next, let me immerse you in true terror. Frieza gazed at Wu Fei with an expression of unwavering determination. He then arrogantly declared, this is merely my second transformation. Prepare to witness my third form. I hope you do not soil yourself in fright. Ha ha ha. Frieza had anticipated that Wu Fei would yield, but to his astonishment, the latter exhibited nothing but disdain. Wu Fei, arms crossed, shook his head and retorted, enough with the theatrics, transform already. Seeing Wu Fei's nonchalant demeanor, Frieza's fury surged once more. How dare you underestimate me? I shall make you regret this. Frieza ascended to a mountain peak, lowered himself, and began to gather energy. His aura surged once again, this time provoking even more extraordinary phenomena. The sea roiled tumultuously, the ground began to crack, and the surrounding mountains crumbled under the force radiating from Frieza. Even the clouds in the sky were swiftly displaced by his overwhelming presence. It could be said that a tempest was brewing. Such a grand display for a mere transformation, Wu Fei murmured. He patiently awaited the spectacle, choosing not to interrupt Frieza's metamorphosis, but instead wishing to deliver a resounding defeat afterward, allowing Frieza to experience the harsh realities of the world. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the Ginyu Force were still engaged in fierce battle, acutely sensing the powerful fluctuations of Frieza's energy. How formidable! Sun Wukong had never imagined that Frieza could further amplify his strength. He now felt the staggering disparity in power. How long will it take for me to reach such heights? Having perceived the gap in strength between Wu Fei and Frieza, Sun Wukong did not feel disheartened. Rather, he became even more resolute in his quest for strength. Boom! Sun Wukong suddenly unleashed a flurry of attacks, sending Ginyu flying. He had firmly established dominance. Ginyu was no match for him. Bang! Ginyu was slammed to the ground, creating a deep crater. Damn it! Ginyu was filled with frustration. He had always believed his power was second only to Frieza, undoubtedly the second strongest in the universe. However, the unexpected emergence of Wu Fei, a rival of Frieza's caliber, had caught him off guard. Now, facing an equally formidable opponent, he found it exceedingly difficult to prevail. The sudden appearance of two beings more powerful than himself was utterly unacceptable. Ginyu was now scheming internally on how to defeat Sun Wukong and enhance his own strength. Chapter 39, Exchange. Captain Ginyu, the Frog. Tap, tap, tap. The battle between Sun Wukong and Ginyu raged on. Sun Wukong had secured a definitive advantage, while contending with Ginyu. He also kept a vigilant eye on Frieza's transformation. He observed that Frieza's power continued to escalate, as if he possessed boundless energy. Let us conclude this battle swiftly. Sun Wukong resolved. He now seeks to swiftly deal with Ginyu before witnessing the battle between Frieza and Wu Fei. The clash between these two formidable warriors promises to be a visual feast. At this moment, Son Goku is eagerly anticipating such a spectacle. Son Goku bends down, beginning to gather energy. An aura of dark red light envelopes him as he unleashes the Kaioken. Nanny? Ginyu is now filled with dread, for he realizes that Son Goku's power has soared. His scouter reveals that Son Goku's combat prowess has reached an astonishing 240,000. Meanwhile, Jinyu's own peak power is merely 120,000. Could it be that he was merely warming up? Jinyu can hardly believe that Son Goku harbors such immense strength. Come, Jinyu. Let us engage in a decisive battle. In the blink of an eye, Son Goku charges forward. Bang! He delivers a powerful punch to Jinyu's abdomen. His speed is simply too overwhelming, leaving the horrified Jinyu unable to react. Son Goku's fist strikes Jinyu's midsection with tremendous force. After enduring Son Goku's ferocious blow, Jinyu appears to be in excruciating pain, continuously retreating under the assault. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Son Goku's onslaught resumes as he swiftly maneuvers to Jinyu's side, delivering another crushing blow to his abdomen. This time, Jinyu spits out blood. Bang bang. 2 additional punches from Son Goku leave Jinyu bruised and battered. Bang bang bang. Son Goku then enters a critical strike mode, and Jinyu finds himself utterly defenseless. In the Kaioken state, Son Goku mercilessly ravages Jinyu. Boom. A flying kick sends Jinyu crashing into the ground. Kamehameha. In the Kaioken state, Son Goku unleashes the Kamehameha wave. No. Jinyu screams in anguish. Yet, the Kamehameha wave surges toward him. Rumble. The Kamehameha wave wreaks havoc, causing the ground to collapse and smoke to billow. Phew. The previous burst of energy has drained much of Son Goku's stamina, and he now reverts to his normal state. How powerful. Now, Vegeta and the others stand in astonishment. Vegeta never anticipated that Son Goku possessed such formidable strength. Moreover, through the recent battle, Son Goku has demonstrated top-tier combat skills, showcasing a wealth of experience in confrontation. Even the proud Vegeta feels he is no match for Son Goku at present. Damn it, I am the prince of the Saiyans, and yet I have been surpassed by Kakarot, this lowly warrior. Vegeta, who has always held himself in high regard, is overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. Consumed by rage, he is filled with an unyielding desire to reclaim his pride. In that instant, Vegeta's power suddenly surges, elevating his strength further. Nanny? Now, JIS is equally astonished, witnessing Vegeta's combat power escalate dramatically. Damn you, wild monkey. JIS decides to hold nothing back and unleashes his full might upon Vegeta. However, Vegeta's fist surged forward, delivering a powerful blow directly to Jisu's face. Jisu was sent flying by Vegeta's strike. This prince shall utterly annihilate you. Vegeta pressed the attack, relentlessly pursuing Jisu. As he continued to harness the strength within him, Vegeta exhibited an even greater prowess. He began to brutalize Jisu. As the smoke cleared, the figure of Captain Jinyu emerged. Now, Jinyu appeared utterly disheveled, covered in wounds, his 2 horns broken, and his energy severely diminished. Cough, cough, cough. Jinyu's expression was one of immense pain. He had no strength left to fight. Damn it. Jinyu pounded the ground in frustration. Yet, his strikes seemed feeble and ineffective. Jinyu was now completely incapacitated. Goku observed Jinyu coldly, not intending to deliver a fatal blow. He realized that Jinyu had become a mere shell, posing no threat to him. Perhaps it was his nature, but he could never bring himself to strike down a foe. Whoosh. Goku turned away, redirecting his attention to the other battles. He noticed that Vegeta had gained a dominating upper hand against Jisu, while Piccolo was engaged in a fierce back and forth with Berta, seemingly gaining the advantage. However, upon witnessing Gohan and Krillin's struggle, he decided to assist them. Watching Goku depart, Jinyu's expression shifted, his face contorting into a sinister glare directed at Goku. What a Navi fool. The opportunity has come, he shouted with his remaining strength. Exchange. Subsequently, a yellow wave of energy shot forth from Jinyu's mouth. Nanny? Goku was suddenly filled with dread as he realized his body was no longer under his control, completely immobilized. The yellow energy wave struck Goku directly. Now, Goku felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if his very soul was being wrenched away. Captain Jinyu has finally unleashed his ultimate technique, exclaimed the pineapple-headed Raikum with excitement. Body exchange was Jinyu's unique skill. He had continuously exchanged bodies with powerful opponents to augment his own strength. Now his target was none other than Goku. Foolish one. Your power shall soon belong to me. Jinyu's soul cackled menacingly as it drew closer to Goku along the yellow energy wave. Damn it. Goku's soul was already severed from his body, ensnared by the overwhelming force, leaving him utterly powerless. Once their souls exchanged, Jinyu's plan would be fully realized. Wu Fei had been observing all of this intently. A slight smile crept across his lips, as if everything were within his grasp. Whoosh. Wu Fei's figure appeared on the ground. Ribbit. A frog passing by felt itself caught in a grip. Jinyu, this suits you better. Wu Fei exclaimed loudly, tossing the frog forward. Ribbit. The frog deftly positioned itself between Goku and Jinyu. No. Jinyu's face paled, filled with sheer terror. In what initially appeared to be an assured victory, unforeseen circumstances took a dramatic turn. However, for Captain Jinyu, retreat was no longer an option. After all, the skill of body exchange was inextricable. With a swift motion, Jinyu unleashed a wave of yellow energy that struck the unsuspecting frog, resulting in his soul entering its diminutive form. Once the dust settled, Jinyu had successfully swapped bodies with the frog. Croak. Now, Jinyu found himself awkwardly maneuvering on all fours, gazing innocently at the onlookers before hopping away. My instincts were indeed correct. A frog suits you far better. Wu Fei laughed heartily. The frog, now Jinyu, croaked loudly in frustration, unable to fathom how he, the illustrious Captain Jinyu, had been reduced to such a state. Nevertheless, survival took precedence. The perspiring frog quickly leaped away from the battlefield. Chapter 40. Transformation complete. Frieza's third form. Captain Jinyu. Good, Riku, but, and Jis were utterly astonished. They had never envisioned such a scenario, as Captain Jinyu's body exchange technique had never before faltered. Now, to their disbelief, their captain had transformed into a mere frog. However, they were not preoccupied with how to revert Jinyu back to his original form. Rather, their thoughts turned to other matters. I refuse to have a frog as our captain. Exactly. We must select a new leader. With only 4 members remaining, they needed to devise a new entrance pose. Jis, brimming with excitement, declared, I am the vice captain, so I shall assume the captaincy. As for our entrance pose, each of you come up with 3 ideas, and I will determine the best one. The other members had no objections, for in the Jinyu force, strength reigned supreme, and Jis was the strongest after Jinyu, making his ascension to captain entirely reasonable. From now on, refer to me as Captain Jis. He boasted with a wild laugh. Hey, you all underestimate me far too much. I shall teach you a lesson, you pathetic captain. Vegeta sneered as he appeared before Jis and the others. With a sudden burst of speed, Vegeta materialized beside Jis and sent him flying with a single punch. Following this, Piccolo and the others resumed their battle against the Jinyu force. Phew. Sun Wukong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had never anticipated that Jinyu harbored such a trump card. Were it not for Wu Fei's timely intervention, he would surely have exchanged bodies with Jinyu. The thought of swapping bodies with another was something Sun Wukong vehemently resisted. Thank you, Mr. Wu Fei, Sun Wukong expressed sincerely. There's no need for gratitude. However, you must reconsider your disposition. Kindness is indeed a virtue, but it is ill-suited for adversaries. At times, excessive compassion can lead to your downfall, Wu Fei remarked thoughtfully. Hee. Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly, fully aware that Wu Fei's words struck at the heart of the matter. Yet, true to his nature, Wukong, with his innate kindness, found it difficult to deliver a lethal blow even to his adversaries. However, his remarkable charisma enabled him to transform former foes such as Tien Shinhan and Piccolo into allies. Suddenly, Wukong's expression hardened as he turned to gaze at Frieza's position. Frieza had completed his energy accumulation and undergone a second transformation. His physique and appearance had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. He had grown significantly larger, particularly in width, with his back and shoulders appearing particularly robust. His head jutted forward, his demeanor exuding an even more sinister and malevolent aura, adorned with a chilling and eerie smile, while his posture was severely hunched. Moreover, Frieza's once singular black horns had multiplied to 6 silver horns, symmetrically distributed on either side of his head. Towering and grotesque, his demeanor was cold and menacing, brimming with confidence, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Many of Frieza's surviving subordinates were so terrified that they fainted on the spot. In this moment, Frieza embodied the essence of a cosmic emperor, radiating immense power. Wukong was once again taken aback by Frieza's strength. He recognized that he lacked the power to confront Frieza directly, yet he could still observe the unfolding battle. With a swift motion, Wukong rushed to support Gohan and the others, eager to swiftly resolve the situation with the Gister team before witnessing the clash between Wu Fei and Frieza. Behold, this is my third form, Frieza declared from atop the mountain, calmly surveying his opponent. Indeed, you have grown significantly stronger, and this form does exude the essence of a cosmic ruler. However, I must say, you are exceptionally hideous, Wu Fei retorted. What did you say? Frieza roared in fury. Though he was aware of the truth, his third form was indeed the most unattractive of all his transformations. He would not permit anyone to voice such a sentiment. You are truly detestable. Now, prepare to experience the terror of your king. Frieza's power surged further, and he felt an overwhelming confidence that he would easily overpower Wu Fei. Fueled by boundless rage, Frieza launched a fierce punch at Wu Fei. Wu Fei crossed his arms defensively, bracing for impact. The punch connected solidly with Wu Fei, causing Frieza's expression to brighten with triumph as he succeeded in pushing Wu Fei back. To Frieza, this was a clear demonstration of his overwhelming superiority. Huh, you foolish wretch. Now you comprehend the magnitude of my terror. Frieza laughed arrogantly, continuing his assault on Wu Fei. With a mighty swing, he aimed to incapacitate Wu Fei entirely. But then, Frieza noticed the cold smirk on Wu Fei's face. Nanny? Frieza exclaimed in disbelief as he prepared to make contact with Wu Fei, only for Wu Fei to deftly evade at the last possible moment. This is impossible. Frieza gasped, astonished. He had just repelled Wu Fei, possessing absolute initiative. Frieza contemplated that if he continued the pursuit, he would undoubtedly be able to inflict severe injury upon Wu Fei. However, he failed to land a single blow. Creak. Wu Fei now stood atop a mountain peak, flexing his wrists as he looked down upon Frieza from his elevated position. Frieza, blind confidence is not a virtue. One must possess self-awareness. Did you truly believe that your momentary advantage signified superiority over me? Your power has indeed surged, yet it remains woefully inadequate before me. Wu Fei extended his index finger and shook his head. Infuriating. Frieza's veins bulged with rage. To him, Wu Fei's words dripped with provocation. How presumptuous. This is an affront to the majesty of this great king. Bam! Filled with fury, Frieza launched himself like a missile, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Consumed by unending wrath, he charged toward Wu Fei. Throughout his life, no one had dared to mock him so brazenly. What would become of his dignity as the emperor of the cosmos? Observing Frieza's figure, Wu Fei's gaze sharpened, his fighting spirit ignited. Frieza had now transformed into his third form, with combat power exceeding 2 million. It was time for Wu Fei to reveal his strength and engage Frieza in earnest. He aimed to teach Frieza what it meant to experience the treachery of the world. Even your transformations will prove futile. Wu Fei scoffed. Wu Fei and Frieza were on the verge of another clash. Chapter 41. Third form? Still dominating. Frieza amassed power and launched a punch at Wu Fei. Wu Fei did not flinch. He thrust his fist forward. Bang! The two iron fists collided. Boom! The impact generated tremendous force, causing the entire planet to tremble. In an instant, mountains crumbled, the ground caved in, and waves roared. Simultaneously, a powerful gust of wind dispersed the clouds above them. A thick cloud of smoke rose, enveloping the forms of Wu Fei and Frieza entirely. Bang bang bang. The deafening sounds of battle echoed as the two engaged in fierce combat. As the smoke cleared, the figures of Wu Fei and Frieza re-emerged. They were now suspended in midair, while the mountain Wu Fei had previously stood upon lay reduced to rubble by the fierce impact. Infuriating wretch. Frieza bellowed, launching a punch toward Wu Fei with all his might. In an instant, Wu Fei tilted his head to the left, successfully evading Frieza's attack. Frieza retaliated with another punch, but Wu Fei ducked and narrowly escaped once more. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, Frieza unleashed several more punches at Wu Fei. Humph. Wu Fei smirked, a cold snort escaping his lips as his form flickered with agility. Frieza's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had just unleashed a flurry of punches. Yet it was akin to an artist failing to outline a figure. Not a single blow struck Wu Fei. This is how one uses their fists. The words of Wu Fei echoed in Frieza's ears, and by the time he realized, Wu Fei had already arrived at his side. Bang! Frieza's eerie and sinister visage suddenly contorted into a grotesque grimace, the unexpected blow leaving his mouth askew. Wu Fei's previous punch, imbued with immense power, had sent Frieza crashing to the ground. A resounding thud echoed as the earth caved in, enveloped in a haze of smoke. Cursed be it. Spitting out a mouthful of purple blood, Frieza realized he could no longer withstand the onslaught. His earlier attempts to retaliate had failed to even graze Wu Fei. Yet with a single punch, Wu Fei had drawn forth blood from him. Humph. Now, allow me to demonstrate this technique. Frieza wiped the blood from his lips, pointing a finger menacingly at Wu Fei. A purple energy wave surged forth towards him. Frieza's assault did not cease. More energy waves erupted from his fingertips. Countless violet energy blasts, brimming with ferocious energy, surrounded Wu Fei entirely. Perish. Frieza retracted his finger, clenching his fist, his gaze once again dark and menacing. Boom, boom, boom. All the energy waves surged toward Wu Fei, the sound of explosions relentless. The ground trembled violently, as if the entire Namek was quaking. Smoke billowed, obscuring Wu Fei's figure from view. Huffing and puffing, Frieza gasped for breath, the recent attack having drained a significant portion of his energy. Yet, a cold and eerie smile returned to his face. Ha ha ha. Foolish creature, do you now harbor regrets? Frieza laughed with arrogance, fully confident in his power. The previous explosion contained an utterly terrifying force. Wu Fei, enduring such an assault, would surely suffer grievously, if not perish entirely. In Frieza's estimation, Wu Fei would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Ha ha ha. You feel the wrath of this king, do you not? Frieza crossed his arms, gazing with interest at the smoky expanse above. He awaited the sight of Wu Fei, battered and defeated. However, Frieza found himself frozen in disbelief. Even after the smoke cleared, Wu Fei's figure was nowhere to be seen. How peculiar. Where could he be? Frieza's mind was rife with confusion. Could it be that my energy waves had obliterated him into dust? He nodded to himself, seemingly affirming his prior thoughts. It appears I have overestimated that fool. He has been utterly vanquished by this king. Opposing me, how could one expect a favorable outcome? Ha ha ha. Frieza's sinister laughter echoed in the air. Hey, little brother, what are you pondering? Wu Fei's voice suddenly resonated behind Frieza. Nanny? Frieza swiftly turned, only to discover Wu Fei unscathed. This is impossible. How could he emerge unscathed after enduring my fierce assault? Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. Your energy waves are but trifles. At that moment, Wu Fei launched his attack. Bam! A powerful strike hit Frieza's back, sending him hurtling backward. The earth trembled as Frieza crashed into a mountain. Whoosh! Just as Frieza's form continued to retreat, Wu Fei appeared suddenly. With a sweeping kick, Wu Fei struck Frieza squarely in the waist. A gasp escaped Frieza's lips as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wu Fei pressed on with his relentless assault. Bang! Bang! Two powerful punches landed, causing Frieza to wail in agony. Infuriated, he attempted to block Wu Fei's next blow. Humph! Frieza managed to steady himself against the onslaught. Is that all you've got? He sneered. However, an unexpected numbness seized his arm, followed by an intense pain that rendered it virtually useless, as if it had been shattered. Boom! Wu Fei delivered another punch, and Frieza chose to meet him head-on. Crack! Ah! Frieza's anguished scream pierced the air as Wu Fei shattered his left arm. Now, with only one arm left to fight, Frieza found himself outmatched by Wu Fei. Suddenly, Wu Fei accelerated his punches, transforming his fists into shimmering stars as he unleashed a barrage of attacks on Frieza. Whoosh! His fists cut through the air, delivering a relentless series of strikes. Frieza attempted to counter, but found himself utterly incapable of mounting a defense. He could only adopt a defensive stance, striving to withstand Wu Fei's ferocious onslaught. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, Frieza's defenses proved futile. His once cold and sinister visage contorted into a mask of agony, intermingled with hints of fear and astonishment. He had never anticipated that even in his third transformation, he would still be unable to best Wu Fei. Boom! Wu Fei's fist connected with Frieza's abdomen, propelling him skyward. Whoosh! Wu Fei gathered his energy and continued his pursuit. With astonishing speed, he appeared above Frieza in an instant. Here I come. Wu Fei brought his fists together, delivering a crushing blow to Frieza's back. Splutter! Frieza spat out more blood, feeling as though his spine might shatter. With a tremendous crash, he was sent crashing into the ocean, which erupted into a massive whirlpool that engulfed his body entirely. Chapter 42. The Ace. Frieza transformed once more. What terrifying power! Krillin marveled. This level of combat is unprecedented. How infuriating. Why is there such a vast chasm between us? Uncle Wu Fei is incredible. Sun Wukong and the others gazed in astonishment at the sea, where the colossal whirlpool seemed poised to consume everything in its path. Crash! The surface of the ocean erupted in monstrous waves, obliterating the nearby mountains and forests. Wu Fei's assault had unleashed unparalleled destruction. The hearts of Sun Wukong and his companions remained unsettled. Moments earlier, Sun Wukong had rushed to support Gohan and the others, and with his intervention, the Dragon Ball warriors gained a decisive advantage. The 4 members of the Gister team were severely injured, left without the strength to continue fighting. After incapacitating them, Sun Wukong ceased his onslaught. However, Vegeta and Piccolo, lacking Sun Wukong's mercy, swiftly dealt with the lives of the Gister team. At this juncture, the Jinyu force suffered catastrophic losses, with 1 member transformed into a frog and 4 others perishing, rendering the entire battalion utterly decimated. Following the conclusion of the battle, Sun Wukong and his companions gathered to witness the confrontation between Wu Fei and Frieza. Frieza's sinister grin, grotesque visage, and overwhelming aura left them in awe. They had never anticipated the existence of such a terrifying entity. Initially, they harbored doubts about Wu Fei's ability to contend with Frieza. However, reality proved their apprehensions to be unfounded. The struggle, which began as an evenly matched contest, gradually shifted in favor of Wu Fei. Moments earlier, Sun Wukong and the others had witnessed Wu Fei unleash a flurry of punishing blows upon Frieza, culminating in a decisive strike that sent Frieza crashing into the ocean, his figure vanishing completely. What a marvel! Just when they believed Frieza to be the epitome of terror, it turned out that Mr. Wu Fei surpassed even him. I yearn to reach Mr. Wu Fei's level of mastery and engage in a duel with him, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his spirit ignited by a fervent desire for strength. Hey, Kakarot, I shall undoubtedly reach that realm before you. Do not forget, you are merely a lowly warrior, while I am the noble prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta declared, equally invigorated. Alas, Krillin sighed, contemplating the futility of ever attaining such heights. Gazing at the swirling vortex in the ocean, he remarked, has Mr. Wu Fei truly vanquished Frieza? Can we return to Earth now? Hooray. Yet, Piccolo's expression grew grave. Humph, you remain too naive. Frieza is not dead. His presence still lingers. What? Krillin exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom that Frieza could survive such a fierce assault. Indeed, Frieza still draws breath. Sun Wukong confirmed, sensing Frieza's aura. Suddenly, Wu Fei descended from the sky. If such an attack were sufficient to end him, he would cease to be Frieza, Wu Fei stated calmly. Just then, the vortex abruptly vanished, and the ocean erupted, sending countless fish into the air. Frieza's form gradually re-emerged. Though Frieza had survived, he appeared quite battered, panting heavily, his complexion pale. Supporting his left arm with his right hand, he wore an expression of considerable agony. Damn it, In all my years of battle, I have never been driven to such a state. You have ignited my wrath. Frieza bellowed, veins bulging in fury. Tremble, foolish beings, he cried, positioned atop a mountain. His thunderous roar reverberated once more. As the ground began to collapse, fissures opened up, and countless mountains were obliterated, sending rocks flying and smoke billowing. The sea roiled once more, and a tsunami surged towards Namek. Simultaneously, Frieza's power continued to escalate, leaving Sun Wukong and his allies in a state of utter shock. Nanny, what a terrifying power, and it continues to surge. Could it be that Frieza harbors a hidden ace? Truly, he is an extraordinary being. Goku furrowed his brow, utterly unprepared for the fact that Frieza still had a trump card up his sleeve. A sense of worry crept in, leaving him uncertain whether Wu Fei could contend with Frieza. How infuriating. Vegeta stomped the ground in anger, leaving a deep imprint beneath his feet. It was only now that he began to comprehend the vast disparity in strength between their Saiyan race and Frieza. Even in his base form, Frieza could easily overpower the multitude of Saiyans on planet Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta could not fathom that Frieza concealed such a terrifying strength. What chance did the Saiyans have? No wonder Frieza could claim the title of the Galactic Emperor. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. Frieza's power had transcended Vegeta's understanding, as if it had reached a realm beyond his grasp. How formidable! At this moment, Krillin was drenched in cold sweat, terrified by Frieza's overwhelming aura. Piccolo was equally astonished, his complexion turning a shade of green. Uncle Wu Fei, Frieza's power is truly horrifying. Gohan's voice carried a hint of concern. Fear not, Wu Fei replied softly. While Goku and the others were astonished and worried by Frieza's emanating energy, Wu Fei remained remarkably composed. Regardless of how he transformed, he was destined for one fate, to be soundly defeated by me, Wu Fei stated nonchalantly. Nanny? Upon hearing Wu Fei's words, Goku and the others were even more astonished. They noticed that Wu Fei appeared utterly relaxed, seemingly dismissing Frieza's rapidly escalating power. How arrogant. They perceived Wu Fei's demeanor as exceedingly presumptuous. However, after hearing his words, they felt a sense of reassurance wash over them, their worried expressions gradually fading. After all, it had been the case before. Although Frieza's power surged with each transformation, he ultimately could not overcome Wu Fei. Perhaps Wu Fei was not arrogant, but merely stating a fact. His strength was sufficient to support such audacity. Did Mr. Wu Fei also conceal a terrifying power? Goku pondered. At that moment, Namek had fallen into silence. The phenomena caused by Frieza's power surge had completely vanished. The thick smoke began to dissipate, revealing a figure slowly emerging. Upon seeing this figure, Goku and the others were taken aback. They had anticipated that Frieza's appearance would become even more sinister and menacing after his transformation, reminiscent of his third form, which exuded an aura of dread. However, they discovered that Frieza was nothing like they had imagined. He had not grown excessively large. Rather, his form had become quite petite. His skin had turned white, adorned with purple accents on his head, shoulders, chest, and calves. His visage no longer bore an evil countenance. Instead, it exuded a surprisingly cute charm. Chapter 43, Frieza's Third Form. Is this the Galactic Emperor, Frieza? Goku exclaimed, his face a canvas of confusion. Now, Vegeta was equally astonished. He never anticipated that the infamous Frieza would present himself in such a manner. Witnessing Frieza's appearance left Piccolo utterly shocked, his face turning a ghastly shade of green. How adorable. I truly wish to pinch his cheeks. Gohan exclaimed loudly, evidently exhilarated. He found the universe's tyrant, Frieza, inexplicably endearing. Humph. Frieza, who had originally crossed his arms, suddenly raised his right hand, extending his index finger towards Gohan. His demeanor transformed into one of furious wrath, his expression dark and frigid. He could not tolerate being labeled as adorable. I, the formidable cosmic Emperor Frieza, should exude power and majesty. How dare you, little brat, refer to me as cute. With a fierce glare, Frieza unleashed a purple beam from his fingertip, hurtling directly towards Gohan. Though slender, the energy contained within was terrifying. If it struck Gohan, it would undoubtedly claim his life. Gohan, quickly evade. Goku shouted urgently, his face etched with concern. The once excited Gohan now appeared thoroughly terrified. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He wished to dodge Frieza's attack, yet it felt as though he were paralyzed, unable to move. Gohan. At that moment, a green figure darted in front of Gohan. It was Piccolo. Truly a father figure. Wu Fei murmured. Whoosh. Just as the purple beam was about to strike Piccolo, a figure flickered, and Wu Fei suddenly appeared. With a swift motion of his right hand, he deflected the purple beam as if it were a mere ball. Boom. The beam collided with a distant valley, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reduced the area to ruins. Phew. Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, felt a surge of fear. Had it not been for Wu Fei's timely intervention, he would have been a lifeless corpse by now. Thank you. Piccolo expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. Wu Fei paused and replied with a smile. Aren't you the sworn enemy of the Sun family? Why do you now step forward to save Gohan? Piccolo's face flushed crimson as he turned his head away, remaining silent. Ha! Krillin was first astonished, then puzzled, and finally burst into joyous laughter. He never expected that the once malevolent King Piccolo, who sought to dominate Earth, would willingly assist others, even at the cost of his own life. What a remarkable transformation for Piccolo to become a good person, Krillin murmured. Humph. A cold snort interrupted Krillin's laughter, sending a chill down his spine. His expression hardened as he turned to find Piccolo glaring at him with icy disdain. Though Piccolo said nothing, Krillin understood the implication. Laugh again. And it might cost you your life. Krillin held a healthy respect for Piccolo, recognizing that not everyone could receive the same treatment as Gohan. He wisely chose to silence himself. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Wu Fei. Gohan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Wu Fei. Goku approached to convey his thanks as well. Merely a small effort. Wu Fei replied graciously. In the distance, Frieza regarded Wu Fei and his companions with a cold, displeased expression. What is the meaning of this? Do you hold me, the great king, in such contempt? With a formidable enemy before us. How can you indulge in idle chatter? This is utterly intolerable. Frieza's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Upon hearing his words, Sun Wukong and the others began to scrutinize Frieza closely. What is happening? Sun Wukong suddenly sensed something amiss. He observed that Frieza's aura was remarkably calm, a stark contrast to the previously raging tempest. He resembled an ordinary person. Yet, beneath that serene facade lay a terrifying power. Frieza now emanated a presence akin to Wu Fei's, leaving him utterly unable to discern the true strength of either. Frieza, your power has indeed escalated, Wu Fei remarked. Frieza's face swelled with pride, his eyes brimming with self-satisfaction. With arms outstretched and slightly lowered, he confidently gazed at Wu Fei and the others. Naturally. This is my ultimate form, the pinnacle of my strength. Now, brace yourselves to witness the true horror of your king. You shall all perish. His chilling, sinister laughter echoed ominously through the air. Frieza's demeanor radiated an air of invincibility as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Wu Fei. Though Wu Fei had previously bested him, inflicting grievous wounds, the transformation into his ultimate form had restored his injuries. However, the humiliation lingered. Frieza had never before faced such an affront. He had only ever been the one to mete out punishment, and the thought of being wounded, let alone severely, was intolerable. He was a being who bore grudges, and the suffering Wu Fei had inflicted would be repaid 100-fold. Frieza's eyes blazed with purple flames, as if he yearned to engulf Wu Fei. Nevertheless, Wu Fei remained unfazed, returning Frieza's glare with unwavering determination. This only served to unnerve Frieza further. Damn you, why do you persist in staring at me? Wu Fei nodded earnestly, a hint of amusement on his face. I must admit, Gohan was not mistaken. Frieza, you are indeed quite kawaii at the moment. The mighty cosmic emperor appearing in such a form is truly astonishing. Frieza's fury surged once more at Wu Fei's taunt. You insolent wretch, you seek death. He was particularly sensitive to such remarks. He could not fathom why his father, King Cold, and his brother, Cooler, were both tall and imposing, while his ultimate form was diminutive, starkly contrasting with them. This appearance was a severe misalignment with his identity as a cosmic emperor, and Wu Fei had effectively laid bare his vulnerability. With veins bulging and rage consuming him, Frieza could no longer maintain his previous composure. He surged forward, charging swiftly toward Wu Fei. Boom! Wu Fei bent low, propelling himself forward in an instant. Klin was taken aback, hurriedly retreating several steps. The moment Wu Fei activated his power, a tremendous shockwave nearly toppled Klin over. Wu Fei emanated a blue-white aura, while Frieza radiated a purple one. The two figures drew closer, on the verge of colliding, preparing for a new round of confrontation. Chapter 44, Renewed Battle. Wu Fei's final form versus Frieza. Bang! The two figures clashed fiercely. Wu Fei and Frieza locked their palms against each other, directly contesting their strength. Thunderous roars echoed as the ground trembled violently, the earth continuously sinking beneath their might. Centered around Wu Fei and Frieza, the terrain began to collapse, with fissures rapidly extending outward. Klin gasped in surprise as the ground before him suddenly crumbled, revealing a vast crack. He barely managed to avoid falling. That was close. Klin swiftly leaped into the air, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He never anticipated that even from a distance, he would be affected by the aftermath of the battle between Wu Fei and Frieza. Soon, the ground beneath Son Goku and his companions also began to give way, prompting them to take flight. Such overwhelming power! Son Goku exclaimed in awe. With just a single strike, the two had wrought such devastation upon their surroundings. The clash between Wu Fei and Frieza was beyond his reach, although they observed from afar. A moment of inattention could result in injury from the residual force of their confrontation. Alas, I can see nothing. Klin's face reflected a hint of regret. The speed of Wu Fei and Frieza was simply too swift. He could not capture their movements at all. Not only Klin, but even Gohan and Piccolo were drenched in sweat, struggling to keep pace with Wu Fei and his allies. despite their utmost concentration. All they could sense were the powerful auras colliding, generating immense destructive force. However, the details of their fight eluded them completely. "This is astonishing," Son Goku mused. Maintaining his focus, he could barely discern the battle between the two. The spectacle of Wu Fei and Frieza engaged in combat left Son Goku profoundly shocked. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood upright, arms crossed before him, intently observing the clash. The sheer power exhibited by the two filled Vegeta with both astonishment and determination. "This prince too shall reach such heights." Bang bang bang. In the sky, blue, white, and purple figures flickered continuously, colliding once more. Each impact unleashed formidable force. The entire Namek seemed to be experiencing a catastrophe, with mountains crumbling, the ground collapsing, and waves surging. With the escalating intensity of the battle between Wu Fei and Frieza, Namek was enveloped in thunder and lightning. It must be said that Frieza's power had significantly amplified following his transformation into his final form. The contest with Wu Fei was now entirely evenly matched. Moreover, as he became increasingly familiar with his new physique, he unleashed even greater strength. Now, his face radiated confidence, bearing the unmistakable expression of someone who felt victory was within grasp. To him, defeating Wu Fei was merely a matter of time. Bang! Frieza unleashed a powerful punch, successfully repelling Wu Fei. Ha ha ha. Just as a sinister smile crept across his face, Wu Fei suddenly launched an attack. Bang! With a swift left hook, Wu Fei landed a blow that twisted Frieza's mouth. How infuriating! Frieza, covering his mouth, muttered incoherently, then swiftly flicked his tail towards Wu Fei. Although Frieza's tail had been severed before, it had regrown upon achieving his final form. His tail now contained formidable energy. Boom! Wu Fei was struck in the abdomen, sent flying backward. Frieza, brimming with self-satisfaction, launched another assault on Wu Fei. Bang! Frieza delivered a heavy punch to Wu Fei's midsection, propelling him into the air. Crash! With a sweeping motion, Frieza struck Wu Fei once more. Ha ha ha! Now you understand the terror of this king. Frieza laughed heartily. His expression then turned menacing as he charged at Wu Fei again. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Frieza was before Wu Fei, aiming for Wu Fei's face. He prepared to deliver a devastating blow. "This time, I shall shatter your skull," Frieza declared loudly. Unbeknownst to him, a smirk of disdain appeared at the corner of Wu Fei's mouth. What? Frieza's fierce expression suddenly shifted to one of shock. His fist did indeed connect with Wu Fei's face, but it felt as though he had struck nothing but air, failing to find any solid resistance. He quickly realized it was merely an afterimage. Panic washed over Frieza's face. How could this be? Just moments ago, I held absolute control. Yet this punch I was so certain of was effortlessly evaded. Where did he disappear to? He glanced around, desperately seeking Wu Fei's whereabouts. "You despicable fiend. If you have the ability, do not hide," Frieza shouted in a fit of rage. "Right here." Huh. Bang. Before Frieza could react, he was struck hard. Wu Fei suddenly appeared, delivering a kick to Frieza's back. Crack. Ah. Frieza's expression twisted in agony, feeling as though his spine was about to snap in two. Following the violent blow, Frieza's body plummeted. Whoosh! Wu Fei pursued relentlessly, enveloped in a blue-white aura as he charged at Frieza. Boom! With a roar of wind, Wu Fei unleashed a punch. Frieza's reflexes were sharp. He gritted his teeth against the pain, crossing his arms defensively before his chest to withstand Wu Fei's assault. Bang! However, it proved largely ineffective, as Frieza's arms went numb, and he continued to descend. Bang bang bang! Wu Fei struck several more times. Frieza struggled to defend himself, but the effectiveness of his efforts was negligible, and he found himself closer to the ground with each passing moment. Bang! Wu Fei suddenly gathered energy, delivering a flying kick that landed squarely on Frieza's abdomen. Ah! Frieza spat out a mouthful of blood, his body descending rapidly. "This is impossible." Frieza's face was etched with disbelief. He had never anticipated that he would initially hold the upper hand, only for the tides to shift dramatically in an instant. He found himself subjected to Wu Fei's relentless onslaught, rendering him utterly defenseless. Bang! The ground quaked. Frieza's body plummeted to the earth like a meteor, creating a deep crater and enveloping the area in smoke, as a massive mushroom cloud slowly ascended. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present was filled with awe and terror. "Such destructive power," Krillin remarked. "Uncle Wu Fei is incredible." Gohan's eyes were brimming with admiration for Wu Fei. Meanwhile, Goku's heart was tumultuous, his astonishment evident on his face. What shocked him even more was Wu Fei's ability to unleash such overwhelming force in an instant, decisively overpowering Frieza and reversing the situation. If such a formidable being as Frieza was no match for Wu Fei, Goku could scarcely fathom the extent of Wu Fei's strength. Chapter 45. A power level of 10. Combat power of 1200. Thud. Wu Fei gently descended, his gaze fixed on the vast crater before him. "Come out. Don't hide," Wu Fei called out. He was acutely aware that, despite the magnitude of his previous strike, it had evidently failed to vanquish Frieza. "You detestable fiend." How dare you leave me in such a filthy state? Frieza emerged slowly from the thick fog, his expression dark and frigid as he regarded Wu Fei. His body bore numerous wounds, yet to him, they were of little consequence. What truly vexed him was the state of his own filthiness. In such a disheveled condition, he felt his status as the Emperor of the universe was severely tarnished. I must admit, you have quite the resilience to withstand such a heavy blow without suffering any real damage. You must have endured quite a bit in your youth. Wu Fei's words ignited Frieza's fury. You speak nonsense. It is only I who delivers punishment. Who dares to strike the great Frieza? Now, the violet aura surrounding Frieza intensified, his rage boiling over. Despite his transformations to enhance his power, he still found himself outmatched by Wu Fei. As the illustrious Emperor of the universe, he had never faced such humiliation before, and he could no longer endure it. You are truly insufferable. Prepare yourself, for I shall unleash my true power and deliver a thorough beating. Frieza proclaimed angrily. Be my guest. Wu Fei replied nonchalantly. Wu Fei's calm demeanor only served to infuriate Frieza further. Remarkably, he did not erupt in rage but instead maintained an unsettling composure. A sinister grin spread across his face as he slowly extended a finger, confidence radiating from him. Ha! What an arrogant fool. Soon, you shall regret this. You cannot even begin to fathom my true power. With merely 10 of my strength, I can utterly crush you. Frieza's declaration left the onlookers in stunned silence. What? He harbors even more terrifying abilities? The power he has displayed thus far is not even a fraction of his true potential? This is utterly terrifying, Klein exclaimed loudly, his body drenched in cold sweat. What manner of terrifying being is Frieza? Could Mr. Wu Fei truly be his rival? Son Goku's words were laden with apprehension. If Frieza indeed harbored a dreadful power, as he claimed, the situation would become exceedingly dire. Even though Wu Fei had previously triumphed over Frieza with ease, should Frieza unleash his true strength, Wu Fei would likely find himself unable to contend with him. How infuriating! Though Vegeta appeared outwardly calm, his inner turmoil was tumultuous. He could scarcely fathom the insurmountable chasm that lay between himself, Wu Fei, and Frieza. While Goku and the others were struck with fear, Wu Fei maintained an expression of composure. Enough prattle, reveal your true strength. Wu Fei declared coldly, his tone rife with disdain. Such ignorance, foolish creature. Frieza straightened his posture. Fists clenched, as a violet aura flickered ominously around him. Thunder rumbled in the distance, clouds swirled, the ground trembled, and waves surged as Namek faced what seemed to be impending catastrophe once more. Simultaneously, Frieza's power surged dramatically. It's true, Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. The magnitude of Frieza's escalating strength leaving him utterly shaken. Yet Wu Fei remained unwavering, his gaze fixed on Frieza. After a considerable pause, Frieza ceased his display. What terrifying power, Klein thought, his legs trembling with fear. He sensed that the current Frieza was indeed formidable, and perhaps Wu Fei was not his match. Frieza stood with arms crossed, coldly regarding Wu Fei. Ha ha ha, are you speechless with shock? Tremble before me, arrogant fool. Wu Fei's eyes sparkled with disdain. Huh, it's rather mediocre, isn't it? What is there to take pride in? Haven't you been humbled enough? Mediocre? Wu Fei's words left Klein momentarily stunned. How could such a fearsome power be deemed merely average? Klein's worldview shattered in an instant. Meanwhile, Frieza seethed with rage. You sharp-tongued wretch. I shall give you a thorough beating. Frieza quickly gathered a violet energy wave and hurled it at Wu Fei. As the approaching blast surged forward, Wu Fei remained unfazed. Although Frieza's power had indeed soared, it was still a mere 12 million, hardly a cause for alarm. As the energy wave neared, Wu Fei emanated a dark red aura. Kaioken. Goku and the others cried out in unison. With a swift motion of his right palm, Wu Fei effortlessly swatted the energy wave aside. Boom. Crash. The blast detonated in the ocean, triggering a massive tsunami around Namek. What? Frieza's expression hardened, surprise flickering across his face. He sensed the dark red aura surrounding Wu Fei, his power seemingly escalating in response. What peculiar technique is this? Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned. No matter what technique you employ, you shall perish at my hands. Frieza's gaze turned icy, his expression fierce as he charged towards Wu Fei. Bang! The violet and dark red flames collided with tremendous force, resulting in a cataclysmic display of power. Wu Fei unleashed a triple Kaioken to engage Frieza in combat. At this moment, their strengths were evenly matched, both hovering around 12 million. The contest now hinged solely on their combat techniques. The blows exchanged between them were fierce and brutal. Frieza launched a punch at Wu Fei. With a resounding thud, Wu Fei opted to meet Frieza's assault head-on. Both fighters were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. With a swift motion, Wu Fei struck again, his fist slicing through the air toward Frieza. In response, Frieza retaliated with a direct punch. However, Wu Fei's reach proved slightly longer, allowing him to land a blow on Frieza first. Frieza's head snapped to the side as he spat out a mouthful of purple blood, just as Frieza's fist was poised to strike Wu Fei's face. Wu Fei deftly dodged by bending forward. In quick succession, Wu Fei lifted his knee and thrust it toward Frieza. Frieza's pupils widened in horror. Before he could react, Wu Fei's knee had already connected with his abdomen. Frieza's mouth gaped open as he clutched his midsection, another stream of blood escaping his lips. When he managed to look up again, Wu Fei had vanished from sight. What? Frieza exclaimed, startled to discover Wu Fei had tightly grasped his tail. With a swift motion, Wu Fei began to spin wildly, leaving Frieza disoriented and unable to discern his surroundings. With a powerful throw, Wu Fei sent Frieza soaring through the air, crashing through mountain after mountain. As Frieza struggled to regain his balance, he was suddenly met with a blue and white energy wave. Boom! The energy wave erupted with a deafening explosion, enveloping the area in thick smoke. Chapter 46, The 30th Power. Frieza, repeatedly thwarted. The smoke billowed, obscuring Frieza's form. Damn it! Frieza's voice was laced with frustration and unbridled fury. He had exerted 10% of his power, believing he could easily crush Wu Fei, yet he found himself outmatched. Cursed! Frieza bellowed in rage, his aura intensifying further. Merely employing 10% of his strength was insufficient. As the smoke began to clear, Wu Fei reappeared suddenly. Roar! Frieza's expression turned to one of terror as cold sweat poured down his brow. Once more, Wu Fei had a firm grip on his tail. Frieza attempted an elbow strike to retaliate, but Wu Fei evaded effortlessly. Soon, Frieza felt dizzy again, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward. Boom! Wu Fei slammed Frieza into the ground, causing the earth to cave in. A massive fissure stretched out into the distance, while Frieza was driven deep beneath the surface. I must admit, your tail has a rather pleasant grip, quite convenient, Wu Fei remarked with a serious expression. Curse you! Frieza never anticipated that his tail, once a formidable weapon, had now become his Achilles heel. Just as one should not touch a tiger's rear, so too should one avoid provoking the tail of the great king. Infuriated by this insufferable foe, Frieza's rage surged to unprecedented heights. He levitated slowly, emanating an aura of terrifying, frenzied purple energy. His expression turned ferocious, and his cold, piercing gaze seemed intent on annihilating Wu Fei. Frieza concentrated his energy further, his power escalating dramatically. If 10 units of strength were insufficient to conquer you, then I shall unleash even greater might. With a surge of wrath, Frieza launched himself at Wu Fei with ferocious intensity. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a renewed clash. With each passing moment, Frieza grew increasingly adept at this form, showcasing an even more formidable strength. The pressure he exerted on Wu Fei intensified. Bang, bang. Frieza landed 2 consecutive punches, forcing Wu Fei back. You are hardly impressive. His eerie laughter echoed once more. Confidence surged within him. When I unleash my superior strength, you will be no match for me. Wu Fei smirked disdainfully, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Is that so? Whoosh. Instead of retreating, Wu Fei advanced, boldly launching an attack on Frieza. Humph, such a foolhardy creature, Frieza thought to himself. However, he was suddenly struck by the deepening crimson aura surrounding Wu Fei. Simultaneously, he sensed Wu Fei's power skyrocketing. Nanny? In the blink of an eye, Wu Fei appeared before Frieza, delivering a direct punch. Frieza instinctively raised his arms to defend himself. Boom. A deafening roar shattered the heavens. Cursed be it. Sweat beaded on Frieza's forehead, his expression contorted in shock and horror. His arms felt heavy and numb. He could hardly comprehend that Wu Fei had unleashed such astonishing power. Just moments ago, Wu Fei had seemed no match for him. Boom. Wu Fei's punches came in rapid succession, striking again with devastating force. Frieza was sent hurtling backward, crashing into several mountains. How does it feel to be struck in the face? Wu Fei coldly remarked. He had just utilized the 5-fold Kaioken, his combat power soaring to 20 million, propelling Frieza away with a mere 2 blows. Infuriated, Frieza's aura surged once more. Just as he had gained the upper hand, Wu Fei had reversed the tide of battle. This was an affront he could hardly endure. Radiating with wild purple energy, Frieza charged at Wu Fei once again, who was more than willing to engage him to the fullest. The purple and crimson energies collided anew. Boom. The earth-shattering battle commenced once more. The situation on the battlefield had once again reached a stalemate, with both combatants exchanging blows in a fierce back and forth. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Fei and Frieza engaged in relentless combat, neither gaining the upper hand. Amidst the chaos, Wu Fei maintained a calm demeanor, his heart undisturbed. Conversely, Frieza, unable to find a way to best Wu Fei, grew increasingly agitated. In this moment, he is fervently determined to vanquish Wu Fei. Frieza unleashes his aura once more, his power escalating further as he seeks to suppress Wu Fei immediately. However, Frieza's expression darkens considerably. He realizes that no matter how much stronger he becomes, or whatever tactics he employs, Wu Fei effortlessly counters his every move. Frieza begins to comprehend that Wu Fei harbors an even greater strength within. In light of this revelation, he no longer holds back, continuously augmenting his prowess. Bang, Boom. The two figures in the sky flicker and clash incessantly. Meanwhile, planet Namek appears to be on the brink of catastrophe, with flashes of lightning and roaring waves. The ground caves in and mountains crumble. Boom. Following a fierce exchange of blows, Wu Fei sends Frieza reeling. Darn it. Frieza grits his teeth in frustration. He has already exerted 30% of his strength, yet he still cannot subdue Wu Fei. He extends his right hand, his gaze fierce as he looks at Wu Fei. Hiss. A violent purple beam erupts from the tip of his index finger, hurtling swiftly towards Wu Fei. Whoosh. Yet, Wu Fei evades the attack with a swift motion. Splash. The purple beam strikes the ocean, cleaving the water in two. Sizzle. Frieza continues to unleash waves of purple energy, relentlessly assaulting Wu Fei. Humph. Wu Fei smirks, utterly unfazed. Though these purple beams possess remarkable speed and ferocious energy, they would be lethal to others. To Wu Fei, however, they are inconsequential. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wu Fei deftly dodges each beam Frieza fires, simultaneously closing the distance between them. Whoosh. Wu Fei stands before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch aimed at him. As Wu Fei's fist approaches, Frieza remains unperturbed, instead wearing a sly grin. Ha ha ha. You have fallen for my ruse. Frieza instantaneously unleashes a purple energy wave, striking fiercely towards Wu Fei. The seemingly futile purple beam he fired earlier was a ploy to incite Wu Fei into attacking, thereby revealing a flaw. Now he has discerned Wu Fei's vulnerability. At such close range, evasion is impossible. Prepare to be gravely injured by my explosive energy wave. Ha ha ha. Frieza cackles arrogantly. Humph. You have played right into my hands. Wu Fei's expression remains resolutely confident. He swiftly transforms his punch into an open palm, concentrating an energy wave within. Tenfold Kaioken. Wu Fei boldly chooses to confront Frieza with a wave of energy. Nanny? Frieza's face pales in terror. He never anticipated that Wu Fei would mount a counterattack in such a brief span. Furthermore, the aura Wu Fei now exudes surpasses that of Frieza. At this moment, Frieza is still in the midst of channeling his energy, unable to unleash the latent power within him. He grits his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength. Yet he cannot withstand Wu Fei's onslaught. Boom. The energy wave Wu Fei emits drives Frieza down to the ground, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Frieza succumbs to Wu Fei once more. Chapter 47. 15-fold Kaioken, 60 million battle power. The ground collapsed, forming a vast depression. A thick fog enveloped the area, and Frieza's figure vanished once more. What incredible strength! How powerful must Mr. Wu Fei be to repeatedly defeat the formidable Frieza? Sun Wukong exclaimed. The others were equally astonished. Frieza had been knocked down by Wu Fei yet again. The cosmic tyrant Frieza had been thoroughly bested multiple times, which was utterly gratifying. However, just how powerful was Wu Fei? It remained a mystery. Wu Fei was certainly playing the part of the underdog. The atmosphere was remarkably relaxed as the group reflected on this. Initially, Vegeta and the others had harbored a deep trepidation towards the terrifying power of Frieza. But witnessing Frieza's repeated failures had dissipated their fear. No matter how strong Frieza was, he ultimately could not overcome Wu Fei. Damn it! Frieza's furious voice resonated through the air. A fierce wind swept by, clearing the smoke, and Frieza's figure materialized once again. He appeared quite disheveled, his body marred with wounds. Having been toyed with by Wu Fei multiple times, his eyes blazed with rage. Since 30% of his power was insufficient, this king would unleash 50% of his strength. Frieza bent low, his head down as he roared with all his might. His purple aura flickered violently around him. The planet Namek became tumultuous once more, with thunder crashing and clouds swirling, a tempest brewing. How terrifying! His energy is escalating. Krillin exclaimed in terror. What an overwhelming pressure. Piccolo's expression tightened, revealing his shock. Damn it, just how much power is he concealing? Vegeta was astounded by Frieza's rapidly surging strength. Would Mr. Wu Fei be able to withstand Frieza's onslaught? Sun Wukong's tone was laced with concern. Father, we must believe in Uncle Wu Fei. He can surely defeat Frieza again. Sun Wufan brimmed with confidence in Wu Fei. Meanwhile, Wu Fei remained calm, his gaze fixed on Frieza. His intention was to continually strike at Frieza, instilling him with despair. Boom. Frieza's energy continued to surge rapidly. His violent purple aura seemed poised to annihilate everything in its vicinity. After a prolonged moment, Frieza slowly lifted his head. A sinister, eerie smile reappeared on his face as he locked his gaze ahead. Boom. A distant mountain range was obliterated in an instant. Frieza's mere glance possessed immense destructive power. Ha ha. Frieza's unrestrained laughter echoed once again. This was the first time this king had unleashed 50% of his power in battle. To be driven to such lengths. You are indeed formidable, but what awaits you next is boundless terror. Whoosh. Frieza shot forward, his eyes filled with malice as he looked at Wu Fei. It was undeniable that Frieza's speed and strength had significantly improved. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Wu Fei. Bang! Frieza struck Wu Fei with a powerful punch, sending him staggering back, and then continued his assault with a sweeping kick aimed at Wu Fei. Despite Wu Fei's valiant resistance, he was once again forced back by Frieza. Witnessed the terror of this great king. Seizing the advantage, Frieza chose to press the attack. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Wu Fei. Frieza instantly charged his energy, delivering a powerful punch toward Wu Fei. Boom. At the moment he struck, thunder roared and the waves surged. This punch was imbued with tremendous energy. Oh no, Goku, watching from a distance, gasped in alarm. His expression was one of deep concern. To him, it seemed that if Wu Fei did not evade Frieza's blow, he would likely suffer severe injuries. Yet, with Frieza's astonishing speed, evasion appeared nearly impossible. Wu Fei's situation was indeed dire. Uncle Wu Fei, Gohan's voice was laden with worry. Is that all there is to it? However, as everyone else was engulfed in anxiety, a smile blossomed on Wu Fei's face. 15 times Kaioken. Whoosh. Wu Fei's aura suddenly surged. Then, without hesitation, he unleashed a punch, choosing to meet Frieza's strike head-on. He boldly opted to confront Frieza directly. What? Frieza's heart raced in surprise. He had been confident in the potency of his strike, convinced it would deliver a fatal blow to Wu Fei. Yet now, he felt as if his fist had collided with an exceptionally solid wall, sending a tremor through his arm. Clatter. Frieza staggered back several steps before barely regaining his footing. Not bad. Wu Fei glanced at his clenched fist, a smirk gracing his lips. Previously, he had trained for a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, yielding immense gains. Not only had he elevated his base combat power to 2 million, but he had also harnessed the extraordinary learning aptitude of his Saiyan bloodline to enhance the Kaioken technique to 15 times. Moreover, the strain on his body while employing the 15 times Kaioken remained negligible, although Frieza unleashed 50% of his strength, achieving a combat power of 60 million. Wu Fei's combat power had similarly surged to 60 million upon activating the 15 times Kaioken. During their recent clash, Wu Fei's sudden explosion of power had taken Frieza by surprise. The outcome was clear. In their direct confrontation, Wu Fei had clearly gained the upper hand. Damn it! Frieza was thrown back by the recoil, his anger flaring. Whoosh! Unwilling to relent, Frieza charged at Wu Fei once more. Bang! The two clashed again. Whoosh! A fierce wind erupted from their duel, sweeping outward. Incredible! Krillin was sent flying by the gale. Krillin! Goku rushed forward, grasping Krillin's hand and pulling him back to safety. Such terrifying power. Now, Piccolo and the others unleashed their own strength, barely managing to stand their ground against the force. Boom! The battle between Wu Fei and Frieza intensified. Their forms flickered as they fought, soaring from the ground into the sky, then plunging into the sea. The entire Namek was ravaged by their conflict, as if facing a global catastrophe. The ground was pockmarked by shockwaves, mountains crumbled, and the ocean roiled incessantly. Although both combatants possessed comparable might, each around 60 million, it was evident that Wu Fei excelled in battle techniques and experience. Frieza, hailing from the race of frost demons, was endowed with remarkable talent and terrifying power, yet he did not apply himself diligently to training. In contrast, Wu Fei possessed divine martial arts skills, having battled numerous masters, and his combat proficiency had reached an impressive level. As the battle progressed, Wu Fei gradually gained the upper hand, while the increasingly frustrated Frieza found himself at a complete loss. With a swift movement, Wu Fei evaded Frieza's assault and suddenly appeared behind him. With a resounding impact, Wu Fei unleashed a rapid Kamehameha wave, striking Frieza directly. As the smoke cleared, Frieza hovered in the air, squinting his right eye, trembling and gasping for breath. A picture of utter disarray. The Kamehameha wave had inflicted substantial damage upon him. How infuriating! Why can't I defeat him even with 50% of my power? Frieza roared in frustration, shaking the very ground of Namek. Chapter 48. Full power at 100%. Wu Fei scoffed, casting a cold glance at Frieza. Although he had sustained some injuries, they were not severe. In comparison to Frieza, Wu Fei's condition was markedly superior. Merely exerting 50% of your strength is far from sufficient. Your gradual increase in power is futile. You are simply no match for me. Stop holding back and reveal your full strength. Frieza's expression shifted continuously as he processed Wu Fei's words, transitioning from anger to confusion, ultimately settling on disdain. You want me to unleash 100% of my power? How foolish. His sinister, eerie laughter rang out once more. You are truly arrogant. It has been a long time since I have revealed my true power. When I unleash my full strength, even I cannot control that terrifying force. When I reach 100%, you will confront an abyss of despair. Since you wish for death so ardently, I shall grant it to you. With that, Frieza began to channel his energy, his aura surging dramatically. The ground fractured beneath him, cracks radiating outward as Namek trembled once more. Frieza's muscles bulged, veins protruding, his previously diminutive form swelling into a formidable physique. His strength seemed boundless, continuously escalating. How terrifying! Krillin was drenched in cold sweat, utterly intimidated. Even the mere aura emanating from Frieza had rendered him weak at the knees. Is this truly the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza? Beads of sweat formed on Piccolo's forehead. His expression tense and his face drained of color. What a fearsome power. The steadily rising aura of Frieza left Goku in awe. The power he had previously displayed was already formidable, yet now it ascended at an astonishing rate. It seemed as if a dam had burst, unleashing an endless torrent of energy. How infuriating. Feeling the intense surge of Frieza's energy, Vegeta could hardly suppress his resentment. As the prince of the Saiyans, a born warrior, his insatiable ambition was to become the strongest being in the universe. However, the stark disparity in power between himself and Frieza instilled a profound sense of defeat within him. Uncle Wu Fei must surely be able to defeat Frieza, Gohan murmured. Observing Wu Fei's calm demeanor only solidified his conviction. No matter how powerful Frieza became, Uncle Wu Fei would undoubtedly prevail. Boom. Frieza was still gathering energy, his power continually escalating. The entire Namek was now shrouded in ominous clouds. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, and a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. At that moment, Frieza's cries ceased. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up thick smoke. Namek had transformed into an eerie tranquility, a stark contrast to the earlier tumult. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Frieza's figure emerged, his physique exaggeratedly muscular, particularly the robust muscles of his shoulders, which made his head appear diminutive. With arms outstretched, Frieza gazed confidently at Wu Fei. He chuckled sinisterly, a smile that was perpetually loathsome. This is my full power at 100. Even I struggle to contain the tumultuous energy within me. Do not blame me for being too harsh, he declared. Die, you foolish creature. Frieza chose to take the initiative. His form had become exceedingly robust, his power amplified. And while his weight had increased, it did not diminish his speed. On the contrary, his velocity had reached its zenith. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Frieza was before Wu Fei. Goku and the others had not even registered how Frieza had closed the distance so swiftly. Frieza unleashed a powerful punch. Wu Fei remained in the state of 15 times the Kaioken, raising his arms defensively across his chest to withstand Frieza's assault. Bang! Following the impact, Wu Fei was sent hurtling backward. Whoosh! Frieza continued his relentless pursuit. You tossed me aside twice by grabbing my tail. Now you shall experience the true power of my tail. With a swift motion, Frieza lashed his tail like a whip towards Wu Fei. The tail sliced through the air with a ferocious wind, as if it aimed to tear the very atmosphere apart. The speed of the tail's approach was blinding, and Wu Fei, unable to regain his balance in time, could not mount a defense. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as Frieza's tail struck Wu Fei's abdomen with tremendous force. Whoosh! Indeed, Frieza's tail harbored a terrifying strength. After sustaining a heavy blow, Wu Fei continued to be propelled backward. Bang! 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 Following a series of collisions that obliterated 3 mountain ranges, Wu Fei finally collapsed at the foot of the 4th. The mountainside crumbled, debris scattered, and smoke enveloped the area. Now, Wu Fei's body lay buried beneath the ruins. Wu Fei, are you alright? How infuriating. Frieza is astonishingly powerful. Even Master Wu Fei is no match for him. Is Uncle Wu Fei still alive? At this moment, Sun Wukong and the others were deeply concerned for Wu Fei's safety. They could hardly fathom that things had escalated to such a dire situation. Just moments ago, Wu Fei had been able to dominate Frieza effortlessly. How had it come to this? Frieza's strength was now terrifying, and if Wu Fei could not contend with him, their chances seemed bleak. Are we destined for total annihilation? At this juncture, Krillin was decidedly pessimistic. But I haven't even married yet. I don't want to die? Krillin lamented the great regret of his life. Humph. What a foolish fellow. Vegeta, on the other hand, regarded Krillin's words with disdain. As a warrior, how can one dwell on such trivialities? Women only hinder my training speed. Vegeta thought to himself. With a pat on Krillin's shoulder, Sun Wukong encouraged, it's too early to draw conclusions. Perhaps there is still hope. If anything were to happen to Master Wu Fei, it would be my turn to step in. The prospect of battling such a formidable opponent is exhilarating. Sun Wukong was filled with fighting spirit, devoid of any despair. Uncle Wu Fei, please, you must be safe. Sun Wufan fervently prayed for Wu Fei's well-being. Ha ha ha. Frieza gazed at the smoke ahead, laughing maniacally. Now you understand the terror of this king, you arrogant fool. Frieza was thoroughly exhilarated. The frustration from earlier encounters with Wu Fei now vanished. When he unleashed his full power, it took merely a single punch or a sweeping tail to bring Wu Fei down. What can you possibly use to defeat me after being so easily vanquished? However, I want to kill you so swiftly. I intend to torment you mercilessly, making you wish for death, yet unable to attain it. You shall truly comprehend the gravity of provoking this king. Ha ha ha. Frieza appeared utterly confident, already scheming in his mind about how to torture Wu Fei. Oh, is that so? Just as Frieza was reveling in his arrogance, a voice emerged from the smoke. It is Uncle Wu Fei. He is still alive. Sun Wufan exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. Furthermore, Master Wu Fei's aura has intensified. Sun Wukong was equally thrilled. Wu Fei had not only withstood the assault, but he had also grown stronger. A turning point had arrived. Hooray! Krillin cheered with exuberance. How strange. Why does this aura feel so familiar? Vegeta questioned, his face etched with confusion. Step by step, a figure emerged from the smoke. The onlookers noticed that Wu Fei had transformed. His expression was now decidedly cold. All around him radiated a golden glow. His hair stood on end, transforming from its original ebony hue to a striking golden color. Simultaneously, his eyebrows changed to a similar golden shade, while his pupils turned a light green. Chapter 49. Astonishment engulfs the arena. The legendary Super Saiyan. Whoosh. The golden aura surrounding Wu Fei flickered incessantly. After Frieza unleashed his full power, Wu Fei chose to ascend to Super Saiyan. He felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, igniting his fighting spirit. His gaze toward Frieza was laced with disdain. He regarded Frieza as inconsequential. Meanwhile, Frieza and his cohorts looked upon Wu Fei with shock. Why had Wu Fei's hair suddenly turned golden? What had transpired moments ago? Frieza was infuriated. Having believed his previous assault would have incapacitated Wu Fei, yet here he stood, unscathed. The aura emanating from Wu Fei was undeniably terrifying. He had grown stronger. Nanny? How could this be? Vegeta regarded Wu Fei, contemplating deeply. He was utterly astonished, his expression one of disbelief. Kakarot, do you sense it? The aura radiating from Wu Fei is eerily familiar. Goku was equally taken aback. Indeed, Mr. Wu Fei's aura feels remarkably familiar, almost comforting. This essence is etched in my memory, impossible to forget. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta nodded emphatically, feeling an identical sensation. Clenching his fists, he still could not fathom it. Impossible. The pure-blooded Saiyans must only be Kakarot and me. How could this be? Suddenly, Frieza seemed to recall something, his expression shifting to one of profound shock. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from Wu Fei. Why did his essence resonate so closely with Vegeta's? Though there were slight variations, their bloodlines were undeniably intertwined. Ding! Frieza and Vegeta simultaneously lifted their heads and exclaimed in unison, "Could it be that you are a Saiyan?" Goku nodded vigorously. The aura emanating from Wu Fei made him acutely aware that they belonged to the same race. Nanny? Piccolo and Krillin were equally astonished. They had never conceived that Wu Fei was a Saiyan. After all, they were ignorant of Wu Fei's origins, merely aware of his formidable strength. Now, the revelations from Frieza and Vegeta had completely upended their understanding. However, upon calming their minds and observing closely, they indeed discerned that Wu Fei's aura closely resembled that of Goku and Vegeta, as if they hailed from the same lineage. Amidst the tension, Wu Fei remained remarkably composed. He spoke slowly. I have never denied my identity as a Saiyan. Boom. The minds of Vegeta, Frieza, and others erupted with realization. Indeed, Wu Fei was a Saiyan. As Wu Fei's words resonated, Frieza and Vegeta's expressions hardened, growing ever more incredulous. Saiyans, with their golden locks. The two seemed to recall something. Exclaiming in unison, "You have transformed into a Super Saiyan." Wu Fei spread his hands wide. As you can see, the legend is indeed true. Vegeta murmured. From a young age, Vegeta had heard his father, King Vegeta, speak of their race, the Saiyans, a naturally combative people, among whom existed even mightier warriors known as Super Saiyans. These formidable beings possessed an alarming power, collectively referred to as Super Saiyans. Their most distinguishing feature being their striking golden hair. The criteria to become a Super Saiyan were exceedingly stringent. They were a rarity, appearing once in a millennium. Vegeta, endowed with extraordinary combat talent, had long been the pride of King Vegeta, who hoped he would attain the status of Super Saiyan. Vegeta was also brimming with confidence, firmly believing that he could indeed become one. However, he had not anticipated the sudden emergence of Wu Fei, this unfamiliar Saiyan, who had seized the opportunity to become a Super Saiyan first. Why was it not the prince who had transformed, but him? Now, Vegeta was engulfed in resentment. With a determined clench of his fists, he resolutely declared to himself, "This prince shall train relentlessly and soon become a Super Saiyan." Meanwhile, the shock on Frieza's face was a stark contrast to Vegeta's emotions. How infuriating. A Super Saiyan. There was a tremor of fear in his tone. The Frost Demons, a race renowned for their might in the universe, had ruled for eons. It was Frieza's ancestor, Chilled, who had led the Frost Demons to glory. Through sheer strength, Chilled had established the foundation for their supremacy. Yet, this legendary figure had met his demise during a conquest of other planets, gravely injured and unable to recover. His final words were a warning. Tell our kin to be wary of the golden-haired Saiyans. This admonition became a family legacy, passed down through generations. The golden-haired Saiyans were deemed the Frost Demons' sole adversaries. Ever since, the Frost Demons had remained vigilant against the Saiyans. To avert unforeseen calamity, Frieza had chosen to annihilate planet Vegeta, leaving only a handful of Saiyans alive. Little did Frieza anticipate the emergence of a Super Saiyan. The once confident Frieza now found himself gripped by unease. Huh, are you afraid? Wu Fei remarked coldly. Instantly, beads of cold sweat appeared on Frieza's forehead. Due to the ancestral decree, he indeed harbored a fear of Super Saiyans. After all, a Super Saiyan had once vanquished his ancestor, Chilled. However, after a moment, Frieza suddenly suppressed his earlier trepidation, regaining his confidence. Fear? How could this great king be afraid? Though you have transformed into a Super Saiyan, it remains futile. My ancestor fell to the golden-haired Saiyans, not because they were inherently powerful, but because my ancestor lacked sufficient strength. The might of this king far surpasses that of my ancestor, Zild. My strength can undoubtedly crush you, even with your golden hair. I am here to avenge my forebear and to demonstrate that the Ice Demon clan has no rivals. Ha ha ha. Frieza laughed maniacally. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Wu Fei spoke slowly. Furthermore, I must emphasize that a Super Saiyan is not necessarily one with golden hair. Those with golden hair are merely ordinary Super Saiyans, while I possess the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Huh. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, with thunder and lightning illuminating the sky, and the ground of planet Namek quaking beneath them. Meanwhile, Wu Fei's aura surged even higher, and the golden flames surrounding him began to change. Such power. This strength is truly formidable. Goku and the others marveled in awe. Rustle. Ultimately, Wu Fei underwent a tremendous transformation. He grew an astonishing 30 centimeters taller, his physique becoming more robust and imposing. His hair, eyebrows, and irises transformed into a striking yellow-green. Now, Wu Fei's gaze had turned exceptionally cold, and he declared with commanding authority, "This is the legendary Super Saiyan." Chapter 50, Super Saiyan Wu Fei at full power against Frieza. The legendary Super Saiyan, Frieza murmured. Now he was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware of the overwhelming surge of Wu Fei's power following the transformation of his hair to yellow-green. Standing there quietly, Wu Fei emanated an unstoppable aura. Damn it! Frieza felt a powerful pressure weighing down upon him. Fear etched across his face. If he were to confront Wu Fei now, he had no assurance of victory. How incredibly strong. Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Far superior to an ordinary one. Goku exclaimed. Damn it! Why is he so powerful? Why is there such a vast chasm between me, the prince, and him? Vegeta felt a deep sense of frustration. Though Wu Fei had not targeted Vegeta, the latter still felt suffocated by the pressure. His princely pride had suffered a grievous blow. Observing the terror on everyone's faces, Wu Fei nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Frieza and slowly said, Frieza, I do not even need to use this form to deal with you. Even in my ordinary Super Saiyan state, I can easily overpower you. Wu Fei's words brimmed with confidence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The yellow-green flames enveloping Wu Fei gradually transformed into golden yellow, and his hair and eyebrows also changed to the same hue. He had completely reverted to his earlier appearance. What? Frieza, Goku, and the others were taken aback simultaneously. They had not anticipated Wu Fei's unwavering confidence. He possessed an even stronger form, yet chose not to utilize it. Perhaps it would be more fitting to characterize his confidence as arrogance. Frieza's veins bulged. His face flushed with fury, and his eyes blazed with rage. He felt he had been subjected to a blatant insult. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such provocation. Wu Fei's actions are utterly dismissive of his own worth. To confront this king without unleashing his full potential, it seems you are quite deluded. How infuriating. This king shall ensure you come to regret your recklessness. If it were a battle against the legendary Super Saiyan form of Wu Fei, Frieza would have little confidence. However, faced with the ordinary Super Saiyan form, Frieza is brimming with self-assurance. After all, he is significantly stronger than his ancestor, Chilled, and he is certain he can vanquish Wu Fei in his Super Saiyan state. It is imperative to conclude this swiftly, denying him any chance to ascend to the legendary Super Saiyan once more. Prepare to perish, detestable monkey. With his fierce visage illuminated by a tempestuous purple aura, Frieza surged forward to attack Wu Fei. His sole focus was to exert his full strength, delivering lethal strikes without allowing Wu Fei any opportunity to transform. Unfazed by Frieza's advance, Wu Fei felt completely assured of his victory. In an equal state of power, the legendary Super Saiyan possesses far greater strength than the ordinary Super Saiyan, boasting at least threefold the battle power. Wu Fei's base combat strength had already reached 4 million, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power surged 50-fold, now reaching an astounding 200 million. Meanwhile, Frieza's peak power at full capacity is merely 1.2 billion. Frieza, prepare to endure yet another round of humiliation. A smile graced Wu Fei's lips. As Frieza lunged towards him, he wasted no time and delivered a swift kick. Nanny? Wu Fei tilted his head to the left, effortlessly evading Frieza's fist. Frieza's expression morphed into one of shock. He had not anticipated Wu Fei's speed to be so formidable. Gathering his strength once more, he thrust a kick towards Wu Fei. Whoosh! Wu Fei took a small step back to the right, evading Frieza's strike yet again. Boom! Frieza unleashed another full-force punch. However, Wu Fei simply vanished above Frieza's head. Infuriating. After 3 consecutive failed attacks, Frieza was consumed by rage. Tap, tap, tap. Frieza's purple aura intensified as he charged at Wu Fei once more. Bang, bang, bang. This time, Wu Fei chose not to evade but to withstand Frieza's onslaught. He aimed to make Frieza realize that, in terms of both speed and strength, he was vastly inferior. Wu Fei absorbed Frieza's strikes with ease, his demeanor remaining remarkably relaxed, as if enduring Frieza's attacks was merely a trivial matter, unworthy of concern. Rumbling. The ground of Namek began to collapse, creating vast craters. The battlefield between Wu Fei and Frieza had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. How terrifying. The onlookers experienced an overwhelming pressure, nearly rendering them breathless. Huff, huff. Now Frieza was gasping for air, the fury in his eyes threatening to erupt, yet it was merely impotent rage. Despite his best efforts, he had been unable to inflict any substantial harm upon Wu Fei. The illustrious Cosmic Emperor, even when exerting his full power, is he truly limited to such mediocrity? You have disappointed me greatly, Wu Fei coldly remarked. Infuriating. Frieza could only perceive ridicule and disdain in Wu Fei's words. You wretched monkey. How dare you look down upon me? Fueled by boundless rage, Frieza launched another assault on Wu Fei. Bang. However, Wu Fei, with remarkable swiftness, evaded and appeared before Frieza in an instant. With a single fist, he struck directly at Frieza. Oh! Frieza immediately donned a mask of agony, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. No, this is impossible. He never anticipated Wu Fei's overwhelming strength. Before he could even react, he was already struck with tremendous force. Accept the reality, foolish Frieza. Bang bang. Wu Fei unleashed 2 rapid punches, distorting Frieza's visage. Buzz. Suddenly, a sphere of energy coalesced in Wu Fei's hand. Allow me to remind you of the sensation of losing your tail. Slicing through as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, Wu Fei severed Frieza's tail into 2 segments. Ah! Frieza emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The tail he had painstakingly grown was now severed once more. Yet, what awaited Frieza was even more despairing. Crack, crack. Wu Fei wielded Frieza's severed tail like a whip, relentlessly assaulting him. Ah! Frieza cried out in agony, wounds manifesting across his body. He yearned to evade Wu Fei's onslaught, but discovered he was utterly incapable of doing so. After all, his speed paled in comparison to Wu Fei's. He had been thoroughly subdued. Now, both his body and spirit faced tremendous blows. How humiliating it was for a once mighty Cosmic Emperor to be whipped with his own tail. Frieza lamented inwardly. Your tail has a delightful texture. Wu Fei chuckled. Here you go. Wu Fei swung Frieza's severed tail once more. Crack. The severed tail struck mercilessly against Frieza's back. Ah! Frieza felt as though his spine might shatter. He was sent hurtling away from the strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Splash. Frieza crashed through mountains before plummeting into the depths of the ocean. In his Super Saiyan form, Wu Fei utterly dominated the full-powered Frieza. Chapter 51. The enraged Frieza destroys Namek. Accursed wild monkey. Submerged beneath the waves, Frieza seethed with fury, his purple aura surging violently around him. The surface of the sea erupted suddenly, revealing Frieza's form. He now appeared quite disheveled, his body marred with scars. The once mighty Cosmic Emperor lay battered and bruised, his tail severed. Gasping for breath, Frieza struggled. The recent battle had drained his strength significantly, leaving him far from his peak. Damnable. Endless fury blazed in Frieza's eyes. Wu Fei had thwarted him time and again, leaving the Cosmic Emperor in utter disgrace. Never in his life had Frieza endured such humiliation. He now harbored an intense desire to eliminate Wu Fei. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless, akin to a mere jester, unable to contend with Wu Fei. In terms of sheer strength, he was no match for Wu Fei. For Frieza, defeat was inevitable. A surge of unwillingness coursed through him. This cannot be. I am the Emperor of the universe, the strongest being. I shall make all in the cosmos submit to me. How can I be vanquished by you, a wretched monkey? Frieza's mind spiraled into madness. He raised his head, a sinister expression etched upon his face as he gazed at Wu Fei. A cunning idea emerged in his mind, one he deemed brilliant. Though he could not defeat you, I still possess a means to erase you from this world. At that moment, I shall remain the strongest in the universe, continuing my reign over all. Frieza mused. Ha ha ha. His chilling, eerie laughter echoed once more. No matter your strength, you cannot survive in the universe. As a powerful member of the Frost Demon clan, my existence in the cosmos is assured. This is the formidable advantage of our race. Let this planet perish alongside you. Ha ha ha. An orb of dark purple energy materialized in Frieza's palm, growing ever larger. This energy sphere harbored a terrifying power. Ha ha ha. You can no longer stop me. You shall perish with this planet. Frieza's words brimmed with arrogance. What? He intends to destroy this planet? A cold sweat broke out on Krillin. Are we all destined to vanish with it? Despair enveloped him. Damn it. Piccolo was also in a state of agitation. He clearly did not wish for Namek to be obliterated, as it was his home planet. What a despicable fiend. Vegeta gritted his teeth. After realizing he could not defeat Wu Fei and that defeat was certain, Frieza resorted to such a vile tactic as planetary destruction. Anger aside, Vegeta recognized that Frieza's decision was not surprising. After all, Frieza was inherently treacherous and devoid of martial ethics. Father, are we truly going to vanish alongside Namek? Gohan's voice was laced with concern. Unlike Krillin and the others, Goku remained remarkably calm in the face of peril. He patted Gohan's head and turned his gaze to Wu Fei. Perhaps there is still a chance. Gohan, observe how composed Wu Fei appears. He shows no signs of panic. Perhaps he has devised a solution. Meanwhile, Wu Fei regarded Frieza with serenity, thinking, such futile tricks. Frieza noticed Wu Fei's dismissive expression, and his fury escalated once more. Damn it, you truly are a fool. Boom. The energy sphere he had gathered expanded further. Its contained power formidable enough to obliterate Namek. Arrogant wild monkey. Die. I am about to witness the splendid fireworks of planet Namek's explosion, along with the despair etched in your eyes, vanishing alongside the planet. Just as it was when planet Vegeta met its demise, with the extinction of the Saiyans. No one will be able to challenge my supremacy as the Emperor of the universe. Ha ha ha. Frieza raised his palm high. The massive purple energy sphere emanating a terrifying aura. It truly possesses the power to obliterate planet Namek. Disappear, all of you. Planet destruction sphere. With a swift motion of his hand, the energy sphere hurtled towards the ground. Thunder roared, winds howled, the earth crumbled, and waves surged violently. Once again, planet Namek faced impending doom. Once this energy sphere reaches the ground and pierces the planet's core, it will undoubtedly explode, reducing Namek to cosmic dust. Farewell, foul monkey. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. After launching the planet destruction sphere, Frieza quickly ascended into the sky. He did not wish to be caught in the explosive aftermath of Namek's destruction, especially in his current weakened state. Even that energy might be too much for him to withstand. He needed to reach outer space swiftly to savor the beauty of the impending fireworks. Damn it, what should I do? The energy sphere is about to strike the ground. If it pierces the core, Namek will explode, and we shall all perish. Krillin was in a complete panic. Damn it. Vegeta, in a fit of rage, stomped his foot, collapsing the ground beneath him. He was not willing to accept this fate. Previously, Frieza had annihilated planet Vegeta, leaving the Saiyans nearly extinct. Was history destined to repeat itself, with all Saiyans perishing at Frieza's hands? Damn it. Boom, boom, boom. An enraged Vegeta unleashed a torrent of energy blasts towards Frieza. However, his efforts proved futile. Frieza did not evade. Even being struck by Vegeta's energy blasts posed little threat to him. After all, even in his diminished state, Frieza remained leagues ahead of Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, your attacks are akin to mere tickles. Prepare to meet your end, foul monkey. Frieza cackled arrogantly as he soared into outer space. Meanwhile, the energy sphere drew ever closer to the ground. What to do? Krillin appeared increasingly anxious. If they perished now, there would be no chance of resurrection. After all, with Namek's disappearance, the dragon god would fall alongside Piccolo. Damn it. Krillin shut his eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing the energy sphere penetrate the planet's core. Yet, he found himself waiting in silence. Hesitantly, he opened his eyes. Nanny? To his astonishment, he saw that the energy sphere had not struck the ground. It had come to an abrupt halt. What is happening? As he focused, a smile gradually spread across his face. He beheld Goku, who had single-handedly blocked the energy sphere. Chapter 52, The Fall of the Cosmic Emperor. How wonderful. We are saved. Krillin leaped into the air with excitement. Look, the tide has turned, Goku said, ruffling Gohan's hair. Incredible. Vegeta was utterly astonished. His previous thoughts were akin to Krillin's. When that terrifying energy sphere struck the ground, they would vanish along with Namek. However, the ominous energy blast unleashed by Frieza was effortlessly thwarted by Wu Fei. The might of Wu Fei was simply overwhelming. How could this be? Now that Frieza had reached the atmosphere, he discovered that Namek had not exploded. He was exceedingly confident in his abilities, believing that the energy sphere he had just launched could obliterate even larger planets, let alone a mere Namek. What? He then realized that his planet-destroying blast had been intercepted by Wu Fei. Cursed be it. Frieza extended his palm, intensifying his efforts. Boom. The energy sphere suddenly expanded, growing larger, with its contained energy becoming even more formidable. Yet, it bore little effect. Wu Fei was still able to hold it back with one hand. His demeanor remarkably relaxed. This energy sphere, I shall return to you. Wu Fei's expression hardened, the golden radiance emanating from him becoming even more resplendent, his aura surging wildly. Huh, Wu Fei bellowed. The energy sphere began to move in reverse, soaring into the sky. As Wu Fei's palm exerted more force, the speed of the sphere skyrocketed. Now, the energy sphere was hurtling towards Frieza. What? Frieza could not fathom that the energy sphere he had launched would rebound back towards him. He He concentrated all his power into his palm, attempting to redirect the energy sphere to the ground. However, he was contending with Wu Fei. Under the absolute suppression of power, Frieza found himself utterly powerless. No. Frieza's eyes widened in terror. Boom. The energy sphere struck Frieza directly. Thunderous roars. The explosion unleashed a violent assault upon Frieza. Earlier, in his ruthless attempt to annihilate Namek, Frieza had shown no mercy, and now he bore the full brunt of his own inflicted suffering. Thunderous roars. The explosion, filled with terrifying energy, reverberated for an extended period. Frieza was indeed reaping the consequences of his malevolence. That's how it should be. Who asked him to resort to such despicable means? Vegeta exclaimed indignantly. Mr. Wu Fei is truly our savior. Krillin proclaimed, his excitement palpable, filled with the joy of having survived. This is so exhilarating. I thought I was going to die. Krillin scratched his head, recalling the fierce battle between Wu Fei and Frieza, still feeling a shiver of fear. Whoosh. At that moment, a figure plummeted from the sky. Everyone focused intently, and it was Frieza. Bang. He crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater, smoke billowing into the air. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. As the smoke cleared, Frieza's battered figure emerged. Now, Frieza wore a pained expression, his energy severely depleted, even his breathing becoming labored. The recent explosion had left him grievously injured. He could hardly withstand the terrifying energy blast he had unleashed with all his might. Now, he resembled a defeated wretch clinging to life, utterly devoid of the majesty befitting a once mighty cosmic emperor. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, Wu Fei had reverted to his usual state, slowly approaching Frieza. He cast a cold gaze upon Frieza, saying, Frieza, you truly appear quite pitiful now. I fear you lack even the strength to stand. Wu Fei's words dripped with disdain. You, Frieza exclaimed, only to cough up a mouthful of blood, fury overwhelming him. He could scarcely fathom that he, a renowned cosmic emperor, had fallen to such a despicable state. He was unwilling to accept it. As Frieza's mind raced, he schemed desperately for a turnaround. Suddenly, his sinister visage transformed, contorting into a sincere smile. Esteemed Saiyan, I beg for your mercy. Just now, I was foolish and failed to recognize your might. If you spare my life, the throne of the cosmic emperor shall be yours, and the entire universe will be under your dominion. Frieza, akin to a stray dog, implored Wu Fei for his life. Nanny, Goku and the others were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that Frieza, the illustrious cosmic emperor, would beg for his life. The renowned ruler of the cosmos, reduced to such cowardice? Humph, truly disgraceful. Vegeta remarked coldly. Frieza had entirely cast aside his dignity in a desperate bid for survival. This prince would rather perish than forsake his honor. Vegeta held Frieza's actions in utter contempt. Presently, Frieza wore a facade of ingratiation, yet within, a starkly different sentiment brewed. As long as I survive, I shall return for vengeance. You, wretched monkey, will surely perish at my hands. Yet, Frieza suddenly felt a chill. He heard Wu Fei's chilling words. I have no interest in the position of cosmic emperor. Moreover, should I desire it, I could seize it at any moment. Frieza, unwilling to concede, pleaded, then allow me to be your subordinate. I shall do anything you ask, if only you spare me. I have no need for a lackey such as you. Wu Fei retorted with evident disdain. Your pitiful attempts at begging for mercy are truly nauseating. I have no desire to prolong this encounter. Farewell, foolish Frieza. Wu Fei gathered a powerful energy wave in his hand. The terrifying energy instilled profound fear in Frieza. The energy wave slowly advanced toward him. Frieza, desperate to evade, found himself utterly immobilized, unable to move. A bone-deep terror coursed through Frieza's being. His eyes brimmed with despair. He had come to Namek to collect the 7 Dragon Balls, seeking the wish for eternal life. Yet, he never imagined that not only would his wish remain unfulfilled, but he would also meet his demise here. No. Frieza's anguished scream echoed through the heavens. He yearned for a miracle, yet the energy wave continued its relentless approach. Bang! The energy wave finally struck Frieza. Boom! The energy wave erupted with a resounding explosion. The ground sank, dust billowed, and debris flew in all directions. As a gust of wind swept by, the smoke cleared, revealing that Frieza's form had vanished without a trace. He was utterly obliterated by the energy wave. Thus, the once mighty cosmic emperor met his demise. Chapter 53, Instant Transmission, Advanced Version, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It's over, Wu Fei murmured. The battle against Frieza had been exhilarating. The sheer thrill of overpowering him was simply magnificent. Furthermore, engaging in combat with such a formidable foe had undoubtedly enhanced Wu Fei's own strength. One characteristic of the Super Bloodline is that the more one fights, the stronger one becomes. Through intense battles, Wu Fei could feel his power increasing. Clearly, Frieza had served as an excellent sparring partner for him. Previously, Wu Fei's base combat power was 4 million, and he could sense that it had now surged to 4.5 million. It seemed that battling powerful opponents yielded better results than solitary training. He mused. Having successfully defeated Frieza, I suppose I can consider my mission accomplished, he thought to himself. At that moment, an electronic voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Host has defeated Frieza. Congratulations on completing the mission. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission reward. Instant transmission, advanced version. Wu Fei instantly felt invigorated. Instant transmission? How splendid. In the world of Dragon Ball, instant transmission is truly a remarkable skill. As long as one can sense another's energy, they can teleport to their location. However, Wu Fei realized that the version of instant transmission he had acquired was unlike any he had encountered before, for it was the advanced version. The advanced version of instant transmission was evidently more powerful. It could be described as a fusion of the Yardration instant transmission and the Jebit instant transmission. Sun Wukong had learned the Yardration method, which requires sensing the energy of the intended destination. The drawback of this method is that it can only be used to reach populated areas. On the other hand, Jebit's instant transmission allows travel to any planet in the universe, but it comes with the limitation of imprecision in locating the destination. The instant transmission, advanced version, possessed the capabilities of both the Yardration and Jebit methods. In other words, Wu Fei could now travel anywhere in the universe and locate anyone at will. He had mastered a top-tier teleportation skill. What a bountiful reward. Wu Fei reflected joyfully. Feeling elated. Yay, we finally took down Frieza. Krillin exclaimed with excitement. Frieza had left an immense psychological scar on him, and now he could finally find peace. Whoosh. Sun Wukong and the others flew to Wu Fei's side. Thank you, Mr. Wu Fei. You have saved planet Namek. Piccolo expressed sincerely. It's nothing. My goal was to eliminate Frieza. Saving planet Namek was merely a fortunate byproduct. Moreover, the Grand Elder aided in enhancing my potential, which I owe him. It is only right for me to do this. Even after recently engaging in a fierce battle, Wu Fei appeared to have sustained little fatigue and remained in excellent condition. Mr. Wu Fei, you truly are formidable. I must strive diligently to cultivate my skills, aiming to reach your level as soon as possible. And then we shall have an exhilarating match, exclaimed Sun Wukong, his excitement palpable. Witnessing Wu Fei's overwhelming prowess had ignited a new ambition within him, filling him with an indomitable spirit. I too shall train rigorously. I aspire to become as powerful as Uncle Wu Fei, Son Gohan declared, his gaze resolute. Humph. In the distance, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, proclaiming with confidence, this prince shall undoubtedly attain that realm before either of you. After all, one of you is a low-class warrior, while the other possesses impure lineage. You shall never surpass this prince. Ha. Listening to Vegeta's words, Son Gohan felt a surge of irritation. My father will definitely become a Super Saiyan before you. He retorted loudly. Humph, you little brat. Your father is merely a lowly warrior. How could he possibly compare to this prince? Vegeta replied coldly. My father is already far stronger than you. Son Gohan insisted. You insolent child, it seems you have a death wish. Vegeta's fury escalated, clearly struck by the boy's words. He stepped forward, raising his fist in preparation to strike Son Gohan. Smack! Sun Wukong interposed himself protectively in front of Gohan. Kakarot, now you shall witness the might of this prince. Vegeta launched an assault on Sun Wukong. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce skirmish. What on earth has prompted these two to fight? Krillin lamented. Vegeta stands no chance against Sun Wukong. Piccolo muttered. What a pair of bitter rivals. Wu Fei observed quietly, choosing not to intervene but rather to enjoy the spectacle. Initially, Vegeta brimmed with confidence. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans. Surely he could defeat Kakarot, a low-class warrior with a mere battle power of 2. However, he had overestimated his own abilities. Bang! Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch, sending Vegeta hurtling through the air. Boom! Vegeta crashed into a mountain range, the earth crumbling around him as he lay amidst the debris. Vegeta, it would be wise to concede. You cannot defeat me, Sun Wukong stated after their clash, having expended considerable energy and sustained some injuries, though they were not severe. Damn it! Vegeta's roar echoed through the skies. A flash of white light erupted, debris scattering as Vegeta's figure emerged. He appeared quite disheveled, covered in wounds, blood trickling from his left shoulder. Compared to Sun Wukong, his injuries were far more severe. He now faced immense humiliation. As a proud Saiyan prince, to be outmatched by Wu Fei was one thing, but to be unable to best Kakarot, of lower birth? There were only 3 pure-blooded Saiyans remaining, and this prince found himself ranked 3rd? Infuriating. Vegeta could hardly swallow this bitter pill. Vegeta's expression suddenly hardened as he turned his head, noticing a fluctuation in energy not far away. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was Frieza's surviving henchman. Humph. With a swift rush, Vegeta charged forward, furious that he could not defeat Kakarot, but he would gladly vent his wrath on them. It's Vegeta. Run. The sight of the enraged Saiyan prince sent Frieza's subordinates into a frantic retreat. However, these weaklings, with power levels barely in the thousands, stood no chance against Vegeta's might. The air was filled with their desperate screams. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, entering a slaughtering frenzy. None of Frieza's minions could escape his wrath. The once feared Frieza force, which had dominated the universe for years, was utterly obliterated. After this brutal display, Vegeta finally reclaimed his dignity as a Saiyan prince. And his mood improved considerably. Chapter 54, Crisis Averted, the Wish-Granting Dragon. Just a bunch of weaklings. Stretching his limbs, Vegeta slowly approached Goku and the others. However, he had no intention of challenging Goku again. The recent confrontation had made it abundantly clear that he was not yet a match for him. With his fiercely competitive spirit, surrender was not an option. How infuriating. This prince must surpass Kakarot, that lowly warrior. Following Frieza's defeat, the atmosphere became considerably lighter. The earth-shattering battle had finally come to an end. Yet, the conflict had wreaked havoc upon planet Namek. Once a picturesque world, it now lay in ruins. The ground was riddled with massive craters and gaping fissures. Countless mountains had collapsed, and tidal waves surged as the coastlines were breached. Planet Namek had become a desolate wasteland. This chapter of turmoil seemed to have reached a conclusion. Wu Fei murmured, "Let us seek the Grand Elder." With that, Wu Fei opened his palm. Whoosh! The 5 Dragon Balls collected by Frieza and the one gathered by Vegeta flew towards Wu Fei. Whoosh! With 6 Dragon Balls in tow, Wu Fei soared forward, with Goku and the others quickly following his lead. How infuriating. My Dragon Ball was stolen just like that. Vegeta, filled with resentment, pursued them closely. His obsession with immortality remained unshaken. Inside the stone chamber, the Grand Elder appeared calm, his eyes half closed as if he were asleep. Grand Elder, the battle has ceased. Who emerged victorious? Nail asked anxiously. He was aware that the recent clash was monumental, yet the outcome remained a mystery to him. A smile appeared on the Grand Elder's face. Mr. Wu Fei has won. Wonderful. Planet Namek is saved. Nail exclaimed with excitement. That fellow actually triumphed, successfully aiding Planet Namek in overcoming its crisis. Nail had now shed his prejudice against Wu Fei and felt a profound gratitude towards him. Through his assessment of the battle's energy, Nail recognized that the invaders of Planet Namek possessed formidable strength. Had he been the one to engage in battle, victory would have been utterly unattainable for him. Yet he stands as the mightiest on Planet Namek. If Wu Fei had not appeared, Planet Namek would undoubtedly have faced utter devastation. Undeniably, Wu Fei has salvaged Planet Namek. Soon, Nailu sensed several potent energies outside, and he recognized them as remarkably familiar. Indeed, it was Wu Fei and his companions. Without hesitation, Nailu rushed out, his previously aloof demeanor replaced by palpable joy. You have returned. Thank you for saving Planet Namek. Come inside. Subsequently, Nailu ushered Wu Fei and his companions into the stone dwelling. The Grand Elder still wore a warm and amiable expression. Wu Fei placed the 6 Dragon Balls down and declared, "As I promised, I have come to aid you in overcoming this crisis." The Grand Elder replied with a calm tone, "Thank you, Mr. Wu Fei, for allowing our Namekian people to continue our legacy. I merely fulfilled my promise. And it is also to express my gratitude for your assistance in unlocking our potential." They exchanged further pleasantries. The tranquility following such a grave crisis always evokes a sense of relief. Countless Namekians had perished in the recent battle, leaving the planet in ruins. Namek was in a state of utter disrepair, yet the Dragon Balls now held the key to its swift reconstruction. Nailu, summon the Eternal Dragon, the Grand Elder urged gently. "Yes, Grand Elder," Nailu replied, taking the Dragon Balls that the Grand Elder had safeguarded and the 6 that Wu Fei had brought, stepping outside the stone dwelling. The 7 Dragon Balls were gathered. "Eternal Dragon, Purunga, arise," Nailu intoned in the Namekian language, a tongue unfamiliar to Wu Fei and his companions. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, and the 7 Dragon Balls began to shimmer. With a resounding boom, the Dragon Balls erupted in brilliance, coalescing into the form of a colossal dragon. "Is this the Eternal Dragon of Namek?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Unlike the Dragon of Earth, Purunga was significantly larger, adorned with 2 black horns atop its head and additional horns on its shoulders. Purunga exuded a more formidable presence compared to the Earth-S dragon. Furthermore, Purunga could grant 3 wishes at once and resurrect an individual who had died an unnatural death without limit. With a cooldown period of only 130 days, roughly 1/3 of the Earth Dragon's waiting time. However, Purunga had its limitations. It could resurrect only 1 person at a time, whereas the Earth Dragon could revive multiple individuals simultaneously. "Now, let us make the first wish. Purunga, restore Planet Namek to its former state," Nailu commanded simply. Purunga gestured accordingly, and his eyes glowed with a crimson light. In an instant, the desolate ruins of Planet Namek transformed back to its previous splendor, a canvas of blue skies, white clouds, picturesque landscapes, and vibrant greenery, teeming with life. The onlookers were left in utter awe. What a magnificent dragon! Upon his first encounter with the formidable power of the Eternal Dragon, Vegeta was utterly astounded. Is this truly the dragon capable of fulfilling any wish? Vegeta gazed fervently at the Purunga in the sky. The opportunity had arrived. He swiftly flew before Purunga and proclaimed loudly, "Dragon, grant me the wish of eternal life." "Ha! I have succeeded." Vegeta laughed with exuberance, as his long-cherished desire finally seemed within reach. Wu Fei shook his head, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he found the situation amusing. "Vegeta, did you forget to bring a translator? Purunga is the dragon of Namek. He cannot comprehend your words." This meant that Vegeta's wish had gone unfulfilled. Upon hearing Wu Fei's words, Vegeta finally realized the folly of his actions. How infuriating. No wonder that Namekian kept speaking in a language I could not understand. Whoosh. Vegeta immediately dashed in front of Nail, urgently imploring, "Quickly, tell the dragon to grant me eternal life." However, Nail did not comply with Vegeta's request. Although Vegeta had come with Wu Fei and others, Nail had already discerned Vegeta's insincere intentions. He would not assist someone with such motives in fulfilling their wish. "You seek your own demise." Enraged, Vegeta launched an attack on Nail. Boom. Nail directly engaged in combat with Vegeta. "This is Namek. You shall not run rampant here." Piccolo also took the initiative, joining forces with Nail to confront Vegeta. In his prime, Vegeta could easily take on two opponents. However, he had already sustained severe injuries from his battle with Goku, and his body had not fully recovered. Soon, he succumbed to the combined assault of Piccolo and Nail. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. Wu Fei observed the scene with keen interest, having no intention of intervening. "Vegeta, it seems your wish for eternal life is destined to remain unfulfilled," Wu Fei murmured. Chapter 55, New Mission, Train with Goku and Vegeta. There were still 2 wishes left to be granted. However, for Wu Fei and his companions, there were no desires that required fulfillment. Furthermore, Vegeta's aspiration for immortality was unattainable. Subsequently, the Grand Elder instructed Nail to wish for the resurrection of the 2nd and 3rd Elders who had been slain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wish was granted, and the Eternal Dragon vanished, scattering the 7 Dragon Balls across the land. How infuriating. Vegeta kicked the ground in anger, causing it to crumble. He had come to Namek solely to achieve his wish for eternal life, and now it lay unfulfilled. Wu Fei turned to Vegeta, inquiring, "Why do you possess such an obsession with immortality? Reflect on your initial motivation for wanting eternal life." The initial motivation for eternal life? As Wu Fei's words resonated, clarity began to dawn upon Vegeta. Gradually, the fury on his face dissipated, replaced by tranquility. He had come to terms with his desires. His longing for immortality stemmed from the ambition to continuously train and ultimately defeat Frieza. After all, as the Prince of the Saiyans, he had made the eradication of Frieza his ultimate goal. However, he himself understood that there existed a vast disparity in strength between him and Frieza. Even he was uncertain how long he would need to train in order to reach the level necessary to vanquish Frieza. Thus, he yearned for immortality, hoping to acquire sufficient time for cultivation and ultimately surpass Frieza. In essence, Vegeta's desire for eternal life stemmed from his ambition to defeat Frieza. Yet now, Frieza lay dead. Furthermore, it was Wu Fei, also a Saiyan, who had brought about Frieza's demise, thereby aiding the Saiyans in their quest for vengeance. Consequently, Vegeta's previous objective could be deemed accomplished. Just wait. This prince shall undoubtedly transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta exhaled deeply, his eyes alight with the fervor of battle. He had now set a new goal, to train diligently and surpass Wu Fei and Kakarot. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he would not allow himself to fall behind others. Having resolved this, he no longer troubled himself over the notion of immortality. Wu Fei and the others gathered with the surviving Namekians in the clearing before the stone house. Originally, there were over 100 Namekians, but after the calamity, only a little over 20 remained. Except for the 2nd Elder and the 3rd Elder, none of the Namekians slain by Frieza's forces had been resurrected. The group had decided to utilize the Earth Dragon Balls to bring back this batch of individuals. However, the Earth Dragon was currently in a cooling period. They would have to wait some time before resurrection could occur. The assembled Namekians wore expressions of sorrow, for their Grand Elder was nearing the end of his life. "Children, do not weep. This is my destiny. My life must come to an end." Even as his time drew close, the Grand Elder remained remarkably calm, offering comfort to the grieving Namekians. He had long since accepted his mortality. To witness the crisis of Namek resolved, and knowing you can continue to live in peace, brings me solace. The Grand Elder spoke slowly, his breath growing ever weaker. "Mulan, from now on, Namek shall be entrusted to you." "Understood, Grand Elder. I shall not fail your expectations." The 3rd Elder, Mulan, nodded earnestly, knowing that the Grand Elder had entrusted him with the Dragon Balls, and that he would become the new Grand Elder of Namek. Coughing, the Grand Elder struggled to breathe, cold sweat beating upon his brow as his vitality waned. The eyes of the Namekians brimmed with reluctance. "Farewell, my children. You must live healthfully." The Grand Elder gazed one last time at the surviving Namekians before gently closing his eyes, his breath ceasing. A faint smile lingered on his lips. and he departed in a state of tranquility. Grand Elder. The Namekians wept openly, bidding farewell to their most revered leader. Take heart, as you have observed. The Grand Elder departed without suffering. The deceased are gone. It is time for you to begin anew. Wu Fei spoke softly. With matters now resolved, he contemplated returning home. Farewell, everyone. When the time comes, we shall enlist the help of Shenron to revive your kin slain by the Frieza force. With that, Wu Fei prepared to take his leave. Just then, an electronic voice resonated in his ear. Ding. New mission issued. Please lead Son Goku and Vegeta to planet Yardrat for training. Reward unknown. A new mission indeed. It appears there is no need to return to Earth. Wu Fei mused. Mr. Wu Fei, what is the matter? Noticing Wu Fei's sudden halt, Son Goku inquired curiously. Wu Fei turned to him and said, I have a splendid training location in mind. Would you care to join? Upon hearing the word training, Son Goku's excitement surged. Absolutely. Where is it? And you? Wu Fei directed his gaze toward Vegeta. Naturally, Vegeta had no objections to training and growing stronger. This prince shall certainly go. Excellent. Then I shall take you both with me. Place your hands upon my shoulders. Wu Fei instructed Son Goku. After a brief pause, he continued, just make contact with Son Goku's form. Everyone complied in turn. Wu Fei then focused his mind, searching for Earth's location and Master Roshi's energy signature. Found it. Wu Fei's eyes gleamed suddenly. Whoosh. In an instant, Wu Fei and his companions vanished from their location. Where have they gone? The Namekians were enveloped in confusion. Meanwhile, on Earth, at Kame House, Master Roshi, donning sunglasses, basked in the sun while engrossed in a book. Suddenly, his expression shifted as if sensing something amiss. He turned his head and beheld several figures. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Wu Fei and his entourage. What? Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise. This is akin to a miraculous resurrection. When did you arrive here? Not just Master Roshi, but Son Goku and the others were equally astonished. They never anticipated that they had seamlessly transitioned from planet Namek to Earth in the blink of an eye. It is worth noting that their journey to Namek had taken a month aboard a spaceship. What extraordinary power is this? Thus, Wu Fei took the time to elucidate his new skill, instant transmission, advanced version. What a marvelous ability. Mr. Wu Fei is truly incredible. The group expressed their excitement. Wu Fei had now safely returned Gohan and the others to Earth. After providing some crucial instructions, Wu Fei set off with Son Goku and Vegeta. Whoosh. Wu Fei unleashed instant transmission, advanced version, and the three of them vanished from their original spot. Chapter 56. The Saiyans with insatiable appetites. Training commences. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the trio arrived on an unfamiliar planet, Planet Yardrat. Is this our destination for training? Son Goku asked. Wu Fei nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, all three turned their heads toward the distance. What a fortuitous occurrence. Wu Fei thought. There are fluctuations in combat power. Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Let us go. Wu Fei once again employed his instantaneous movement, accompanied by Son Wukong and Vegeta, to the battlefield. Thunderous roars echoed, punctuated by explosive sounds. As anticipated, a fierce battle unfolded before them. One faction comprised the Adralitarians, distinguished by their crimson skin and pointed ears, while the opposing side was an odd assembly of lizard-like beings. Currently, the lizard people seemed to hold the upper hand. Let us engage, Wu Fei declared, and they swiftly chose to assist the Adralitarians. Although the lizard people had the advantage over the Adralitarians, they were no match for Wu Fei and his companions. In a matter of moments, the lizard opponents were vanquished. The Adralitarians were left astounded, unable to fathom that assistance would arrive in their moment of peril. Thank you. You have saved us from the invaders. Without your timely intervention, we would have faced a grave crisis, expressed an elder Adralitarian, who was none other than their leader, Supa. He was still quite shaken. Despite the Adralitarians' extraordinary abilities, their combat prowess was lacking, rendering them incapable of confronting the previous assailants. There is no need for formalities. Wu Fei responded. May I inquire why you noble benefactors have come to Adrilitar? Supa continued. We seek to reside here for a while. However, fret not. We merely wish to train and shall not disrupt your lives. Supa immediately replied, no problem. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The Adralitarians were inherently a hospitable race, and given that Wu Fei and his companions had just aided them in overcoming a crisis, they were indeed their benefactors. Naturally, Supa would not refuse such a modest request from his saviors. All right, our journey of training can commence, Wu Fei proclaimed. Excellent. I have been looking forward to this. Son Wukong and Vegeta exclaimed with palpable excitement. Your first training task is to spar with me, Wu Fei said slowly. I shall not hold back. Kakarot. Let us see who can endure longer. Though Son Wukong and Vegeta knew they could not best Wu Fei, they did not waver in the slightest. Let us begin. Son Wukong bent down, readying himself for battle, and was about to charge at Wu Fei when a growl emanated from his stomach. Grr. I'm hungry, Son Wukong said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Pathetic. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Yet, In the next moment, his own stomach growled in protest. Ha! Vegeta, you too are hungry. Sun Wukong teased, a playful glint in his eyes. You cannot perform at your peak on an empty stomach. Let us eat first, and then spar, Wu Fei suggested. Feeling a twinge of hunger himself. The Saiyans were naturally a warrior race, but equally renowned for their prodigious appetites. Their capacity for food was astonishing. However, since their arrival on Namek, Wu Fei and his companions had not enjoyed a proper meal. After enduring countless battles and expending immense energy, it is entirely understandable that they would feel famished. Whoosh! Supa proactively approached and exclaimed, Benefactor, allow us to treat you to a meal as a token of our gratitude. It would be my pleasure. Wu Fei and the others, not one to refuse such hospitality, followed Supa's lead, eager to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Within the confines of a cozy abode, Wu Fei and his companions gathered around a round table, relishing the delectable dishes before them. Delicious, absolutely splendid. Another bowl, please. Thank you. It must be noted that the appetite of Saiyans is quite remarkable. Wu Fei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, 3 Saiyans, were engulfed in a competitive spirit even when it came to dining, each unwilling to concede to the others. They voraciously devoured the food laid out before them, seemingly intent on outpacing one another. Supa, observing this spectacle, was utterly astounded, having never witnessed such extraordinary appetites. The 3 voracious eaters were consuming far more than Supa had initially prepared, prompting him to summon his subordinates for further provisions. The Saiyan stomachs seemed like bottomless pits. No matter how much food was presented, it appeared that Wu Fei and his companions could never be satiated. What were their stomachs made of? He pondered. If they continued to eat like this, would they deplete the resources of his planet? Suddenly, Supa recognized the gravity of the situation. Burp. I'm stuffed. That was delightful. Thank you for your hospitality. After a whirlwind of consumption, Wu Fei and his companions patted their bellies, faces radiating satisfaction. How terrifying, Supa murmured, as the table lay strewn with towering piles of empty plates and dishes. The extensive spread he had prepared had been entirely annihilated. It was conservatively estimated that the amount consumed by Wu Fei and his companions equated to the sustenance required for 50 ordinary individuals. This had certainly reshaped Supa's understanding. Despite their seemingly modest physiques, how could they consume so much? Could they even digest it all? A new question arose in Supa's mind. Let us be off. Once satiated and well-rested, Wu Fei and his companions expressed their gratitude to Supa once more before departing from the residential area of the Yardrat people, making their way to an open expanse. This area was spacious and unobstructed, ideal for training. Come forth. I shall not transform into a Super Saiyan. Let us see how long you can withstand my prowess, Wu Fei declared confidently. Very well, Mr. Wu Fei. I am about to launch my assault. Sun Wukong replied with enthusiasm. Humph. Kakarot, I shall endure far longer than you, Vegeta asserted with unwavering confidence. Whoosh. The 2 charged at Wu Fei, observing their advance. Wu Fei maintained his characteristic calm demeanor. Sun Wukong, swift as the wind, closed the distance and unleashed a punch aimed directly at Wu Fei. Nanny? In the next instant, Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of shock. He realized Wu Fei had vanished. Too slow. Thud. Wu Fei appeared above Sun Wukong, delivering an elbow strike that sent him crashing into the ground. Yoha. Vegeta executed a sweeping kick towards Wu Fei. Clap. Nanny? Vegeta's expression suddenly shifted to one of astonishment. His powerful strike was effortlessly blocked by Wu Fei, who then seized his leg. Your strength is far too feeble, Wu Fei exclaimed, and with a vigorous toss, he flung Vegeta away. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta crashed through several mountains before finally collapsing at the foot of one. In the first round, Wu Fei demonstrated an absolute dominance in strength. Damn it, I will not concede so easily, Vegeta declared, as he and Sun Wukong readied themselves to charge at Wu Fei once more. Come on. Wu Fei smirked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He continued to assist Sun Wukong and Vegeta in their rigorous training. Chapter 57, Super Saiyan Level 2, Avenge Frieza. Tap, tap, tap. Thunderous roars. In the skies of Adrat Star, 3 figures flashed and collided repeatedly. Each clash unleashed tremendous destructive force. Such terrifying power. I never imagined such formidable beings existed in this world. The onlookers from Adrat Star lamented. Due to the vast disparity in strength, they could not discern the precise movements of Wu Fei and the other 2, yet they could feel the overwhelming energy fluctuations. The sheer force of energy left no one untouched by astonishment. Even when faced with the combined assault of Vegeta and Sun Wukong, Wu Fei remained utterly unperturbed. Sun Wukong and Vegeta each launched a punch aimed directly at Wu Fei. Oomph. Wu Fei scoffed. Suddenly, his figure vanished. Boom, boom. In the next instant, Wu Fei reappeared, delivering a punch to Vegeta's abdomen and an elbow strike to Sun Wukong's back. Both were caught off guard and fell victim to Wu Fei's attack. Accompanied by their cries of pain, their bodies plummeted downward. Boom. The ground caved in, dust swirling and smoke rising. Cough, cough, cough. What immense strength. Sun Wukong lay on his back, genuinely amazed. Damn it. Vegeta felt a sense of bitterness. After such arduous training, he had not anticipated such a vast difference in power between himself and Wu Fei. Both were now panting heavily, utterly spent. After all, Wu Fei's fierce strikes were not easily endured. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were completely exhausted, lacking the strength to continue their battle. Tap, tap, tap. Wu Fei descended from the sky, slowly approaching the weary Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Observing their weak states, he remarked, "You two have made significant progress, but we still can't defeat you." Sun Wukong replied with a wry smile. "Of course, you cannot compare to me. However, your strength has greatly increased since your arrival at Raditz Star." Wu Fei continued. Sun Wukong and Vegeta readily agreed. Following Wu Fei's intensive training, their power had surged remarkably. It had been nearly a year since Wu Fei and his companions arrived at Raditz Star. Throughout this year, Vegeta and Sun Wukong not only trained individually, but also teamed up to face Wu Fei in combat. Without exception, each encounter with Wu Fei left them subjected to his brutal might. However, this relentless training facilitated their rapid growth and strength. Wu Fei estimated that Sun Wukong's base combat power had now reached an astounding 5 million. Vegeta, slightly inferior to Sun Wukong, had also achieved a commendable strength of 4.7 million. It could be said that both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had attained the baseline necessary to transform into Super Saiyans. Perhaps they were merely a catalyst away from achieving that transformation. In addition to their personal prowess, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had acquired a new skill, instant transmission, from the inhabitants of planet Yardrat. Though the effectiveness of their instant transmission did not quite match Wu Fei's, it remained a formidable technique. After spending a year on Yardrat, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had indeed reaped abundant rewards. Concurrently, while training them, Wu Fei, who possessed the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, had also seen a significant enhancement in his own power. His base combat power had now reached 10 million, enabling him to handle both Sun Wukong and Vegeta with ease. "Everyone, after such prolonged training, I imagine you're quite famished. We have prepared food for your enjoyment." At that moment, Super approached, his enthusiasm as unwavering as ever. Aware of the trio's formidable appetites, he had instructed his kin to cultivate additional provisions. He remained profoundly grateful to these three saviors of planet Yardrat. Yea, upon hearing the mention of food, Sun Wukong became exceedingly excited. That would be much appreciated. The trio followed Super toward the living quarters, anticipating a sumptuous feast. Wu Fei felt a surge of joy at the prospect of indulging in a grand meal. Ding! Sun Wukong and Vegeta have exhibited remarkable training results. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. An electronic voice echoed in Wu Fei's ear. The task is finally accomplished. Splendid, splendid. Wu Fei murmured to himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, Super Saiyan Level 2. The announcement ignited a thrill within Wu Fei. With the ability to transform into Super Saiyan Level 2 now in his grasp, his strength would see a remarkable enhancement. This reward was simply extraordinary. Wu Fei's spirit soared. It seemed the time had come to depart from this planet, he mused. However, before that, a hearty meal awaited. As the figures of the group drew nearer to the living quarters of the Yardrat inhabitants, a massive spaceship soared rapidly through the boundless cosmos. Within the heart of the spacecraft, several individuals were seated. One figure, towering and robust, sported two sharp horns atop his head. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's second form. Yet, it was evident that he was not Frieza. Rather, he was King Cold, Frieza's father. "How long until we reach Earth?" King Cold inquired slowly, swirling the red wine in his glass. "Approximately half an hour, and we shall descend upon Earth," replied one of his companions, whose appearance closely mirrored Frieza's final form. However, his physique was considerably more imposing than that of Frieza, and his pupils were a deep crimson. Adorned with streaks of blood-red tears, it was none other than Frieza's brother, Cooler. "In half an hour, we shall exact our revenge upon Frieza. At present," King Cold's eyes blazed with fury. A year prior, he had merely been aware of Frieza's conquests across other planets. Yet, 6 months had elapsed without a word from Frieza. Only after dispatching his subordinates to gather intelligence did he learn of Frieza's demise. Through extensive inquiries, he discovered that Frieza had fallen at the hands of the Saiyans. The very Saiyans, who had long been oppressed by the frost demons, resided on a planet known as Earth. The audacity to slay Frieza was an affront to our frost demon lineage. In a fit of rage, King Cold summoned his other son, Cooler, and together they resolved to journey to Earth for vengeance. "Saiyans, I shall ensure your complete annihilation," King Cold declared coldly. Bang! The wine glass in his hand shattered under the sheer force of his aura. His retinue trembled in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. Chapter 58. The crisis approaches. King Cold and Cooler arrive on Earth. On Earth, at Bun Mountain, Gohan sat before a pile of homework. How dull. Yet, Gohan was not engaged in his studies. Instead, he was drawing a picture. "I wonder when Dad will return," he mused. The image in his hands was of son Goku, beaming with joy. It had been a year since he last saw his father, and Gohan felt an immense longing for him. Suddenly, Gohan's expression shifted to one of concern. He sensed two formidable auras approaching Earth. His face paled with fear, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He realized that these two powerful presences bore a striking resemblance to Frieza. One of them was slightly weaker than Frieza's final form, while the other was far more powerful. Their strength was terrifying. Hadn't Mr. Wu Fei already vanquished Frieza? Gohan's mind was awash with confusion. Could they be of Frieza's kin? This is bad. Earth is in danger. With that thought, Gohan swiftly slipped out of the window. Anticipating the landing points of the two potent auras, he accelerated into flight. As he soared a distance away, he felt a familiar energy signature. It was Uncle Krillin. Gohan then made his way towards that familiar presence. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he spotted the noseless Krillin. Gohan, did you sense it too? Krillin inquired, his brow furrowed. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Gohan nodded earnestly. Damn it, wasn't Frieza already defeated on Namek? Krillin seethed through clenched teeth. Even after a year, Krillin still bore vivid memories of Frieza, that terrifying demon. Now, two beings similar to Frieza had emerged, one of whom was far stronger than Frieza himself. At present, Wu Fei and the others have yet to return, leaving Krillin at a loss regarding how to proceed. Gohan, let us lie in wait and seize the opportunity. Krillin finally spoke after a moment of silence. All right. With that, Gohan and Krillin accelerated their flight. As they drew closer to their destination, they gradually rejoined Tenshinhan, Chaozu, and Yamcha. Meanwhile, Bulma piloted her aircraft to join Yamcha, eager to partake in the unfolding events. The atmosphere among the Dragon Ball warriors grew increasingly tense. The two powerful presences approaching Earth weighed heavily upon them, stifling their breath. Despite their rigorous training and significant power boosts, they felt diminutive in the face of such formidable energy. Though aware of their potential defeat, the sense of responsibility to protect Earth propelled them onward. Upon arriving at their predicted location, Gohan and his companions steadied their energy and concealed themselves within the mountains. Damn it! Krillin's expression darkened. He could sense the two presences drawing ever nearer, on the brink of descending upon Earth. Why does everyone appear so anxious? Bulma inquired. As someone with a combat power below 5, she was unable to discern the magnitude of the two powerful energies. This enemy is exceptionally troublesome, and Earth is facing a grave crisis, Krillin explained. Even if the enemies are strong, you all are here, right? Bulma always believed that Krillin, Yamcha, and the others were powerful enough to vanquish any foe. However, witnessing the solemn expressions and shaking heads of the Dragon Ball warriors made her truly realize the severity of the situation. If only Goku and Mr. Wu Fei were here, they would surely help resolve this crisis. Bulma lamented. Now, the Dragon Ball warriors fervently hoped for the swift return of Wu Fei and Goku, knowing only they could avert the impending disaster. They're here. Tenshinhan's face tightened, his tone grave. The Dragon Ball warriors became intensely focused. With a piercing sound, a massive spaceship descended, its entry into the atmosphere creating a thunderous roar as it landed. The landing site aligned perfectly with Gohan and the others' estimations. What terrifying power! How incredibly strong! Gohan and his companions increasingly sensed the overwhelming might of the two approaching energies. They felt utterly powerless to contend with it. As the spaceship's hatch opened, countless figures emerged, their attire identical to that of Frieza's army. Lastly, two individuals flew out from the spacecraft. Nanny, Gohan and Krillin gasped in unison. They beheld two Friezas, one in his second form and the other in his final form. However, upon closer inspection, they discerned that these two were not the same Frieza they had encountered on Namek. Clearly, they were members of Frieza's lineage. Damn it! Krillin increasingly felt the situation growing precarious. Is this the planet where the Saiyans who defeated Frieza reside? I must admit, the scenery here is quite beautiful. It could fetch a handsome price. King Cold remarked slowly. Suddenly, he activated the power detector, only to find no signs of combat. King Cold grew perplexed. How could the inhabitants of this planet be so weak? Not a single warrior of notable strength. How infuriating. Where is the Saiyan who vanquished Frieza? Have we been deceived? Who could possibly have slain Frieza? King Cold's fury escalated. Thunderous roars echoed as his aura radiated, causing a nearby mountain to crumble under the force. Such terrifying power. Gohan and the others were taken aback, yet they quickly regained their composure. They must not reveal themselves too easily. Father, I have heard that the people of Earth can conceal their power levels. Perhaps that individual is hiding, remarked Cooler coldly. Hiding is the hallmark of the weak. He bellowed with a sinister laugh, reminiscent of Frieza's own chilling mirth. Oh, do you have a method to draw that person out? I must avenge Frieza. King Cold's wrath was palpable. Simple. Cooler replied with unwavering confidence. Cooler's mech squad, heed my command. With a swift order, 3 figures appeared before him, clad in pale yellow armor. They were none other than the squad leader, Saviza, and his 2 comrades, Dre and Nez. The mech squad was designed to rival Frieza's Ginyu Force, yet their strength was evidently superior. You shall lead a team to unleash a spree of slaughter on this planet. I refuse to believe that the Saiyan who killed Frieza will not show himself once enough Earthlings have perished. Cooler's laughter was particularly chilling. This is intolerable. The Dragon Ball warrior's expressions turned grave. Such a nefarious scheme could only be devised by those of Frieza's lineage. Krillin clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in fury. We cannot allow innocent Earthlings to suffer harm. Gohan's fists were tightly clenched, his anger boiling. If he unleashed his energy, King Cold and the others would surely detect his presence. Stay calm, Gohan. Although Krillin was also furious, he understood the necessity of remaining hidden for the time being. Their chances of victory were non-existent. Understood, Lord Cooler. The mech squad responded in unison, malevolent grins spreading across their faces. Slaughter and destruction were their greatest delights. Suddenly, Frieza and the others looked up to see a passenger plane flying overhead. He activated the power detector and disdainfully remarked, "Humph. All of them have power levels below 5. You should consider yourselves fortunate to die at my hands." With a swift motion, Frieza gathered an energy wave in his palm and hurled it toward the unsuspecting aircraft. The passengers remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Damn it, Krillin seethed. Those bastards are finally targeting the innocent. Apologies. We'll resurrect you with the Dragon Balls later. Klein lowered his head, unable to bear the sight of the passenger plane's impending explosion. Despicable scoundrels. Gritting his teeth in fury, Gohan clenched his fists, the bones cracking ominously. Yet, the aircraft did not explode. The energy wave launched by Frieza was thwarted by another energy wave. A thunderous roar. The shockwave from the explosion caused the plane to tremble, but it soon regained its stable flight. Nanny? Klein looked up to discover that it was Gohan who had intervened. I will not allow you to harm the people of Earth. An infinite rage burned in Gohan's eyes. Now, Frieza had also spotted Gohan. Humph, so you have finally shown yourself? Activating his power detector, Frieza noted Gohan's power level was a mere 10,000. Well then, let this serve as a warm-up. This captain will play with you for a while. Whoosh. Frieza immediately launched an assault on Gohan. Bang. Frieza and Gohan collided directly. Not bad. Frieza realized Gohan's power level had suddenly surged. Now this is interesting. Frieza smirked coldly and began unleashing a barrage of attacks. Seeing Gohan engaged with the foe, Klein understood that they could no longer remain hidden. Let us go. Yes. Tianjinhan, Yamcha, and the others nodded and rushed forth. What a useful move. These elusive individuals have finally emerged. The slaughter begins. Ha! King Cold wore a broad smile. However, Gula's expression turned serious. Something is amiss. These fighters possess low combat power. They lack the ability to defeat Frieza? Where are the Saiyans we seek? King Cold's demeanor darkened. Humph. No need to worry about that. Eliminate these individuals. I refuse to believe that wretched Saiyan won't show himself. Kill them. Upon receiving King Cold's orders, his subordinates surged forth. As for Klein, Yamcha, and the others, King Cold was utterly unconcerned. After all, their combat power was minimal, and he deemed it beneath him to intervene. In his eyes, his subordinates were more than capable of handling them. However, he soon realized that these individuals were experiencing a surge in combat power, rendering his subordinates utterly ineffective against them. The army he had trained was being thoroughly outmatched by Klein and the others. Ha! Father, it seems my Gula mech squad must take action, Gula proclaimed arrogantly, his words tinged with a hint of provocation. What? King Cold felt an acute embarrassment, but dared not express his wrath. After all, although Gula was his son, Gula's strength far surpassed his own. In the Ice Demon clan, might is revered above all. In the face of absolute power, King Cold's position as a father held little weight. Dre Nez, it is your turn to intervene. Gula spoke slowly. Yes, Lord Gula. The other two members of the Gula mech squad sprang into action. Compared to King Cold's army, their prowess was evidently several levels higher. Previously, the likes of Klin and others easily handled the Kurdish King's legion, but now they are directly suppressed by Dre and Nez. Humph, you are far too weak. Dre, facing two opponents, effortlessly counters the combined assault of Klin and Yamcha. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha unleashes his ultimate technique, yet Dre effortlessly deflects it. Energy Sphere Slash. Klin also employs his devastating move, only to have Dre skillfully evade it. With a piercing sound, the Energy Sphere Slash strikes a mountain, cleaving it in two. Hee hee. Dre suddenly chuckles coldly. Now, let you truly experience the essence of power. Whoosh. In a blink, Dre appears beside Yamcha. Bam. He delivers two consecutive punches that strike Yamcha's abdomen. Yamcha is sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Bam. Dre follows up with a heavy blow to Yamcha's back. Yamcha lets out a heart-wrenching scream. In that moment, he feels as if every bone in his body is about to shatter. Bam. Yamcha crashes heavily to the ground, clouds of dust billowing around him. Yamcha, enraged, Klin immediately launches an assault on Dre. Bam. Klin unleashes all his power, landing a blow squarely on Dre's face, distorting it. Dre is sent flying. Damn it. Dre's fury ignites. Although Klin's attack inflicts no substantial damage, being struck down by a weaker opponent is a tremendous humiliation. Regaining his composure, he retaliates fiercely against Klin. This time, Klin ultimately cannot withstand the onslaught. After several exchanges, Dre delivers a flying kick that sends Klin crashing to the ground. Boom. A large crater forms where he lands. Compared to Yamcha, Klin is also in dire straits now. Meanwhile, Tenshinhan and Chaos find themselves outmatched by Nez. Bang. Both are knocked down to the ground by Nez's might. Their energy has dwindled significantly. Tap, tap, tap. Meanwhile, Gohan continues his battle against Savaza. What a tenacious little fellow. Savaza never anticipated that this child would possess such formidable strength. Just when he thinks victory is within his grasp, his opponent unleashes an even greater power, catching him off guard. Dre and Nez have finished their battles? Damn it, kid, now I shall get serious. Having witnessed his team members triumph 2-1, Savaza feels utterly humiliated for being entangled by a mere child for so long. He decisively intensifies his assault. Bam! Gohan barely manages to block Savaza's attack with his arms crossed over his chest. Having battled against Savaza, who is far superior in strength, for such an extended period, Gohan's energy is rapidly depleting. Your captain is not inclined to play with you any longer. Savaza's expression turns cold as he continues his relentless onslaught against Gohan. Bam, bam, bam. Gohan can no longer hold his ground, continuously absorbing Savaza's blows. Bang. Savaza unleashes a ki blast that sends Gohan crashing to the ground, gasping for breath. Gohan, battered and bruised, gasped for breath, his vitality waning. The formidable quintet of Son Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Chaozu lay defeated. Chapter 60, Piccolo to the rescue. A display of unyielding power. How infuriating. Is there truly no way out? Krillin cried out in despair. Goku, Mr. Wu Fei. Where are you both? He could only hope that Wu Fei and Son Goku would arrive soon, for they were the only ones capable of alleviating Earth's peril. Yet, Krillin was aware only that Wu Fei had taken Goku and Vegeta to train, oblivious to their return. What to do? Hiding within the mountains, Bulma was petrified with fear. Is Earth truly destined for doom? She could find no solution. So utterly feeble. Cooler remarked coldly. Where is the one who vanquished Frieza? Is he truly so afraid of death that he dares not show himself? Growing increasingly impatient in his quest for vengeance, Cooler came to Earth, yet his nemesis remained elusive. He will undoubtedly appear and crush you. Son Gohan shouted defiantly. Oh, do you know his whereabouts? Tell me, and I shall spare your life. Cooler's interest was piqued as he turned his gaze upon Gohan. I would never divulge that information. All I know is that he will assuredly bring about your demise. Cooler's eyes widened in surprise. Then a sinister smile crept across his lips, his chilling laughter echoing through the air. Ha ha ha. To kill me, such bravado. His reluctance to show himself is surely rooted in fear. His demeanor shifted to one of ferocity. My patience has worn thin, since you are so arrogant. Your existence holds no value. Savaza, in his life, the self-important Cooler held no regard for launching an attack on Gohan. Yes, Lord Cooler. Savaza concentrated, forming a massive energy sphere that pulsed with terrifying power. Farewell, little brat. Savaza sneered coldly as the volatile energy sphere hurtled towards Son Gohan. Gohan. At that moment, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others shouted in unison, their expressions filled with urgency and concern. Should that energy sphere strike Gohan, it would surely spell his doom. Cough, cough. Gohan sputtered, utterly devoid of strength to evade. Am I truly destined to perish? Gohan murmured. Boom. The energy sphere exploded, sending debris flying and enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Gohan. The anguished cries of Krillin and the others resonated with sorrow. As the dust settled, Gohan's form was conspicuously absent from the crater left in the ground. That brat was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. How pitiful. Ha ha ha. Savaza laughed maniacally. What a foolish creature. Suddenly, Savaza caught a chilling voice that made him turn. Following the sound, he beheld a figure with green skin standing atop a nearby mountain, cradling a child in his arms. How infuriating. The little rascal was unexpectedly saved by him. Savaza became furiously enraged. How splendid. Gohan is still alive. Only after witnessing Piccolo's intervention to rescue Gohan did Krillin finally feel a sense of relief. How infuriating. Does Gohan have to be in mortal peril for him to take action? Piccolo's late arrival drew some disdain from Tien. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's aura remains exceedingly feeble. Leave the rest to me. Piccolo carefully placed Son Gohan down, then shot a cold glare at Savaza. How intriguing. Another individual has emerged. Unfortunately, it is a Namekian. King Cooled is growing increasingly impatient. How long must the Saiyan who vanquished Frieza remain hidden? Since another fool has come to meet their demise, let us dispose of him. Savaza's gaze towards Piccolo brimmed with fury. That wretch has thwarted my plans. King Cooled, Lord Gula, allow me to handle this one. Very well. Upon receiving permission, Savaza slowly ascended into the air, confronting Piccolo. Your strength indeed surpasses theirs. Yet, before me, it is far from sufficient. In this battle, the only outcome for you is death. Savaza sneered. Such excessive prattle. Piccolo displayed utter disdain. What an arrogant fool. Enraged, Saiyan immediately launched an assault on Piccolo. In the blink of an eye, Saiyan was upon Piccolo. Whoosh. Saiyan's fist sliced through the air. Bang. Unfazed, Piccolo retaliated with a powerful punch. The two forces clashed, causing both to stagger slightly from the impact. Humph. I did not expect you to possess some skill. You are worthy of being my opponent. Saiyan's fighting spirit surged. Oh, is that so? However, you lack the merit to challenge me. Piccolo coldly chuckled, then charged forward. Truly reckless. Nanny? While Saiyan scoffed at Piccolo's words, he suddenly realized that Piccolo had already closed in on him. Piccolo delivered a fierce punch to Saiyan's abdomen. His speed was astonishing. Saiyan could hardly react. Ah! Saiyan's mouth gaped open, spewing forth a stream of crimson blood. His expression was one of sheer horror. Unable to fathom that the Namekian before him could unleash such formidable power. Bang! 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 Piccolo continued his relentless assault on Saiyan. Although Saiyan managed to block each of Piccolo's strikes, the energy released from the collisions sent pain coursing through his arms. How infuriating! Saiyan's face twisted in rage, cold sweat pouring down. The normally composed warrior found himself in disarray. As the battle unfolded, he gradually found himself overpowered by Piccolo. How infuriating! I am the captain of the Gula Mecha Corps. Saiyan roared, swinging a fist at Piccolo. Humph! You are far too weak. Snap! Piccolo effortlessly seized Saiyan's incoming fist. Almost immediately, he delivered a crushing blow to Saiyan. Bang! Saiyan's front teeth were shattered by Piccolo's strike. Bang! 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 Piccolo continued his ferocious onslaught. How could he be so powerful? The utterly horrifying Saiyan was utterly defenseless. He was completely overwhelmed by Piccolo's relentless assault. With a resounding thud, Piccolo executed a flying kick, propelling Saiyan into the air. Special beam cannon. Piccolo unleashed his signature move. After relentless training, he had mastered the ability to launch the attack instantaneously, with its power remaining largely undiminished. The beam pierced through Saiyan's armor, fatally striking his heart. As Saiyan's body plummeted, his gaze dimmed, and his life force gradually dissipated. He exhibited no signs of life. The captain of the Gula Mecha squad had been slain by Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo is incredible, Gohan exclaimed, genuinely awed by Piccolo's nonchalant silhouette. Chapter 61. Annihilation of the Gula Mecha squad and the Wrath of Gula. Such exhilarating power. Piccolo clenched his fists, reveling in the surge of energy coursing through him. Visibly exhilarated. Once the cooldown period for the Earth Dragon had elapsed, Piccolo, alongside Gohan, sought the Dragon Balls and made a wish, resurrecting all the Namekians who had fallen to Frieza's forces. Upon witnessing the revival of his kin, Nail felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. His duty had always been to safeguard the Elder's well-being, but with the Elder having passed on, Nail's mission was effectively concluded. In gratitude for Piccolo's assistance in resurrecting those slain by Frieza, Nail made a special wish to Porunga to come to Earth and find Piccolo. To repay Piccolo's kindness, he resolved to sacrifice himself, merging his power with Piccolo. He intended to assimilate with Piccolo, allowing Piccolo to lead their new combined form. However, he had one stipulation. When Namek faced peril, Piccolo must lend his full support to ensure their survival. Eager for strength, Piccolo readily accepted Nail's request. With their agreement in place, the two most formidable Namekians began the process of assimilation. After merging with Nail, Piccolo's power surged, elevating his combat prowess to a staggering level of 1 million. To truly master this newfound strength, Piccolo entered an intense training regimen. When Gohan found himself in danger, the fully trained Piccolo finally sprang into action. Upon truly grasping the magnitude of his power, Piccolo felt an exhilarating thrill. Merging with that individual was indeed the right choice. He mused. Captain Saiyan. Now, Gula and his cohorts were utterly shocked, particularly Dre and Nez, who could scarcely believe their eyes. Their captain had been directly slain by that individual? Unforgivable. Dre and Nez simultaneously launched an assault on Piccolo. Humph. You two are no match for me, even together. Confidently, Piccolo activated his 1-against-2 mode. His strength was indeed formidable. Even in a 2-on-1 scenario, he maintained a distinct advantage. Boom, boom, boom. Dre and Nez were utterly astounded. Even united, they found themselves no match for Piccolo. How could this be? For a long time, they believed themselves to be the strongest, surpassed only by Gula, the king of the Kurds, and Frieza. However, they were taken aback by the emergence of an even more formidable opponent. Could this be the one who vanquished Frieza? Swiftly, Dre dismissed the thought. After all, according to Gula, it was a Saiyan who had slain Frieza, not this Namekian before him. Infuriated, Dre launched a powerful punch at Piccolo, who deftly evaded with a flicker of movement. Nez, Dre shouted. Yes. Nez suddenly appeared at Piccolo's side, delivering an elbow strike to his back. Success, Dre exclaimed with joy, knowing that his earlier attack was merely a distraction. While the true strike was to be executed by Nez, Dre was convinced that Nez's elbow would inflict severe damage on Piccolo. Yet, Piccolo remained unfazed, a confident smirk playing on his lips, as if he had everything under control. Humph, what a clumsy collaboration. Suddenly, Nez realized that his attack had struck nothing but air, as Piccolo's figure was already gone. Here, a cold voice emanated from behind Nez just as he glanced around. Before he could react, Piccolo's fist collided with his back, sending shockwaves through his spine. Then, Piccolo seized Nez's right leg and hurled him towards Dre. What? The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Dre in a state of panic. Boom. Dre was struck hard by Nez's body, unable to evade in time. Boom. Piccolo unleashed his energy and swiftly approached the two. Bang, bang, bang. The already injured Dre and Nez were subjected to Piccolo's relentless barrage. Their anguished cries echoed through the air. With each punch, Piccolo sent them crashing toward the ground. Magic flash. In an instant, a furious energy blast surged towards Dre and Nez. Boom. The energy exploded, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. Humph. Easily dispatched. Piccolo crossed his arms, disdain etched across his face. As the smoke cleared, the figures of Dre and Nez emerged, battered and weak, devoid of any fighting spirit. Alone, Piccolo had defeated the entire Gula Mecha squad. Damn it. Gula's expression was dark, for he had not anticipated that his pride, the Gula Mecha squad, could be so easily toppled by a Namekian. This was an immense humiliation for Gula. At that moment, King Kurd added fuel to the fire. Gula, it seems your Gula Mecha squad is not as impressive as you thought. Effortlessly vanquished by a Namekian. Gula's fury intensified, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Step by step, he approached Dre and Nez. Lord Gula, save us. Dre and Nez pleaded desperately, their breaths still weak and labored. However, Gula's expression remained as cold as ice, even verging on anger. Humph, save you? You cannot even defeat a single Namekian. You have utterly shamed me. There is no need for you to linger in this world any longer. With that, Gula concentrated a violet-black shockwave in his palm, launching it directly at Dre and Nez. No. Despair filled Dre and Nez's eyes. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Dre and Nez's gazes dimmed, their hearts having ceased to beat. They never comprehended why their most revered Lord Gula would choose to end their lives, killing his own subordinates. What a cruel devil he is. Klin murmured. You have angered me. Namekian. Gula coldly directed his gaze toward Piccolo. A violet aura enveloped him, radiating an intensely violent energy. Boom. Several mountains were shattered to pieces. How infuriating. Piccolo instantly felt an overwhelming pressure, a force that gripped his very soul. What? Piccolo had just seen Gula on the ground, but in the blink of an eye, Gula stood before him. Now, you shall experience the cost of provoking my wrath. Bang. Gula's tail lashed out, striking Piccolo in the abdomen. Ah. Piccolo immediately donned a mask of agony, spewing forth a stream of violet blood. His insides churned violently, nearly forcing his intestines out. Thud. Boom. Piccolo's body plummeted heavily to the ground. What terrifying power. Klin was utterly horrified. He was truly grasping the extent of Gula's terrifying strength. The once formidable Piccolo had been effortlessly brought down by a single blow from Gula. Chapter 62. The Savior Returns. Wu Fei and his companions returned to Earth. How infuriating. Piccolo was now filled with resentment. The power he prided himself on had proven utterly inadequate before Gula. With just a sweep, Gula had rendered him incapable of retaliation. Foolish Namekian. You have provoked my wrath. Now you shall accompany Gula's mechanical army to hell. Ha ha ha. Gula's eyes gleamed with malice, his sinister laughter echoing through the air. A violet-black orb of energy formed in his palm, expanding steadily. Die. Gula's expression turned icy as he swung his arm, sending the energy orb hurtling toward Piccolo. What should we do now? The Dragon Ball warriors were engulfed in despair. They had all fallen, leaving no one to stand against this threat. Goku, Mr. Wu Fei, where are you? Klin shouted desperately. He longed for Goku and Wu Fei to arrive immediately. Only they could save them from this crisis. On planet Yardrat, a large table was laden with empty dishes, the food having been devoured. That was quite a feast. I now feel invigorated. A look of satisfaction adorned Goku's face. Suddenly, Goku's expression turned serious. Earth is in danger. Goku exclaimed loudly, filled with urgency. I too sense a formidable energy, one even stronger than Frieza's. Cursed be it. Vegeta remarked from the side. Wu Fei slowly responded. Have you only just realized? Frieza's kin have come to Earth seeking vengeance. Frieza's kin? Could it be Kula and King Cold? Vegeta's face betrayed a look of terror, for he understood that these beings were even more dreadful than Frieza himself. Let us proceed. Having feasted and replenished, it is time for battle. We can still return. Wu Fei declared. I extend my gratitude to all for the care over the past year. It is time for us to depart. With that, Wu Fei and his companions pressed their index and middle fingers to their foreheads, simultaneously executing instant transmission. Whoosh. In a flash, the three vanished from the spot. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan cried out in distress. Should the energy wave strike Piccolo, his chances of survival would be utterly extinguished. It was Piccolo who had rescued him in his moment of peril, and now, as Piccolo faced danger, no one was there to assist. Dad, hurry back to save Uncle Piccolo. Tears brimmed in Gohan's eyes. Boom. The energy wave exploded, a colossal mushroom cloud rising. Uncle Piccolo. Despair filled Gohan's gaze. Gohan. It's all right. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. He turned around, his heart soaring with joy. Dad. Gohan felt a wave of relief wash over him. His father had returned and saved Piccolo. Gohan, you have done remarkably well. Now, let me take over. Goku said gently, ruffling Gohan's hair. Yes. Gohan nodded vigorously. His most trusted father had come back. He also spotted Wu Fei and Vegeta, realizing that Earth was indeed saved. Fantastic. Goku, Mr. Wu Fei has returned. Krillin shouted in excitement, for he now saw a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Cooler and King Cold also took notice of the sudden appearance of Wu Fei and his companions. Oh, it's Vegeta, and he has brought two unfamiliar Saiyans. It seems you are the ones who killed Frieza. We have come to avenge him. Today, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of the Saiyans. King Cold said coldly. Humph. Frieza is dead, and you two shall meet the same fate. The grudge between the Saiyans and the Frost Demons shall be settled today. Vegeta refused to back down. Haha, such arrogant monkeys. I am not a pathetic coward like Frieza. To be slain by you apes would be an immense disgrace. Coola's eyes glinted with malice. He then turned his gaze upon Goku. Humph, you bear a striking resemblance to Bardock. Like that lowly warrior, you too cannot escape the clutches of death. How dare you rescue someone from my grasp? You must be tired of living. With a forceful stomp, Cooler caused the ground to tremble and charged directly at Goku. It is time to test the fruits of my training. Wu Fei thought, undeterred by Cooler's aggressive approach. Whoosh! Sun Wukong unleashed his aura, transforming into a white meteor as he charged towards Gula. With a resounding boom, the two clashed head-on, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to crumble amidst a fierce gale. The injured Krillin and others were also caught in the aftermath, swept away by a powerful gust of wind. In a flash, Wu Fei darted forward, swiftly gathering the Dragon Ball warriors and securing them in safe positions. Thank you, Mr. Wu Fei, Krillin expressed sincerely. Had it not been for Wu Fei's timely intervention, they would have undoubtedly been harmed further by the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Gula. No need for thanks, Wu Fei replied, handing Krillin several senzu beans. Krillin first consumed one himself, then assisted Gohan and the others in taking the beans as well. After ingesting the senzu beans, Gohan, Piccolo, and the other Dragon Ball warriors were completely revitalized. Enjoy the spectacle, Wu Fei encouraged gently. The intensity of the battle between Sun Wukong and Gula had escalated dramatically. How incredibly strong, Krillin marveled. He never imagined that Wukong had made such significant progress. Yamcha was equally astonished, unable to fathom that Wukong's power had surged to such heights. He was left in disbelief at how Wukong had far surpassed him. Piccolo, who had thought his power would exceed that of Sun Wukong after merging with Nail, now realized he had greatly overestimated himself. The fierce combat continued between Sun Wukong and Gula, with Wukong now employing the Kaioken times 10 to face Gula. You wild monkey truly possess some skill, Gula taunted, further amplifying his power while Wukong's Kaioken multiplier continued to rise. Frustration mounted as Vegeta observed the battle. The desire to fight surged within him. Vegeta, you are far mightier than your father, King Vegeta. Alas, in my presence, your strength remains trivial. You will still bow before me, just like your father. King Cold sneered at Vegeta, his words drenched in derision. You speak nonsense. I shall slay you, you old wretch. The ever-proud Vegeta could not tolerate such provocation, especially as he yearned for a fight. With a fierce aura erupting from him, he charged angrily at King Cold. Chapter 63, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's simultaneous defeat, Solar Flare. Humph, just a stinking monkey. King Cold dismissed Vegeta's attack with a disdainful expression. In his eyes, while Vegeta had some prowess, it was nowhere near sufficient to pose a threat to him. King Cold did not even bother to dodge Vegeta's strikes. Huh. What of being struck by a weakling like you? Confidence radiated from King Cold. With a resounding impact, Vegeta's fist connected solidly with King Cold's abdomen. Unfazed, King Cold taunted. Put some effort into it, Vegeta. Yet in the next moment, King Cold's expression shifted to one of horror as he was sent flying backward. Boom. King Cold crashed at the foot of a mountain, debris cascading down as smoke enveloped his body, obscuring him from view. Vegeta smirked with an air of arrogance. Humph. This is the true strength of this prince. How infuriating. I underestimated him. I never anticipated that wretched monkey could unleash such formidable power in an instant. You have sullied my body. This is unforgivable. King Cold bellowed in rage as he surged forth from the smoke, launching an assault on Vegeta. With a resounding crash, the two collided. You wretched monkey, I didn't expect you to be this strong. However, it is of no consequence to me. King Cold sneered as he unleashed a relentless barrage upon Vegeta. Damn it. Vegeta felt the overwhelming pressure weighing down upon him. After all, King Cold's strength was merely a shade weaker than Frieza's. When he fought seriously, Vegeta found it exceedingly difficult to withstand his onslaught. In no time, after just a few exchanges, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage, utterly suppressed by King Cold. Vegeta, a wild monkey is still just a wild monkey. You are far too weak. With those words, King Cold delivered a powerful punch toward Vegeta. Vegeta transformed into a tragic figure, his face contorted in pain. The force of King Cold's punch struck him hard. Staggering back, Vegeta clutched his abdomen, retreating several steps. With a swift motion, King Cold reappeared before him and struck him in the abdomen with a knee. Vegeta cried out in agony once more. This time, he was sent flying, crashing into several mountains. Gasping for breath, Vegeta lay on the ground, utterly defeated by King Cold. Vegeta, and you fell so quickly. You truly are pathetic. It seems you did not slay Frieza, for you lack the ability to do so. King Cold looked upon Vegeta coldly, his tone dripping with derision. He refrained from attacking again, instead relishing the sight of Vegeta's suffering. Damn it! Vegeta felt a profound sense of unwillingness. He never imagined that, after all his arduous training, he would still appear so powerless before a true warrior. It seemed that transforming into a Super Saiyan was the only option. Yet, Vegeta understood that such a transformation was not something one could achieve at will. Despite countless attempts, he had not succeeded. In this confrontation, Vegeta faced utter defeat against King Cold. Meanwhile, on the other side, Goku was faring no better in his battle against Cooler. To contend with Cooler's formidable strength, Goku had pushed his body to its limits, activating the 20 times Kaioken. With this transformation, his battle power reached an astonishing 100 million. Yet, before Cooler, he still seemed insufficient. Goku found himself at a disadvantage, executing a sweeping kick toward Cooler, but it proved futile as Cooler effortlessly evaded. In an instant, Cooler was behind Goku, delivering a devastating elbow strike to his back. With a resounding crash, Goku was struck hard, nearly tumbling to the ground. Subsequently, Gula flicked his tail and fiercely ensnared Sun Wukong's neck. With a resounding thud, Gula unleashed a barrage of punches upon Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong found himself unable to escape Gula's grasp, forced to endure the blows like a mere human punching bag. Your power is nothing extraordinary. With such feeble strength, you could never defeat Frieza. Gula declared coldly, his words dripping with disdain. With a powerful strike, Sun Wukong was once again struck by Gula's heavy fist. His anguished cries echoed through the heavens. Gula swept his tail, sending Sun Wukong hurtling through the air. The ground shook violently as Sun Wukong crashed down, reverting to his normal state. The strain from the 20-fold Kaioken manifested at that moment. Sun Wukong cried out in excruciating pain, feeling as if his body had been rendered useless, unable to rise. Damn it, is there truly no way out? Just like Vegeta, Sun Wukong's heart brimmed with unwillingness. Gula coldly regarded the fallen Sun Wukong. You are the strongest Saiyan I have ever encountered, but still woefully inadequate. He then turned his gaze toward the distant Wu Fei. It appears that you are the Saiyan who will slay Frieza. Frieza is my only brother, and I shall avenge him. However, before that, I will send you to hell. With that, Gula's eyes returned to Sun Wukong, filled with murderous intent. He approached at a leisurely pace, gathering an energy wave in his hand. Prepare to meet your demise. You wretched Saiyan. Gula's sinister laughter echoed ominously. Wukong, Dad. At that moment, Krillin and Son Gohan were exceedingly anxious. Son Wukong had no opportunity to counter. He needed to be rescued swiftly. Die. Gula's expression darkened as he raised his arm, ready to unleash a ki blast. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Krillin. Gula scoffed derisively. You little bald head. Do you think you can save him from me? Then I shall send you to hell as well. Gula's expression grew more frenzied, and the energy wave brimming with destructive power was on the verge of being released. Suddenly, Krillin spread his hands beside his face and shouted, Solar Flare. Nanny. A blinding light erupted, and Gula's face contorted in agony. He felt disoriented, blinded by a brilliant white light, unable to open his eyes. He never anticipated that the small bald man before him possessed such a peculiar technique. After a considerable time, he finally regained his senses. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered that both Son Wukong and Krillin had vanished. Damn bald man. Gula roared furiously. Although Krillin's technique had not inflicted physical harm upon him, the brief period of blindness had thoroughly enraged him. Chapter 64. Krillin's Demise, the Wrath of Son Wukong. Thank you, Krillin. Son Wukong's voice was filled with gratitude. Had it not been for Krillin's timely intervention, he would surely be deceased by now. Gula's assault had inflicted significant harm upon him, leaving his breath exceedingly feeble. At this moment, he could barely stand, relying on Krillin for support. No need for formality. We are comrades of many years, true friends. You have saved my life countless times. Now it is my turn to save you. Krillin remarked with a smile. I must admit, Krillin, your solar flare is remarkably powerful. Even Gula was unable to counter it. Goku praised. Hee. Krillin, feeling somewhat bashful at Goku's compliment, scratched his head. Your solar flare is far superior to mine. He added, "Humph, you insufferable fools. Even in the face of peril, you choose to chat." Gula seethed with rage, his fury palpable. "Those two dare to disregard me. Especially you, little bald head, who has the audacity to thwart my plans. I shall deal with you first. To have a mere fighter with a power level in the tens of thousands rescue another under my reign is nothing short of an affront." Gula's expression morphed into one of sheer ferocity. The sphere of chaotic energy he had unleashed was now retracted, and he extended his finger menacingly towards Krillin. Zap! A beam of dark purple energy shot forth with alarming swiftness, exuding an aura that chilled the soul. Cold sweat broke out on Krillin as an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. He yearned to flee with Goku, but found himself utterly immobilized. Sizzle! The energy beam struck Krillin with deadly precision, penetrating his chest directly. "Krillin!" Goku shouted at the top of his lungs. Yet, Krillin could no longer hear Goku's voice. His gaze became vacant, the world around him dimming, and the rhythm of his heartbeat ceased. His heart had been pierced by the beam. With a thud, Krillin collapsed, devoid of any signs of life. Thud! Without Krillin's support, Goku, unable to stand alone, fell to the ground as well. "Krillin! Krillin!" Tears swirled in Goku's eyes as he cried out, desperately trying to rouse Krillin. However, a miracle did not occur. Krillin would not awaken. "Krillin!" Goku's anguished voice echoed through the heavens. "Uncle Krillin!" At that moment, Gohan was also engulfed in sorrow. The gentle and kind-hearted Uncle Krillin had been slain. He then turned to Wu Fei and exclaimed, "Uncle Wu Fei, why do you not save Uncle Krillin? With your abilities, you could surely rescue him." Gohan's tone was filled with confusion. "I could save him, but I choose not to," Wu Fei replied calmly. "Moreover, he will not be lost to us forever. We can utilize the Dragon Balls from Namek to resurrect him. In truth, his death carries significant meaning," Wu Fei stated with serenity, gazing steadily at Goku, a hint of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. "Great meaning?" Gohan was utterly perplexed by Wu Fei's words. In the distance, Gula's face twisted into a grotesque snarl as he disdainfully regarded Sun Wukong and his companion. "Ha ha ha. The little bald head dares to ruin my plans. I trust he now understands the consequences. Let us see how you continue to flaunt your bravado." His vicious gaze then shifted towards Sun Wukong. "Do not rush. I shall soon send you to the depths of hell to meet that little bald head." His tone dripped with derision, as if extinguishing Sun Wukong's life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, his visage contorted with rage and sorrow, glared at Gula. "You despicable fiend. You have killed Krillin." The momentous anger surged within him, and he rose to his feet, steady and resolute. Flames of fury flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Gula, who continued to boast with reckless abandon. How infuriating. Look at Krillin's lifeless body. Memories flooded Sun Wukong's mind, training under Master Roshi, competing in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and confronting formidable foes side by side with Krillin. He had regarded Krillin as a brother, and now that brother lay slain before him. Krillin had been in a position of safety, merely spectating from afar. Yet he had sacrificed himself to save Sun Wukong. It was as though Krillin had willingly embraced death in place of Wukong. Overwhelmed by guilt, Sun Wukong's heart churned with indignation. Unforgivable. He bellowed, his body taut with rage. His fury reached a crescendo as a golden light enveloped him, momentarily returning to normal before his hair stood on end, transforming into a brilliant gold, only to revert again. The golden strands shimmered with each surge of his rising anger. How infuriating. Sun Wukong's head snapped upward, his pupils vanishing, replaced by a sea of white. A powerful gust of wind swept through, swirling dust and smoke, as his form seemed to dissolve into nothingness. Such strength. This power is terrifying. How has Wukong's energy suddenly surged, though his figure had vanished? Piccolo and the others could feel the potent aura emanating from the swirling mist, an aura they had previously sensed from Wu Fei. Could it be? Gohan murmured. As the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong materialized, transformed into a golden warrior. His hair, now a striking golden hue, stood upright, complemented by sharp eyebrows and piercing green eyes. A resplendent golden aura enveloped him, radiating with intensity. The gentle demeanor he usually exuded had given way to an icy ruthlessness. Indeed, Father has become a Super Saiyan, Gohan exclaimed, his excitement propelling him to leap in joy. Incredible. Wukong has reached such heights. Piccolo remarked, awestruck. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Yamcha, Tien, and others, witnessing a Super Saiyan for the first time, could only stand in astonished silence. Kakarot, that lowly warrior, has managed to transform into a Super Saiyan before me. Vegeta, equally astonished, could hardly believe it. Indeed, Krillin's demise has had a significant impact, Wu Fei murmured. A Saiyan with golden hair? Is this the Super Saiyan that our ancestor Chilled feared? Gula and King Cold were stricken with horror, immediately heightening their vigilance. Chapter 65. The Indomitable Power of Super Saiyan Goku. Goku knelt down and gently closed Krillin's wide, terrified eyes. Then, with a palm directed towards Krillin, a golden aura enveloped him, lifting his body into the air. Krillin's corpse floated, slowly gravitating towards Gohan and the others. Gohan, take care of Krillin's body. Yes. Gohan ascended into the sky, cradling Krillin's corpse and placing it carefully. Turning his gaze toward Gula, Goku's anger was now unmistakable. Now, I shall avenge Krillin. His countenance was chillingly cold, and an intense aura radiated from him. Upon witnessing Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, Gula's wariness escalated. Yet, he still harbored a deep-seated disdain for Goku. He coldly remarked, "Humph. So what if you have become a Super Saiyan? You are still no match for me. Though a Super Saiyan can vanquish Frieza, he cannot defeat me. After all, I am far superior to my worthless brother Frieza." Gula's tone dripped with derision. Meanwhile, Goku approached Gula steadily. With a swift motion, Goku's figure flickered and suddenly appeared before Gula. Bam! Goku delivered a powerful punch to Gula's abdomen. Ah! Gula's laughter was abruptly silenced. Staggering back several steps, he was filled with incredulity. He had underestimated the terrifying power Goku wielded as a Super Saiyan. Just as Gula contemplated this, Goku's assault came crashing down once more. Bam! This time, Gula was prepared and managed to block Goku's strike. However, Goku executed a sweeping kick. Bam! The blow connected squarely with Gula's face, distorting it and sending him hurtling backward. Goku continued his relentless pursuit. Damn it! Gula's body glowed with a purple radiance, and his power surged. Bam! 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 Goku and Gula were embroiled in an intense clash. Yet, Gula found himself unable to withstand Goku's fierce onslaught. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Goku's strength had multiplied 50-fold, boasting a combat power of 2.5 billion. In contrast, Gula's peak power was merely 200 million. Now in a frenzied state, Goku held nothing back. Under these circumstances, Gula was forced to retreat continuously. Damn it! It was only now that Gula truly grasped the terrifying nature of the Super Saiyan. In a similar form, his power surpassed Frieza's, exceeding 200 million. However, when compared to Goku, he fell short. After all, Sun Wukong's base battle power stands at 5 million, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat prowess skyrockets by 50-fold, reaching an astonishing 2.5 billion. Under the relentless assault of Sun Wukong, Gula finds himself retreating step by step. Wow, Dad is incredible. Is this the might of a Super Saiyan? Yamcha, Gohan, and the others exclaimed in awe. Meanwhile, the expression on King Cool's face shifted dramatically. Once dismissive of the Saiyans, he now felt an undeniable sense of trepidation. It appears that the words of his ancestor, Zild, were indeed prophetic. King Cool murmured to himself, "The formidable strength of the Super Saiyan has far exceeded his imagination." He finally comprehended why Frieza had fallen to a Super Saiyan's hand. Boom, boom, boom. Gula is still desperately fending off Sun Wukong's onslaught. Whoosh. Sun Wukong suddenly teleports behind Gula. Bang. A powerful punch sends Gula flying. Immediately, Sun Wukong unleashes the Kamehameha. Rumble. The Kamehameha erupts, enveloping the area in thick smoke. Gula has been thoroughly subdued by Sun Wukong. Chapter 66. Gula's final form, the mimetic Super Saiyan. Rumble. The smoke lingers. But now everyone can sense Gula's energy plummeting. Huff, huff. When Gula's figure reemerges, he appears utterly disheveled. Breathing heavily, he struggles to open his eyes, his body marred with wounds. Damn it. I, the king, have never suffered such grievous injuries in my life. After enduring a brutal beating from Sun Wukong, Gula is consumed by fury. Having roamed the universe for years, he has never experienced such profound humiliation. He raises his right hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the rage that had consumed him shifts, and a sinister grin spreads across his face. He gazes at Sun Wukong with newfound interest, and an eerie, chilling laughter fills the air. Hee. I am quite exhilarated. My blood is boiling. I have finally found a worthy opponent. You shall be the first to witness my true power. Nanny? Gula's words leave Yamcha and the others utterly astonished. Does Gula possess an even greater strength hidden within? Humph. I am nothing like my pathetic brother Frieza. My power far surpasses his. After all, I possess an additional transformation. Let me now reveal to you my true final form. Yaha. Gula bends down, beginning to gather energy. His aura surging dramatically. A fierce wind sweeps through, nearly blinding everyone. Had they not exerted their full energy to resist, they might have been swept away by this tempest. What immense power. Damn it. I did not anticipate that he still had a trump card. Realizing Gula's energy was escalating, Yamcha felt a twinge of concern. He sensed that this energy was even stronger than that of the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, stirring up dust, obscuring Gula's figure within the chaos. Although the figure of Gula remained elusive, the onlookers could distinctly sense the terrifying energy concealed within the smoke. As the haze dissipated, Gula's form emerged, transformed entirely from what it had been moments before. His physique had grown more robust, and 4 horns protruded from his head, while his face appeared to be obscured by a mask, completely concealing his mouth. The most striking change was the overwhelming surge of power radiating from him. Behold, this is my true strength. Gula bellowed with a maniacal laugh, his words dripping with arrogance. His gaze, laden with malice, fixed upon Sun Wukong as he coldly declared, "You detestable Saiyan, for you to force me to this extent, you possess considerable strength. Yet, I must inform you that before absolute power, you stand powerless. The pain you inflicted upon me shall be repaid 100-fold. With a swift motion, Gula vanished and reappeared before Sun Wukong, his tail sweeping towards him. Crack! Sun Wukong raised his hand to block the attack. Humph! Gula followed up with a punch, which was once again thwarted by Sun Wukong. The latter retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at Gula, who merely tilted his head to evade the blow effortlessly. Subsequently, Gula delivered a kick towards Sun Wukong, who successfully parried it with a sweeping motion. The two warriors found themselves locked in a fierce struggle once more. Despite Gula's remarkable surge in power post-transformation, Sun Wukong continued to withstand his onslaught. What an intense battle! Yamcha and the others murmured, captivated by the clash of absolute forces. Why is this happening? Vegeta, equally astounded, felt a deep sense of unwillingness. The stark disparity in strength between himself, Sun Wukong, and Gula weighed heavily upon him. He yearned to become a Super Saiyan. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, you are the prince of the Saiyans. Yet, unexpectedly, among the three of you, you are the weakest. King Cold mocked mercilessly. What did you say? Vegeta's anger flared uncontrollably. Humph, I could crush you underfoot whenever I desire. King Cold, with an air of disdain, swiftly appeared before Vegeta, his foot pressing down upon the prince's chest. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream escaped Vegeta's lips. As the prince of the Saiyans, noble blood coursed through his veins. Yet now, he found himself trampled beneath someone's foot, an affront to his dignity that he could scarcely endure. Curse it! Vegeta's veins bulged, his eyes blazing with fury. Humph! King Cold's visage twisted into a grimace as his foot twisted mercilessly. Ah! Blood seeped from Vegeta's chest, filling him with a burning sense of indignation. When had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? Countless scenes flashed through his mind. King Vegeta bowing to Frieza, forced to serve under him. Wu Fei. Son Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan. The disdainful gaze of King Cold. How infuriating. I am a prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta's roar echoed through the heavens. Nanny? Suddenly, King Cold felt a tremendous force emanating from beneath his feet, propelling him upward. His expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. He never anticipated that the seemingly doomed Vegeta would unleash such formidable power at a critical moment, sending tremors through his own feet. How infuriating. Enraged, King Cold unleashed an energy blast aimed directly at Vegeta, intending to end his life. However, a brilliant light began to flicker around Vegeta, forming a protective barrier that deflected the energy blast. King Cold was taken aback once more, just as he prepared to launch another attack. He noticed Vegeta's form slowly ascending, his once feeble aura steadily growing stronger. Vegeta closed his eyes, relaxing his body, quietly attuning himself to the changes within. His wounds healed, and his internal strength surged. Suddenly, Vegeta let out a thunderous shout, causing the ground to tremble and mountains to crumble. Compared to before, Vegeta had undergone a transformation. Like Goku, he radiated a golden light. Yet, unlike Goku, his eyebrows and hair remained a deep crimson. The aura he exuded resembled that of a Super Saiyan, albeit distinctly weaker. What has happened to Vegeta? Such a peculiar form. It resembles a Super Saiyan, yet pales in comparison. Nevertheless, his power had skyrocketed. Piccolo and the others were utterly perplexed. Truly, Vegeta is remarkable, Wu Fei murmured. He recognized this form. It was the ascended Super Saiyan. Perhaps it could be termed a half-step Super Saiyan. Chapter 67. The Strength of the Saiyan Prince. The Fall of King Cold. Nanny? King Cold was now filled with astonishment. He never expected that the barely breathing Vegeta could exhibit such potent energy. The prince has finally succeeded. Confidence returned to Vegeta's face, his conviction breaking through his limits, elevating his power to new heights. Though he knew he had yet to become a true Super Saiyan, he felt absolute assurance against King Cold. You wretched being, experience the wrath of a prince. Vegeta unleashed his energy, the golden light around him shining brighter than ever. Enveloped in golden flames, he charged toward King Cold. In an instant, he stood before the king. How swift! King Cold was taken aback. Boom! Vegeta delivered a powerful punch. The king of the Kurds was unable to defend himself in time and was struck squarely by a punch from Vegeta, staggering backwards under the relentless assault. The king of the Kurds cursed his fate. He had sensed Vegeta's power surging, yet he had not anticipated such a dramatic increase in strength. With a swift motion, Vegeta continued his pursuit, launching a series of fierce attacks. Despite the king's desperate attempts to block, he was forced to retreat further. This is my true power, Vegeta declared with unwavering confidence, having thoroughly subdued the king of the Kurds. Enraged by his predicament, the king recalled how he had previously beaten Vegeta to near unconsciousness. only to find himself on the receiving end of a beating now. In a fit of frustration, he aimed a heavy punch at Vegeta's face. However, it was effortlessly deflected. Vegeta tilted his head, disdain evident in his voice. Your strength is pitiful. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of punches, eliciting gut-wrenching screams from the king. As the proud leader of the Frieza race, it was his first experience of such humiliation. With a powerful knee strike to the king's abdomen, Vegeta sent him soaring into the air, followed by a barrage of energy waves that bombarded him relentlessly. Pathetic. Vegeta scoffed at the cloud of dust where the king had been, reveling in his dominance. The king had no ability to resist. Indeed, he was no match for Vegeta now. Though Vegeta had not transformed into a true Super Saiyan, his strength as a pseudo-Super Saiyan had surged by 30-fold from his base level, reaching over 1.3 billion, whereas the king's power barely surpassed 1 billion. Slightly lower than Frieza, Vegeta faced the king with ease and confidence. Now in a state of weakness and disarray, the king was covered in wounds. One of his horns shattered, losing all semblance of his former might. His face was a mask of horror as he realized he could not defeat the very Saiyan he had scorned. A creeping sense of fear took hold as he locked eyes with Vegeta, whose gaze was filled with murderous intent. As the enemy of my kind, I, the prince, shall not spare you. With a cold expression, Vegeta propelled himself towards the king, his foot pressing down into the ground, creating a dent. He hurled a punch, which the king, already gravely injured, could not hope to withstand. The impact of Vegeta's uppercut knocked the king's teeth out. Following this, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of blows, leaving the king battered and bruised. The aura of King Cold has now waned significantly, his strength diminished to a mere whisper. With a resounding thud, Vegeta delivered a crushing blow to King Cold's back, sending him hurtling toward the ground. Die. Vegeta's expression twisted into one of fierce determination, his murderous intent palpable. He extended his hands, palms converging with a radiant golden light, and then brought them together to form a golden energy wave. Final flash. Vegeta bellowed, unleashing the wave imbued with terrifying energy towards King Cold. What an overwhelming energy. Is Vegeta truly intending to end the battle right here? Whispered Gohan and his companions in awe. At that moment, King Cold too felt an acute sense of peril. The ferocious energy wave instilled in him a profound fear. In his current state, he stood no chance of withstanding such a force. No. Cooler, save me. King Cold cried out in despair. Yet it was too late. The energy wave had already reached him. Final flash at full power. Vegeta intensified his output. King Cold let out a wretched scream as the energy wave consumed him entirely. Boom. An explosion erupted, the ground caved in, and dust billowed into the air. Emerging from a massive crater, King Cold's lifeless form was revealed. His face was devoid of color, and he had completely ceased to breathe. King Cold had been slain by Vegeta. Incredible. Vegeta is astonishingly powerful. Yamcha and the others stood in stunned silence. Just moments prior, they had witnessed Vegeta being mercilessly crushed by King Cold, only for him to stage a miraculous comeback and annihilate the king. The drastic turn of events left them utterly astounded. Nothing more than that. Vegeta scoffed. The frustration that had once clouded his heart had evaporated, replaced by the unwavering confidence befitting a prince. Now, with his arms crossed, he watched with keen interest as Goku and Cooler clashed. However, he soon realized the situation was not as he had anticipated. He understood that Goku had truly transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power far surpassing his own. He had assumed Goku would easily handle Cooler, but instead, Goku found himself being thoroughly dominated. Goku was being relentlessly pushed back by Cooler. Even the might of a Super Saiyan seemed feeble in the face of such overwhelming strength. Boom. Cooler landed a heavy punch followed by a wave of energy that sent Goku crashing to the ground. Goku's breath came in labored gasps, exhaustion etched across his face. As the golden aura surrounding him dissipated, even his hair, eyebrows, and pupils returned to their original state. He had been so thoroughly beaten that he reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Nanny? Vegeta gasped in shock. He could hardly believe that Cooler, a being with an additional transformation beyond Frieza, could be so formidable. Chapter 68. The time to strike has come. A Super Saiyan is nothing more than that. Cooler laughed arrogantly, looking down disdainfully at Goku. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's power soared to an astounding 2.5 billion. Yet, in his final form at full power, Cooler boasted an overwhelming strength of 4.8 billion. In this circumstance, having gradually acclimated to his own might, Cooler effortlessly overpowered Sun Wukong. At this moment, Cooler was brimming with confidence. The Super Saiyan, once feared by his ancestor, was now utterly insignificant before him. As the strongest among the Frost Demons, he held no fear of the Super Saiyans. Cooler slowly turned his gaze toward Vegeta, a malevolent glint flickering in his eyes. You dared to slay my father. Your audacity is remarkable, he uttered coldly. During his battle with Sun Wukong, he had been acutely aware of the skirmish between Vegeta and King Cold. He had noted the precarious position of King Cold, realizing that with his power, he could have easily rescued his father from Vegeta's grasp. However, he refrained from intervening purely out of cold-heartedness. He felt no emotional bond with King Cold. While King Cold was indeed his father, Cooler was indifferent to his fate. What truly vexed him was that Vegeta had killed King Cold, a blatant provocation against their frost demon lineage. Cooler would not tolerate any disrespect towards his kind. Humph, how dare you take the life of one of our frost demons? I shall ensure you join my father in death. Cooler's eyes glinted with icy malice. Feeling the weight of Cooler's piercing glare, Vegeta's expression shifted abruptly from confidence to fear. The intensity of Cooler's soul-chilling eyes exerted an immense pressure upon him. Despite having transformed into a pseudo-Super Saiyan, he found himself momentarily paralyzed by this formidable aura. In an instant, before Vegeta could react, Cooler appeared right before him, his speed astonishingly swift. With a thunderous impact, Cooler's fist struck Vegeta squarely. Ah! Vegeta cried out in agony. In one swift motion, Cooler's tail ensnared Vegeta's neck, delivering a series of punishing blows. Vegeta could hardly withstand such ferocity, and his pseudo-Super Saiyan form was swiftly undone. With a flick of his tail, Cooler hurled Vegeta away. With a resounding crash, Vegeta collided with a mountain. Tumbling to the ground, his body soon buried beneath the cascading stones. Coughing and spluttering, the once proud Vegeta now lay in disarray. You're still alive? It seems your vitality is quite resilient, Cooler mused. He then concentrated a dark purple energy wave in his hand, intent on definitively ending Vegeta's life. At this moment, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were devoid of the strength to continue fighting, and their situation was dire. Meanwhile, Wu Fei stood at a distance, observing the unfolding events. He refrained from intervening, hoping to draw out the full potential of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. They had indeed surpassed their limits, reaching new heights. However, they had now reached their utmost limits, with no possibility of escaping this dire predicament. At that moment, a familiar electronic sound resonated in Wu Fei's ear. Ding! A new mission has been released. Defeat Gula. Reward, unknown. It seems that the time has indeed come for me to take action, Wu Fei murmured. Currently, Gula had unleashed the energy wave in his grasp, putting Vegeta's life in imminent danger. Whoosh! Wu Fei's figure flickered and suddenly appeared before Vegeta. With a swift motion of his right hand, he effortlessly deflected the energy wave. Boom! The energy wave exploded in the distant valley, unleashing tremendous destructive force. Thank you. Vegeta expressed his gratitude sincerely, as Wu Fei had once again saved his life. Humph! Another Saiyan, merely a harbinger of death. Gula regarded Wu Fei with disdain. Although he was aware that Wu Fei was a Super Saiyan, what did that matter? Frieza could be defeated by a Super Saiyan, but he would not share the same fate. After all, he had just triumphed over Goku, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. In his eyes, Wu Fei's fate would mirror that of Goku. As long as I defeat you, the Saiyan race will stand no chance. Today, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of your kind, Gula declared menacingly. Listening to Gula's words, Wu Fei smirked disdainfully. Creak. He began to stretch and prepare for battle. I believe, today, it will be the frost demons who face extinction. Wu Fei replied coldly. Ha ha ha. How laughable. Arrogant Saiyan, prepare to perish. Gula initiated the attack first. Yaha. Swish swish. Wu Fei erupted with a ferocious aura in an instant. Nanny? Observing Wu Fei's form, Gula was taken aback. He realized that Wu Fei's Super Saiyan form was unlike Goku's. The radiant glow enveloping Wu Fei, along with his hair, eyebrows, and pupils, did not turn golden but instead took on a yellow-green hue. Additionally, Wu Fei's height surged by 30 centimeters, and his physique became even more robust. How infuriating. What is happening? The lore among the frost demons had always proclaimed that Super Saiyans were golden warriors, yet Gula was now confronted by a yellow-green warrior. However, after a moment's hesitation, Gula's expression returned to normal. No matter how extravagant it appears, I will shatter it, Gula thought to himself. Approaching Wu Fei, Gula launched a direct punch. Wu Fei did not flinch, meeting him head-on. Bang! The two exchanged blows. Humph! I didn't expect you to possess some skill. You're far stronger than the previous Super Saiyan. Gula was greatly surprised. His previous full-force attack had been successfully blocked by Wu Fei. Encountering a formidable opponent only fueled Gula's fighting spirit. Yet you are much weaker than I anticipated, Wu Fei remarked nonchalantly. What did you say? Gula was instantly enraged, launching a fierce assault on Wu Fei. Bang bang bang. Wu Fei blocked Gula's attacks one after another. The two became embroiled in a fierce battle, and the shockwaves produced by their clash had a significant impact on the surroundings. Boom. The mountains crumbled, the ground caved in, and fissures began to form. Crack. A profound chasm opened up beneath Sun Wukong. Weakened and drained of strength, he found himself entirely incapable of action, forced to plummet into the abyss. Father! Son Gohan cried out in distress, swiftly soaring to rescue Sun Wukong from his perilous descent. Despite Piccolo's grievances towards Vegeta, he nonetheless chose to transport him to safety. Recognizing that in Vegeta's current state, He would surely sustain further injuries if caught in the clash between Wu Fei and Gula. Such formidable power. What a fierce confrontation this is. Yamcha and the others marveled at the intense fluctuations of energy. Chapter 69. Defeating Gula, the fall of the Ice Demon clan. How infuriating. Gula had never anticipated that his assault would prove ineffective against Wu Fei. Regardless of how ferociously he struck, Wu Fei effortlessly withstood each blow. With a flurry of movements, Gula concentrated countless energy blasts in his palms and hurled them at Wu Fei. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed persistently. The sheer magnitude of this wide-ranging energy wave drained a considerable amount of Gula's strength, leaving him noticeably weakened. This time, you shall not withstand it. Gula scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips, brimming with confidence in his expansive energy wave. No matter how powerful Wu Fei was, he would surely be injured. However, in the next instant, Gula was taken aback. As the smoke dissipated, Wu Fei emerged unscathed, encased in a yellow-green protective shield. Gula's energy wave had inflicted no harm upon him. Huh. Your attack feels like merely a tickle, Wu Fei remarked dismissively. What did you say? Damned monkey. Gula exploded with rage. With a triumphant roar, his purple aura intensified, and his energy surged. 100 full power. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing his full might. Boom. He unleashed an enormous shockwave. A purple-black surge of terrifying energy barreling towards Wu Fei. Humph. Wu Fei let out a cold chuckle, placing his palms on his hips. Kamehameha. He opted to meet Gula's force head-on. Bang. The collision of the purple-black and blue-white auras created a resounding impact. Rumbling. The tremendous force caused the ground to cave in, mountains to crumble, and fierce winds to howl. Yamcha and the others, watching from a distance, exerted their full energy to barely withstand the violent shockwaves from the two energy blasts. How vexing. In stark contrast to Wu Fei's relaxed demeanor, Gula's face contorted with effort, revealing his struggle. Even with all his strength at 100, he could not match Wu Fei's overwhelming energy. Desperately pushing himself to gain the upper hand, he found it utterly futile. Wu Fei's lips curled into a smirk, radiating disdain. Huh. His aura blazed even brighter. Nanny? Gula suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, the Kamehameha wave expanded rapidly, relentlessly advancing forward. Now, Wu Fei has successfully subdued Gula. Gula exerts all his strength, attempting to reverse his misfortune, yet to no avail. The Kamehameha wave relentlessly erodes the violet-black energy wave, steadily advancing towards Gula. Bang! Gula's face reflects sheer terror as the Kamehameha wave draws near. A profound sense of helplessness wells up within him. He realizes he cannot withstand this energy wave. Thunderous. The Kamehameha wave explodes, completely engulfing Gula's figure. The ground collapses instantaneously, a colossal fissure extending into the distance. Such terrifying destructive power. This is the true strength of Wu Fei. Gula is doomed. Yamcha and the others express their astonishment. As the smoke dissipates, Gula's silhouette emerges. He gasps for air, drenched in sweat. The fear etched upon his face remains unabated. Although he has endured Wu Fei's assault, he has sustained considerable injuries. Having expended vast amounts of energy, he can barely summon even half of his original strength. For the first time in his life, he experiences such intense feelings of defeat. The confidence he once brimmed with has now been replaced by overwhelming fear. To him, Wu Fei appears as a demon, one that could take his life at any moment. In Gula's heart, a flicker of desperation begins to emerge, a notion of pleading for mercy. Even he, deep down, is filled with trepidation at the thought of death. Whoosh! Just as Gula hesitates internally, Wu Fei suddenly materializes before him. Bang! Wu Fei delivers a direct punch. Gula gasps, expelling a mouthful of blood. Staggering back, he clutches his abdomen with both hands, reeling from the impact. His stomach churns violently, almost forcing his intestines out. It is time for you to descend into hell, Wu Fei states coldly. Gula feels an icy chill wash over him at Wu Fei's words. They strike his heart like a death sentence. Bang! Wu Fei launches another punch. Gula extends his right arm, summoning all his strength to block the attack. Creak. However, the sound of cracking bones fills the air, and his right arm is rendered useless by Wu Fei. The excruciating pain compels Gula to cry out. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Fei follows up with a series of punches. Gula, in a severely weakened state, cannot withstand Wu Fei's onslaught. Wu Fei's base combat power has reached 10 million, and after entering his transcendent form, his strength is beyond what Gula can compare to. Each of his strikes is a critical blow, every move a fatal threat. Gula's aura has grown exceedingly frail. Initially, he could manage a feeble resistance, but now he can only endure the relentless assault. The fate of your frozen demon clan ends here. Bang! Wu Fei delivers a knee strike to Gula's abdomen. PFF. Gula collapses to the ground, unable to hold himself up. Kneeling in supplication? How amusing. Wu Fei's voice drips with derision. Damn it. Gula's veins bulge, rage surging through him as he feels provoked. He wished to launch a counterattack. yet found himself devoid of the strength to rise. Whoosh! Wu Fei's figure flickered and suddenly appeared behind Gula. Away with you! He grasped Gula's tail and, with a powerful motion, hurled him into the sky. Gula felt himself rapidly retreating, ascending farther from the ground. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him, the long-deceased King Cooled. The king had also been cast into the air by Wu Fei. Bang! Gula had no time to evade and was struck squarely by the impact of King Cooled's body. Gula spat out a mouthful of purple blood, his body suffering yet another grievous blow. Kamehameha. Meanwhile, Wu Fei stood on the ground, unleashing a wave of energy. No! Gula's anguished cry resonated through the heavens. Bang! The Kamehameha wave accurately struck both Gula and King Cooled. Wu Fei's aura blazed brightly, his energy intensifying once more. And the power contained within the Kamehameha wave grew ever more terrifying. The wave propelled Gula and King Cooled's bodies further from the ground, soaring until they breached the atmosphere, ultimately being thrust into the sun. Boom! The Kamehameha wave finally exploded. The immense energy of the wave, combined with the sun's terrifying heat, melted both Gula and King Cooled completely. The mightiest of the Ice Demon clan had perished on the spot. Chapter 70, Super Saiyan Full Power, The Great Revelation. Done. Wu Fei murmured. At this moment, Gula and King Cooled had been utterly annihilated. Gula's strength was indeed formidable, yet it posed no challenge to Wu Fei. Even without transforming into the second tier of Super Saiyan, Wu Fei effortlessly overpowered Gula. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have defeated Gula. Mission accomplished. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, Super Saiyan Full Power. A look of delight graced Wu Fei's face. He was thoroughly satisfied with this reward. Super Saiyan Full Power could be regarded as the pinnacle of Super Saiyan transformation, possessing immense energy while eliminating the rapid stamina depletion characteristic of Super Saiyan form, thereby avoiding unnecessary energy loss. This state represented the zenith of Super Saiyan strength. In the original narrative, it was in the clash with Cell that Goku achieved this level. Now, Wu Fei could confidently declare himself the apex within the current realm of the Dragon Ball universe. Uncle Wu Fei, you are so powerful. Gohan gazed at him with admiration. Yamcha, Piccolo, and others were equally awestruck by Wu Fei's might. Especially Goku and Vegeta, who lay wounded on the ground, felt utterly powerless against Gula. The stark contrast in the situation made Goku and Vegeta acutely aware of the vast gulf in strength between them and Wu Fei. Subsequently, Wu Fei produced some Senzu beans and distributed them to Goku and Vegeta. After consuming the mystical beans, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had fully regained their strength. Wu Fei and his companions had departed from Earth for a year, and the long-awaited reunion sparked a nostalgic conversation among them. Meanwhile, the aloof Vegeta had little to say, his arms crossed, and his expression calm as he leaned against a nearby stone. Who is he? He appears quite formidable. Could he, like Wukong and Mr. Wu Fei, also be a Saiyan? Bulma's gaze towards Vegeta was filled with curiosity, as this was her first encounter with him. She sensed a distinct difference in his demeanor, despite his association with Wu Fei and Sun Wukong. Indeed, Bulma, his name is Vegeta. Wukong responded. Vegeta. Bulma repeated softly to herself. He is the very Saiyan who invaded Earth before. Yamcha remarked coldly. He harbored lingering resentment towards Vegeta, as the traumatic memory of being killed by the vegetable creature still haunted him. That creature had been brought by Vegeta. At that time, Vegeta had even attempted to eliminate everyone and conquer Earth. However, Wu Fei intervened, thwarting Vegeta's ambitions. Yamcha was perplexed as to why Vegeta was still alive and accompanied Wu Fei and Sun Wukong back to Earth. He could not comprehend why Wu Fei and Sun Wukong chose not to eliminate such a notorious villain. Although, given the current circumstances, it seemed Vegeta would no longer pose a threat to Earth. Even if he had ulterior motives, he would not dare to stir trouble in the presence of Wu Fei and Sun Wukong. Yet, Vegeta was once their adversary. Yamcha still found it impossible to forgive him. In the distance, Vegeta had caught wind of Yamcha's words. He turned his head towards Yamcha and coldly remarked, Not satisfied, are you? If you find me unpleasant, feel free to strike at any moment. I wouldn't mind granting you another demise. Vegeta held Yamcha in utter disdain. However, should Yamcha dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. How infuriating. Yamcha clenched his fists, glaring intensely at Vegeta, yet he refrained from taking action. Despite his fury, he understood the insurmountable chasm that lay between them. Master Yamcha, you must remain calm. Her, who stood nearby, urged anxiously, not wishing for any untoward incident to befall Yamcha. Oh dear, since the past is behind us, let us try to let go. Bulma then turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, come over here. It's rather dull to stand alone. Hey, Bulma. Yamcha's face was filled with confusion. He felt as though Bulma had lost her mind. He had never anticipated that Bulma would so readily engage in conversation with the cold-blooded Saiyan. What was more concerning was that Bulma was his girlfriend. How could she casually speak to a stranger? Yamcha's frustration grew immensely. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained ungrateful for the attention. Humph, wretched woman, don't bother me. Vegeta coldly replied. How dare he refer to this young lady as a wretched woman? Such a lack of appreciation. At present, Bulma is in a state of considerable discontent. Marching furiously towards Vegeta, she is determined to engage in a serious discussion with him. Bulma, don't go. It's dangerous. Yamcha expresses his concern. It's fine. I trust that Vegeta won't lay a hand on Bulma. Goku chuckles, finding amusement in the situation. Haha. It's the first time I've heard someone refer to Bulma as a foul woman. Goku laughs heartily, clearly entertained. Wu Fei observes Bulma and Vegeta, smiling silently. Who is it? Nanny? Soon, everyone senses a powerful aura emerging. Goku and the others instantly become alert. They have just repelled Cooler and King Cold. Could there be another invasion of Earth? It must be him. Wu Fei murmurs. Swish, swish, swish. Goku and the others immediately fly toward the source of the aura. Soon, they arrive in a valley where the energy is palpable ahead. They spot a peculiar machine not far in front, from which a young boy leaps down. Indeed, it's him. Wu Fei thinks to himself. This boy sports a striking purple middle-part hairstyle, dressed in black attire and a blue jacket. With a long sword slung over his back, his overall appearance is quite fashionable. It is none other than Trunks from the future timeline. Trunks, upon seeing Goku and the others, is equally astonished. Aside from his mother Bulma, he can only recognize the others through her descriptions. After all, he has primarily learned about the Dragon Ball warriors through her words. Strange. Why can't I sense King Cold and Frieza's energy? Am I late? Or have they not arrived? Trunks suddenly feels something amiss. Could this world be different from what Mom described? He ponders. Meanwhile, Goku and the others observe Trunks from a distance, unaware of the identity of the suddenly appearing youth or the intentions behind his arrival. Chapter 71. The Crisis of the Future Timeline. Trunks is now carefully scrutinizing Goku and the others. Silence hangs in the air, creating an awkward atmosphere as they stare at each other. Why are you here? Speak. Wu Fei finally breaks the silence. Trunks is momentarily taken aback by Wu Fei's presence. He finds Wu Fei exceedingly unfamiliar and knows nothing of his identity. Bulma from the future had shared many tales of the Dragon Ball warriors, yet Wu Fei was notably absent from those stories. What is going on? However, perplexed as he is, Trunks brushes aside his confusion and approaches Goku, stating, You must be Mr. Son Goku. Nanny, you know me? Goku appears utterly astonished. He knows nothing about this young boy, yet the boy seems to be very familiar with him. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. May I have a moment of your time? Of course. Though Goku is uncertain of Trunks' motives, he agrees. The two then fly away to converse privately. Such theatrics. As Trunks and Goku departed, Vegeta exhibited a palpable disdain. He remained utterly perplexed by the enigmatic demeanor of the young lad and pondered what schemes he might be concocting. What do you understand? He thought. That boy surely has something of great significance to discuss with Goku. For reasons unknown, Bulma had recently taken to relentlessly challenging Vegeta. Vegeta turned his head, unwilling to engage with Bulma. At that moment, Gohan and Yamcha, among others, were visibly astonished. They were well aware of Vegeta's temperament. He was not one to be trifled with. Any slight against him would surely provoke swift retribution. Yet, they found it curious that despite Bulma's fervent provocations, Vegeta refrained from retaliating against her. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been left lifeless, seemingly attuned to the thoughts of Gohan and his companions. Vegeta declared with a haughty air, This prince does not strike women, nor will I stoop to quarrel with one. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, a smile graced Bulma's face. Not quarreling with women? I never expected you to possess such chivalry. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding flashed through Yamcha's mind. Bulma, come back. Do not approach that detestable fellow. To his dismay, Bulma remained unconcerned. It's fine. Vegeta isn't as bad as you make him out to be. Yamcha felt utterly helpless in that moment. Meanwhile, Trunks and Goku had ventured far enough away that Gohan and Vegeta could merely glimpse their figures, unable to discern their conversation. However, for Piccolo and Wu Fei, this posed no challenge. As a Namekian, Piccolo possessed acute hearing, while Wu Fei, with his formidable prowess, could easily perceive their dialogue. In the distance, as Trunks uttered a statement, Goku's face transformed with astonishment, causing him to stumble backward, nearly losing his balance. What? Are you serious? You are the child of Bulma and Vegeta? Goku exclaimed, punctuating his disbelief with 3 question marks. Indeed, Mr. Goku, Trunks replied, a hint of shyness evident in his demeanor. It was truly astonishing that Bulma had married Vegeta. Such a notion seemed inconceivable. I always believed Bulma would wed Yamcha, Goku remarked, glancing over, his gaze flitting between Bulma and Vegeta. How strange. Why is Goku looking this way? Who is he observing? Yamcha and the others gasped. Subsequently, Trunks and Goku resumed their conversation. Trunks inquired about King Cold and Frieza's whereabouts, only to learn that they had been eliminated. The one responsible for their demise was Wu Fei, a stranger to Trunks. In that moment, Trunks truly recognized that the world had deviated from what he had known. Nevertheless, he was certain that events had not unfolded in a more dire manner. After revealing his identity to Goku, Trunks proceeded to recount the occurrences of his future timeline. Son Wukong passed away due to heart disease. The formidable androids 17 and 18 emerged, unleashing a wave of relentless slaughter. The Dragon Ball warriors fell one after another, plunging the world into despair. Trunks' words struck terror into Son Wukong, who could scarcely fathom the cataclysmic changes that would transpire in just 3 years. How infuriating! To have succumbed to heart disease and missed the chance to confront the androids you mentioned is truly lamentable. Son Wukong's tone was tinged with melancholy. Do not worry, Mr. Wukong. This time, you shall not perish from heart disease, exclaimed Trunks, producing a small vial of medicine crafted by his mother. This special medicine will help you through this ordeal. Wow, thank you. As expected of Bulma, she can invent anything. Upon receiving the miraculous remedy for his ailment, Son Wukong's spirit soared. Trunks then engaged in further conversation with Son Wukong, and soon, they were sparring. Trunks, brimming with confidence, prompted Son Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan. Recalling the exhilarating sensation of his recent transformation and the sight of Krillin's demise at the hands of Frieza, a surge of rage surged within Son Wukong. With a swift and powerful breath, he successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Mr. Wukong is indeed formidable, exclaimed Trunks, who also ascended into his Super Saiyan form. Let us commence. The two warriors began their bout. What's happening? Yamchu, Tien, and the other onlookers were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that this young man was also a Super Saiyan. How infuriating! Vegeta clenched his fists and struck a nearby rock, shattering it into dust. A profound sense of defeat washed over him. Although he had attained the ability to transform into a pseudo-Super Saiyan, he recognized the vast chasm that still lay between him and the true Super Saiyans. With the emergence of yet another Super Saiyan, following Wu Fei and Son Wukong, and this one being a mere youth, Vegeta felt a crushing sense of humiliation as his pride was trampled upon. He, the proud prince of the Saiyans, of noble blood, was now overshadowed by lesser warriors. Damn it! Vegeta seethed inwardly, his fists clenched tightly. Soon, Trunks and Son Wukong's sparring session concluded. They had merely gauged each other's abilities, gaining a clearer understanding of their respective strengths. Chapter 72, A Shared Goal, Diligent Training. Mr. Wukong is indeed impressive. It seems my mother was right. You are a powerful warrior, Trunks remarked, reflecting on their recent encounter, realizing that his strength was nearly on par with Son Wukong's. While both could transform into Super Saiyans, Trunks felt certain that if they both fought with all their might, he would undoubtedly be defeated. What are my chances against the androids? Trunks shook his head, remarking, although you possess great strength, there remains a considerable gap compared to the androids. Understanding this, Goku did not feel disheartened. On the contrary, his gaze was infused with fervor, and his fighting spirit surged. The prospect of encountering formidable opponents invigorated him, fueling his resolve to train diligently. As if recalling a thought, Goku spoke, Mr. Wu Fei's power far surpasses mine. I wonder how he would fare against the androids. Trunks then turned his attention to Wu Fei. Nanny? Trunks' expression suddenly shifted, revealing profound astonishment, as he found himself unable to detect Wu Fei's true energy. At that moment, Wu Fei emanated an aura that felt unfathomable to Trunks. My strength is not something you can easily perceive. A voice echoed in Trunks' mind. He looked ahead to find Wu Fei gazing directly at him, and the intensity of that penetrating stare caused Trunks to stagger, drenched in cold sweat. How incredibly strong! Trunks marveled, acutely aware that Wu Fei's prowess eclipsed his own. The pressure Wu Fei exuded was akin to that of the two loathsome androids. Perhaps he could contend with them. A fleeting thought crossed Trunks' mind. He genuinely believed that the enigmatic Wu Fei might possess the capability to confront the troublesome androids. He repeatedly recalled Bulma's words, but found no recollection of Wu Fei. It seemed this world had indeed undergone transformation, introducing a powerful entity unknown to his mother. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, such formidable strength on Earth was undoubtedly a boon. With your presence and that of Mr. Wu Fei, perhaps this world can avert such tragedies. Trunks expressed, your strength is truly beyond my imagination. Is Mr. Wu Fei's power truly that formidable? He pondered, realizing that for him, the androids might not pose as significant a challenge. Yet, Goku, ever the warrior, was unwilling to merely play the spectator. His goal was crystal clear, to train vigorously to vanquish the androids that would emerge in 3 years. After exchanging a few more words with Goku, Trunks prepared to return to his timeline. The time machine ascended slowly, and Trunks waved goodbye, saying, see you in 3 years. Goku. With a whoosh, Trunks and the time machine vanished before the onlookers' eyes. How peculiar. What manner of machine did that boy use to disappear so suddenly? They wondered. We know nothing of his identity, yet he seems quite knowledgeable about us. Who would have thought he is also a Saiyan? Bulma, Yamcha, and the others engaged in animated discussion. Once Goku arrived, The group immediately surrounded him with inquiries. After all, he had conversed with that boy for quite some time and must possess a wealth of information. Who is that boy? How can he transform into a Super Saiyan? He came to see you for what purpose? Why did you two just engage in a scuffle? What is it with that fellow who keeps glancing over here? At this moment, Sun Wukong appeared somewhat awkward, overwhelmed by the multitude of inquiries he found difficult to address. Naturally, he could not reveal Trunks' identity, and in the heat of their previous conversation, he had not retained all the details. He was aware that formidable artificial beings would emerge in the future, but the specifics eluded him. Rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, Sun Wukong was at a loss for words. I shall speak, interjected Wu Fei from the side. Nanny, were you privy to our earlier conversation? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Wu Fei nodded affirmatively. At this moment, Sun Gohan, Tien Shinhan, Vegeta, and the others were left utterly astonished. Despite the considerable distance, they had heard none of the dialogue, yet Wu Fei seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of the exchange. How was he capable of this? Piccolo was equally astonished. He had believed himself to be the only one endowed with extraordinary hearing due to his unique physiology. It appeared he had underestimated the situation. Wu Fei then succinctly recounted the conversation between Sun Wukong and Trunks, providing everyone with a general understanding of the circumstances. Of course, he refrained from disclosing Trunks' identity. Artificial beings? Stronger than Wukong? Yamcha exclaimed in disbelief. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, pondering why they continually encountered such formidable adversaries. First, it was the Saiyans invading Earth, then Frieza, King Cold, and Guldo, and now they were to face artificial beings. To protect the planet, it was imperative that they all dedicated themselves to rigorous training, Sun Wukong asserted. 3 years from now, this prince shall surely surpass Kakarot and crush those artificial beings. Vegeta declared with unwavering confidence. Although his current strength paled in comparison to Sun Wukong's, he was resolute that through his diligent training, he would eclipse Sun Wukong in 3 years. After all, he was a noble Saiyan prince and could not be outdone by that lowly warrior. You should first transform into a Super Saiyan before you consider surpassing Wukong. It is simply impossible, Yamcha remarked, his irritation towards Vegeta palpable. What did you say? Do you wish to meet your demise? Yamcha's words seemed to strike a nerve with Vegeta, who immediately emanated a fierce aura, glaring menacingly at Yamcha. Yamcha felt an overwhelming pressure, rendering him immobile, as if Vegeta were truly intent on eliminating him. Fortunately, with Sun Wukong and others intervening, Vegeta refrained from escalating the situation. Being taunted by a lesser character only strengthened Vegeta's resolve to become more powerful. With matters now settled, everyone returned to their respective homes. Yet, they all shared a common goal, to train diligently and grow stronger in preparation for the crises that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Wu Fei returned to his secluded island, continuing to lead a leisurely and comfortable life. Chapter 73, Uninvited Guests. Broly and his father, the inhabitants, were thoroughly enjoying their tranquil existence as the days passed by serenely. Before long, a year had slipped away, during which everyone had made considerable strides in their strength. However, this year-long period of peace was abruptly shattered by the arrival of several uninvited guests. Within the vast expanse of the galaxy, a colossal spaceship was swiftly navigating through the cosmos. Inside the vessel, several figures could be discerned. Lord Paragus, we shall soon arrive at Earth. A diminutive bird-like creature, sporting a prominent beak, respectfully addressed the figure seated before him. This figure, tall and slender with dark skin and a thick mustache, was none other than the Saiyan Paragus. Excellent. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, I have come for you, he proclaimed. The torment you and your father inflicted upon my son and me shall be repaid 100-fold. You will have no opportunity to resist. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes, and a sinister, eerie laughter echoed throughout the confines of the spaceship. Broly, when the time comes, we shall ensure that Vegeta witnesses the full extent of your power. You need only to trample him underfoot and ruthlessly devastate him. Paragus turned to a towering figure beside him, who bore a disheveled mane of hair and wore a headband. It was none other than Paragus's son, Broly. Yet, Broly appeared rather daft and timid, exuding an air of cowardice. Nonetheless, only a select few were privy to the terrifying power concealed within this seemingly meek individual. After all, Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan, endowed with prodigious talent. From the moment of his birth, he possessed an astounding battle power of 10,000, rendering him a formidable force among the Saiyans. In fact, upon his arrival, Goku had been so frightened that he cried out in terror. The newborn Broly instilled a profound sense of crisis in King Vegeta, who feared that Broly's eventual growth might threaten his own dominance. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the infant. Paragus, holding a significant position on planet Vegeta, sought an audience with King Vegeta to plead for his son's life, only to be met with the grim fate of being condemned to death alongside Broly. However, Broly's prodigious strength enabled them to escape, as he activated a protective shield, allowing himself and Paragus to flee. They ventured to the South Galaxy to survive, where Broly's might continued to burgeon. Paragus, seizing the opportunity presented by his son's power, waged wars across various planets. With Broly's unparalleled prowess, they encountered no formidable adversaries. In the South Galaxy, Paragus and Broly flourished, establishing an empire. Yet, the resentment Paragus harbored towards King Vegeta lingered, unyielding. Following the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza, Paragus had believed the Saiyans to be extinct. However, not long ago, he received shocking news. The notorious trio of King Cold, Frieza, and Cooler had met their demise, slain by the hands of Saiyans. The revelation that Saiyans still existed left Paragus utterly astounded. He dispatched his subordinates to further investigate, and soon learned the whereabouts of several Saiyans. They resided on Earth. Most importantly, Vegeta was still alive. With King Vegeta deceased, it was time to seek vengeance upon his son. Paragus quickly devised a plan in his heart. His objective was to slay Vegeta, avenging the humiliation endured by both him and his father in the past. As for ruling Earth, that was merely a secondary consideration. Such formidable energy. It seemed that a strong adversary was approaching. Wu Fei was fishing when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura drawing near to Earth. Simultaneously, Goku, Vegeta, Krillin, and the rest of the Dragon Ball warriors also felt this presence. How vexing. What was going on? Had the androids arrived ahead of schedule? Was there an error in the intel? Hadn't it been stated that they would appear in 3 years? It had only been a year. Despite their confusion, everyone sprang into action. A massive spaceship descended from the sky, thundering as it landed on a plain. The hatch opened, and Paragus along with Broly stepped out. What a beautiful planet. I almost feel reluctant to destroy it, Paragus murmured. Just then, several figures charged towards them from a distance. Wu Fei, Goku, Vegeta, and the others made their entrance. Oh, I didn't come looking for you, yet you've come right to my doorstep. Paragus smirked disdainfully. Could they be the androids? Krillin expressed his confusion. They arrived in a spaceship, so clearly they are not. Gohan stated. Then who are they? Yamcha was even more perplexed. Only Wu Fei and Vegeta recognized the identities of Paragus and Broly. Vegeta crossed his arms, astonished yet somewhat contemptuous. Paragus, it seems you are still alive. It is indeed a miracle that you have survived for so long. Hatred flickered in Paragus's eyes as he glared at Vegeta. You bear a striking resemblance to King Vegeta. Vegeta, allow me to be frank. We have come to Earth for revenge. King Vegeta, fearing Broly's strength, sought to eliminate both of us. He was truly a brutal man. Now that King Vegeta is dead, it is your turn to atone for your father's sins. Paragus's words dripped with malice. Humph. Revenge? We shall see if you possess the capability. Vegeta dismissed Paragus's words with disdain, responding with equal resolve. Ha! Vegeta, you are utterly arrogant. You cannot even begin to fathom Broly's power. Soon, you will be thoroughly trampled by him. We will make you experience true humiliation. Paragus spoke with unwavering confidence in Broly's strength. Broly had reigned over the South Galaxy for years, facing few challengers. And dealing with an arrogant Vegeta would be a mere trifle. Enough chatter. Let the battle commence. Proud Vegeta would certainly not tolerate being looked down upon by others. Broly, unleash your true power. This time, do not hold back. Ensure that you thoroughly defeat Vegeta. Paragus turned to Broly. After hearing his father's command, Broly stepped forward. Just how formidable is his strength? Observing Broly's awkward demeanor and evasive gaze, Krillin and the others were filled with doubt. Humph, with such a foolish appearance. Watch as I teach you a harsh lesson. Though Vegeta had often heard his father mention Broly's exceptional fighting talent since childhood as the Prince of the Saiyans, he had never regarded Broly as a worthy opponent. Chapter 74, Vegeta vs. Broly. Oh, Vegeta bent down, veins bulging on his forehead, his roar resonating through the heavens. The aura surrounding him surged dramatically. Simultaneously, a fierce wind radiated outward from Vegeta's center. What a terrifying power. Could it be that Vegeta also? Goku and the others were utterly astonished. They could sense Vegeta's ferocious energy continuing to escalate. After a considerable time, Vegeta's shouting finally ceased. Rustling. Now, a golden aura enveloped Vegeta. His hair and eyebrows transformed to a brilliant gold, while his pupils shifted to green. Indeed, Vegeta has reached that level. Goku murmured. Vegeta had ascended to Super Saiyan. Yamcha, Piccolo, and the others were utterly astonished. They realized that the energy emanating from Vegeta was far greater than what Goku had exhibited when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta flashed a wicked smile, his face brimming with confidence. You will never comprehend the immense effort I have invested to become a Super Saiyan. I will cherish this power immensely. Now, let me show you the true might of a Super Saiyan. Despite Vegeta's current grandeur, only he knew the bittersweet truth behind it. A year ago, he had witnessed Wu Fei, Goku, and future Trunks transform into Super Saiyans. Meanwhile, he, the proud prince of the Saiyans, could merely achieve the form of a pseudo-Super Saiyan. At that time, Vegeta was filled with resentment. Driven by an unquenchable desire to grow stronger, he relentlessly honed his skills. Through rigorous training, almost akin to self-torture, Vegeta successfully broke through and transformed into a Super Saiyan. He was convinced that as a Super Saiyan, he surpassed Goku by leaps and bounds. Now, however, Broly stood as his first true challenge. Yet, upon witnessing Vegeta as a Super Saiyan, Paragus remained unimpressed. Even if you have transformed into a Super Saiyan, you are still no match for Broly. Creak. Vegeta clenched his fist, casting a cold gaze upon Paragus. Humph. You old fool who hides behind a tiger's power. His icy stare seemed to threaten to strangle Paragus directly. Paragus, terrified, began to sweat profusely, no longer daring to meet Vegeta's gaze. After all, with a battle power of less than 10,000, he was utterly powerless against the pressure exerted by Vegeta. Broly, swiftly and mercilessly devastate him, Paragus urged, turning toward Broly. Having just been humiliated by Vegeta, he felt an urgent need to reclaim his dignity. Broly's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Vegeta. Unfazed, Vegeta retorted coldly, Humph. You dim-witted giant. Allow me to demonstrate who the true mightiest Saiyan is. With a powerful thrust of his legs, the ground beneath Vegeta erupted into a crater as he launched himself forward like a missile. Thud. Vegeta's fist connected squarely with Broly, forcing him to stagger back several paces. Is that all? Vegeta scoffed, pressing the attack. Initially, Broly managed to withstand Vegeta's onslaught, but after several exchanges, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. A sharp uppercut from Vegeta sent Broly soaring through the air. Boom. The onslaught continued as Vegeta executed a sweeping kick that struck Broly's calf. Before Broly could mount a defense, another punch from Vegeta sent him hurtling away. Crash. Broly landed at the base of a mountain, debris cascading down to obscure him. What a terrifying display of power. This was sheer domination. How could Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan form, be so formidable? Krillin, Gohan, and the others were utterly astonished. The level of suppression Vegeta exhibited was unprecedented in their experience. Nanny? How could this be? The one most shocked was Paragus. Broly, a force to be reckoned with across the southern galaxy, had rarely encountered opposition under Paragus's command, seemingly invincible. Yet now, he was being thoroughly overwhelmed by Vegeta, an experience Paragus had never witnessed before. In his mind, Broly was the ultimate warrior, but now he appeared utterly defenseless. Paragus felt a chilling dread wash over him. Is this the so-called mightiest Saiyan, Broly? How laughable. The prince has merely been warming up. He has yet to reveal his true prowess. With his arms crossed confidently, Vegeta declared, this is the strength of a Saiyan prince, not something that can be easily shaken. Broly. Paragus found it hard to believe, hastily flying toward the ruins in an attempt to awaken Broly. Suddenly, as Paragus approached the rubble, a tremendous energy erupted from within. Debris flew in all directions, nearly injuring him. Broly's figure slowly ascended, transformed beyond recognition. His hair had taken on a blue-green hue, surrounded by a radiant golden aura. And a ferocious energy surged from within him. Most importantly, he was no longer timid or evasive. His gaze was resolute and chillingly fierce. Humph, have you grown stronger? What of it? Broly's energy had indeed intensified, but Vegeta remained undeterred, continuing his assault on Broly. Thud. Vegeta's fist was effortlessly blocked by Broly. In response, Vegeta unleashed another punch, only to be thwarted once more by Broly, who retaliated with a powerful blow that sent Vegeta reeling. Infuriated, Vegeta's aura flared intensely, his energy surging as he summoned a greater strength. The two warriors became embroiled in a fierce clash. Initially, they appeared evenly matched. However, as the battle progressed, the tide began to turn in Broly's favor. Vegeta, veins protruding and his expression twisted with rage, realized that Broly's power was continuously escalating. An unforeseen development that caught him entirely off guard. Despite exerting all his might, he found himself gradually succumbing to defeat. Indeed, Broly, having transformed into a Super Saiyan in a striking teal hue, had surpassed Vegeta's abilities by a considerable margin. With a flurry of punches aimed at Broly, Vegeta struck repeatedly. Yet, Broly absorbed the blows without so much as a hint of discomfort. As he acclimated to the immense power within him, Broly began to disregard Vegeta's attacks entirely. With a swift motion, Broly seized Vegeta by the throat, a chilling laughter escaping his lips. He then delivered a devastating knee strike to Vegeta's abdomen. The anguished cry that erupted from Vegeta echoed through the air. Broly released his grip, following up with a punishing punch aimed at Vegeta. Instantly, Vegeta donned a mask of agony as he was propelled backward, crashing through several mountains before finally coming to a halt. Breathing heavily, Vegeta's energy was significantly depleted. In an instant, his hair, eyebrows, and pupils reverted to their original state, signaling the end of his Super Saiyan transformation. Chapter 75, Son Goku and Broly. Ha! Vegeta, do you now comprehend the terror of my son Broly? In his presence, you are as fragile as an ant. Paragus cackled, relishing in Vegeta's humiliation. The once arrogant Vegeta now found himself battered and helpless, grappling with the harsh reality of his defeat. Meanwhile, Paragus was astounded by the sheer power Broly displayed. He had never witnessed Broly in such a form and was astonished by the overwhelming energy he unleashed. It was clear that the immense strength residing within Broly was beyond his comprehension. Frustrated, Vegeta clenched his teeth, his heart brimming with resentment. Moments ago, he had been dominating Broly, yet within mere minutes, the situation had reversed, leaving him utterly defenseless. After enduring grueling training to attain the Super Saiyan status, he now faced a crushing defeat, which shattered Vegeta's spirit. Now transformed into a Super Saiyan in a vibrant teal hue, Broly became increasingly aggressive. After vanquishing Vegeta, he showed no signs of restraint. With an open palm, he unleashed a devastating energy wave. The wave detonated in a nearby valley, reducing it to a desolate wasteland. Broly continued to roar furiously, unleashing a series of shockwaves. The ground shook with thunderous explosions, transforming the surroundings into a desolate wasteland. This is intolerable. Goku's gaze turned anxious as he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged directly at Broly. "Dad! Goku!" shouted Gohan and the others, their faces etched with concern. From their perspective, despite being a Super Saiyan, Vegeta was no match for Broly, and they feared Goku would fare no better. "Broly, your opponent is me," Goku declared loudly, launching a powerful punch at Broly. Broly turned to face Goku, momentarily stunned, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. However, in the next instant, fury consumed him. "Kakarot!" he bellowed, recognizing the figure before him as the boy whose cries had disturbed his sleep during their childhood. Broly was filled with hatred for Goku, and in a fit of rage, he retaliated with a fierce punch. Boom! The two clashed fists. A violent gust of wind swept through, raising clouds of dust and cracking the ground, unleashing tremendous destructive force. Goku found himself evenly matched against Broly for the first time. "You are truly a formidable opponent." "My cells are ablaze with excitement," Goku exclaimed, his eyes alight with the thrill of battle. "I will crush you, Kakarot," Broly shouted in anger, launching another punch at Goku. Boom! Goku extended his right arm, successfully blocking Broly's attack. The two continued to exchange blows, their forms a blur as they moved at incredible speed. Gohan and the others could hardly discern their movements. Yet, the deafening sound of sonic booms and the palpable waves of chaotic energy filled the air. As their battle raged on, mountains crumbled, the ground sank, and fierce winds howled. What was once a picturesque battlefield was gradually becoming a ruin. The contest between Goku and Broly showed no signs of concluding. "What incredible power! I never imagined Goku could stand toe-to-toe with that Saiyan," Krillin exclaimed, realizing that his previous concerns were unfounded. Frustration weighed heavily on Vegeta, who had believed that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his royal lineage would surely allow him to surpass the lower-class warrior Kakarot. Yet, reality delivered a harsh blow, revealing that Goku's strength far exceeded his own as a Super Saiyan. A strong sense of defeat surged within Vegeta once more. "It seems Goku's training has yielded remarkable results this past year," Wu Fei murmured, astonished by Goku's rapid progress. Now, it appeared he need not intervene just yet. Meanwhile, Paragus, who was watching the battle unfold, was filled with shock. Suddenly, a realization struck him, dispelling his confusion. Sun Wukong found himself evenly matched against the blue-green version of Broly, prompting Paragus to speculate about Wukong's true identity. Upon careful reflection, he realized that Wukong bore an uncanny resemblance to the low-class warrior Bardock. Could it be that he is Bardock's son? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Bardock's son, Kakarot, shared the same birth date as Broly. However, Kakarot was merely the offspring of a low-class warrior, possessing an initial battle power of only 2, and was evidently one of the weakest of the weak. Yet, Paragus could hardly fathom that the once feeble child had now transformed into a Super Saiyan, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Broly. What trials had Kakarot endured over the years to ascend to such heights? Could it be that a low-class warrior could wield such formidable power? Broly swiftly vanquished Kakarot. Paragus bellowed. In his mind, it was imperative that Broly defeat Kakarot without delay. After all, Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan. How could he be entangled in a prolonged battle with a low-class warrior like Kakarot? Boom! The ground shook as Sun Wukong and Broly clashed amidst the swirling smoke, only for a thunderous noise to erupt, signaling the cessation of their fierce combat. Clearly, the battle had reached a significant juncture. A low-class warrior is still a low-class warrior. How could Kakarot possibly contend with my son Broly? Paragus laughed maniacally. However, when the smoke finally cleared, he was left utterly stunned. The one lying defeated on the ground was not Kakarot, but rather Broly himself. In the midst of a colossal crater, Broly lay on his back, gasping for breath, his body marred with wounds, his attire in tatters. Compared to earlier, his energy had significantly waned. With a gentle descent, Sun Wukong landed, his chest rising and falling as he struggled for breath. Although he too was not in prime condition, it was evident that victory belonged to him. "Hooray! Daddy won!" Gohan exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Indeed, Wukong is incredibly strong. That Saiyan was no match for him. Krillin shared in the exhilaration, his previous worries having dissipated entirely. How could this be? My son Broly lost to a low-class warrior? Paragus' face contorted in disbelief. He could not comprehend that Broly had defeated Prince Vegeta, yet now found himself bested by Kakarot, whose initial battle power was merely 2 and classified as a low-class warrior. Chapter 76, Breaking Free from Constraints, Super Saiyan Golden Broly. No, it cannot be. How could my son Broly possibly lose? Paragus roared, his face twisted in rage. Broly, continue fighting. You must defeat that detestable low-class warrior. He flew to Broly's side, calling out loudly. Ah! Upon hearing Paragus's voice, Broly's eyes widened in fury, and he rose once more, transforming into his blue-green Super Saiyan form to launch another assault on Sun Wukong. Hee, bring it on. Sun Wukong responded, unperturbed. Whoosh. Sun Wukong transformed into a golden meteor, hurtling towards Broly. With a resounding crash, the two clashed once more, igniting a cataclysmic battle. However, it soon became evident that Broly was at a distinct disadvantage. In both speed and strength, he clearly could not match Sun Wukong, who had him firmly under control. With a rapid succession of blows, Sun Wukong sent Broly staggering backward. Gasping for breath, Broly's body was visibly weakened. With a powerful strike, Sun Wukong knocked him to the ground. Lying there, Broly grew increasingly agitated, desperately tugging at his headband. His expression a mask of agony, yet he could not break free from its constraints. How could this happen? Paragus could hardly comprehend such an outcome. Broly had once again been bested by the lower-class warrior, Kakarot. No, Broly is invincible. No one can rival him. He screamed in madness. Witnessing Broly's pained expression and relentless struggle against the headband, Paragus suddenly realized the truth. Broly's power was being suppressed. If only he could unleash it entirely, he would surely defeat Kakarot. It must be the headband, Paragus murmured. He had long since observed that the stronger Broly became, the more volatile his temperament grew. Though the enraged Broly possessed immense strength, he was merely a relentless killing machine, descending into an uncontrollable state. Even as Broly's biological father, Paragus could not rein in his fury. To manage Broly, Paragus had specifically requested technologically advanced aliens to design a headband, which he placed upon Broly while he slept. With the headband's assistance, he could completely control Broly, turning him into his own weapon. Yet, this also shackled Broly's true power. In the Southern Galaxy, even restrained, Broly's strength was more than sufficient. However, given the current circumstances, it was evidently inadequate. To enable Broly to vanquish Kakarot, there was but one solution: to remove the headband's constraints and allow Broly to fully unleash his power. Paragus retrieved a remote control from his pocket. With the press of a button, it would liberate Broly from his bindings. Yet, as he prepared to act, Paragus hesitated. Pressing the button would mean Broly would spiral into uncontrollable chaos, wreaking havoc and destruction, entirely beyond Paragus's control. Conversely, refraining from pressing it would result in Broly's defeat, and Paragus himself would face certain death. For Paragus, it was a truly agonizing dilemma. Cursing his fate, he resolved to press the button, to unleash Broly's power completely. Beep. Creak. The headband suddenly released its hold. Ah. Boom. Broly roared in fury, shattering the headband beneath his foot. A primal scream erupted from him, resonating painfully in the ears of all who heard. In an instant, a tempest surged, dust swirled, and the ground cracked and sank beneath the force of his rage. The roar of Broly heralded a cataclysmic transformation. What? That fellow's power is surging rapidly, Krillin exclaimed, sensing that Broly's aura had surpassed that of Goku. Can Broly's strength truly amplify further? This predicament has become rather troublesome. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. However, he felt no fear. Rather, the prospect of a more formidable opponent exhilarated him. Ha! Tremble. This is the true might of Broly. Paragus laughed with unrestrained arrogance, equally astonished by the magnitude of Broly's newfound strength. He regarded Goku and Piccolo, who wore expressions of disbelief, with an air of assured victory. Humph, such Navi fools. After a prolonged moment, Broly's roar subsided. He had transformed yet again. His hair now gleamed a brilliant gold, and his eyes shone a piercing blue. Freed from the confines of his headband, his power erupted uncontested, manifesting as a Super Saiyan in its golden form. His previous injuries had fully healed, and he radiated an overwhelming force. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Goku. Kakarot, perish. With a swift whoosh, Broly charged at Goku, delivering a mighty punch. Goku, adopting a stable stance with his arms crossed defensively, braced himself. Thud. Whoosh. Despite his thorough preparations, Goku was sent flying by Broly's relentless strike. Ah! Broly pressed onward, striking again and again. Goku was forced to retreat, yet he maintained his composure, seizing an opportunity to counterattack. With rapidity, Goku's fists rained down upon Broly like a torrential downpour. Ah! Broly let out a furious roar as a light green shield enveloped him. Goku's punches met the protective barrier, failing to make any impact. What? Goku was taken aback, He couldn't even breach Broly's shield. For Broly, Goku's assaults felt akin to mere scratches. A smirk crept across Broly's face as he looked at Goku with cold, mocking disdain. Ha! Kakarot, are you merely tickling me? Ah! Broly bellowed, as his protective shield abruptly expanded and then detonated. The explosion echoed with tremendous force. What devastating power! Piccolo remarked in awe. Dad! Goku! Gohan and Krillin expressed their deep concern. This is bad. Goku found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, instantly launched away by the explosion. Haha! With a chilling laugh. Broly appeared beside Goku, extending his right hand to seize Goku's leg. Thud, thud, thud. He swung Goku like a rag doll, crashing him repeatedly against the ground, leaving a series of human-shaped impressions. Ah! Goku screamed, his cry echoing with desperation. He now possesses no capacity for resistance, rendered entirely at the mercy of Broly. Father! Witnessing Goku's anguished expression, Gohan's eyes brimmed with tears, and he was overwhelmed with despair, bursting into tears. Chapter 77. A critical situation. Timing is not yet right. Goku has been utterly subdued by Broly, stripped of any ability to fight back. However, his physical prowess remains formidable, his resilience at its peak. Even amidst Broly's relentless assault, he endures. Bang! Broly forcefully flung Goku to the ground. Ah! Goku's body crashed violently against the earth, creating a human-shaped indentation. His golden hair and eyebrows reverted to black, indicating that his physical state could no longer sustain his Super Saiyan form. Now, he was covered in wounds, his clothing tattered. He had closed his eyes, his breath weak and labored. Ha! This is the true power of my son, Broly. A lowly warrior is but a lowly warrior. How could he ever hope to contend with a naturally born fighter like Broly? At this moment, Paragus was exceedingly pleased with himself. Suddenly, just as he was reveling in his triumph, he noticed a shockwave approaching. What? Paragus hurriedly dodged. Boom. The shockwave exploded, creating a massive crater. Though he evaded the blast, Paragus was still gripped by fear. He stared incredulously at Broly, his expression a mix of horror and rage, realizing that the shockwave had originated from Broly. Enraged, he shouted, Broly, have you lost your mind? I am your father, and you dare to attack me? Paragus was beside himself with fury. You would even deny your own father? However, Broly suddenly turned to him, his demeanor chillingly cold. Huh. In an instant, Paragus felt a wave of trepidation. The intensity of Broly's glare sent shivers down his spine, as if any further provocation would result in his demise. No matter who he was, it would be of no consequence. Now, Paragus found himself regretting his decisions. He removed the headband, fully unleashing Broly's power. Yet, his fears materialized as Broly spiraled into uncontrollable rage. He now comprehended only slaughter and destruction. Devoid of any semblance of emotion, Paragus could no longer reign in Broly, who had begun to harbor animosity towards him. Damn it! What must I do to regain control over him? Paragus pondered desperately. Bang! Broly delivered an elbow strike to Goku's back. Ah! Goku screamed in agony, feeling as if every bone in his body had shattered. He lay on the ground, utterly immobilized. Ha! The savage torment of Goku evidently brought Broly great delight. A sinister grin spread across his face as he glared menacingly at Goku. Kakarot, it ends here. Broly raised his right foot, preparing to deliver the final blow to Goku's life. Goku! Krillin's face was etched with anxiety as he shouted loudly. At this moment, Sun Wukong was exceedingly weak and utterly incapable of withstanding Broly's relentless assault. Was Wukong truly destined to be vanquished by that despicable Saiyan? Krillin's tone was laden with sorrow. Ah! Broly bellowed furiously, his visage twisted with rage, as his right foot prepared to crush Sun Wukong's head. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong lay immobile, clearly unable to evade the impending doom. Do not harm my father. In that critical moment, a youthful voice rang out. Everyone turned to see it was Son Gohan. His gaze directed at Broly was ablaze with fury. With an expression of steely resolve, Son Gohan radiated a faint golden aura. Boom. He executed a powerful kick aimed at Broly's right leg. Staggering back, Broly was caught off guard, astonished by the unexpected strength emanating from the young boy before him. Although Son Gohan had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, the power he exhibited was undeniably on par with that of a Super Saiyan. Wukong. Son Wukong groggily opened his eyes, astonished that Son Gohan possessed such formidable strength, rivaling that of a Super Saiyan. Father, we must flee. Aware of their disadvantage against Broly, Son Gohan resolutely chose to carry Son Wukong away. He swiftly ascended into the air, heading in the opposite direction. How dare you? Broly was not one to easily permit the escape of the father and son duo. The fact that he had been repelled by a mere child was intolerable to him. You little brat, you shall not escape. Broly roared in fury, his aura surging. Buzz. A green energy wave coalesced in his hand. Ha ha. Broly laughed maniacally, hurling the energy wave towards Son Gohan. The speed of the wave was astonishing, seemingly equipped with a homing capability. No matter how Son Gohan attempted to evade, he could not escape the relentless pursuit of the energy wave. Boom. The wave struck Son Gohan squarely. Enveloped in rage, Broly's energy wave bore an insurmountable force, rendering Son Gohan incapable of withstanding it. Both Son Wukong and Son Gohan fell to the ground, their vitality rapidly waning. Broly's energy wave had severely injured Son Gohan, while Son Wukong's condition worsened. Wukong, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others cried out in desperation, their eyes filled with concern. Continue fighting. Why have you fallen? Broly slowly approached the two, resembling a grim reaper poised to claim their lives. Broly, cease your games and swiftly eliminate Kakarot and Vegeta. Paragus shouted from the sidelines. Are you instructing me? At this moment, Broly had completely disregarded his father's authority, showing no respect whatsoever. Boom. He unleashed an energy wave at Paragus. How dare you? Have you lost your mind? Paragus lamented, realizing with dread that Broly was now entirely beyond his control. Paragus exerted every ounce of his strength to evade Broly's onslaught. Nevertheless, he was still caught in the aftermath, sustaining considerable injuries. Mr. Wu Fei, why do you hesitate to intervene? If you do not act soon, Goku and Gohan will be slain. Krillin exclaimed anxiously. He had placed all his hopes upon Wu Fei, having witnessed his formidable prowess. He was the strongest among those present, perhaps the only one capable of contending with Broly. The time is not yet ripe, Wu Fei replied calmly. Not yet ripe? Krillin was utterly bewildered. Given the dire circumstances, how could Wu Fei assert that the moment had not arrived? He was at a loss, unable to fathom Wu Fei's intentions. Chapter 78. The time has come to confront Broly. Indeed, the time was not yet ripe. Wu Fei yearned to engage, for the prospect of battling Broly, who shared the same legendary bloodline, thrilled him immensely. The moment Goku fell, Wu Fei was poised to intervene. However, the sudden chime of the system's voice urged him to hold back. Naturally, he adhered to the system's directives, which explained his passive observation. Tat tat tat. Broly was closing in on Goku and Gohan. Damn it. Krillin gritted his teeth, shouting in fury. Despair flooded his heart. Could he bear to witness Goku perish before his very eyes? He longed to leap into action, but quickly abandoned the thought, recognizing that his efforts would be futile against such overwhelming power. Suddenly, Wu Fei raised his head, a smile gracing his lips. He had heard the system's notification. Ding! A new mission was issued, defeat Broly. Reward, unknown. At last, the moment for me to act has arrived. Wu Fei was brimming with exhilaration, his battle spirit uncontainable. Fear not, the time is here. I shall handle the rest. He clapped Krillin on the shoulder and dashed toward Broly. Hooray! Mr. Wu Fei has finally made his move. Hope ignited in Krillin's eyes. Piccolo, Yamcha, and the others were equally eager, fully aware that Wu Fei's strength far surpassed that of Goku and Vegeta. And the ensuing clash between Wu Fei and Broly would undoubtedly be spectacular. Another fool who doesn't know his place. Paragus scoffed. In his eyes, Broly, unshackled from his restraints, was an invincible force, rendering any challenger ineffectual. Broly laughed menacingly, taking great pleasure in the sight of the fallen Goku and Gohan. Buzz. An energy sphere coalesced in the palm of his hand. Whoosh. The energy sphere, brimming with ferocious power, stirred up a tempest around it as it began to advance toward Goku and Gohan. Whoosh. A figure suddenly materialized, none other than Wu Fei. He extended his right palm and effortlessly caught the energy sphere. Here you go, he declared, flipping it back with a swift motion. Smack. Broly raised his hand, swatting the energy sphere away into the distance. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoed, creating a colossal crater at the epicenter. Wu Fei directed his palm towards Son Wukong and his son. A gentle breeze surged forth, effortlessly lifting them and guiding them smoothly towards the location of Krillin. Understanding Wu Fei's intent, Krillin and Piccolo immediately took flight to catch the duo. Once Son Wukong and his son were safely relocated, Wu Fei turned his gaze towards Broly. Your opponent is me, he declared, calmly regarding Broly. Oh, Broly's expression was one of bewilderment. He had not anticipated the emergence of yet another challenger, and it was evident to him that this individual possessed formidable strength. This would indeed be a worthy adversary. How intriguing. Broly's eyes brimmed with the fervor of battle. The essence of a Saiyan is to fight, and in his frenzied state, Broly yearned for combat. Wu Fei's arrival was precisely what he desired. Then let me thoroughly trample you. With a swift motion, Broly unleashed his energy, his eyes glinting with ferocity, charging at Wu Fei like a bullet. You're quite arrogant. Wu Fei retorted coldly. Yeah, Wu Fei bellowed, and in an instant, his body shimmered with golden light. His hair and eyebrows transformed into a radiant golden hue. He had ascended to Super Saiyan form. Oh, Broly's surprise was palpable. He had never expected that this unfamiliar individual before him was also a Saiyan. How infuriating. A Super Saiyan. Paragus frantically sifted through his memories, but found no recollection of Wu Fei. He held a position of great prominence on planet Vegeta, having encountered nearly every Saiyan there. Given the robust genetics of Saiyans, father and son often bore striking resemblances. Yet he could not identify any Saiyan resembling Wu Fei. As for Wu Fei's origins, he was utterly perplexed, wondering from where this Saiyan had emerged. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for in the end, Broly would surely prevail. Although Paragus was greatly dissatisfied with his inability to control Broly, he firmly believed in Broly's invincibility. Boom. The fists of Broly and Wu Fei collided with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though time itself had halted, nothing transpired. However, in the next instant, with the two as the epicenter, the ground began to collapse, forming a vast crater. Cracks spidered across the earth, and countless mountains crumbled amidst the raging winds. The initial clash of these two titans unleashed an overwhelming wave of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The two continued to exchange blows. The ground trembled with the cataclysmic battle, wreaking havoc on the surroundings. What terrifying power, Krillin mused, struggling to comprehend the rapid movements of Wu Fei and Broly. Is this the true measure of strength? Even gravely injured, Sun Wukong was unwilling to divert his energy from witnessing this epic confrontation. He profoundly sensed the immense disparity in strength between himself and both Wu Fei and Broly. He was not even in the same league as them. It appears that further cultivation is imperative, Goku mused. The fierce glare of Broly radiated with rage, his aura surging to unprecedented heights, power escalating further still. Yet, despite this, his attacks were effortlessly thwarted by Wu Fei. Boom, boom, boom. As Broly's fists descended upon him like a relentless storm, Wu Fei maintained his composure, adeptly countering each strike. Snap! Is this truly the extent of your strength, Broly? Wu Fei taunted, seizing Broly's right arm with a mocking tone. Broly attempted to withdraw his hand, only to discover the futility of his efforts. His arm was utterly ensnared by Wu Fei. With no alternative, Broly resorted to attacking with his left hand. Bang! However, his punch was once again intercepted by Wu Fei. Thud! A knee strike from Wu Fei sent Broly reeling, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Fei unleashed a barrage of punches upon Broly, who could only endure like a human punching bag. Broly's fury escalated further. Yet he found himself powerless to escape Wu Fei's grip. Buzz! Wu Fei then concentrated energy in his left palm, launching a ki blast directly at Broly. Broly was forcefully repelled by the ki wave. Thunder! He crashed to the ground as the ki blast detonated, engulfing the area in smoke, a mushroom cloud rising ominously. Despite being a Super Saiyan in golden form, Broly found himself devoid of any means to retaliate under Wu Fei's dominance. Chapter 79, Transcendental Form Broly. Russell. Broly's resilience had reached its zenith. Even after enduring Wu Fei's relentless onslaught, he swiftly regained his footing, his aura continuing to escalate. Terrifying. Krillin was left aghast, his jaw nearly dropping. Broly was an unfeeling combat machine. That wretched fiend. In a fit of rage, Broly's aura flared once more as he charged at Wu Fei. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Broly unleashed a flurry of punches, yet Wu Fei adeptly evaded each one. Boom. Broly struck again, only to find Wu Fei's presence had vanished. Broly's expression faltered. Where had that individual gone? He scanned his surroundings, failing to spot Wu Fei. Right here. Broly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was met by Wu Fei. Bam! Before he could react, Wu Fei's fist collided with his face. Broly groaned in agony as Wu Fei shattered his nasal bone with a single blow. Bang! Another punch landed squarely on Broly's face. Broly cried out in pain, clutching his mouth with his right hand. His palm opened, revealing two bloodied incisors within. Cursed! Broly mumbled incoherently, fury igniting in his eyes. He aimed his palm at Wu Fei, unleashing a ki blast. Russell! Wu Fei instantly gathered energy, his aura expanding dramatically. Boom! He firmly intercepted the energy wave launched by Broly. Humph! Wu Fei let out a cold snort, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as he cast a frosty glance at Broly. With a swift motion of his palm, he rebounded the energy wave back towards its origin. Boom! The energy wave rapidly expanded, hurtling towards Broly with alarming speed. Nanny? Broly's pupils widened in horror. He could no longer evade the attack, and could only brace himself to counter it. Crack, crack, crack. The veins on Broly's forehead bulged. His face contorted in a grimace as he gritted his teeth, clearly exerting himself to the utmost. The ground beneath him began to cave in and fracture. A gust of energy surged forth, sending debris flying in all directions. Broly staggered backward, leaving deep impressions of his feet in the earth as he fought with all his might to withstand the energy wave. Wu Fei's gaze turned icy as he intensified his assault. Boom! Rumble, rumble. Broly could no longer hold his ground, and the energy wave erupted with a thunderous explosion. The smoke lingered for an extended period, revealing a massive crater that was nothing short of astonishing. What terrifying destructive power! Sun Wukong exclaimed. Had he been subjected to such an attack, he would surely have perished. And undoubtedly, Broly was not faring any better now. Tap! Amidst the ruins, A fragment of stone suddenly rolled away, revealing a hand reaching out. Tap, tap, tap. More stones continued to tumble, and from the debris, Broly emerged. Nanny? Broly is still alive. What a tenacious spirit. Upon witnessing Broly rise once more, Krillin was visibly startled. Indeed, this level of assault was far from sufficient. Wu Fei murmured. He was not surprised by this outcome. After all, if Broly could be easily defeated, he would not be the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Now, he appeared quite disheveled. His body marred with wounds, having reverted to his original state. His eyes glinted with fury as he fixed an intense stare upon Wu Fei. Damn you! Unforgivable! Broly's rage had reached its zenith. Moments ago, he had been panting heavily, yet now he erupted into a fierce roar. Following his defeat from Wu Fei's energy wave, Broly's aura had initially diminished, but now it surged dramatically. Flickering and shimmering, the energy surrounding Broly intensified. Rumble, rumble. The ground cracked, mountains crumbled, and a tempest arose. The entire planet quaked violently. Such overwhelming energy. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and the others were now unable to open their eyes against the force of the blast, their faces etched with astonishment. They had not anticipated Broly to be so formidable, still harboring hidden strength. Damn it! Vegeta's heart brimmed with resentment. The power radiating from Broly was beyond his reach. He finally understood why King Vegeta had once resolved to eliminate Broly. Broly's immense strength undoubtedly posed a threat to King Vegeta's reign. Yet, Broly had survived the onslaught and evolved into such a formidable warrior. Terrifying. The power emanating from Broly seemed boundless, his energy continuing to escalate. Meanwhile, Wu Fei remained composed, observing Broly with unwavering calm. It seems he is finally on the verge of transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, Wu Fei murmured. After a prolonged moment, Broly's roar ceased, and all disturbances settled into silence. At this moment, Broly had undergone a tremendous transformation. A shimmering yellow-green aura enveloped him, and his hair and eyebrows morphed into a light green hue. He grew an astonishing 30 centimeters taller, his physique becoming remarkably robust and imposing. Most strikingly, his pupils vanished entirely, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Oh! Broly bellowed in fury, becoming exceedingly frenzied. A powerful wave of energy radiated from him, nearly sending Krillin and the others flying. Such terrifying power. Gohan felt a shiver of dread. Broly now resembled the form Wu Fei adopted during his battle with Gula. Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this is the legendary Super Saiyan. Goku declared. I never expected Broly to share the same bloodline as Wu Fei. Yet, I wonder whose strength surpasses the other? Surely it must be Uncle Wu Fei who is stronger. Gohan harbored a strong belief in Wu Fei. My son Broly truly lives up to my expectations. Paragus laughed boisterously. Just moments ago, he had been deeply worried when Broly was defeated by Wu Fei. He feared Broly would suffer a complete loss. However, he was astonished to discover that Broly possessed such terrifying power within him. This force could undoubtedly vanquish Wu Fei. Witnessing Broly's immense strength filled Paragus with pride. Although Broly had indeed grown stronger after transforming, his temperament had also become increasingly volatile. He now only comprehended destruction and slaughter. Boom, boom, boom. Nearby mountains were instantly reduced to rubble. Broly laughed heartily, as if the act of destruction brought him immense joy. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Wu Fei. That detestable fellow. Broly's anger surged, and he was solely focused on delivering a severe lesson to Wu Fei. With his palm directed at Wu Fei, he unleashed a series of ki blasts. Rumbling explosions echoed endlessly, and the dust had already obscured Wu Fei's figure. Chapter 80. Patricide. The Clash of Super Saiyans. That wretched individual must now recognize the might of my son Broly. Observing the billowing smoke in the distance, Paragus felt elated. In his view, after enduring Broly's widespread ki blast assault, Wu Fei would undoubtedly be gravely injured. After all, that was Broly's attack, not to be trifled with. However, as Paragus continued to laugh arrogantly, a chill gripped his heart, and he abruptly fell silent. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body trembled. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from behind him. Slowly, he turned around, only to find Wu Fei. Nanny? Paragus was momentarily stunned. Was this individual not engulfed in Broly's extensive attack? How could he suddenly appear here? Moreover, Wu Fei seemed to be in excellent condition, showing no signs of discomfort whatsoever. It is evident that Broly's attack inflicted no harm upon him. He discovered Wu Fei gazing at him with a smile, yet this smile filled Paragus with an unsettling dread, leading him to question whether his life was in imminent danger. Paragus's heart swelled with fear. Please, do not kill me. I can serve you, help you with anything you desire. Paragus implored desperately, kneeling before Wu Fei. He understood all too well that if Wu Fei wished to end his life, it would be easier than crushing an ant. Thus, he chose to beg for mercy. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Living was paramount above all else. Wu Fei chuckled coldly, his eyes brimming with disdain. How shameful it is for a Saiyan to kneel and beg for mercy. You have lost all dignity of your lineage. Your actions are a desecration of the Saiyan blood coursing through your veins. To kill you? You are not worthy. Your demise would merely sully my hands. Despite the harshness of Wu Fei's words, Paragus felt a flicker of relief in his heart. It seemed, from Wu Fei's implication, that he might yet survive. Humph. Foolish wretch, I shall have my son Broly finish you off. A glimmer of malice flashed in Paragus's eyes. Wu Fei seemed to perceive Paragus's thoughts. Responding with a scornful smile, I will not take your life, but you shall still meet your end. What? Paragus's anxiety surged. He was utterly baffled by Wu Fei's cryptic words. Hey, Broly, I'm over here. Wu Fei shouted towards Broly. Upon hearing Wu Fei's voice, Broly became even more agitated. The energy wave he had unleashed moments before had been effortlessly evaded by Wu Fei, igniting a simmering rage within him. With a swift motion, he launched another energy wave, radiating a vibrant green light, aimed directly at Wu Fei. This time, the wave moved with greater speed and intensity. Farewell, Wu Fei remarked to Paragus before vanishing in an instant. Curse it. Paragus finally realized Wu Fei's intent to turn Broly against him. Stop, Broly. I am your father. He shouted urgently, panic etched across his face. With his current strength, he could not evade the energy wave's assault. If Broly did not retract the attack, Paragus's fate would be dire. Yet, he saw Broly's expression was one of chilling indifference, devoid of any emotion. He had no intention of withdrawing the energy wave. Unthinkable. Are you mad? Paragus erupted in fury. Yet, he then witnessed Broly smirk wickedly. With a thrust of his hand, the energy wave surged forward with renewed speed. Paragus's pupils dilated in terror, despair enveloping him as hopelessness filled his heart. In an instant, the energy wave loomed before him. No, Paragus cried out in desperation, his voice resonating with fury and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the very son he devoted himself to training, nurturing to be stronger, would now be the instrument of his demise. In the end, he tragically perished at the hands of the very killing machine he had nurtured. How lamentable. Paragus was engulfed in profound desolation. Bang! The explosive sound of the energy wave reverberated. Paragus was utterly unable to withstand it. His body gradually disintegrated, obliterated to nothingness. Meanwhile, Broly displayed not a shred of compassion throughout. How terrifying, how brutal the Saiyans are. They could even slay their own kin. The Saiyans are indeed a cold-blooded race. At this moment, Krillin was profoundly shaken. Goku, your nature is not like this. Krillin lamented. If Goku's character were akin to Broly's, the earth would have long been transformed into a wasteland. Heh, I would never harm my family or friends. Goku declared. Humph, that is the purest form of a Saiyan. Vegeta expressed no surprise at Broly's actions. Feelings? Such things hold no value in the presence of Saiyans. To be slain by one's own son, how pitiful to contemplate. Wu Fei soared into the sky, gazing at the billowing smoke, his heart stirred deeply. It seems that after transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly had indeed lost all control, becoming a merciless killing machine devoid of any emotion. The troublesome one is dead. Now our battle should continue. Wu Fei stated slowly. Yaha! He bellowed, and instantly a fierce wind surged. Powerful energy waves radiated outward. Incredible! Goku exclaimed as Wu Fei's aura soared higher and higher. Moments later, Wu Fei was enveloped in a shimmering yellow-green glow, his golden hair and eyebrows transforming to match. He had become a Super Saiyan in its legendary form. However, unlike Broly, Wu Fei retained his emerald-green pupils and maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. Clearly, while Broly succumbed to complete chaos upon transformation, Wu Fei was able to remain composed. This is the advantage of Wu Fei's bloodline. Yet Broly cared not for such matters. He roared angrily and charged directly at Wu Fei. Wu Fei, descending from above, accelerated forward as well. Bang! The two collided midair. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The ground cracked incessantly, forming vast fissures, while distant mountains were flattened by the shockwave. With fierce winds and flying debris, this was truly a cataclysmic battle. Bang! 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 The clash of two legendary Super Saiyans sent tremors throughout the earth. How frightening. If they continue this way, will the earth not be obliterated? Krillin couldn't help but comment. Rest assured, I believe Uncle Wu Fei will prevent such a calamity. Gohan proclaimed loudly. Witnessing this spectacular contest filled him with extraordinary excitement. Chapter 81, Legendary Super Saiyan at full power, crushing all. What incredible speed. I can hardly perceive their movements. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Yamcha fervently agreed with Krillin's sentiment, even with unwavering focus. He could not discern the intricate details of the clash between Wu Fei and Broly. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and the others exhibited rapid eye movements. Their expressions tense and beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Clearly, their eyes could barely keep pace with the frenetic exchange of blows. Broly roared, launching a powerful punch toward Wu Fei. Wu Fei swiftly raised his hand to block, effectively deflecting Broly's fist. Evidently, the forceful strike from Broly failed to inflict any damage on Wu Fei. Your strength is indeed formidable, but it is still far from sufficient. With a flash, Wu Fei vanished, reappearing behind Broly. Thud! He delivered a precise knife hand strike to Broly's shoulder. Ah! Broly cried out in agony, feeling an overwhelming pressure converge on his shoulder. As if it were about to crush him completely, his body plummeted downward. Wu Fei unleashed his energy and pursued relentlessly. Tap, tap, tap. As Broly descended, Wu Fei's fists rained down upon Broly's abdomen like a tempest. Ah! Broly screamed in pain, but he was now completely at Wu Fei's mercy, rendered unable to resist and forced to endure a relentless barrage. Boom! The force of Wu Fei's punches generated immense shockwaves, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble. What an intense battle! Son Goku exclaimed. Hooray! Uncle Wu Fei has gained the upper hand. Gohan appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Thud! Broly had been driven deep into the earth by Wu Fei's assault. Yet, Wu Fei showed no signs of relenting. Bang! Crack, crack, crack! The ground split open, and Broly's body continued its descent. Gurgle, gurgle! Beneath the surface lay an endless sea of magma, its fiery glow both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Splash! A stone fell, instantly melting upon contact. Go! With a surge of energy, Wu Fei unleashed a ki blast, propelling Broly directly into the magma. Splash! The ki blast detonated in the molten rock. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The splattered magma eroded the cavern walls. The temperature within the magma was nothing short of extreme. Yes, success. Krillin remarked, Broly should be dead after falling into that scalding magma. No, pay close attention. His energy still lingers. Goku interjected, his expression grave. He had not anticipated Broly's defenses to be so robust that even magma could not annihilate him. Suddenly, the magma erupted, and Broly's figure emerged. Ah! Broly roared in fury, seemingly unscathed, his energy surging even further. It appeared that even magma could not inflict substantial harm upon him. However, Wu Fei was not surprised by this outcome, as he was well aware of the extraordinary defensive capabilities of the Super Saiyan lineage. That wretched fiend! Broly bellowed, throwing his head back in a mighty cry, as a pale green shield materialized around him. The shield expanded rapidly, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Boom! Magma surged forth. The ground cracked, and mountains crumbled. This strike unleashed an immense wave of destruction. However, for Wu Fei, it bore no consequence. The golden radiance surrounding him shone even more brilliantly. Whoosh! Wu Fei launched an attack, delivering a punch directly towards Broly. Bang! Broly effortlessly blocked Wu Fei's assault. Ha ha! Broly laughed maniacally, his eyes brimming with disdain. Wasn't he formidable just moments ago? And now this? With a swift motion, he retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at Wu Fei's face. Yet, Wu Fei merely tilted his head, evading the blow with ease. How infuriating! Broly unleashed a flurry of punches, only to have each one deftly sidestepped by Wu Fei. Ah! With the force of thunder, Broly struck at Wu Fei. Slap! Wu Fei transformed his fist into an open palm, grasping Broly's fist firmly. Nanny? Broly struggled desperately to free himself, only to find he was utterly immobilized. I have no desire to continue this charade, Wu Fei declared coldly. What did you say? Broly paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. Playing with me? Were you not taking this seriously before? What a joke. The volatile Broly could no longer contain his inner fury. He clenched his left fist and swung it violently towards Wu Fei's face. Humph. A smirk graced Wu Fei's lips as he effortlessly caught Broly's fist once again. Now, both of Broly's hands were under Wu Fei's control, rendering him exceedingly passive. Ah! Broly's rage surged further, his roars echoing through the air, causing the spectators at a distance to wince in pain from the sound. Wu Fei, holding onto Broly's fists, maintained an expression of utter ease. Excellent. That was merely a warm-up. Now, let me send you on your way. Transcend to Super Saiyan full power. Swirling, Wu Fei's aura erupted, his energy skyrocketing, and his demeanor grew increasingly composed. By harnessing the full power of Super Saiyan, Wu Fei could master the energy within him more effectively, minimizing unnecessary energy expenditure. This was the pinnacle of power control. Humph. The arrogant Broly radiated an even more ferocious aura. He lifted his knee and aimed a strike at Wu Fei's abdomen. Though his hands were restrained, he still possessed his legs. Let us incapacitate those as well. Wu Fei's expression turned icy as he thrust forward with his knee. Bang! Their knees collided. Boom! Lava erupted once more. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning, as the ground fractured. It seemed as if the apocalypse was upon them. Ah! Broly's visage twisted in rage, a dreadful scream escaping his lips. Crack! His bones creaked ominously. Wu Fei's knee shattered Broly's kneecap. His right leg was rendered completely useless. Ah! In a fit of uncontrollable fury, Broly unleashed a shockwave from his mouth. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. At such close range, he believed Wu Fei would be unable to counter. So Navi. Wu Fei remained unperturbed. At the critical moment, he released his grip and shouted with fervor, a yellow-green energy shield suddenly enveloping him. Bang! The shield rebounded the shockwave with force. Thunderous roars erupted as the shockwave struck Broly, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Gasping for breath, Broly found himself severely affected by his own attack, completely disheveled and panting. His breath unstable. After such an intense battle, fatigue finally crept into Broly's demeanor. Chapter 82. Defeating Broly. Reward, Super Saiyan 2. It is finished, Wu Fei declared coldly. Accelerating towards Broly. Whoosh. In an instant, he was before Broly. How astonishingly swift. Broly stood momentarily stunned, his expression fraught with dread. This was a speed that transcended his understanding. Wu Fei bellowed, delivering a powerful punch towards Broly. His fist radiated a blinding light, exuding an intimidating aura that instilled fear. It seemed as though his fist could pierce through anything. A look of terror appeared on Broly's previously furious visage for the first time. Aya! Broly roared, crossing his arms defensively in front of his chest. Bang! Creak! A piercing wail echoed as Wu Fei's strike shattered Broly's defenses, his arms falling helplessly to his sides. Thud! Wu Fei's fist continued forward, penetrating Broly's chest with brutal force. So incredibly powerful. Krillin and the others were left in astonishment. Broly, known for his formidable defenses, impervious even to lava, was now being pierced through by Wu Fei's fist. Aya! Broly cried out in agony, yet he appeared utterly powerless. His energy was fading rapidly, and his life force was slowly ebbing away. No longer was he the awe-inspiring warrior of immense power, but a feeble, defeated combatant. Boom! Wu Fei delivered a sweeping kick that sent Broly soaring into the air. He then concentrated his palms at his waist, radiating light as his energy surged. A blue-white energy sphere materialized in his palms. Kamehameha! Wu Fei shouted, causing the sphere to expand violently, unleashing a torrent of energy. Zing! The Kamehameha transformed into a colossal dragon, hurtling towards Broly. With his weakened state, Broly stood no chance against such a formidable attack. Slowly, Broly's body was engulfed by the dragon. Whoosh! The Kamehameha continued its relentless path, soaring into outer space, ultimately reaching the vicinity of the sun. Boom! The Kamehameha propelled Broly into the sun, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Even Broly's renowned defenses crumbled under the sun's searing heat. The sun melted Broly's form completely, his essence dissipating into nothingness. Hooray! At last, Broly is defeated. Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Mr. Wu Fei is truly formidable. Such a daunting opponent, as Broly was effortlessly vanquished by him. I must strive even harder to cultivate my abilities and keep pace with Master Wu Fei. Although Sun Wukong remains quite feeble at present, his spirit burns fervently, his eyes brimming with determination. Wu Fei has now become the target he aspires to surpass. Cursed be it. The strongest Saiyan should undoubtedly be me. Vegeta's heart remains unsettled. After a year of arduous training, rather than diminishing the gap between himself and Wu Fei, it has only widened. It feels as though an insurmountable chasm separates them. As the prince of the Saiyans, his pride is thoroughly wounded. Yet, this only serves to ignite his fighting spirit even more. His fierce competitive nature will not allow him to fall behind. I must grow stronger. At this moment, Vegeta's resolve is unwavering. The Saiyans are truly formidable. This is a power that inspires desire. Tien Shinhan remarked, a trace of melancholy flickering in his eyes. His emotions are undeniably complex at this moment. Once, he was the pinnacle of martial prowess on Earth, even defeating Sun Wukong at the World Martial Arts Tournament to claim the title of Earth's strongest. However, as formidable foes continued to emerge and Wukong's strength surged uncontrollably, he found himself unable to keep pace. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Wu Fei far surpassed him. He no longer considers himself a top-tier warrior. Now, he sincerely feels it is time to take a step back. After all, when faced with true power, his own strength appears so insignificant. Regardless, Broly has ultimately been vanquished, and Earth has been spared from another crisis. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Broly. The mission is complete. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, Super Saiyan 2. Upon defeating Broly, Wu Fei immediately received the system's reward. Hooray! This is splendid. Wu Fei's heart is elated. He can now transform into Super Saiyan 2. Upon achieving this form, his power will become even more formidable. Presently, Wu Fei's strength already surpasses that of the original protagonists by 2 years. It is worth noting that Son Gohan was the first warrior among the original protagonists to transform into Super Saiyan 2, achieving this breakthrough during the Cell games. After becoming Super Saiyan 2, Gohan dispatched Cell with ease, as though slicing through vegetables. With the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan coursing through him, Wu Fei, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, possesses strength far superior to that of Gohan in the same state. Even if Wu Fei were to cease training from this moment onward, He could effortlessly crush Perfect Cell. Farewell, everyone. With a flash, Wu Fei vanished from sight. Master Wu Fei, Sun Wukong, and the others called out loudly. But no response came. Moreover, they could sense none of Wu Fei's energy. No one knew where he had gone. I believe Uncle Wu Fei is still on Earth. He simply does not wish for us to know his whereabouts. Son Gohan declared. Uncle Wu Fei's strength is astounding. I too wish to become as strong as he is. The admiration in Son Gohan's eyes for Wu Fei was palpable. Then you must train diligently. Goku gently patted Gohan's head, offering an encouraging glance. Indeed, we must all strive to cultivate our strength, for in 2 years, terrifying androids will emerge. As Goku's words resonated, the atmosphere grew somber. Defeating Broly did not signify that peace had descended upon Earth. The androids that would appear in 2 years would be even more brutal. Mr. Wu Fei possesses formidable strength and has aided us in overcoming powerful foes on numerous occasions. However, we cannot always rely on him. I desire to defeat our enemies with my own strength. Goku declared resolutely. Humph. Kakarot, step aside. The warrior who will vanquish the androids shall be me. Cough cough. Vegeta, despite his severe injuries, spoke with unwavering resolve. He had grown weary of being a mere spectator and was tired of his own repeated failures. Next time, he would emerge victorious. He sought to defeat the androids, not for the sake of protecting Earth, but to prove his own prowess. Not just Goku and Vegeta, but everyone now shared the determination to grow stronger. Chapter 83, The Emergence of the Androids. Over the course of 2 years, everyone dedicated themselves to relentless training. Meanwhile, Wu Fei lived a rather leisurely life, often indulging in fishing by the seaside amidst his training. For him, fishing served as a splendid form of recreation. Buzz. The fishing rod trembled incessantly, sending ripples across the ocean's surface. Here it comes. A smile graced Wu Fei's lips. With a swift motion, he yanked the fishing rod upward. The rod continued to shake violently and bend alarmingly, as if it might snap under the pressure. This time, he had caught a substantial fish. The creature, its mouth ensnared by the hook, struggled futilely against its fate. With a splash, Wu Fei hoisted the fish from the water and tossed it into a massive bucket he had prepared. He then rebaited his hook and resumed fishing. Moments later, he abruptly lifted his gaze toward the horizon. Has it finally begun? Yet, he refrained from taking any action, continuing his fishing instead. Boom. On a small island to the south, an explosion erupted, transforming what was once a bustling city into a desolate wasteland. Meanwhile, Yamcha lay on the ground, utterly defeated and extremely weak. A gaping hole marred his chest, and he was barely clinging to life. Yamcha, Krillin, and the others rushed over, administering a senzu bean to Yamcha, allowing him to regain his strength. However, even as his body recovered, a sense of dread lingered. He glanced at the two figures not far away, cold sweat streaming down his face, his eyes filled with terror. One was a pale, overweight man, while the other was a gaunt old man with a white beard. Both wore hats emblazoned with red lettering, the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. Yamcha felt an intense trepidation toward the old man, for it was this seemingly unremarkable figure who had pierced through his chest and drained him of all his energy. You must be the androids, Goku stated. The two appeared somewhat taken aback. Their operation was initially intended to be clandestine. Yet they were astonished to find their whereabouts swiftly uncovered. Moreover, Sun Wukong and his companions appeared as if they had anticipated this moment. Who could have betrayed our location? The old man with the white beard mused darkly. A cold smile crept across his face. Since you have come to seek your demise, it saves me the trouble of hunting you down. His gaze towards Sun Wukong was brimming with animosity. Haha, indeed. He is Android 19, and I am 20. Sun Wukong, our mission is to terminate you. The murderous intent in the old man's eyes was unmistakable. Terminate me? Let us see if you possess the capability. Sun Wukong remained undaunted. After 2 arduous years of training, it was time to assess the fruits of his labor. Let us battle elsewhere. Whoosh. To spare the city from destruction, Sun Wukong resolved to change the battlefield. It makes no difference where we fight. You shall still perish. Androids 19 and 20 immediately pursued him. Indifferent to the location of the battle, their sole focus being to eliminate Sun Wukong. You single-handedly vanquished the Red Ribbon Army. Now I must kill you to redeem the humiliation of the past. The annihilation of Sun Wukong was Android 20's obsession. Arriving at an uninhabited area, the battle officially commenced, with Android 19 facing off against Sun Wukong. Unbeknownst to everyone, prior to the onset of combat, Sun Wukong had already begun to sweat profusely, his breath quickening. Sun Wukong shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Boom. Android 19 immediately engaged him in battle. Initially, Sun Wukong maintained a firm upper hand, but suddenly the tide turned, and he was driven back by Android 19. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of relentless blows, the once dominant Sun Wukong found himself utterly overpowered by 19. Consequently, he was forced to relinquish his Super Saiyan form. Panting heavily, he clutched his chest with his right hand, clearly in distress. Father, Wukong, Son Gohan and others cried out, their faces etched with concern. How could he have been fine just moments ago, only to deteriorate so suddenly? This is bad. It must be the onset of his viral heart disease. Son Gohan suddenly recalled something dreadful. Son Wukong was filled with frustration. Over the past 2 years, his health had been impeccable, with no signs of illness. Yet, at this critical juncture, his viral heart disease had unexpectedly resurfaced. He felt utterly unwell. His limbs weak and achy, completely stripped of his combat prowess. Haha, what a splendid opportunity. Now, 19, swiftly eliminate Son Wukong. At this moment, Android 20 also recognized Son Wukong's distress. Despite having studied him for years, he was astonished by the rapid escalation of Son Wukong's strength, far surpassing his expectations. In this scenario, Android 19 was no match for Son Wukong. At this moment, Son Wukong suddenly fell ill, presenting the perfect opportunity to defeat him. Indeed, the android 19 smirked malevolently, charging towards Son Wukong with an insatiable thirst for blood. Father! Son Gohan rushed forward, desperate to save his father. However, the distance between them was insurmountable. And with number 19's swift approach, Gohan was utterly helpless. Father! Gohan despaired, fearing he would have to witness his father's demise at the hands of the android. Haha! At last, my vengeance is fulfilled. Android number 20 laughed maniacally, relishing the end of his long-standing grudge against Son Wukong. But just as the situation appeared dire, a figure materialized out of nowhere. With a resounding kick, the figure struck number 19 squarely in the face, sending him flying. Nanny? The sudden appearance astonished everyone present. The newcomer was enveloped in a radiant golden glow, exuding an air of haughty confidence. It was none other than Vegeta who had come to save Son Wukong. Thank you. Vegeta, Son Wukong managed to utter with great effort. Do not misunderstand. I did not come to save you. I came to eliminate that fat fool. Vegeta retorted coldly, gesturing towards the incapacitated number 19. After a brief pause, he continued, take your time to recover. Once you are well, I shall defeat you in a fair fight. I intend to demonstrate the true strength of a Saiyan prince to you, a lowly warrior. Ha ha ha, very well. Thank you once again for saving me. Son Wukong coughed, struggling to respond. Enough of your chatter. Vegeta haughtily turned his head away. Chapter 84, Overwhelming Power. Vegeta's pinnacle moment. You despicable wretch. How dare you thwart my plans? Android number 20, Dr. Gero, seethed with rage. Just when he was on the verge of ending Son Wukong's life, Vegeta's unexpected interference had completely derailed his scheme. Since you have meddled, I suppose I must send you to hell, Dr. Gero declared coldly. Upon receiving Dr. Gero's command, number 19 immediately launched an attack on Vegeta. Haha. Vegeta, prepare to embrace your fate. Dr. Gero's expression grew increasingly sinister. In his estimation, Vegeta was doomed. For his prior research indicated that Vegeta's strength was far inferior to that of Son Wukong. With number 19's power, he was certain he could easily eliminate Vegeta. Come on, you fat fool. Vegeta scoffed, unfazed by number 19's aggressive advance. Number 19 unleashed a powerful energy blast towards Vegeta. Yeah, Vegeta shouted, surrounded by a dazzling aura. His power surging. With a swift motion, he effortlessly deflected the energy blast. Boom. The blast detonated in the distance, creating a deep crater in the ground. With a swift motion, Vegeta crouched and propelled himself forward. The two combatants were now perilously close, as Android 19 launched a punch towards Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta effortlessly blocked the attack. With a swift motion, he delivered a sweeping kick aimed at 19's head. Whoosh! The ground trembled. In an instant, 19 was sent flying, crashing to the ground. How could this be? The typically composed Dr. Gero was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Vegeta possessed such formidable power. The strength Vegeta wielded now surpassed that of Goku, who had recently transformed into a Super Saiyan. Had my previous intelligence been erroneous? Dr. Gero's expression was one of disbelief. Events were unfolding in a manner he had not foreseen. Come on, you fat fool. Vegeta taunted, beckoning with his finger in a provocative manner. 19's head had been knocked off, revealing his bald head, adorned with a transparent glass casing filled with intricate circuitry. Cackling, he remained unfazed by being struck by Vegeta, his sinister grin intact. As an android, he felt no pain. Vegeta's assault had inflicted no harm upon him. He rationalized that being knocked back was merely due to his failure to exert his full energy. He was determined to teach the arrogant Vegeta a lesson. With malice in his eyes, Android 19 charged at Vegeta once more. This time, he channeled all his energy into his right fist, aiming a powerful blow at Vegeta. Die, you despicable creature. However, the once menacing 19 was suddenly filled with horror. His punch was effortlessly blocked by Vegeta, who transformed the fist into a grasp, seizing 19's hand. Is that all you've got? Vegeta's face broke into a haughty smile, his words laced with disdain. With a swift motion, he drew back his left hand and delivered a sharp knife hand strike to 19's wrist. Crack! Like slicing through tofu, Vegeta severed 19's wrist with ease. Thud! 19's fist fell to the ground. Remarkably, no blood flowed from the severed wrist. Instead, a complex network of wires was exposed. At that moment, 19 was thoroughly cowed. His eyes filled with terror. Truly, he was utterly defenseless. Vegeta delivered a powerful kick towards 19, sending him flying once more. Nanny? Doctor. Gero was now in a state of complete panic. 19 was no match for Vegeta. Moreover, he himself was far weaker than 19. His situation was dire. He needed to devise an escape plan, he muttered. With a rustling sound, Vegeta crossed his arms and began to ascend slowly into the air. Your strength is far too feeble. Fighting you is truly dull. Disappointment was evident in Vegeta's eyes. He unleashed an energy blast aimed directly at Android 19. The energy orb contained a ferocious force, as Vegeta intended to bring an end to 19 in one decisive blow. 19 showed no fear. Instead, he burst into laughter. He extended his left hand, palm facing the energy blast. Zing! Rather than exploding, the energy orb was absorbed by 19. Nanny? The energy wave he launched was unexpectedly absorbed by the android. Vegeta was undeniably astonished by this occurrence. The android possessed the ability to absorb energy through its palm. Yamcha exclaimed loudly, recalling the painful experience of having energy absorbed by the android before. What a fool. Number 19 laughed arrogantly. His energy had been considerably depleted. Yet it was now instantly replenished. Firing energy waves at me merely serves to restore my power, Number 19 stated nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? This prince does not believe such nonsense. Vegeta scoffed, continuously unleashing energy waves towards Number 19. Number 19 spread his palms wide, effortlessly receiving the energy waves. Indeed, as he claimed, every wave Vegeta launched was transformed into his own energy. Vegeta's assault did not relent. Number 19 laughed wildly, reveling in the surge of energy within him. Once I absorb enough energy, I will surely annihilate you, he thought coldly. However, as the influx of energy increased, his expression began to change. What began as delight gradually morphed into terror. The energy he absorbed was nearing a threshold he could not withstand. Ultimate flash. In the sky, Vegeta gathered his palms before him, unleashing his ultimate technique. The wind howled, energy surged, and debris flew. What immense power! Gohan and the others marveled. The energy contained within the ultimate flash was terrifying. Boom. With a violent force, the ultimate flash surged directly toward Number 19. His expression twisted into one of agony as he struggled. Although the process was arduous, he ultimately managed to absorb all the energy from the ultimate flash. Now it's time for my counterattack. Number 19 revealed a sinister smile, now convinced he possessed sufficient energy to match Vegeta. However, just as he prepared to strike, his face turned pale with horror. His body was swelling uncontrollably. He had greedily absorbed Vegeta's energy, entirely unaware that he had surpassed his own capacity. No. Boom. Rumble. Number 19's body expanded into a massive sphere, culminating in an explosion. A colossal mushroom cloud slowly ascended into the sky. Android 19 was obliterated, leaving no trace of his chip. Greed leads to downfall. Did you truly believe you could absorb this prince's energy? Do you even possess the qualifications? Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, giving a disdainful snort, his aura radiating with dominance. He felt exceedingly pleased. After spending so long on Earth, he experienced a sense of joy he had never felt before. Having endured humiliation at the hands of Wu Fei, been mercilessly beaten by Cooler, and pounded by Broly, Vegeta finally savored the sweet taste of victory. Chapter 85, The Arrival of Trunks and the Altered History. What a formidable Vegeta. Now, Krillin and the others wore expressions of sheer astonishment. They had not anticipated that after 2 years of absence, Vegeta's strength had ascended to such formidable heights. Previously, Vegeta had always been overshadowed by Son Goku. Yet, the overwhelming force Vegeta had just displayed seemed to surpass even Goku's prowess prior to his heart condition. The Saiyan race is indeed a terrifying lineage, Krillin couldn't help but muse. He had to concede that Vegeta's strength had far outstripped his own. To be dispatched so easily is utterly dull. This prince has yet to unleash his full potential, Vegeta declared with his arms crossed, his tone dripping with disdain. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of incredulity. The figure of Dr. Gero had vanished. Damn it, old man. Where have you hidden yourself? What a coward. Vegeta seethed with fury. Nanny, another android has truly disappeared. At that moment, Krillin and the others came to their senses. They scanned their surroundings, yet the other android remained elusive. Damn it. We must locate that old man. How dare he toy with this prince? I shall crush his chip into oblivion. Vegeta fumed, his rage causing the very island to tremble. Consequently, Vegeta, Krillin, and the others commenced their search for Dr. Gero. However, they encountered a daunting dilemma. They could not detect Dr. Gero's energy signature. Damn it. Androids do not possess energy signatures. Krillin lamented, feeling a headache coming on. Without the ability to locate Dr. Gero through energy, they were left to search with their eyes, significantly complicating their endeavor. Tap, tap, tap. In a rugged valley, Dr. Gero was hastening forward. I must reach the laboratory as swiftly as possible, he thought. He had sensed the precarious nature of the situation. Vegeta's strength far exceeded his expectations, rendering him utterly outmatched. In light of this, Dr. Gero decisively contemplated fleeing. Just as Android 19 had exploded, he had seized the opportunity to escape the battlefield unnoticed. He had long since mapped out the island's terrain in his mind, formulating a flawless escape route. Surely, he could evade Vegeta and the others to ensure his survival. Once I return to the lab and release androids 17 and 18, I will make certain to eliminate all of you. A sinister glint flickered in Dr. Gero's eyes. He had calculated Vegeta's power. Indeed, it was formidable. Yet it paled in comparison to that of 17 and 18. However, a shadow of concern crossed his face. Androids 17 and 18 possessed energy far surpassing that of 19. But they were not as obedient. They had previously betrayed him. This was the very reason he had refrained from releasing them until now. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Gero seemed resolute in his determination. Although the works of the 17th and 18th are not yet flawless, they must be unveiled now, to completely eliminate Vegeta and his companions. He must take this risk. The intricate terrain has rendered it impossible for Vegeta and his allies to track down Dr. Gero. As time slowly passes, Dr. Gero has successfully evaded their pursuit and returned to his laboratory. How infuriating. Vegeta roars in the air, his aura shimmering with intensity. The very ground of the island quakes under the force of his unleashed fury. To be toyed with by an old fool drives him to the brink of rage. As for Krillin and Piccolo, they find themselves equally perplexed. How could they let another android slip away so easily? Yet, they are not overly concerned. For it seems the android's strength is not formidable. They only need to wait for its return to eliminate it. With Vegeta's power, it would be a mere child's play. Suddenly, a radiant light flickers above them. It appears as if the fabric of space has torn open, and from this rift emerges a peculiar machine mounted on a tripod. Within it sits a young boy, Trunks. It is he, the one capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, Trunks also sees Krillin and the others. He turns and spots Bulma nearby, cradling an infant, his younger self. A sigh of relief escapes Trunks. It seems Mr. Goku has not divulged his true identity. With no lingering worries, Trunks boldly confesses his lineage to Krillin and the others. Nanny, you are the son of Bulma and Vegeta? Krillin and Yamcha exclaim in astonishment. Krillin glances at Vegeta, then at Bulma, utterly incredulous. I'll gouge out your eyes. Vegeta interjects coldly. Krillin, intimidated by Vegeta, refrains from further comment. Ah, so you are the grown-up Trunks. You will be quite the handsome young man. Bulma smiles warmly at the adult Trunks while holding the infant Trunks, who gazes curiously up at his future self. Dad. The future Trunks musters his courage and greets Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta turns his head away, feigning indifference. However, deep within, he harbors admiration for Trunks, truly the son of a prince, transforming into a Super Saiyan at such a young age, successfully inheriting the noble bloodline. Then, Trunks grows solemn. Have the androids appeared? They have indeed, but they are not as terrifying as you describe. One of the fat ones has already been killed by Vegeta, but unfortunately, the other old fool managed to escape. Krillin replies casually. Yet, Trunks is left utterly aghast. Nanny? Mr. Krillin, what did you say? The two androids are a fat one and an old man? Trunks was utterly astounded, his voice trembling slightly. Is there a problem? Krillin could not comprehend the magnitude of Trunks' reaction. This was a serious issue. The androids from the future were a boy and a girl, not some overweight man and an old man. Trunks' expression grew increasingly grave. This is terrible. My arrival has indeed altered the course of history in this timeline. Chapter 86, Androids 17 and 18. This timeline had diverged significantly from the one Trunks hailed from. Everyone was equally astonished. The situation had suddenly become precarious. After some discussion, Bulma provided crucial intelligence. The android 20 was none other than the infamous evil scientist, Dr. Gero. According to Trunks, the malevolent androids created by Dr. Gero had yet to be unleashed. Fortunately, Bulma knew the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. Humph, let us head straight to his lab. No matter how powerful those two evil Saiyans are, I will certainly defeat them. Vegeta declared coldly, exuding arrogance. Indeed, having just secured an effortless victory, Vegeta now believed himself invincible. He felt utterly superior, confident in his ability to conquer any adversary. You all stay back. This prince can handle it alone. Whoosh. Upon receiving the precise location of Dr. Gero, Vegeta took off, flying ahead. Humph. That despicable old man dared to deceive me. This time, I will annihilate your stronghold. A fierce glint of murder filled Vegeta's eyes. No, those two evil androids are formidable. I cannot allow my father to face them alone. Trunks, filled with concern, quickly followed suit. As for the strength of androids 17 and 18, Vegeta was unaware. Only Trunks truly grasped the terrifying prowess of those two androids. Did Trunks really need to be this anxious? Krillin was bewildered but also hurried to follow. The Dragon Ball warriors drew ever closer to Dr. Gero's laboratory. Inside a brightly lit lab, several humanoid capsules stood. 3 figures were present. The elderly Dr. Gero, a handsome young man with black hair parted down the middle, wearing a scarf, who was Android 17, and a tall, strikingly beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, who was Android 18. Dr. Gero looked at Android 17 and 18 and spoke. This time, I am releasing you to assist me in eliminating some targets. You must obey my commands, otherwise, I will have no choice but to shut you down again, just as I did previously. His words were laced with menace. All right. This time we will certainly obey. Android 17 replied nonchalantly. Excellent. It seems that after the last incident, you have become quite compliant. Dr. Gero nodded in satisfaction before turning to retrieve a remote control from the table. The remote control serves as an emergency stop device. Dr. Gero requires it to monitor androids 17 and 18. Should they exhibit any signs of deviation, he will not hesitate to press the button. At this moment, Dr. Gero is in high spirits. Haha, Vegeta, soon you shall experience the terrifying power of androids 17 and 18. However, just as he reaches for the emergency stop device, an explosion erupts. The device is reduced to mere smoke. What? Dr. Gero exclaims in shock, turning to see. 18, you have betrayed me. The emergency stop device was destroyed by an energy beam fired by Android 18. Huh, you are rather naive, old man. 17 smirks coldly, his smile chilling. Suddenly, he extends his right hand and pierces Dr. Gero's chest. Damn it, 17, even you have betrayed me. Dr. Gero's face contorts with rage, his eyes filled with despair. Haha, I have never obeyed you, so how could I betray you? 17 replies indifferently. Dr. Gero's circuits are irreparably damaged, and he collapses slowly. Die, you old fool, 17 says, placing his foot on Dr. Gero's head. Boom. Crackle. Dr. Gero's main circuits are completely destroyed, and even his chip is crushed. He has no chance of resurrection. He never anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of his own creations. Deservedly so. 18 observes Drive Gero's lingering corpse with cold indifference. She has always harbored deep resentment towards him. Originally, she and her brother 17 led an ordinary life, but they were captured by Dr. Gero and transformed into androids. Although they possessed boundless energy, it was never what she desired. She has never had any intention of obeying Dr. Gero, and witnessing his death is a small measure of retribution for her. Haha. 18. Now we are free from Dr. Gero's constraints, completely liberated. 17 exclaims with a smile. Indeed. Finally free. 18 murmurs. It has been so long since we explored the outside world. This time, we shall truly enjoy ourselves. Of course, that is a must. 17 responds. However, before that, we need to release another individual. Subsequently, 17 frees Android 16. Android 16 is tall and sports a pineapple-like hairstyle. He possesses energy far surpassing that of 17 and 18, yet his demeanor is considerably gentler. Rather than combat, he prefers nature and animals. Big guy, let us go. The trio slowly makes their way towards the laboratory. Whoosh. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others are speeding towards the laboratory. Suddenly, Trunks' expression sharpens. It's them. Androids 17 and 18. The group follows Trunks' gaze and spots 3 figures not far away. It is indeed 17, 18, and 16. How peculiar. How is it that, aside from androids 17 and 18, another artificial being has emerged? Trunks is utterly astonished, completely bewildered by the situation. Just them? No matter how many there are, they shall all fall before this prince. However, Vegeta remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation, his tone dripping with arrogance. Whoosh. Bang. He accelerates, positioning himself directly in the path of the 3 androids. Oh, Vegeta. Android 17 instantly recognizes Vegeta from the data he possesses, his surprise palpable. Observing Vegeta's fierce demeanor, 17 and his companions grasp the prince's intentions. Haha, it has been far too long since I last engaged in battle. Allow you to be my opponent. A chance to stretch my limbs. Android 17 chuckles, his expression relaxed, as if he hardly regards Vegeta as a threat. What nonsense. This prince does not intend to fight you alone. You shall all come at me. I shall take on 3 at once. Vegeta's voice is laden with arrogance. Chapter 87, The Tragic Defeat. Take on 3 at once. Android 17 suddenly halts, then bursts into laughter. Haha, Vegeta, you are far too overconfident. One must possess a sense of self-awareness. 17 is incredulous, questioning the audacity of Vegeta to claim he can take on 3 foes. Father, in the distance. Trunks is equally astonished. From Bulma's memories, he is aware of Vegeta's proud and arrogant nature, yet he never anticipated that his father's arrogance would reach such heights. To insist on taking on 3 opponents without knowing their strength is sheer folly. Hey, 17, leave him to me. The icy voice of Android 18 suddenly cuts in. No way, 18. This is my prey. I cannot simply hand him over to you. 17 is clearly reluctant. Enough chatter. I am your sister. Besides, You can handle the others. 17 glances toward Trunks, Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin, who are nearby. For prey? Very well. I shall reluctantly entrust Vegeta to you. While 17 and 18 negotiate their opponent, Vegeta is infuriated. Hey, what does this mean? You have no regard for this prince. I demand to take on 3. You have no right to choose my opponents. Vegeta is now seething with rage. Bang. Ha ha ha. 18, Vegeta is yours. 17 willingly steps back, creating space for 18 and Vegeta. Humph. Do not presume that I will spare you because you are a woman. Yaha. Vegeta bellows, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Incredible. Upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Trunks is taken aback. Until now, Vegeta had been in his normal state, and according to Bulma's memories from the future, he did not transform into a Super Saiyan when the androids first appeared. Thus, Trunks had always believed that his father, Vegeta, was incapable of becoming a Super Saiyan. Trunks was taken aback to discover that Vegeta not only succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan, but also possessed strength that surpassed his wildest expectations, even exceeding his own. Perhaps his father could indeed defeat Android 18. Trunks' inner trepidation gradually diminished. In the future timeline, he could hold his own against either Android 17 or 18. To him, Vegeta's prowess seemed to surpass his own, making it reasonable to believe he could vanquish 18. With a resounding burst of energy, Vegeta launched the first strike against 18. His fists fell like relentless rain upon her, unyielding and fierce. He aimed to swiftly eliminate 18 and subsequently confront the other 2 androids. However, he was unprepared for the fact that 18 effortlessly blocked each of his attacks, her demeanor remarkably relaxed. How infuriating. Who does she think she is underestimating him? Vegeta intensified his energy, escalating his assault. Yet, to his dismay, his strikes continued to yield no tangible results. Hey, Vegeta, with such meager skills. What gives you the audacity to take on 3 at once? 18's tone dripped with disdain. With a sudden force, she delivered a kick that sent Vegeta crashing backward. The ground beneath him caved in, leaving a massive crater in its wake. What? Trunks, observing from the sidelines, was utterly stunned. Vegeta was at a clear disadvantage. He realized that 18 had grown stronger. Perhaps it could be said that this timeline's 18 was significantly more powerful than the one from his own. How could this be? The discrepancies in this timeline left Trunks even more bewildered. How frustrating. Vegeta had never anticipated such a predicament, previously brimming with confidence to take on 3 foes. He now found himself unable to best even a single woman, a blow to his pride as the Prince of the Saiyans. With a furious roar, Vegeta's energy surged once more. He lunged at 18 again. Yet, even with his intensified onslaught, he failed to inflict any substantial harm. The 2 engaged in a fierce battle. But as the confrontation wore on, Vegeta's stamina began to wane. In contrast, the android 18, endowed with boundless energy, remained untroubled by fatigue. In this scenario, her advantage became increasingly apparent. Vegeta threw a punch at 18. Once more, his attack was intercepted, and with a swift motion, 18 seized Vegeta's arm, rendering him powerless. Pathetic, she remarked coldly. Then, raising her leg, she executed a sweeping kick aimed at his arm. The sound of bone breaking echoed ominously. Vegeta's anguished scream pierced the air as he grimaced in pain, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. His arm hung limply at his side. 18 had incapacitated it. With a mighty energy wave, she propelled Vegeta away, the ensuing explosion enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Vegeta lay powerless on the ground, having been compelled to relinquish his Super Saiyan form, devoid of any fighting spirit. Undoubtedly, Vegeta had been utterly defeated, completely outmatched by Android 18. How infuriating. His heart brimmed with resentment. After 2 grueling years of training, he found himself unable to best even a woman. The dignity of the Saiyan prince lay in tatters. Such a formidable android. Witnessing this scene, Piccolo and the others were left astounded, disbelief etched across their faces. A glimmer of despair flickered in their eyes. Was the Earth truly doomed? Vegeta had been their undisputed strongest warrior. Yet, even he was powerless against the androids. What could they possibly change? Dad, this is infuriating. Trunks was overwhelmed with rage and sorrow as he gazed at the fallen Vegeta. Android 18 had grievously injured his father. A roar erupted from him, echoing through the heavens, as the ground trembled beneath his fury, his aura growing increasingly volatile. With a flash of brilliance, Trunks' golden hair stood on end as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Drawing his sword, he charged fiercely at Android 18. Though he knew he was no match for her, he resolutely chose to fight for his father's sake. Damn it, go. Upon witnessing Trunks' resolve, Piccolo and the others wasted no time and joined the fray. They were unwilling to be mere cowards in the face of defeat. Chapter 88. Wu Fei appears, the ignorant Android 17. Whoosh. Hey, your opponent is me. Android 17 suddenly appeared, blocking Trunks and the others. Get out of the way. Trunks shouted in anger, swinging his sword towards 17. Android 17 coldly smirked. casually swatting the sword aside. Clang. Trunks' sword was sent flying from his grasp. What? Trunks was taken aback by the energy exhibited by 17. He could sense that. Like Android 18, 17's power far surpassed that of the Android 17 from his timeline. However, enraged Trunks did not dwell on this revelation. He threw a punch at 17. Boom. You are still too weak. 17 effortlessly blocked the attack, his tone dripping with provocation. Damn it. Trunks unleashed a ki blast, only to have it easily swatted away by 17. Boom boom. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Tien's attacks also arrived. Given the dire circumstances, they could no longer afford the luxury of fair one-on-one combat. They resorted to a coordinated assault. Rat-a-tat-tat. The group surrounded Android 17, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Yet, even against their combined efforts, 17 remained unfazed. Despite their numerical advantage, Trunks and his comrades found themselves at a disadvantage, gradually revealing signs of despair as the battle progressed. Yet, number 17 maintained a remarkably relaxed demeanor. After all, his strength surpassed that of number 18. And the combined power of Trunks and his companions merely equated to that of Vegeta. It was a trivial matter for number 17 to deal with them. Everyone. I've had my fun. Number 17 smirked with an air of indifference. With a series of swift kicks, he struck. Trunks and the others were unable to defend themselves, being struck squarely in their vital points, and they were sent hurtling backward. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds echoed as Piccolo and the others lay powerless on the ground, their breaths weak and their bodies battered. Trunks had also reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Damn it. Is this timeline destined to repeat the tragedies of my own? Despair flooded Trunks' heart. He had prepared extensively, yet he found himself unable to alter the course of history. Mother, I have failed your expectations. I could not change the fate of the past. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears. In his view, hope had all but vanished. They would inevitably be slain by the androids, and Earth would descend into a dystopian nightmare. Humph, this is dull. You should focus on your training before challenging us again. But at this rate, no amount of training will make you our match. Number 17 remarked coldly. Let us go. With that, number 17 and his companions walked away, leaving Trunks, Krillin, and the others in a state of utter disbelief. Wasn't Trunks the one who said number 17 and number 18 were exceedingly malevolent? Why, having dispatched them, did they choose not to kill them? Krillin's mind was filled with confusion, and Trunks was equally astonished. It seemed the androids of this timeline exhibited a starkly different disposition from their counterparts in the future. Simultaneously, they felt a surge of relief. After all, surviving was a blessing. However, just as number 17 and his group prepared to depart, a figure suddenly emerged, blocking their path. It was none other than Wu Fei. Mr. Wu Fei, Krillin exclaimed, both astonished and overjoyed. He had not heard news of Wu Fei for quite some time, believing he had long since left Earth. To his surprise, in this critical moment, Wu Fei had appeared. This is wonderful. Mr. Wu Fei has come. Earth is saved. Krillin's hope ignited. After all, Wu Fei possessed extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of Vegeta. 2 years prior, Krillin had witnessed Wu Fei defeat Broly. Given that he deduced number 17 and no 18's power was significantly inferior to Broly's, Wu Fei should be able to handle them with ease. Is it him? Trunks was equally astonished by Wu Fei's arrival. His strength was unfathomable. He should be capable of defeating androids number 17 and number 18. A glimmer of hope flickered within Trunks' heart. Hey, who are you? Are you here to fight as well? In the database of the 17th, there exists no information regarding Wu Fei. Nonetheless, he possesses an unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Regardless of his opponent, none can rival him. The spirit of combat surged within 17, who expressed a readiness for another bout. You haven't satisfied my craving for battle yet. Let us engage once more, he declared nonchalantly, eager for the challenge. He had already discerned that Wu Fei's prowess exceeded that of Vegeta and others, and anticipated that this encounter would offer him a modicum of amusement. Are you seeking a fight? Wu Fei retorted with a cold smirk. Hey, your attitude is quite irksome. If you provoke me, I assure you, there will be no mercy. 17 observed Wu Fei with palpable interest, akin to a hunter eyeing its prey. At that moment, the usually taciturn 16 spoke up. 17, you should cease. You are not his equal. According to my calculations, his strength surpasses yours by 5-fold. 16's earnest demeanor suggested he was not fabricating this assertion. 5-fold? What nonsense are you spouting? 17 clearly disbelieved 16's claim. He considered himself the apex of strength. How could anyone surpass him, let alone by such a considerable margin? Suddenly, he erupted into laughter. Huh, big guy, that old coot, Dr. Gero, called you a failed experiment. And it seems he was indeed correct. You can't even accurately gauge battle power. I suspect your brain is severely malfunctioning. It appears someone needs to fix your head. Unfazed by 17's derision, 16 replied coolly, since you are so obstinate, let it be. Indeed, 16's prediction was erroneous. Upon hearing Wu Fei's response, 17 beamed with triumph. See, I told you, 16, your brain is faulty. However, I must admit, you possess a degree of self-awareness. One ought to be honest and not exaggerate. 17 regarded Wu Fei with a look of satisfaction. No, you have misinterpreted my meaning. What I meant was, when I conceal my energy, my strength is 5 times yours. Yet when I unleash my full power, it shall be several hundred times greater. Wu Fei cast a cold, commanding gaze at 17. Several hundred times? 17 stood momentarily stunned. Then incredulity washed over him as he scrutinized Wu Fei, his expression shifting with mockery. Moments later, he erupted into laughter once more. Huh. I believe not only is 16's brain malfunctioning, but yours is as well. Clearly, I must take it upon myself to rectify your mental state. He then turned to Vegeta, laughing heartily. Vegeta, I have discovered someone even more arrogant than you. Rest assured, his fate will be far worse than yours. 17's expression hardened as he glared menacingly at Wu Fei. Vegeta lost an arm. I shall ensure that both of yours are rendered useless. He had already begun devising ways to torment Wu Fei. Such arrogance must be thoroughly reprimanded. Wu Fei remained impassively focused on number 17, a cold smirk escaping his lips. I advise you to reflect on your own worth. Can you truly harm me? Do you even possess the qualification? His aura irradiated with an icy intensity, locking his gaze onto number 17. Humph, how arrogant. I hope your abilities match your bravado. Number 17 scoffed, decisively launching his attack. With the swiftness of a cannonball, he propelled himself forward. Gathering all his energy into his fist, he unleashed a powerful strike. Yaha! The air crackled as Wu Fei's aura erupted, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. This form bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta, but why were his locks a yellow-green hue? Number 17 was taken aback, yet his expression swiftly returned to normal. No matter what form you take, you will still be at my mercy. Without flinching, Wu Fei retaliated with a punch. Boom! The collision of their fists produced a shockwave that shook the very ground beneath them. Nanny? Number 17's pupils dilated in horror. He never anticipated that his full-force attack would be thwarted by Wu Fei. Now, allow me to show you what true power feels like. Wu Fei bent low and struck forward with a fierce blow. Boom. Number 17 was unable to evade, taking the full force of Wu Fei's punch to his abdomen. The android's anguished cry echoed as he was sent tumbling backward. Rumble. The earth was left marred by a deep crater, with number 17 sprawled on the ground, utterly immobilized. Despite the android's infinite energy and stamina, he now found himself utterly defeated by Wu Fei's singular blow, which had damaged his core circuitry. No, it can't be. No. 17's face was etched with disbelief. He could not fathom such a turn of events. He had prided himself on being invincible, and yet he was felled by a single strike. Who was this individual, possessing such formidable strength? A profound sense of resentment welled within number 17. Yay! In the distance, Krillin shouted with glee, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Mr. Wu Fei is indeed remarkable. It seems there is hope for this timeline. Trunks reflected, marveling at Wu Fei's overwhelming dominance over number 17 with a single punch, a display of power beyond his expectations. To him, the other two androids were surely no match for Wu Fei. With his arrival, the threat of the androids had been vanquished. Damn it! Has his strength truly surged to such heights? Vegeta's heart was profoundly affected. After 2 arduous years of training to become a true Super Saiyan, he had not only failed to close the gap between himself and Wu Fei, but had found himself further distanced. How absurd! Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration. Previously, he had been filled with arrogance, believing he could take on 3 opponents at once. Yet, it was merely hubris, lacking the strength to back it up. Wu Fei's audacious display stemmed from a foundation of genuine power. Wu Fei possesses the audacity that Vegeta lacks. It is imperative that he devises a method to swiftly enhance his strength, murmured Vegeta. Look at this. A self-imposed plight. Number 16's expression remained exceptionally indifferent. He was not surprised by the outcome, having long calculated the vast disparity in power between number 17 and Wu Fei. The fact that number 17 was not obliterated by Wu Fei's punch was simply a testament to Wu Fei's mercy. Number 17. After witnessing her brother's defeat, number 18 appeared deeply concerned. How dare you injure number 17? I shall not let this go unpunished. Number 18, consumed by fury, immediately launched an assault on Wu Fei. However, her strength paled in comparison to that of number 17, rendering her no match for Wu Fei. With a swift motion, her fist was effortlessly caught by Wu Fei. No matter how she struggled, it was in vain. Let go. Number 18's cheeks flushed with indignation, her eyes blazing with fury. It was her first experience of a stranger grasping her hand, and although she was an android, she was still a young girl. Feeling a twinge of bashfulness in that moment. After the initial shyness came an eruption of anger. I shall not release you. Wu Fei chuckled, his face mere inches from number 18's. You insufferable scoundrel. A rogue. Number 18's heart raced, her face turning an even deeper shade of crimson. Wu Fei's proximity left her utterly flustered. Release me. She swung her other fist with great force. Crack. To her dismay, Wu Fei caught that hand as well. Infuriated, With both arms restrained by Wu Fei, number 18 found herself at a loss. How strange. Mr. Wu Fei has subdued number 18, yet why does he not strike? Krillin scratched his bald head, perplexed. Indeed, he should have outright eliminated the wretched android. Trunks responded. Wait. Krillin suddenly interjected. Trunks, the androids are not inherently evil. They merely incapacitated us and had no intention of killing. Perhaps they are not as malevolent as you presume. Trunks suddenly paused, realization dawning. Indeed. They are indeed different from the androids of the future timeline. What do you truly intend to do? Number 18 demanded furiously. I have no ulterior motives. You initiated the attack against me, did you not? I was merely acting in self-defense. Wu Fei replied calmly. Then you should have sent me flying, just as you did with number 17. Ah, it is simply because you are too beautiful, and I could not bear to strike. Wu Fei laughed. Chapter 90. The unconventional number 18, the arrival of Cell. Gazing at Wu Fei's cheerful demeanor, number 18's face flushed crimson. She was aware of her beauty, but hearing it acknowledged by another left her feeling bashful. Being a sheltered young girl, she was overwhelmed with shyness in that moment. Scoundrel! She feigned anger and shouted. She felt as though Wu Fei was teasing her. Heh! Wu Fei let out a cold laugh and then spoke with indifference. You are an astute individual, well aware of the current circumstances. Should I wish to eliminate you, it would indeed be a trivial task. Otherwise, the 17th would have been annihilated long ago. However, you are not as malevolent as I initially perceived, and I have no intention of destroying you. If you desire death, you are welcome to launch another attack at any moment. With that, Wu Fei released his grip and flung the 18th away. The 18th landed gracefully. Wu Fei turned to the 16th and inquired, What say you? Do you wish to spar with me? The 16th shook his head in response. I do not relish combat. I was created by Dr. Gero to vanquish Sun Wukong. I shall not forget my mission, and unless absolutely necessary, I refuse to engage with anyone other than Sun Wukong. Besides, my strength pales in comparison to yours. Why would I willingly seek suffering? A subtle smile graced Wu Fei's lips. It appears you possess a commendable degree of self-awareness. This is indeed praiseworthy. Otherwise, your fate would mirror that of someone else. His gaze shifted to the 17th. Cough, cough, cough. How infuriating. The 17th remained utterly dissatisfied. Having been incapacitated by Wu Fei's punch, he felt a deep sense of resentment, even though he had the ability to self-repair. A few days of respite were necessary for complete recovery. Are you all right? The 18th approached and helped the 17th to his feet. Combat is no longer an option. The tone of the 17th was somewhat disheartened. Staying here serves no purpose. Let us depart. The 18th cast a glance at Wu Fei, but as soon as their eyes met, she quickly turned away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 18th then took the 17th and the 16th and departed. During their flight, the 17th noticed that the 18th's demeanor was decidedly peculiar. The sister he remembered was typically aloof and rarely smiled, yet now her expressions were in constant flux, quite abnormal. Sister, what are you pondering? The 18th gazed ahead, appearing lost in thought. After a considerable pause, she returned to reality. Huh, were you calling me just now? The 17th was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha! You cannot possibly be thinking about that fellow named Wu Fei, can you? The 18th's expression shifted. Impossible. He is nothing but a rogue. Why would I concern myself with him? The 17th, still smiling broadly, replied, I suspect he harbors an interest in you. Observe. He just ruthlessly knocked me away with a single punch, yet you emerged unscathed. And he claimed to be reluctant to engage? It sends chills down my spine. To speak candidly, do you not have feelings for him? You are no longer a child. It is time to consider finding a partner. Though his being struck was quite irksome, the 17th continued, if he were to become my brother-in-law, I would be quite pleased. Just look at him, tall, handsome, and remarkably powerful. He is the ideal candidate to be my sister's partner. As he spoke, the 17th grew increasingly earnest. Listening to the words of number 17, number 18 felt her heart race, her cheeks flushing slightly. However, she fixed him with a cold glare, clearly incensed. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you truly believe I won't toss you off this ledge? Unperturbed, number 17 continued. Ha ha ha, I was right. You are indeed stirred. The fire in number 18's eyes blazed as she retorted, you insolent brat, it seems you have a death wish. With that, she released her grip, casting number 17 downwards. Hey, just because I've seen through your facade doesn't mean you can turn your back on me. I am your brother. Earlier, Wu Fei's powerful punch had rendered number 17 utterly incapacitated. Now, he could barely manage to stay aloft. His body plummeted rapidly, destined to crash heavily upon the ground. Realizing that number 18 could not save him, he shouted, Number 16, are you not going to intervene? Humph. Number 16 scoffed, his expression notably indifferent. Yet he still rushed to rescue number 17. Number 18, absorbed in her thoughts, had completely disregarded number 17. Images of Wu Fei flashed through her mind, prompting her to murmur, I must admit, he is rather handsome. In another timeline, Trunks returned from the main timeline, his strength significantly heightened. And he boldly challenged the androids number 17 and number 18. Ha ha ha. Trunks, it has been a while. I never imagined this coward would have the audacity to show himself. Number 17 remarked coldly. Enough chatter. I am bored with this game. Let us simply dispose of him. Number 18's demeanor was utterly frigid. Unlike their counterparts in the main timeline, these versions of number 17 and number 18 were purely malevolent. Humph. This time, I am here to defeat you. With a decisive swiftness, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, launching a formidable assault against the androids. Boom, boom, boom. His training bore remarkable fruit. Previously, he could barely hold his own against either number 17 or number 18, yet now he overwhelmed them with sheer might. How is this possible? Both number 17 and number 18 were astounded by Trunks' power. They had not anticipated that such a brief interval would result in such a terrifying enhancement of his abilities. Embrace your fate. You have turned the earth into a wasteland. Now I shall send you to hell. With a flash, Trunks appeared before number 17. Thunderous roars erupted as he unleashed a ki blast, obliterating number 17 into nothingness. Now it's your turn. Trunks coldly glared at number 18, preparing to deliver her demise in a similar fashion. Cackling, however, a figure suddenly appeared, interposing itself between Trunks and his target. This figure resembled a grotesque green insect, with a long tail ending in a sharp stinger, an abominable sight indeed. It was the ultimate android, Cell, created by Dr. Gero, though he had yet to evolve into his perfect form, remaining merely in his initial state. Chapter 91. The Tragedy of Another Future Timeline. The Last Warrior Falls. Who are you? Trunks inquired, astonished by the appearance of Cell. He had never encountered this monstrosity before. You are about to become a corpse. There is no need for you to know so much, Cell replied coldly. Although unaware of Cell's true identity, Trunks had already discerned his malevolent intent. Without hesitation, he launched an assault on Cell. Bang, bang, bang. Following their clash, Trunks was increasingly astounded. This seemingly unremarkable creature possessed strength surpassing that of androids 17 and 18. Nevertheless, Trunks held his own and gradually began to gain the upper hand. Boom. Trunks delivered a powerful punch, sending Cell staggering back. Drawing forth his sword, he swiftly advanced toward Cell. With a dazzling brilliance surrounding him, his sword shimmered with golden light, emanating a fierce aura. Die, Trunks declared, intending to end Cell's life with a single strike to prevent any further regeneration. However, rather than showing fear, Cell remained unfazed. He spread his arms wide, turning them to the sides of his face. Solar flare, he shouted, and in an instant, his eyes erupted with blinding radiance. What? The light was so piercing that Trunks had no choice but to shut his eyes. In that fleeting moment, Cell concealed his energy signature, leaving Trunks oblivious to his whereabouts. Whoosh! Trunks' decisive strike met only air. Tap, tap, tap. Amidst the brilliant light, Cell dashed towards Android 18. What do you intend to do? 18's eyes brimmed with terror. Ha ha ha. Cell sneered, offering no reply. How infuriating. Without hesitation, 18 unleashed a wave of energy towards Cell. Boom. The energy wave struck Cell squarely, yet it bore no effect whatsoever. Ha ha ha, futile. Cell's countenance grew increasingly grotesque. His tail elongated swiftly, the barbs at its tip unfurling into a trumpet-like shape. Whoosh. Cell's tail lunged towards Android 18. Monster, what are you up to? Ha ha. I intend to consume you. Cell chuckled darkly. Unforgivable. The thought of being devoured by such a hideous creature was unbearable for 18, prompting her to flee. However, escape was futile. Whoosh. Cell's tail reached above 18's head, its maw opening wide and descending rapidly. Despair filled 18's eyes. There was no time left to escape. Gulp. Cell's tail engulfed her head entirely. Glorp, glorp. Subsequently, Cell's tail writhed incessantly, devouring 18's entire form. Simultaneously, Cell underwent a profound transformation. Yaha. Cell's expressions fluctuated. Moments ago, he had been in excruciating agony. Yet now he radiated sheer joy. How infuriating. What on earth has transpired? Only after Cell had fully absorbed 18 did Trunks, still reeling from the effects of the solar flare, finally regain his composure. He opened his eyes to find that Android 18 had vanished, and Cell had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once an exceedingly grotesque green insect, Cell now bore a closer resemblance to a human. Yet his visage remained decidedly unattractive, marked by thick, oversized lips and a pockmarked complexion. Ha ha ha. Android 18 was truly delectable. Such exhilarating power. With a sudden surge, Cell unleashed his aura, causing waves of energy to ripple forth, enveloped in clouds of dust. Nanny? Trunks' eyes widened in shock, revealing a hint of fear as he sensed the overwhelming pressure of Cell's newfound strength. What on earth was happening? Why had his power surged so dramatically? Could it be connected to the disappearance of Android 18? A multitude of questions swirled within Trunks' mind. Surprised, are we Trunks? Cell observed him with a bemused expression, exuding an air of calm confidence. Pray tell, who are you, and how is it that you wield the solar flare? Trunks was aware that the solar flare was a technique exclusive to Tien, Krillin, and their companions. Yet, How could this hideous creature also employ it? Ha ha ha. Not only can I use the solar flare, but I am also proficient in other techniques. Cell's face was a mask of mockery as he began to unleash the moves of various Dragon Ball warriors, the Kamehameha of Master Roshi, Piccolo's special beam cannon, Krillin's Destructo Disc, and even Vegeta's Final Flash. This is impossible. Who on earth are you? Trunks shook his head frantically, disbelief etched upon his features. How could this grotesque being possess such an arsenal of techniques? Ha ha ha. Allow me to enlighten you before you meet your end. I am the ultimate android, Cell, crafted by Dr. Gero. Within me reside the cells of countless powerful beings, including Goku, Piccolo, Tien, and, of course, your father, Vegeta. Nanny? Trunks' understanding shattered completely. A creature with the cells of so many formidable warriors. What manner of monstrosity was this? He could hardly fathom that doctor. Gero had created Cell in addition to androids 17 and 18. Ha ha ha. It is time for you to depart this world, Cell declared coldly. With a swift motion, he appeared directly before Trunks. Trunks had no option for retreat and swung his sword at Cell. Clang. Yet, Cell effortlessly pinched the blade between his index and middle fingers, then twisted, breaking it in half. Nanny? Trunks was utterly astonished. Realizing Cell's power had escalated to such an extent. Trunks, you are still too weak. With a swift kick, Cell sent Trunks flying. Boom, boom, boom. Cell continued his relentless assault, pursuing Trunks with unyielding ferocity. The encounter was overwhelmingly one-sided. Trunks found himself utterly defenseless. Die. Cell unleashed a powerful energy wave aimed at Trunks. Despair flooded Trunks' heart. He had never anticipated that all his prior efforts would amount to nothing. He had vanquished androids 17 and 18, believing he had ultimately salvaged Earth from its impending crisis, ushering in a semblance of peace. Yet, a far more terrifying creature emerged. Previously, he could maneuver around 17 and 18, managing to preserve his own life. Now, however, he stood on the brink of death at the hands of Cell. He was the last warrior of this world. Should he perish, there would be no hero left to rise against malevolence. Earth would inevitably devolve into a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The thought of being unable to protect his home filled Trunks with profound sorrow. Furthermore, his mother, Bulma, awaited his return at home. Alas, he could never return. Mother. Trunks felt the sting of tears welling in his eyes. Thunderous roars echoed as the energy wave detonated. Trunks could not withstand it and met his demise. The final warrior of this timeline vanished. Chapter 92. Cell arrived in the primary timeline. Ha. Truly, they are but a feeble challenge. Cell remarked coolly. The power I now possess is simply astonishing. Clenching his fists and feeling the immense energy coursing through him, Cell marveled. Prior to absorbing Android 18, he had envisioned a significant enhancement in his strength. Yet, he had never anticipated that upon absorbing her, his power would surge to such extraordinary heights. This far exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he was not content with his current prowess. He yearned for greater strength. His path to ascension lay in further evolution. Presently, he was merely in his second form, but when he evolved into his perfect state, his power would reach its zenith. The mere potency of his second form was already terrifying. He was eager to discover the extent of his power upon achieving perfection. Cell's ultimate ambition was to evolve into his perfect form and attain the mightiest strength in existence. Perfect form, he murmured, his eyes filled with longing. Yet, a flicker of regret crossed his gaze. Cursed fate, I have arrived too late. Cell lamented. By the time he arrived, Trunks had utterly obliterated Android 17. There was nothing left of 17 to absorb, thwarting Cell's evolution, as he required both 17 and 18 for his transformation. Damn it, Cell bellowed, unleashing a wave of energy that shook the very foundations of Earth. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed. Cell grinned menacingly. That Trunks fellow once utilized the time machine to traverse back to the past. The 17 from the past should still be intact. My opportunity to achieve perfect form has arrived. Cell's laughter reverberated through the skies. With newfound direction, he soared westward. In the primary timeline, after being defeated by Wu Fei, Android 17 and others, in a state of disarray, wandered aimlessly through the city, having not committed any egregious acts. After several days of wandering, Android 17 had fully recovered, and they recalled their mission to eliminate Sun Wukong. This was the singular purpose for which Dr. Gero had created them. Although they did not strictly adhere to Dr. Gero's commands, the task of killing Sun Wukong remained imperative. Now, they were also quite curious about the strength of the very Sun Wukong that Dr. Gero despised so deeply. Thus, Android 17 casually borrowed a vehicle and leisurely drove with Android 18 and 16 towards Baozi Mountain in search of Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, the lives of the Dragon Ball warriors had returned to a state of tranquility. Krillin, Tien, and others had returned to Kame House to care for the ailing Sun Wukong. Vegeta, feeling the inadequacy of his own strength, began training once again, with Trunks accompanying him in his regimen. Meanwhile, Wu Fei, having nothing to occupy his time, returned to a small island. Suddenly, a flying car sped through the air, with Android 17 and his companions inside. Just then, a figure abruptly blocked their path. It was the grotesque Cell. "Hey, are you seeking death?" Android 17 remarked coldly. He preferred to avoid trouble, but if provoked, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Upon recognizing Cell's face, 17's expression turned to one of disdain. "Step aside quickly. Do not hinder me from my pursuit of murder. If you seek your demise, I would not mind dispatching you first." His demeanor grew increasingly frosty. "Humph. Step aside. I have come to find you," Cell retorted icily, fixing a piercing gaze on Android 17. "You seek me? Do you wish for me to kill you?" With that, a thrill for battle stirred within him. As he had not fought in quite some time, Android 17 regarded Cell with utter contempt. "You are truly ignorant." Cell's expression darkened as he charged towards 17. "Humph." Android 17's face hardened, and he decisively unleashed a ki blast. With a swift motion, Cell waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the energy wave. "Heh." A cold smirk crossed Android 17's lips as he suddenly appeared before Cell. With a powerful punch, he aimed directly at Cell's face. To his astonishment, Cell simply tilted his head, sustaining no damage whatsoever. "What?" Android 17 was momentarily stunned. "Your power is pitiful." Cell's words dripped with mockery. "Now, allow me to show you what true power feels like." With that, Cell's fist connected squarely with Android 17's abdomen. Android 17 was sent flying backward. Bang, bang, bang. Cell relentlessly pursued him, launching a barrage of fierce attacks. Android 17 found himself utterly defenseless against the onslaught. "How can this be?" he gasped, astonished that Cell possessed such formidable strength. "Who is this guy? There is no data about Cell in my database." Boom. The ground shook as Cell knocked Android 17 down. "Damn it." Android 17 seethed with frustration. He had been defeated by a hideous creature. "Ha ha. Android 17, accept your fate." With a maniacal laugh, Cell slowly advanced towards Android 17. "How infuriating. What do you intend to do to 17? Android 18 shouted, launching an immediate attack on Cell. Humph. Cell was in no rush to absorb 17. Instead, he engaged in combat with 18. Her strength proved inadequate, and after a few exchanges, she was swiftly defeated by Cell. How vexing. In that moment, 18 felt an imminent threat looming over her. Ha ha. Cell continued his approach towards 17, his gaze brimming with avarice. Boom. However, just as he became lost in his own arrogance, a swift kick struck his head, sending him flying. The assailant was none other than Android 16. Heh. Another bothersome presence has arrived. Then I shall dispose of you as well. Cell redirected his focus and launched an attack on 16. Boom. The collision of their iron fists caused the ground to crack and mountains to crumble. What? 17 and 18 could hardly fathom that the reticent 16 harbored such formidable power. Humph. It seems your strength is not to be underestimated. Cell was somewhat taken aback, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. Bang bang bang. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Indeed, 16's strength far surpassed that of 17 and 18, yet when compared to Cell in his second form, he was still vastly outmatched. Huh. Cell roared, delivering a punch towards 16. Boom. Even with all his might, 16 was sent flying by the blow, collapsing to the ground. Cell had single-handedly defeated Android 17, 18, and 16. Chapter 93, Perfect Cell. The dire situation of Android 18. Ha ha ha. Now, no one can thwart the massacre, and Cell laughed maniacally. Tap tap tap. He slowly approached 17. You must be quite delectable. A fervent glint shone in Cell's eyes. Hideous creature. What do you intend to do? 17 warily regarded Cell. It's nothing. I merely wish for us to become one. Suddenly, Cell's tail elongated and opened wide. What? 17 realized Cell's intention to absorb him. No. Fear and disdain were evident on 17's face. The mere thought of being absorbed by that grotesque creature filled him with resistance. Humph. You should consider yourself fortunate to merge with me. Whoosh. Cell's expression turned icy as his tail swiftly lunged towards 17. He had no time to evade. Thud. Cell's tail consumed 17's entire body. What? This scene left 18 utterly stunned. The living 17 was, in fact, devoured. After absorbing 17, Cell began to undergo a tremendous transformation. His previously thick lips and unattractive visage morphed into a remarkably handsome face, resembling that of an ordinary human. Additionally, a pair of wings sprouted from his back, while his lengthy tail retracted, concealed within the wings. Ha ha. At last, I have achieved my perfect form. Cell laughed with unrestrained arrogance. The surrounding air surged violently. The earth quaked, and the entire realm trembled in response. Is this the pinnacle of power? It is indeed exhilarating. Cell gazed skyward, his expression one of utter delight. He felt an inexhaustible strength coursing within him, awakening an overwhelming sense of invincibility. How infuriating. He had truly absorbed Android 17. Anger filled Android 18's eyes as she contemplated the fact that her brother resided within this grotesque creature. Huh. She could no longer afford to hesitate and respectfully advance towards Cell. Countless energy waves surged towards Cell. Humph. Cell merely chuckled disdainfully, refusing to evade. Boom. A thick cloud of smoke erupted, completely shrouding Cell's figure. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, Cell stood unscathed, his demeanor unchanged, not a speck of dust upon him. What? Android 18 was taken aback, her full-force onslaught having yielded no effect whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, she was startled as a figure materialized before her. Bang! Cell delivered a powerful kick, sending 18 hurtling away. Humph! I have now successfully evolved into my perfect form. You no longer possess any value. A wave of raw energy surged from Cell's palm. Whoosh! The energy wave sliced through the air, causing the ground to fracture beneath it. Android 18's pupils widened in shock. If struck by this energy wave, she would undoubtedly be obliterated. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Android 18. It was Android 16. Boom! The energy wave collided with 16, resulting in a tremendous explosion. After enduring such a ferocious assault, only half of Android 16 remained intact. The intricate circuitry and shattered remains of his body were a harrowing sight. Android 18 was even more astonished. Despite 16's formidable defenses, he was utterly helpless against Cell. Android 18, flee now. Do not concern yourself with me. The farther you go, the better. Android 16 remained remarkably calm, devoid of any sorrow upon his visage. Though a robot, he possessed an inherent kindness. Upon witnessing Android 18 in peril, he instinctively chose to shield her from harm, caring not for his own life. He was merely striving to afford her a chance to escape. What a fool. Android 18 glared coldly at 16. She hoisted him up and swiftly ascended into the air. Though her countenance was frigid, it did not reflect the warmth of her heart. 16's current state was a result of his selfless act to save her. And she would not abandon him. Heh, you believe you can escape? Such naivete. Cell's chilling laughter echoed as he pursued them. His expression was one of amusement, clearly indicating he was not taking the situation seriously. With his speed, catching up to Android 18, who was carrying 16, would be a trivial task. However, he had no intention of doing so. Instead, he leisurely soared forward, maintaining a deliberate distance from number 18. Occasionally, he unleashed a few energy waves, yet their sluggish speed and minimal power were easily evaded by her. He remained unfazed by such outcomes, a smile perpetually gracing his visage. It seemed he derived immense pleasure from this game of chase. He was not eager to eliminate number 18 or number 16 just yet. He simply wished to indulge in their playful pursuit. I wonder how far you think you can run, he mused with a cold chuckle, frustratingly unable to shake off Cell. Number 18 felt a profound sense of helplessness. The crux of the matter was that she could not match his strength. She found herself in a dire predicament. Damn it! Despair engulfed number 18. She had even lost the desire to flee. Regardless of her efforts, she could not escape Cell's clutches. Being toyed with by him only intensified her irritation. With a decisive resolve, number 18 ceased her attempts to flee and descended onto a nearby aisle. She placed number 16 down, preparing for a desperate struggle. Even if she could not defeat Cell, she would not allow him to have it easy. With determination, number 18 launched an offensive, her fist striking down on Cell like torrential rain. Humph! Cell did not flinch, allowing her to unleash her barrage. Yet, her strikes had no effect on him. Despite the ferocity of her assault, Cell remained unfazed, not even twitching an eyebrow. Have you had enough? He sneered coldly, suddenly unleashing a surge of energy. A powerful gust of wind sent number 18 hurtling away. Damn it! Number 18 had not anticipated Cell's overwhelming strength. Gathering all her energy into her palms, she unleashed a powerful energy wave. This wave, infused with her fierce spirit, surged towards Cell, representing her utmost effort. However, Cell dismissed it with a mere wave of his hand, effortlessly deflecting the energy wave back at her. Number 18's eyes widened in horror as the energy wave now rushed towards her, merging with Cell's own attack to form an even more terrifying force. Was this finally the end? She murmured, despair etched upon her features. Such a formidable foe as Cell was beyond anyone's capacity to withstand. Countless images flashed through her mind. Memories of the people and events of the past days. Ultimately, the figure of Wu Fei crystallized in her thoughts. Perhaps only he could vanquish this monstrous entity before her. But where was he now? Would he come? A complex turmoil brewed within number 18, yet at this moment, a glimmer of hope flickered upon her face. Chapter 94. Wu Fei's arrival. One punch to obliterate mini Cell. Whoosh. The energy wave surged rapidly forward. The ferocity of its energy exuded an overwhelming pressure, gripping the soul and rendering one immobile. Number 18 gazed at the energy wave, despair compelling her to close her eyes. Number 18. Concern radiated from number 16's eyes. Yet, he too found himself helpless, struggling to move, let alone rescue number 18. Boom. The Qigong wave erupted suddenly, engulfing the surroundings in a thick cloud of smoke. Number 18. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, and number 16 could no longer discern the figure of number 18. A trace of sorrow flickered across his usually stoic visage. Perhaps number 18 has truly vanished forever. Although number 16 is an artificial being, he possesses emotions. Having journeyed across the world alongside the sister-brother duo of number 18 and number 17 for many days, the complete disappearance of both filled him with melancholy. Ha! What a magnificent mushroom cloud! The eerie laughter of Cell echoed. He then turned his gaze towards number 16, his eyes cold and unyielding. Number 18 has disappeared. Now it is your turn. Cell approached number 16 slowly. Heh! Number 16 remained unfazed, having long since come to terms with life and death. Hey Cell, who told you that number 18 is gone? At that moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the sky. Nanny? Upon hearing these words, both Cell and number 16 were taken aback. Who? Following the sound, Cell looked up and beheld a figure in the air. The individual was tall, imposing, and strikingly handsome, none other than Wu Fei. However, Cell appeared perplexed, clearly unfamiliar with Wu Fei. At that moment, Wu Fei was cradling number 18 in his arms. As number 18 opened her eyes and glimpsed Wu Fei's handsome face, her expression turned slightly bewildered. Am I still alive? Did Cell not annihilate me? Number 18 asked tentatively. Of course. Wu Fei leaned down to meet her gaze. Their eyes locked, causing number 18's heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Phew. Number 18 exhaled deeply. She had prepared herself for death, only to discover she was still alive. Number 18 suddenly exclaimed. She realized she was being held in a princess carried by Wu Fei. At her age, it was the first time anyone had held her this way, making her cheeks turn crimson. The typically aloof girl now felt a tinge of shyness. She wished for Wu Fei to release her, yet found herself enjoying the sensation. He truly appeared. Number 18's heart fluttered, unable to settle for a long time. Meanwhile, Cell stared at Wu Fei for a considerable time, utterly confounded. Who on earth is this person? How dare he rescue someone from my grasp? Infuriating. You have spoiled my enjoyment. Cell remarked coldly. Spoiled your enjoyment? And what then? Wu Fei responded nonchalantly, descending slowly. Thud. Upon landing, Wu Fei released his hold and set number 18 down. Thank you. Number 18's cheeks were flushed, her tone somewhat bashful. No problem. Just a small effort on my part. Number 18 felt even more perplexed. Why was his tone so indifferent? Did he not come specifically to save me? She longed to know the answer, but felt too shy to inquire. Cell regarded Wu Fei with cold disdain. He never anticipated Wu Fei's audacity to disregard him entirely. This was nothing short of blatant provocation. I have now transformed into my complete form, possessing the most formidable power in existence, and yet someone dares to challenge me? This is utterly unforgivable. Cell possesses the cells of formidable beings such as Vegeta and Frieza, which undoubtedly fuels his arrogance and pride. And then, naturally, I shall relish in tormenting you. I will make you experience what true power entails. Upon evolving into his complete form, Cell felt an overwhelming surge of strength within him. However, lacking a worthy adversary, he could not fully grasp the extent of his true power. Remarkably, Wu Fei managed to rescue Android 18 directly from his grasp. Judging by Wu Fei's method of saving her, it was evident that his strength was formidable. It was the perfect opportunity for him to engage in a proper battle. He wished to ascertain the true measure of his own might through combat. I hope you can endure for a while longer. Do not disappoint me, Cell coldly declared. Wu Fei smirked, shaking his head with a chuckle. You still have the audacity to laugh. It seems you are truly ignorant. I will make your suffering even more profound. Cell observed Wu Fei's nonchalant demeanor, feeling a surge of irritation. You might find yourself disappointed. Wu Fei retorted. Have you finally succumbed? Cell laughed boisterously. No. It seems you have misunderstood my intent. What I mean is that even in your complete form, you are no match for me. You will be disillusioned by the power you believe you possess. Before the true strong, it is utterly insignificant. Wu Fei gazed calmly at Cell, his expression betraying no emotion. Cell was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. This is the first time I have encountered such ignorance and arrogance. You know nothing of power. In my complete form, I have no rivals. The audacity of a nameless wretch to underestimate me ignited a fire of fury within Cell. Before that, let us see if you are even worthy to contend with me. A cold smirk played on Cell's lips. His expression then grew sinister. His wings unfurled behind him, and the tail that had been hidden for so long revealed itself. With a sudden thrust, his tail opened, expelling a green, orb-like sphere. This sphere underwent a transformation, ultimately morphing into a miniature version of Cell himself. The small Cell grinned wickedly, exuding malevolence. Nanny? Both Android 18 and Android 16 were taken aback. The emergence of a miniature being from his tail was enough to make 18 feel a wave of nausea. Most critically, despite its diminutive size, the small Cell radiated a ferocious energy. 18 sensed that she was utterly outmatched by the small Cell. Such formidable power. Android 16 was equally astounded by the strength of the small Cell. It was truly overwhelming. Go forth. Strike him down with fervor. Cell directed at the small Cell, pointing towards Wu Fei. Yes, A murderous glint shone in the small cell's eyes as he swiftly charged towards Wu Fei. Humph. Wu Fei regarded the small cell with complete disdain. Meanwhile, Cell crossed his arms, preparing to observe the unfolding spectacle. In his perspective, Little Cell possessed a strength comparable to that of a mid-level Super Saiyan, and he believed he could undoubtedly deliver a thorough lesson to Wu Fei. However, in the next moment, he was utterly astonished. Little Cell unleashed a full-force punch towards Wu Fei, only to be met with a single strike that obliterated him in a tremendous explosion. The Little Cell, upon whom Cell had pinned such high hopes, was annihilated by Wu Fei's punch. Chapter 95, The Official Engagement, The Arrival of Son Goku, and Others. What? In light of this scene, Cell was profoundly shocked. He was acutely aware of Little Cell's formidable strength, yet now, before Wu Fei, he was utterly defenseless. His expression shifted to one of seriousness. It appears your power has surpassed my expectations. A smile suddenly graced his lips. This makes things far more interesting. It is the perfect opportunity to test my own strength. Cell began to feel a surge of excitement. With a creak, he clenched his fists, twisted his neck, and prepared to limber up. You are qualified to be my opponent. Wu Fei coldly responded. I will make you regret your decision to strike. Such an audacious declaration. Cell roared, unleashing a violent aura that engulfed him. In an instant, the ground buckled, waves of energy surged, and debris flew in all directions. Whoosh! Cell exerted force through his legs, creating a deep crater as he launched himself forward. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Wu Fei. A gust of wind rushed in as Cell aimed a kick directly at Wu Fei's face. Wu Fei remained unfazed, raising his left arm to block the blow. Bang! He effortlessly deflected Cell's attack. Oh! Cell was taken aback. Although he had not utilized his full strength in this assault, the force was considerable, and he had not anticipated Wu Fei to counter it so easily. It seems you are stronger than I initially thought. Cell sneered, his expression turning more serious. With a whoosh, his fist, propelled by a fierce wind, struck towards Wu Fei. Bang! Once again, Wu Fei easily parried the attack. How intriguing. A hint of amusement curled at the corners of Cell's mouth, his enthusiasm soaring. Boom, boom, boom. He then unleashed a series of punches, all of which Wu Fei successfully blocked. The intensity of their battle escalated. Rumble. The clash between the two caused an immense commotion, shaking the very earth and causing mountains to crumble. What tremendous power. Number 16 marveled. He could no longer calculate the true strength of Wu Fei and Cell, as their capabilities had transcended his comprehension. He is astonishingly powerful. Number 18's eyes widened as she watched Wu Fei. In this confrontation against Cell, Wu Fei showed no signs of weakness. Moreover, she noted that he remained in his base form, not transforming into the iconic yellow-green-haired Super Saiyan. Rumble. The sounds of Wu Fei and Cell's battle resonated through the skies. Whoosh. Just then, several figures sped towards them from a distance. Number 18 focused her gaze and realized it was none other than her previous adversaries, Vegeta and company. Vegeta, Trunks, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Gohan had all arrived. In addition, on the 18th, she encountered a new face clad in an orange martial arts uniform. Instantly, her expression hardened, turning to one of sheer astonishment. This figure had appeared countless times in her database, and she was undeniably familiar with it. It was none other than the arch-nemesis of Dr. Gero, Son Goku. What were they doing here? Were they merely seeking to join the fray? The 18th murmured to herself. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically. How had their auras grown stronger? Indeed, the 18th was taken aback as she sensed the immense surge in power from Vegeta and the others. Particularly, Vegeta and Trunks were far beyond her expectations. Previously, she had dismissed Vegeta and Trunks entirely, knowing they posed no threat to her. Yet now, she could discern their escalating power. Perhaps she was no longer their equal. How could this be? Just a few days had passed. How had they become so formidable? The 18th was left in profound bewilderment. Such terrifying strength. The 16th murmured as well. Although Vegeta and the others were not emitting their auras outwardly, he could feel the immense power simmering within them. Compared to their initial encounter days earlier, their strength had evidently ascended to an entirely new level. Remarkable. Observing the fierce battle between Wu Fei and the others, Son Goku couldn't help but express his admiration. It had been ages since he had witnessed such an intense confrontation. The terrifying aura he had sensed moments ago had indeed emanated from them. Krillin glanced at Cell, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. They had never anticipated the emergence of such formidable individuals beyond the likes of androids 17 and 18. It seemed our training was still woefully insufficient. Son Goku scratched his head, a wry smile on his face. That day, while battling Android 19, he had unexpectedly suffered a relapse of his viral heart condition. After taking the special medicine brought by Trunks, he had managed to preserve his life. However, although he had temporarily escaped the clutches of death, he still required time to recuperate. Just 2 days prior, he had fully healed. From Krillin and the others, he had learned about the general course of events. Hearing that Super Vegeta had been effortlessly defeated by 18 left Son Goku astounded. He acutely felt the vast disparity in strength between himself and the androids. Thus, once his injuries had healed, he summoned Vegeta, Trunks, and the others to train in the hyperbolic time chamber, hoping to rapidly enhance their abilities within a short span. Vegeta, having suffered humiliation at the hands of 18, was eager to elevate his power and reclaim his honor. The group, filled with determination, trained vigorously in the chamber, anticipating the moment they would emerge to challenge the androids once more. After a year of rigorous training, their strength had indeed seen remarkable improvement. However, just as they emerged from their training, they sensed a powerful surge of energy, a force far surpassing that of androids 17 and 18. Curse it! What is the origin of this green creature with wings, and why is his power so formidable? Vegeta seethed, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding from his forehead, overwhelmed with a sense of indignation. After enduring grueling training within the hyperbolic time chamber, he had finally acquired strength surpassing that of android 18, only to be confronted by an even mightier foe. Why must he always find himself trailing behind others? Observing the monstrous form of Cell, Trunks fell into deep contemplation. He vaguely recalled Bulma mentioning that, besides the androids 17 and 18, Dr. Gero had created an ultimate android. The creature before him bore striking resemblance to the characteristics of this ultimate being. Could it be? Trunks' pupils dilated in horror. He is Cell. No. He has transformed into his perfect form. What? Goku and the others turned to Trunks in unison, oblivious to Cell's origins. After Trunks elucidated the situation, they began to grasp the magnitude of the threat before them. What a terrifying creature. Krillin felt a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 96. The warm-up concludes. Cell is incredibly powerful. This level of combat is beyond our capabilities. Tien shouted, acutely aware of the chasm separating him and the likes of Wu Fei. A deafening rumble echoed as mountains crumbled and the ground fissured. The fierce battle persisted. With rapid succession, Cell unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike leaving behind a blur, his speed astonishing. Yet, Wu Fei effortlessly evaded his assaults. Boom. Wu Fei deftly sidestepped Cell's punch. However, the force of the attack shattered a mountain. Thud. Wu Fei retaliated. Launching a kick at Cell, Cell raised his arms defensively. The clash of their powers generated a shockwave that surged outward, sending debris flying. Such overwhelming strength. Gohan and the others were taken aback by the magnitude of their collision. Those of lesser strength, like Krillin and Yamcha, struggled to withstand the force, exerting every ounce of their energy to avoid being swept away. Even though Cell managed to block Wu Fei's attack, he found himself pushed back, leaving deep gouges in the earth beneath his feet. Damn it! Cell's expression darkened slightly, unable to tolerate being forced back. You are far stronger than I anticipated. It seems I must reveal my true abilities. With a cold gaze fixed on Wu Fei, Cell proclaimed, the warm-up is complete. Now it is time to unleash my true power. I hope you won't be reduced to a quivering mess. Laughter echoed from Cell, confidence radiating from his demeanor. Until now, he had merely toyed with Wu Fei, withholding his true strength, convinced that once he unleashed it, Wu Fei would stand no chance. What? That was merely a warm-up? Just how terrifying is his true power? Klin's face was a portrait of astonishment, a visage reflecting the unimaginable. Previously, the prowess of Cell had already surpassed his comprehension. And now he found it utterly inconceivable to fathom the true extent of Cell's power. Who would have thought this adversary would prove so formidable? Meanwhile, Trunks wore a frown, burdened with worry. After a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he felt confident he could defeat Android 18. However, facing the fully evolved Cell left him utterly powerless. How exhilarating this was. At that moment, Goku appeared remarkably composed. His curiosity piqued regarding the extent of Cell's true capabilities. Listening to Cell's words, Wu Fei maintained an unwavering calm. Haha, do you truly believe that you are the only one warming up? Spare me your prattle and unleash your full power. I will make you realize what true disparity means. Suddenly, Cell's expression shifted, followed by a boisterous laugh. What an arrogant wretch. It was utterly detestable. A deafening roar erupted, as the skies darkened and the ground trembled, stones scattering in chaos. Simultaneously, Cell's energy surged ominously. Such terrifying power. Goku mused inwardly, fully aware that he was no match for Cell at this moment. Damn it. Vegeta's expression turned grim. That green, pockmarked fiend was alarmingly strong. He suddenly felt that his training had been utterly insufficient. After a long while, the cacophony subsided, and a violent aura enveloped Cell. With a mere glance, he obliterated several mountains, his terrifying strength on full display. He abruptly turned towards Goku and the others, a smirk playing on his lips. Goku, at long last I see you. My intention is to kill you, but presently, you do not pique my interest. Allow me to entertain myself with these others first. With that, Cell's tail unfurled, birthing several smaller cells. What? Goku and the others were visibly taken aback by this shocking spectacle. Each of these diminutive fiends bore an evil countenance and formidable strength, undoubtedly challenging foes. Soon, The miniature cells selected their adversaries and launched their assaults. Damn it! Vegeta felt an overwhelming frustration. The sight of the smaller cells only fueled his rage. If he could not vanquish the larger one, was he to be bested by the smaller ones as well? Without hesitation, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged into battle, initially intent on obliterating a small cell with a single punch to vent his frustrations. However, once the battle commenced, Vegeta realized that the strength of the smaller cells far exceeded his expectations. Even when he responded earnestly, he found himself at a disadvantage. The smaller cells engaged in combat with the warriors. Haha, enjoy your time with them. Cell laughed heartily, then turned his gaze to Wu Fei. Arrogant fool. It's time for you to experience what true power feels like. You will discover how utterly powerless you are in the face of absolute strength. With a flash, Cell surged towards Wu Fei with blinding speed. How fortuitous. I shall return this sentence to you. Unaltered, Wu Fei stated calmly. In the next moment, he clenched his fists tightly and let out a mighty roar. Yaha! In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped Wu Fei, his hair transforming into a vibrant hue of yellow-green. He had officially ascended to the legendary Super Saiyan. Nanny? Cell gasped, astonished. You are also a Saiyan. But why does your transformation differ from that of Son Goku and Vegeta? Yet, Cell's expression of surprise was fleeting, quickly replaced by a mocking smirk. No matter how you transform, you cannot escape the fate of being soundly defeated by me. Boom. Cell launched a powerful punch towards Wu Fei. Whoosh. But Wu Fei's figure flickered and vanished. Cell's fist struck only air. Damn it. As he searched frantically for Wu Fei's presence, he suddenly sensed a fierce surge of energy behind him. Bang. Wu Fei had landed a punch squarely on his back. A wave of intense pain surged through him, sending Cell hurtling backward. Rumble. After crashing into several mountains, Cell finally managed to stabilize himself. Humph. Truly a novice, yet so verbose. Wu Fei remarked coldly. Damn it. Cell's face twisted in rage. To be toyed with so mercilessly in the first round was simply intolerable. He had been careless. This time, he would make sure to strike him down hard. Fueled by fury, Cell charged at Wu Fei with great speed. Humph. Wu Fei's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded Cell with an air of indifference. Even in his base form, he had maintained the upper hand during their initial encounter. Now that he had transformed into the fabled Super Saiyan, he was utterly unperturbed by Cell.